You're so old and still not married. As long as you get married, well, be at ease. After hanging up the phone, the words of his family lingered in Shun Yu's mind, making him walk absent-mindedly. Suddenly a loud shout came from behind. Something's falling. Dodge. Bang! A clay flower pot falling from the sky hit Shun Yu squarely on the head with a crisp sound. Someone's dead, someone's dead. Cries of men and women rang out, and the surrounding pedestrians scattered in panic, afraid another flower pot might fall on their heads. On the ground, a pool of bright red blood spread, soaking the floor. Inside a fruit shop, a news report was playing. The Sandier's alignment of 9 planets will appear today. Shun Yu, wake up quickly, the homeroom teacher is coming. A hard object gently poked his arm from the left, accompanied by a timid female voice, pulling Shun Yu's consciousness out of chaos. Shun Yu, is that me? Aren't I Shun Yu? Didn't I die? And isn't this name the one my mother gave me? Back then, before he was born, his family had been debating whether to name him Shun Yu or Shun Yu. In the end, it was the grandmother who made the final decision. A boy would be named Shun Yu, a girl Shun Yu. Why was someone calling him by that name now? How did she know? Hearing the voice, Shun Yu opened his eyes. The moment he woke up, he quickly reached out his right hand and touched his head. Everything was fine. No pain, no scab, no blood. But, looking at the hand he had just extended, slender smooth fingers, faint blue veins on the back, pale pink nails, small and delicate. Is this my hand? How has it become so small? Shun Yu froze in place for a moment. Having just come back from death, the memories of his past life clashed violently with reality, and he fell into a state of blankness. He sat there motionless, dazed. Even the strange words the person had just said to him were ignored. Shun Yu stared blankly at everything around him. There were no colorful LED lights, no yellow-clad knights darting recklessly through the streets. There were only rows of small heads sitting upright at wooden desks. Shun Yu turned to look to the right. A little boy, dirty all over, had a small book on his desk, the cover printed with 6 bronze horses pulling a chariot from the preaching era. His dirty hands were hidden under the desk, counting crumpled magic cards. A brand new dark magician was carefully placed in the inner pocket of his school uniform. A little girl in front of him had a few bobby pins in her hair, a large scrunchie on her ponytail, and her pitch-black hair hung straight down her back. In his mind, a distant memory surfaced. Lin Yuan, a middle school classmate. He had heard that something major had happened in Lin Yuan's family. So after finishing middle school, she transferred to another province to study. Memory pulled back to reality. Everything in the past life was like a reflection in a mirror, a flower in the water. The only thing the same now was that their backs were all straight, hands folded on the desk, sitting upright. Exactly the same as in his memory. Where has this brought me? I've actually reincarnated. Shun Yu's head was filled with question marks. Through the 2 rows of students in front, a dark green rectangular blackboard was embedded in the wall, still bearing some mathematical symbols left by the teacher from the previous class. Shun Yu stared at this scene, her mind unable to process it, as distant memories suddenly emerged and attacked her. A system of linear equations: 2x3, y10, 4x3, y2. In her impression, there was also the voice of a little girl repeatedly reciting formulas in her mind, but the little girl, like her younger self, was a bit dull and could never remember them. What others needed to recite 10 times, she had to recite 20 or 30 times, often studying until 10 o'clock at night, and waking up an hour earlier than others in the morning to memorize texts. The only thing better than her was that she herself had given up, directly acting like dead skin that fears no boiling water, while the little girl still kept striving. The wooden window frame creaked with the wind, making a bang-bang sound, and the glass held by a few nails seemed ready to fall off at any moment. Not far away, on a silver-white flagpole, a bright red flag fluttered freely. This seems to be my hometown's middle school. Yangon Township had only one school, named Yangon Township Primary School, which combined primary and middle school education. Although a township is at the same administrative level as a town, economically, it is far inferior to a town. To put it plainly, townships are generally poorer than towns. Since she left Sichuan province for high school, she only returned home once a year during the spring festival. After going to Guangdong province, she hadn't been back for 6 years. As for why she didn't return, maybe it was because she hadn't made any money, or maybe she hadn't made anything of herself. No matter the reason, the fact is that Shun Yu never went back. The little mountain village of her childhood had long become a blur. Now reality and memory overlapped again, every detail re-emerging in her mind. Did I get reborn? Shun Yu dazedly stretched out her hand, looking at her own delicate white hand. The wooden desk before her was empty. Suddenly a flood of memory surged into her mind. The memories of young Shun Yu and adult Shun Yu merged, and naturally the 30-year memory of Shun Yu dominated. I really am reborn. Then she lowered her head, looking at her grayish jeans. Jeans were very popular at that time, almost everyone wore them. The memories of teenage Shun Yu and adult Shun Yu flashed through her mind. Who is that person? Judging by her tone, she's an acquaintance. Before Shun Yu could think more, a stern voice came from the podium. Shin Yu class has already started. Why haven't you taken out your history book? Hearing this voice, Shin Yu's body trembled involuntarily. In her memory, because she had poor grades, she was often hit on the palm by the teacher, so the stern voice triggered a muscle reflex. The familiar voice came from the podium again. Shin Yu, tell me, which emperor did the Ming dynasty in history fall under? Upon hearing this, the whole class turned to look at Shin Yu. In everyone's eyes, she was definitely going to get her palm slapped again. In the class fixed impression, she surely couldn't answer. She was usually a timid girl with poor grades. Looking at the scene before her, still not fully integrated into this body, Shin Yufu, who had just returned to this era, stared blankly at the man on the podium. He was only a little over 1.6 meters tall with graying hair and a bald crown. Jiang Jinsung, her middle school history teacher from 2025, who had already passed away. Still in a daze, she answered mechanically. The Ming dynasty began to die under Zhu Wuxi. The quiet classroom suddenly exploded like cold water poured into a hot pot, with bursts of laughter echoing throughout the room. Huh. Especially the group of failing students behind Shin Yu. They deliberately laughed very loudly, trying to get others to notice them. On the podium, Jiang Jinsong saw the classroom in chaos and shouted, quiet. His voice, somewhat aged, but carrying a strictness typical of the 1970s ADS, suppressed all the laughter. As a history teacher and head teacher, he had been known throughout the school for his rigid and strict style. But now, about to retire soon, he had become more easygoing about many things, and no longer took teaching so seriously, caring more about his remaining years. He was also the oldest teacher in all of Yangon Township. Having graduated from a normal school in the 1960s, he was assigned to Yangon Township, where he had taught diligently for over 40 years. What kind of student hadn't he seen? But today this student before him made him notice something different. In the past, students either answered by the book standard and boring, or they stayed silent, stammering and failing to answer. Such an answer was a first. Zhu Wuxi, that name wasn't in the middle school history textbook. This piqued Jiang Jinsong's interest. He was getting tired of teaching by the book all day. Tell me, why do you say the Ming dynasty fell under Zhu Wuxi? Having snapped out of her daze, Shin Yu looked at the history teacher in her memory and recalled some online views from her past life. Zhu Yuanzhang was an emperor with a peasant mentality. He played the game of having the whole world support his Zhu family, which was fundamentally unsalvageable. So fundamentally, the Ming dynasty fell under Zhu Yuanzhang. If Zhu Wuxi hadn't given birth to Zhu Yuanzhang, there would be no Ming dynasty, and naturally, the Ming dynasty wouldn't have perished. Hearing Shin Yu's answer, Jiang Jinsong raised an eyebrow. This answer. Looking at the frail girl before him, he sighed inwardly. Forget it, as long as nothing major happens. I only have 2 more years until retirement. Then he spread open the book in his hand without looking up. Sit down. Class is in session, take out your history books. Ding-ling-ling. With the school bell ringing, Shin Yu snapped back to reality. She watched as small figures, some carrying backpacks, some tucking books under their arms, joyfully ran out of the classroom door. Recalling Shin Yu's memories, the location hadn't changed, her parents hadn't changed, her friends and classmates hadn't changed. Only she had changed. From Shin Yu to Shin Yu. Shin Yu, why are you still sitting at your seat? School's over. What's wrong with you? Are you hungry? A soft, tender voice came from beside her, as if the speaker was afraid of her. As the words ended, a small, fair hand timidly reached out in front of Shin Yu, holding a white rabbit candy in the palm. Looking at the white rabbit candy before her, Shin Yu lifted her head and saw the little girl in front of her, only about 1.3 meters tall, reaching just her shoulder. She had a small oval face, fair cheeks with 2 dimples, a pair of clear peach blossom eyes, old-fashioned braids on her head, and a large forehead. A little lowly. Shinsusu. The little girl from Xinjia village, just like herself. Although they studied together in the same class in her past life back, then she spent her days playing marbles and slapping magic cards. How could she pay attention to a little girl? Later she heard that Shinsusu dropped out after middle school, didn't go to high school. Something happened at home, and then there was no news. Yu, please eat it. I still have more, she said, putting the candy into Shin Yu's hand. Shinsusu lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes, looking like she was afraid she wouldn't accept it. Shin Yu glanced at Shinsusu, finding it strange. In her childhood memory, even by 2007, this small southwest mountain village was very poor. Let alone such a brand-name white rabbit candy. She had never received pocket money as a child. She only ate meat a few times a month, and even plain rice wasn't a daily occurrence. In her past life, after 2 classes, her stomach would be growling with hunger simply because her usual meals were sweet potato porridge with a bit of pickled vegetables. She was in a growth spurt and digested faster, which was understandable. Admittedly, some families occasionally gave children 50 cents as pocket money, but for most rural children, spicy sticks and snacks were definitely a delicacy. Why would she share hers with me for free? In the memories of this life, her relationship with Shinsusu seemed rather bad, worse than between strangers. Thinking of Shinsusu, who had disappeared after middle school in her past life, there seemed to be a hidden story behind it. Shin Yu looked at the candy in her palm. It was a little girl's gesture of kindness. If she didn't eat it, she would probably be sad for days. She reached out, peeled open the white rabbit candy, and put it in her mouth. With her slender fingers, she hooked her Mickey Mouse backpack over her shoulder, the backpack hugging tightly to one side. Then she placed her hand on Shin Susu's shoulder and said indistinctly, "I've eaten your candy. In this life, I'll have your back no matter what." A glimmer of light sparkled in Shin Susu's eyes as she looked at Shin Yu with delight, feeling the soft touch on her shoulder. She spoke happily, "As long as you play with me, that's all I need." Turning to gaze at the little girl from the same village, Shin Yu suddenly recalled that in her current live's memories before she turned 5 and hadn't yet entered first grade, the two little girls often played together since their homes weren't far apart. It wasn't until they started elementary school that the other village children saying her father had run away discriminated against her and refused to play with her. Following the crowd, she too stopped playing with Shin Susu. In her past life, her experiences in the village were even worse than in this one. In this life, she had at least played with her for a few years, but in her previous life, she never would have. Shin Susu was almost entirely alone, enduring loneliness from elementary through middle school until she never saw her again. Her father had mentioned that Shin Susu never married either. Following Shin Susu out of the classroom, Shin Yu, now possessing a mature soul, naturally wouldn't senselessly isolate others like these children. Also, what exactly had happened in Shin Susu's family back then? As the two stepped out of the classroom with their school bags, Shin Yu finally said, "Mill play with you." Several small shops near the school gate were crowded with elementary and middle school students. In Yangon Township, almost every family had only one child, so the school-age population was far less than in the older generations. Under financial pressure, the school had merged its elementary and middle divisions years ago. One building housed grades 1 through 6 while another held the middle school. 99% of these children were left behind kids, including both Shin Yu and Shin Susu's families whose parents had gone to work in big cities. Some went to Guangzhou in the south, some to Shanghai in the north, and others to the northwest to pick cotton. The older generation generally had low education levels, most only reaching first or second grade, and completing elementary school was exceedingly rare. When parents went out to work, they mostly labored in factories or on construction sites. Yet one thing was the same: every couple sent their earnings back to their hometown to support their children. Those with extra means would build a house, laying the foundation one year, erecting the shell the next, and finishing the interior the year after, day by day, year by year, eventually building a home. Shin Family Village was right next to Yangon Township, about a 20-minute walk away, so naturally, unlike children from farther villages, they didn't need to board at school. The entire village was arranged in 3 clusters lined up left to right like a long dragon. 2 small figures walked along the mottled dirt road beside which ran a dry irrigation ditch. Every summer, the city's reservoir would release water for months to irrigate the rice paddies, restoring moisture to the fields for planting rice. When the rice no longer needed water, the reservoir would be shut off, turning the paddies into dry land. Ahead of Shin Yu, a dozen or so children of various ages, the youngest in first grade, the oldest in first or second year of middle school, walked together. Their whispered voices carried clearly to Shin Yu's ears. "Look, Shin Yu is playing with Shin Susu again. One lost her mom, the other lost his dad. Let's not play with her anymore. Yeah, let's not play with her." The children's voices came from the dirt path ahead. Hearing this, Shin Yu turned to glance at Shin Susu, who showed no reaction, filling her with confusion. Logically, a child this age couldn't hear such words without reacting. She herself didn't bother arguing, because as an adult there was no need. Since she had been reborn, she naturally wouldn't play with these children either. But Shin Susu was different. In Shin Yu's past memories, Shin Susu would surely burst into tears upon hearing such things. Maybe she hadn't heard. "Shin Susu, did you hear any sound up ahead?" Holding Shin Yu's hand, Shin Susu turned with a puzzled look and said, "What sound?" "I didn't hear anything. Grandma said they're all bad kids, and she told Susu not to listen to them." Shin Yu glanced at the crowd still over 100 meters ahead, and then at Shin Susu beside her. "Could it be that after my rebirth with 2 souls merged, even my hearing has become sharper?" And her eyesight had indeed changed. In her past life, she had suffered an eye disease as a child, and had been nearsighted for as long as she could remember, never seeing the real world clearly. Now for the first time, the world before her eyes was so vivid. Passing the village well and a bamboo grove, they arrived at a large courtyard arranged in a square shape, with only a 2-meter-wide path for entry and exit. The leftmost inner part was Shin Yu's current home, while the upper right corner belonged to Shin Susu. "Yu, I'm going home now. Let's go to school together tomorrow, okay?" With that, her bright big eyes fixed intently on Shin Yu, afraid that Shin Yu would ignore her again like before. "All right, we'll go together tomorrow." Hearing Shin Yu's reply, Shin Susu's eyes immediately curved slightly, and a smile bloomed on her lips. "Mum, Yu is the best." Watching Shin Susu run home with her pink school bag, Shin Yu turned to look at her long-missed childhood home. In 2007, her family hadn't yet built a new house. Like most in Shun family village, they lived in a tiled house. The roof was densely covered with rectangular flat tiles with an occasional transparent one interspersed among them. During the day, sunlight could filter through the tiles into the house, saving electricity. The older generation in the Bashu region had an extraordinary obsession with thrift. Shin Yu still remembered that in her past life as a child, she wasn't allowed to turn on the lights until it was completely dark nor watch TV during the day. If she ever went out and forgot to turn off a light, she'd be scolded at best, or get a bamboo switch spanking at worst. As she drew closer to her childhood home in memory, Shin Yu's heart filled with trepidation. Since her grandmother died of esophageal cancer in her high school years starving because she couldn't eat, she had never returned to her hometown. No matter how her grandmother had punished her with bamboo switches, her love was genuine, getting up before dawn every morning at 5 or 6 to cook porridge for her and her sibling. In early winter, temperatures in the Sichuan-Chongqing region often dropped below freezing with a thin layer of ice on the fish ponds. Yet her grandmother still washed clothes for her with her bare hands. Over a decade of care had been etched deeply into her heart. Now back at this home from her memories, she stood at the door frozen in place. As a figure buried deep in her memory emerged from the dim kitchen inside, Shin Yu's eyes inexplicably stung. A thin mist veiled her gaze as she called out choked and indistinct grandma. In the Sichuan-Chongqing region, grandmothers are commonly called popo and grandfathers gongong, while the terms for maternal grandparents remain the same as in other provinces. Her back was slightly hunched, her stature nearly matching his own, yet she was only in her early 50s, still 2 years shy of 60. Yet she resembled an octogenarian, her face etched with wrinkles, her arms almost fleshless like withered branches. In his past life, after growing up, his father told him that Gongong had passed away while his father was still in elementary school, leaving Popo alone to raise his 3 brothers. Her name was Suifong. Perhaps because the villagers knew of her hardships during Shun Yu's childhood in his past life, he often heard neighbors calling Popo to pick vegetables from their fields. Sometimes when he passed by on his way home from school, they would share some with him, telling him to take it home to eat. Unfortunately back then he was ignorant and unambitious, only knowing how to play. He stumbled through to a private high school and unsurprisingly failed to reach the undergraduate cutoff, ending up in a vocational college. He even majored in civil engineering, which seemed prosperous at the time, but after graduation, construction sites nationwide seemed to grind to a halt with no work and delayed wages. Each month, only a basic living allowance was paid and the rest of the wages were delayed until year-end with only 80% given. He was eventually forced to change careers. Hearing Shun Yu's voice, Su Yifang turned around looking at him standing at the doorway. "Yua, why don't you come in?" Saying this, she emerged from the dim kitchen, extended her calloused hands, and untied the heavy school bag from Shun Yu's back, placing it on the table. "Did the teacher assign any homework today?" Lost in the past, Shin Yu was struck speechless like a fishbone caught in his throat. In his past life, he was playful and never did homework at home. Whenever Popo asked, he always said there was none. Then the next day, he would go to school half an hour early to frantically copy someone else's completed work. Now reborn and standing at the crossroads of life's choices, he naturally didn't want to tread the same old path. If he could earn money before high school and take Popo to the hospital for a checkup early, though a full cure might be impossible, it could at least grant her a few more years. He wanted to show this elderly woman who had never left her inland county the Tiananmen and the sea. And also Shinsusu, who inexplicably dropped out of school in his past life. That little girl isolated by the whole village. "Yua, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Are you sick?" Su Yifang reached out her withered right hand to feel Shun Yu's forehead. Hearing Popo's question, Shin Yu frantically searched his daytime memories. Perhaps due to the merging of 2 lifetime souls, his memory had become incredibly sharp, almost photographic. Scenes from the day flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded movie. He looked up at Popo's face and replied, "Popo, I'm not sick. I just missed you. The teacher assigned math homework today." Su Yifang took off her apron, bent down, lifted the table, extended half of it outside the door, then brought out a stool and placed it before Shin Yu. "You finish your homework while it's still light. Writing under the lamp when it's dark is bad for your eyes." School ended a little after 5, and after a 30-minute walk home, it was just past 6. In Sichuan's autumn, the sun didn't fully set until after 7, and true darkness came no earlier than 8. In his past life, he knew his family's conditions well. That 15-watt bulb was as good as off. It merely cast a hazy glow over a 2 to 3 meter radius. Beyond that, everything plunged into pitch blackness. Writing homework under such light was extremely harmful to the eyes. In his past life, even a rented room in a Yangqing urban village was dozens of times brighter. Staring at the 7th grade math homework, the first problem left Shin Yu's brain CPU utterly baffled. Given abcab, find positive integers, ABC. Having graduated years ago, how was he supposed to solve this? Relying on the original Bodis memories, he clumsily scribbled down an answer. But now with his past life adult mind in control, he couldn't immediately perceive the error, his thoughts stalling. Before he could ponder further, a soft cotton candy voice came from behind. You got it wrong. It should be 1, 2, 3. Shinsusu appeared opposite Shin Yu holding the same math book and a white covered exercise book. Popo brought out another stool from the house and placed it before Shinsusu. With her chubby little hand, Shinsusu pointed to the grid on Shun Yu's math book and explained like this: just plug into the formula. Watching the formula, Shinsusu wrote. Shun Yu's small face was frozen in bewilderment as he stared at the exercise book. Seeing there were a few more problems, he picked up the book and was about to hand it to Shinsusu to finish. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Popo fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. He paused mid-motion, then set the exercise book back down, wearing a look of utter misery as he stared at the problems, occasionally sneaking glances at Shinsusu's work. Shinsusu, seemingly aware of Shun Yu's poor grades, deliberately slid her completed exercises closer to him, making it easier for him to copy. Heaven knows it wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but how was this any different from a word game? He'd rather spend the time figuring out how to change their current living conditions. Their home was truly bare, with the most valuable item being a Conca TV on the large square table. That old TV had only a dozen channels from CCTV 1 to CCTV 14. There wasn't even a telephone at home. Among the over 70 households in Shun Family Village, only a few had phones. In Shun Yu's small cluster, when migrant workers called home, they could only call the village chief, who would then shout to notify the relevant family. In his memory, their first landline was installed during the 2008 Spring Festival. His father and his two brothers each chipped in some money to buy a wireless landline that used a SIM card instead of a phone line. As Shin Yu was recalling past details, a high-pitched little girl's voice rang out from the stone steps, like a small trumpet. Shin Yu, your dad called you. Oh, I'm coming. He put down his pencil and scurried up the stone steps on his short legs. In his memory, phone calls were very expensive back then. 4 cross-province calls, both making and receiving calls, incurred charges. When he was young, each call was very brief. If the conversation dragged on too long, Popo would mutter complaints, simply because the cost was too high. Just answering a call cost at least 50 cents, while meat in this remote mountain village was only 4 or 5 yuan per jean. Grasping the slightly yellowed receiver of this memory-laden phone, he hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Hello, Dad. On the other end of the line, as if hearing Shin Yu's voice, a middle-aged man's slightly hoarse tone came through. Yu, have you eaten yet? Listening to the man's voice from the receiver, Shin Yu found herself lost in a myriad of thoughts. Her father, Shinjun, was a native of a rural village in Sichuan, and Chongqing, the youngest of 3 brothers. His own father had passed away early, leaving his mother to raise the 3 boys alone. That she managed to bring them to adulthood was already a stroke of fortune, and their education was limited. Around the turn of the millennium, the wave of migrant work swept into this small mountain village, and her father followed the crowd to seek work in other provinces. Traveling far and wide, he learned the trade of a bricklayer working on construction sites. Later, by a stroke of luck, he contracted a small project, made a bit of money, and then fell into the bad habit of gambling. After decades of toil, he had nothing to show for it, often borrowing money from her to play mahjong, coaxing her with promises like, "If I win tonight, I'll pay you back tomorrow." Having once tasted quick money, he could no longer stoop to working as a laborer. He always clung to the hope of landing another contract, making enough to retire in peace. Unfortunately, such opportunities never came again, and the construction industry plummeted. He frequently called her, spinning grand tales and asking for loans to treat some boss to dinner, claiming the boss would then give him a project. Yet the dinners were eaten, the favors were done, and a decade passed with nothing to show for it. For this father of hers, Shun Yu could neither hate nor love him. Hearing this typical greeting from Sichuan and Chongqing, her expression turned indifferent. Unconsciously blending in memories from her past life, she replied flatly, "I just finished my homework, haven't eaten yet." Sensing that Shun Yu's attitude was somewhat unusual, Shin Jun naturally had no idea that his daughter had been reborn. He simply thought she might have quarreled with a fellow villager today. Over the phone, Shin Jun said cheerfully, "We'll be back on the 1st of next month. What do you want? Daddy will buy it for you." That long-lost voice, her father, seemed not to have been this happy in ages. Every bit of it reminded Shun Yu relentlessly, "You are no longer in 2025. This is 2007, a time when people still retained a trace of innocence, when money hadn't yet become all-consuming and housing prices hadn't taken off." A flicker of understanding passed through her heart. The soul from her past life at this moment fully merged with this era, finally letting down its guard and fusing with Shun Yu's spirit. "Daddy, I don't want anything, just come back." Hearing his daughter's voice, Shin Jun's spirits seemed to lift even higher. The exhaustion of working away from home vanished in an instant, and he said with a hint of indulgence, "If you get good grades on your finals this year, Daddy will secretly give you a big red envelope, and we won't let Grandma know." Her memories shifted. In her past life, when Shin Yu was still a son, he never received such treatment. Any red envelope he got was taken away the next day under the pretense, "He'll save it for you and give it to you when you grow up." In truth, it was all a lie told to children, and her younger self had believed it. Could this be what the older generation called raising a son in poverty and a daughter in wealth? Of course Shinyoyu felt this saying was biased. The key to raising a child lies in teaching according to their aptitude, not labeling them by gender. But having just been reborn, there was no need to bring this up on the phone. After a moment's thought about how Shinyoyu usually spoke, she replied sweetly, "I will definitely get good grades." The soul from 2 lifetimes seemed to have wrought a different change in this body. Her thoughts were quicker, and even her strength had increased considerably. For rural folk, their education was limited. Having suffered greatly in society due to their own lack of schooling, they desperately pushed their children to study more. Unfortunately, with their narrow perspective, they had no idea that some things, if you are born with them, you have them. If not, you never will. Stepping on the stone stairs, Shinsusu had also finished her homework. Holding a textbook, she passed by Shinyoyu and whispered, "Yoyu, I did your homework for you. After dinner, I'll come find you to watch TV." Looking into Shinsusu's clear black and white eyes, which reflected her own figure, Shinyoyu couldn't help but think, how much grievance must this little girl have endured to be so precious of her, even doing her homework? Well, she might as well watch TV with the little girl. Oh, she had nothing to do tonight anyway. Nodding, she looked at Shinsusu and replied, "I'm okay. Pinky promise." Seeing Shinsusu extend her little finger, Shinyoyu stiffly raised her right hand and slowly hooked it around Shinsusu's pinky, listening to the soft voice ring out, "Pinky promise, 100 years no take back." At 7:30 in the evening, after the usual news broadcast ended, Shinyoyu switched the TV to the only children's channel. A mixed male-female voice came through the television right on time. "On the wisdom tree, there are wisdom fruits. Under the wisdom tree, you and me." In the dim lamplight, Shinyoyu watched little Shinsusu, who was completely absorbed in the show, and suddenly thought of Lu Sun's Dawn Blossoms plucked at dusk. Watching a childhood favorite with an adult's mind gave her an odd sense of temporal dislocation. As Shinyoyu let her mind drift, gazing at Shinsusu, a clear voice emerged from the girl, mimicking the song on TV. "Gray sky, your face, after love, tears, laughter, pain, all that's left is goodbye, my tears wet my face." Before she knew it, it was past 8, and the channel had switched to music. Shinyoyu looked at Wang Xinling on the screen. Back then, Wang Xinling was still young, just over 20, in the prime of her youth, having won countless awards and known as the Sweetheart Princess. Listening to Shinsusu's crisp, sweet singing and her own crystal-clear memories of her past life, Shinyoyu stared with her big, bright eyes, turned her gaze to Shinsusu's face, and a flash of lightning struck her mind. Taking Shinsusu's hand, she said earnestly, "Susu, do you want to be a big star?" Feeling the touch on her hand, Shinsusu's cheeks flushed slightly, but since they were in a dark room, Shinyoyu didn't notice. She whispered, "Of course I do. I can sing lots of songs." As she spoke, she raised her right hand and counted on her fingers, "The first, love dreams light, invisible wings, darling, it's not love. Yoyu, do you want me to sing for you?" She stole a glance at Shinyoyu, and seeing nothing amiss, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shinyoyu didn't dwell on the song Shinsusu had listed. She said with some delight, "Susu, you're amazing." Hearing Shinyoyu's praise, Shinsusu felt a wave of heat wash over her body. It was almost winter. How strange. Still, Shinsusu didn't pull her hand away from Shinyoyu's. She just stayed quietly in her grip, thinking of the days when they played together as children, and silently murmured in her heart, "Shinyoyu, she's back." Early the next morning, still lost in a hazy slumber, Shinyoyu heard a call. "Yoyu, get up, breakfast is ready." "Got it," she responded vaguely, slowly sitting up as the quilt slid off her shoulders, revealing the bare-print t-shirt underneath. In the countryside, pajamas were not common. People usually wore simple cotton clothes-fitting clothes as substitutes. Shinyoyu gazed at the mosquito net faded from countless washes, and the large bright red cotton quilt adorned with several big red flowers, commonly known as floral pillows and floral quilts. This old-fashioned quilt exuded a sense of bygone eras. No matter the region, nearly every household could produce one or two. Looking at her own arms, Shinyoyu felt a strange sensation. In the little girl's memory, this quilt was very heavy, often pressing down on her uncomfortably at night. But now she barely felt its weight. Could it be that my strength has increased? Murmuring to herself, she got out of bed, examined her slender arms, reached out, grasped the bed frame with her fingers, and applied a slight force. The head of the bed lifted easily in the hands of this teenage girl. Watching the bedhead she had lifted with one hand, Shin-Yu's mouth fell slightly open. Staring at her fair arm, she found it hard to believe. After all, the beds crafted by the older generation were made with exceptionally solid materials. In her past life, Shin-Yu had witnessed her father and uncle trying to move it. Even the two of them could only budge it slightly. Eventually, they had to call 2 more people, and only with 4 could they carry it out. Could it be that after her rebirth, the merging of 2 lifetimes of souls had also amplified her strength? Thud. She released her grip, letting the bed fall. The solid wood bed emitted a dull thud. Still, this was good. It gave her some means of self-defense. Unlike her past life, where she could walk alone at night, without a second glance, things were different now. After a quick wash, Shin Yu stood before the large round table looking into the small, upright mirror that reflected her current appearance. A delicate petite oval face tinged with a sickly pallor, bright almond-shaped eyes, a high-bridged nose. Her long jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her lips were slightly pursed, carrying a hint of pitiful charm. Her eyes stared straight into the mirror, the whole face exuding a fragile air that stirred an irresistible urge to cherish her. Hiss! This was truly a sight to evoke pity, almost like Lin Daiyu. Shin Yu quickly wiped the expression off her face. This feeling was too strange. On the dirt road leading to Yangon Township, the morning dew dampened the hems of their trousers. Shinsusu walked with her head down, biting her lip, tightly silent. A few fellow villagers ahead seemed to have followed through on their words from yesterday, genuinely ignoring Shin Yu. She turned to look at Shinsusu, a delicate oval face reddened by the morning frost. She had decent features, but her broad forehead and old-fashioned braided hairstyle ruined her looks. Shin Yu gently squeezed her hand, comforting her. It's okay. If they want to talk to me, then let them be. As an adult, Shin Yu naturally wouldn't bother with a bunch of kids, especially these undernourished ones. In Yangon Township, a small mountain village still mired in poverty, where even daily meat was a luxury, these children naturally weren't very tall. Apart from a girl preparing for higher education, Shin Yu was the tallest, standing at 1.5 meters, while the tallest ahead was barely 1.4 meters, a full head shorter. Shinsusu looked up at Shin Yu, her tone tinged with joy. You're so kind. Oh, if I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? She reached out, patted Shinsusu's head, and tousled it a bit. Shinsusu felt the force was strong, but facing Shin Yu, a friend she had barely won back, she endured the pain in silence. As the two slipped into the classroom just in time, the usually noisy class inexplicably fell silent. Even the top-performing girls in the front rows looked up at the door, thinking the teacher had arrived. Seeing it was just classmates, the room erupted into clamor again. A few boys in the back rows fixed their gazes on Shin Yu, while Shinsusu behind her was naturally ignored. Shinsusu was the type. Average height, not particularly short or tall, average grades, and a hairstyle, just like everyone else's. In the class, she was utterly unremarkable with neither strengths nor weaknesses. But Shin Yu was different. Besides her delicate, pretty face, her skin was so smooth it seemed it might break at a touch. She was among the tallest in the class, while her figure was notably well-developed, ranking first among the girls. Correspondingly, her grades were abysmal, consistently in the bottom 5. Why not last? Because a few notorious frontrunners always submitted blank papers, tying for first. Shin Yu's strengths were glaringly obvious to the boys, as were her weaknesses. But in the eyes of adolescent boys, what did grades matter? As long as the face was pretty. Following Shinsusu to her seat, Shin Yu glanced at Lin Muin, who was intently reading a book at the desk in front. She wore the iconic blue and white uniform of Yangon Township Elementary School. Her shoulder-length black hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, the tips swaying gently in the breeze. Her delicate oval face was strikingly clear, carrying an aloof expression that warned others to keep their distance. Her long, fair, slender fingers held a pink-cased pen as she previewed English vocabulary. Just as in her past life memories, Lin Muin was indeed very beautiful, at most a tiny bit less than herself. But beauty wasn't her defining trait, academic excellence was. According to a description Shin Yu had once seen online, Lin Muin was a relentless grind, a study demon. When everyone else failed English, having never learned it before, she scored over 60 after just 1 month of study. She ranked first in the class, yet still cried. Later, a classmate told the homeroom teacher, who personally spoke with her to console her. But even with such relentless effort, she couldn't overcome the lack of educational resources in this small mountain village. In her past life memories, she eventually ended up at a 985 university in a neighboring province through the adjustment process. Shin Yu shook her head. Forget 985. In her current class of over 30 students, barely a handful would make it to high school. Most would drop out after junior high. Still, setting academics aside, Lin Muin was indeed pleasant to look at. Yangon Township's middle school used to have morning and evening self-study sessions. But 2 years ago, after an evening session, a girl walking home alone met with an incident, so the school canceled both. This was a classic case of learning from past mistakes. Returning to her seat, Shin Yu picked up her English book and started reading. Besides economic backwardness, Yangon Township also suffered from a severe lack of educational resources. Each grade had only one class, and the entire school had just one English teacher covering the whole junior high department. That English teacher was a targeted normal school graduate. In her past life, Shin Yu often saw him, Yin Xiaoqing, reading and writing in the school dormitory. At the time, she didn't understand. Later she learned he was preparing for the graduate entrance exam, hoping to escape. Unfortunately, teaching 3 classes single-handedly left him too exhausted to pursue it. Until the year of her death, she heard he was still teaching English, earning a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. A speck of dust from the times when it falls on a person becomes a mountain. As the class bell rang precisely on time, Yin Xiaoqing, clad in a white trench coat and wearing narrow black-rimmed glasses, walked in holding the entire class English exam papers in one hand, his expressionless face causing the whole class to hold their breath. They had seen this look for months now. It meant everyone had performed poorly and punishment was imminent. Corporal punishment was common in those days. If a student was punished at school and their parents asked what happened, they usually dared not tell the truth, fearing another beating if it was about poor grades. As far as Shin Yuyu knew, during elementary school some parents even told the homeroom teacher to hit their child if they misbehaved when paying tuition. Getting beaten was a daily occurrence in the countryside. With a loud bang, the English teacher slammed a thick stack of exam papers onto the podium, causing the wooden desk in the back row to creak slightly. Shin Yuyu distinctly felt the boy in the fourth row behind her tremble, clearly terrified. In the first row the top students looked relaxed, but from the second row onward anxiety set in. At Shin Yuyu's school, seating was not arranged by height, but by academic performance. The best students sat in the first row, while the worst were relegated to the back, a stark disparity in treatment. There was also a special seat next to the podium, a privilege not granted to ordinary students. Yin Xiaoqing was different from seasoned teachers. Fresh out of normal school, he still had the youthful drive to guide his students well. He used his own salary to buy small gifts as rewards for improvement and printed extra exam papers, hoping to boost scores through sheer volume. Unfortunately, this only worked for the first two rows. For the underachievers in the back, it was nearly useless. The rural children's foundations were too weak. In English, for instance, city kids started learning in kindergarten and had 6 years of elementary school. These rural children only began in junior high, trailing behind by 6 full years. High school and college together lasted only 7 years, half of a student's academic life. Yet the English textbooks, middle school exams, and college entrance exams were the same, making it nearly impossible for these rural children, no matter how gifted, to surpass 6 years of diligent study. First place, O Lin Muan, 122 points. Second place, A Chen Xinxiu, 110 points. 8th place, O Shin Susu, 93 points. 28th place, O Shun Yuyu, 31 points. Hearing this, Shin Yuyu raised an eyebrow, her body trembling instinctively. In her original memories, the English exam had a perfect score of 150, with a passing line of 90. Those above 90 escaped punishment. For every point below 90, one strike with a thin willow branch. The pain was excruciating. By lunch her hands would shake so much she could barely hold chopsticks. Shin Susu, sitting to the left front, cast a worried glance at Shun Yuyu before burying her head on the desk, unable to look. With a creak, Shin Yuyu stood up expressionlessly, her stool scraping softly backward. Having just been reborn yesterday, she hadn't had time to review English. This paper was from her previous self. As an adult, she could endure a little pain. After 59 strikes, Shun Yuyu placed her reddened left hand on her waist, holding a pin in her right. She stared at the densely marked red crosses on the paper, listening to Yin Xiaoqing's lecture, her dual life mind racing. The memories of her past and present lives merged, and with the blessing of two souls, her thinking speed was no longer a simple sum, but multiplied. What had once seemed like gibberish now became effortlessly clear. Initially, Shin Yuyu had planned to rely on her past life memories, investing in real estate, stocks, or cryptocurrency, to become a little rich. Then, using her wealth, she'd pursue an adult education degree to boast about being a university graduate in business dealings. But now, with her photographic memory, could I relive college life in this lifetime? Though relying on money wasn't bad, relying on her own abilities offered even greater freedom. And the girls in college, weren't they far better than those blind dates? Though she had changed from a man to a woman in this life, looking was still fine. Let the music play and the dance continue. On the podium, Yin Xiaoqing, seeing the distracted students, grew furious and stopped writing on the blackboard. He turned around, his face dark, glaring at the students behind the second row with disappointment. After a long pause, he spoke. 7th grade is the foundation building period. If you don't study hard now, you'll understand even less later. Tomorrow's second period, the PE teacher is sick, so it'll be replaced by English. We'll retake the exam. Hearing this, the back row students groaned in despair. Not only was PE cancelled, but another test awaited. Shin Yuyu looked up at Yin Xiaoqing on the podium. His words were true. Learning was like building a house, even more precise. If you slacked off in one class, the next lesson became incomprehensible. A few months of neglect could ruin an entire subject. The bell rang, and Yin Xiaoqing left the classroom with a grim face, clutching his lesson plans. The class finally came alive again. Seeing the teacher gone, Shin Susu hurried to Shun Yu's left, hesitating to reach for Shun Yu's hidden hand. We're just best friends. What's wrong with caring? Blushing, she whispered. Yuyu, are you okay? Let me see. Hearing Shin Susu's voice, Shin Yuyu glanced at her in surprise. Though she knew they had been close as kids, this was only the first day of their rekindled friendship. Still, she sensed nothing amiss. Perhaps girls' relationships were like this. She extended her left hand from her pocket. Her fair palm showed no sign of the beating, her light pink fingertips shimmering like pearls. Seeing no trace of injury, Shin Susu's prepared words caught in her throat. She muttered awkwardly, "Yu, it's nothing." Without looking up from her English book, Shin Yu said, "Susu, your average is barely over 60. It'll be tough getting into university. Have you considered becoming an art student?" Lin Muin, sitting in front and previewing the next lesson, pricked up her ears at this, thinking to herself, this is about university knowledge. What is an art student? Shin Susu had grown up in Yangon village, and the farthest place she had ever been was no more than a small county town in the west. No one had ever told her about such things, so she naturally remained ignorant. Her entire life had been confined to her village and the township, leaving her mind utterly innocent. If she were to venture into the outside world, even a single act of kindness might see her deceived down to her very last scrap by some slick-talking rogue. It means you can get into university with very low scores. While others need 100 points, you only need to pass. The price is that you can only apply for that one major. Upon hearing this, Lin Muin immediately abandoned the idea of becoming an art student. If she couldn't choose freely, then what was the point? University? Shin Susu counted on her fingers, her face a mask of bewilderment. She remembered hearing her mother speak of it during the new year. To go to university meant earning a great deal of money, enough to support her grandmother and her mother. Yet as Shin Susu gazed at the English exam paper on Shun Yu's desk, the glaring red score of 31 seemed to burn into the page. She thought to herself, with a score like that, it's probably hard for Yu to get into university either. At the same time, she silently resolved that if Shun Yu failed to enter university, she would have to take care of her in the future. Just imagining the usually expressionless Shun Yu timidly asking her for money, fearful that a single displeasure might anger her, was enough to stir a flicker of excitement. Shaking off the thought, Shin Susu fixed her gaze on Shun Yu and said solemnly, "Yu will listen to you." Shin Yu, of course, had no idea of the whirlwind of thoughts churning in Shin Susu's mind. She had already flipped through the entire English textbook, committing every word to memory, as if the whole book had been stored in her brain, every punctuation mark crystal clear. With her newfound ability to remember everything at a glance, getting into an ordinary university was a sure thing, and this didn't even factor in her accelerated thinking. In other words, the path to university was rock solid. She simply didn't want this girl from her village to be left without an education. Becoming an art student might be a bit of a compromise, but at least she could scrape by with a university diploma. Besides, Shin Susu had a decent voice and sang quite pleasantly. If she gifted her a few masterpieces from her past life, she could become a minor singer and live a life free from worry. Otherwise, forcing such an adorable little lass like Shin Susu to toil away in a factory would be far too. Fortunately, the math exam was only held once a month, so no one got their palms slapped in this class. The bell rang, and instantly the boys at the back of the classroom stood up, rushed out the back door, and headed to the restroom. The second period was known among the students as the long break, lasting a full 20 minutes. Under normal circumstances, it was time for morning exercises. But some underachieving students often used this 20 minutes to sneak off to the restroom. If asked why Shin Yu knew this so well, it was because in her past life, she had been one of them. However, now she had no interest in such things. Looking at Shin Susu, who was waiting for her, Shun Yu pondered for a moment before deciding to follow her to the playground. After all, she was still too young now, and at school, she had to act like a student. 1 2 3 4. 2 2 3 4. As hundreds of students in varied uniforms stood on the playground doing their radio exercises and stretching their limbs. In Yangon Township, the formation for radio exercises had rules arranged by class, by gender, and by height. Among the first-year students, Shin Yu was the tallest girl, so naturally she stood at the very end. Watching the crowd in front of her perform the radio exercises in all sorts of awkward ways, she couldn't help but want to laugh. The girls generally had much better form than the boys, while the boys, each one seemed like they hadn't eaten enough, either not fully extending their arms or keeping their legs rooted to the spot. Apart from a few good students who did it correctly, the rest were listless. If one insisted they were too hungry to exercise, that wasn't entirely true. In her past life, Shin Yu often had a growling stomach from hunger, but she never reached the point of lacking the strength to do the exercises. These guys were purely trying to be funny, to stand out and attract everyone's attention. They usually didn't use their brains in class, looking lazy, as if they hadn't slept well the night before, but the moment the bell rang, they instantly perked up. But in Shun Yu's eyes now, these tactics were low level. Trying to attract her, that was a complete fantasy. Although she was from Sichuan and Chongqing, she wasn't from Chengdu, so she didn't have such tastes. Deep down, she still preferred beautiful women. Shield against shield would cause no damage, but sword against sword would strike critical hits every time. The last 2 periods of the morning were Chinese class. The Chinese teacher was Su Igua, a chubby middle-aged man in his 40s with a thick head of black hair, exceptionally well-maintained, making it hard to believe he was a man nearing 50. However, Shin Yu recalled the small shop he ran outside the school. He sold fake scratch cards, and the lottery tickets were all fake. Only by luck could one get a real one. He also sold cigarettes to his own students. A teacher in class, a merchant after class, he was really raking it in. earning so much money eating and drinking well, without worries. It was normal for him to look younger. After Suigwa entered the classroom seeing the students in the back row sleeping and others snacking, snacks bought from a shop, he frowned. Learning is for yourself, not for me. But Suigwa didn't say much. Being a teacher was just a job, whether students learned well or poorly had nothing to do with him. Unlike Yin Xiaocheng, who was still young and needed good results to be rated an excellent teacher, which would help him whether he pursued graduate studies or transferred to a county school. After 2 periods of reading from the textbook, the tedious Chinese class made Shun Yuyu want to sleep. To her, the current Chinese lessons were almost effortless. With her photographic memory, this subject, which relied on rote memorization, was a breeze. Out of a total score of 150, even if she didn't get a perfect score, scoring 120 or 130 was well within her grasp. The bell rang again. As the dismissal bell sounded, the few boys in the last 2 rows who had been listless moments before instantly stood up. The chairs scraped loudly against the floor as they rushed out of the classroom ahead of Suigwa. Shin Yuyu watched these 6 forming a small clique. In her past life, she had been one of them, so she knew exactly where they were going. They were heading to the small shop to buy cigarettes. In her previous life, she would rather skip meals than not spend money at teacher's shop. Although the entire school had only 300 to 400 students, because Su was a teacher, his shop occupied the best spot right across from the school gate. Plus, if you patronized his shop, even if you slept in class, as long as you didn't disturb others, teacher Su wouldn't say anything. But if you didn't support his business, you would be kept after class for a lecture. Shinsusu, sitting by the window, saw the teacher leave. She quickly put away her textbooks and walked slowly to Shun Yu's desk. Seeing her still holding a pen and writing in her notebook, Shinsusu clasped her small white hands together, nervously feeling anxious. Today was only the 2nd day since they had made up. Was she being too clingy? Would Shin Yuyu get annoyed with her? What if she got angry? But everyone else in the class left in groups. If she left alone, wouldn't the relationship she had worked so hard to mend slip through her fingers? Then, standing by her side, her beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed steadily on Shun Yuyu. A few minutes later, Shin Yuyu gazed at the 2 song lyrics she had copied into her homework notebook, Wang Sulong and By2S, A Little Sweet, and The Wind Rises by my La Jiao Yong Quan. The evening breeze stirs the white hair at your temples, smoothing the scars left by memories. In your eyes, light and shadow intertwine, and a smile blooms like a flower. In her past life, she had a blind date with a salesperson at a musical instrument training center who tactfully mentioned poor performance and the threat of unemployment. That evening, the woman insisted on paying for dinner. Believing she had found true love, and emboldened by a little wine, Shun Yuyu bought a yearly membership and visited her once or twice a week. 2 months later, the woman ended the relationship, saying they weren't a good fit. Later, she realized that besides wine scams, there was also this kind of scam. However, this experience taught her some musical instrument knowledge. Although the school in Yangon Township was impoverished, the previous principal had managed to acquire a discarded pedal piano from the County Education Bureau. It was a second-hand pedal organ from the 1990s, an outdated model, but the keys were still functional. Over the weekend, she planned to borrow the music room key from the music teacher, marking the first step toward earning money. One of the songs was a duet which suited her and Shinsusu now that they had rekindled their friendship. Initially, she had intended to find 2 solo songs from her past life for Shinsusu to cover, helping her take the first step as a vocal arts examinee. But now she desperately needed money. Being the tallest in the class had its drawbacks. Her stomach growled loudly after the 2nd class every day. In her past life, many boys would drink tap water to stave off hunger, but her current identity made such actions inappropriate. After much thought, these 2 songs seemed most suitable. As a duet, even if they split the earnings equally, no one could object. She tore the paper from the notebook, tucked it into her pocket, and planned to teach Shinsusu how to sing over the next few days. She hoped Shinsusu wouldn't misunderstand. Standing beside Shin Yuyu, Shinsusu watched her scribbling, but couldn't decipher what she had written. Seeing that the classroom was empty, she grew bolder and asked directly, Yuyu, there's a market today. Want to go to the street? In the Sichuan and Chongqing region, the older generation called the market Ganchang. It was a traditional practice where vendors from surrounding towns gathered on specific days according to the lunar calendar. Residents from these towns would also come to purchase supplies for the coming week. Shinsusu clasped her hands tightly, held her breath, and looked nervously at Shun Yuyu, fearing she might refuse. Shin Yuyu turned her head, her bright almond eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Shinsusu. Although both came from single-parent families, Shinsusu's grandmother was healthier than her own, able to farm more and occasionally provide some pocket money. Shinsusu's family was slightly better off, but not by much. There was indeed a market today, and she had 2 yuan in her pocket which she had saved over the year by collecting small change. She had hidden the coins in her pillow, only spending them on new hairpins before the new year as a small reward. In her past life, she occasionally dug up raw materials for herbal medicine with a stick and sold them. But this life, Shin Yuyu had no such hobby, leaving her pockets emptier than her face. However, earning money was urgent. Though her physique had strengthened, she still needed to eat. Shin Yoyu stood up, looked at the little girl who was only 1.3 meters tall, spread her hands, and said helplessly, "I have no money." She patted her pocket, thinking about monetizing future knowledge to change her past life as a mortgage slave. With money, she could use her past life knowledge to buy several houses near subway stations and invest in Bitcoin, selling it at a high price in 2020. The thought excited her. Shin Yoyu clutched the right pocket of her clothes, looked around the empty classroom, and said to Shin Susu, "Susu, come home with me. I have something to teach you on the way." Having lingered in the classroom, the path home was now deserted. Shin Yoyu looked at the terraced fields planted with corn seedlings, lush and green, with distant mountains enveloping the village. In the Sichuan winter, everything was silent. The only sound was the rustling of their footsteps on the dirt path. Shin Yoyu took the lyrics from her pocket and placed them in Shin Susu's palm, looking down at her old friend. Perhaps this was what girls called a best friend. She said, "Susu, look at the lyrics. He'll sing it for you first. Learn it well." Despite her hunger, Shin Yoyu forced a sweet expression onto her pale, expressionless face and began to sing. "The evening breeze stirs the white hair at your temples, smoothing the scars left by memories. In your eyes light and shadow intertwine, and a smile blooms like a flower." The girl's soft voice drifted like a wisp of smoke in the early winter wind. After finishing the two songs, Shin Yoyu's face returned to its usual blankness. She looked down at Shin Susu, who seemed entranced, and gently squeezed her small hand. "Ow, ow, ow, it hurts." Shin Susu snapped out of her daze, crying out in pain. Her beautiful peach-shaped eyes glistened with tears as she looked pitifully at Shin Yoyu. Seeing her strong reaction, Shin Yoyu let go and examined her own soft, seemingly fragile right hand. To outsiders, this sickly body looked too weak to even lift 10 caddies of rice. She hadn't used much force. Watching Shin Susu on the verge of tears, Shin Yoyu wondered, was it really that painful? But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. She asked expectantly, "Susu, how was it after hearing it once? Did you remember it?" Rubbing her left hand with her right, Shin Susu looked up with red-rimmed eyes. The pain was easing. Thanks to her love of singing, she had already memorized the melodies of the two songs. A flicker of recollection crossed her face, momentarily erasing the pain. Thinking about Shin Yoyu's singing, a warmth filled her heart. If only Yoyu could always speak like this. After recalling, she said, "I remember most of it, but some of the pronunciation and phrasing are still not very clear." Although she didn't know why Yoyu wanted her to memorize those two songs, since it was a request from her good friend, she decided to remember them anyway. Shin Susu then pondered, finding it somewhat odd. Normally, if one wanted her to learn a song, she should listen to the original singer, which would have a melody and chorus to assist her, helping her learn faster. Unlike now, even though Shin Yoyu sang beautifully, she still couldn't quite grasp the exact timing of the chorus. Shin Susu then asked curiously again, "Yoyu, who sang the original versions of these two songs? The lyrics are truly wonderful." Hearing Shin Susu's question, Shin Yoyu felt a flicker of embarrassment. In the original timeline, A Little Sweet was a single released in 2012. The Wind Rises was released in 2017. These two songs were nearly 10 years apart from the end of 2007. So Shin Yoyu wasn't worried about any trouble, but these songs weren't originally hers. Even if the creator of A Little Sweet lost this song, it wouldn't affect their career. Without The Wind Rises, its creator would likely fade into obscurity. Thinking this, Shin Yoyu resolved to help her out in the future if she had the chance and earned enough money. She then switched back to her usual cold expression, looking at Shin Susu. With the memories of this life to assist her, acting cute wasn't impossible. But for Shin Yoyu, who had merged memories from two lives, pretending to be a sweet and beautiful girl was just too embarrassing. After considering a way to make amends later, she spoke calmly, "These two songs haven't been released yet, so for now you can consider them my own compositions." Hearing this, Shin Susu's eyes showed a hint of confusion and her face revealed doubt. She still found it hard to believe. Her childhood friend and confidant from the same village could actually write songs. This completely surpassed the imagination of this rural little girl. And they were so beautiful. Shin Yoyu, seeing Shin Susu's slightly open mouth, understood that she was about to ask more questions. If she kept questioning, Shin Yoyu feared she wouldn't be able to answer. So she reached out to cover Shin Susu's mouth and said again, "Don't ask. These songs have never appeared anywhere else. If you ask again, he'll get angry." With her mouth covered, Shin Susu could only let out a series of muffled sounds, then nodded vigorously, her braids swaying with the movement. Seeing that Shin Susu had agreed not to ask further, Shin Yoyu released her hand. Shin Susu lowered her head, panting heavily. After a moment to catch her breath, she looked up at her good friend with a somewhat reproachful gaze, thinking, how has Shin Yoyu become so much stronger? Last year when I saw her carrying firewood down the mountain, she could only manage half a basket at a time, just like me. But now she's become so formidable. Seeing the village approaching ahead, Shin Yoyu turned to look at the silent Shin Susu following behind her. She stopped walking, lost, and thought there were some things she needed to clarify with Shin Susu. Otherwise, if the adults found out, they would spread the news and show off everywhere. Having experienced workplace intrigue and the deceptions of life in her past life, Shin Yu deeply understood that the greatest evil of human nature was resenting others for being better off than oneself. History had proven time and again, whether with Kublai Khan or the Qing dynasty, that after success the first to be guarded against were the impoverished relatives. With Shun Yu's sudden stop, Shin Susu bumped into her. A blush spread across her face as she quickly stepped back, stammering, I didn't mean to. Shin Yu looked at Shin Susu, who only reached her shoulder, and without a second thought bent slightly to cup the little girl's cheeks, gazing at her earnestly. Recalling some short dramas from her past life, she imitated the fragile heroine, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and spoke to Shin Susu in the gentle, sweet voice she used while singing. This is a secret just between us. Don't tell anyone. Shin Susu looked at Shun Yu's alluring expression, listened to her soft and delicate words, and stared at her pale, yet petal-like lips, so close. A tremor ran through her, and she felt as if her entire body had been numbed. I won't tell anyone. Seeing the little girl had agreed, Shin Yu resumed her usual cold, expressionless demeanor, straightened up, and walked ahead. A slightly cool voice came from in front. We're almost home. See you this afternoon. Hearing this, Shin Susu couldn't help but look up, staring intently at Shun Yu's slender back, which seemed as if a gust of wind could blow it over. As Shin Yu grew more distant, Shin Susu's mind flashed with the image of her, so different from her usual self. Normally Shin Yu was cold and aloof, as if she'd lost money. But just now, she could be so beautiful and speak so sweetly. Such a gentle side of her. She showed it to me for the first time. Thinking this, a blush crept onto Shin Susu's face. She clenched her fists, encouraging herself inwardly. This is a secret between good friends. I will definitely keep it safe and never let a third person know. That afternoon after school at the market in Yangon Township, as the sun gradually set, most vendors were busy packing up. On the sparsely populated street, two figures, one large and one small, appeared. Yu, didn't you say you didn't like guacamole with cold noodles? You used to say the crust was too hard. With Shin Susu's soft, gentle voice sounding, Shin Yu, standing before a stall with a furnace under a large banyan tree in the market, replied without turning back, I didn't like it before, but now I do. As she spoke, Shin Yu felt in her pocket for the warm change. All the money her former self had painstakingly saved over a year, amounting to a scattered 2 yuan. Such an opportunity to pick up money was almost never encountered again in the later era of mobile payments, where even the beggars on the street begging for 8 yuan for a meal carried a QR code. Just as Shin Yu was thinking this, an auntie who had been bending over kneading dough behind the stall straightened up, looked at the two of them, and spoke with a hint of apology and embarrassment. The cold noodly angpi guac are sold out. I can only make one brown sugar guac now. Do you want it? Before Shin Yu could say anything, Shin Susu beside her immediately said no. Shin Yu turned to glance at Shin Susu. She didn't like brown sugar guac either. For her, an adult, it was all sugar, cloyingly sweet. After a moment's thought, she looked at the auntie who was about to roll out the dough. Then he'll take one cold noodly angpi guac. Add extra chili. It was the 29th. If she missed this chance, the next one would be 5 days later. So as soon as class ended, Shin Yu dragged Shin Susu to the banyan tree in her memory. Fortunately, the stall hadn't closed yet. Soon as steaming hot cold noodly angpi guac was ready, Shin Yu counted out 1 Favigio note, 2 Tugio notes, and 1 Onigio note, and handed them to the auntie. On the rural dirt road, the setting sun half sank into the mountains, dyeing the entire sky a golden orange. The lingering twilight stretched the shadows of Shun Yu and Shin Susu, intertwining them. Shin Susu, carrying a pink school bag, kept lifting her head, staring at the cold noodly angpi guac in Shun Yu's hand, swallowing her saliva and silently muttering to herself, this is my favorite. Such a pity there's only one left. Such a pity. Feeling the almost tangible gaze behind her, Shun Yu's hands holding the guac paused involuntarily. In her memory, every market day, she would see little Shin Susu sitting engrossed on the doorstep, gnawing on a guac filled with cold noodles. This time she didn't get to eat any. How pitiful. Thinking of how pitiful Shin Susu was, Shun Yu blurted out without much thought, Susu, how about we share it half and half? No sooner had she said it than Shin Yu regretted it. Who shares a guac like that? It was one thing when they were kids, but now Shin Susu was so grown up. But words unlike WeChat messages couldn't be unsent. Shin Yu stood awkwardly in front of Shin Susu, her back to her, frozen in place. Really? Came Shin Susu's pleasantly surprised voice from behind. Looking at the half-eaten guac in her hand, Shin Yu steeled herself, averted her gaze, and then handed it to Shin Susu. Phew, so spicy. From behind came the constant sounds of Shin Susu mumbling and swallowing. A wave of shame washed over Shin Yu. Just eat properly. Why make such strange noises? Was this considered indirectly eating her own saliva? She quickly shook her head. She would never do such a thing again. It was far too strange. Oh well, Shin Susu was still so young, barely reaching her shoulder. She'd just let her eat more to grow. Thinking this, Shun Yu passed 2 other village clusters and arrived at the westernmost part of the village at the bamboo grove by the village entrance. By then Shinsusu had already finished the guacamole, a look of lingering satisfaction on her face lost in thought, which made Shun Yu's face darken. She resolved never to share a guacamole with Shinsusu again. Before she could even greet Shinsusu, a deafening wail erupted from deep within the bamboo grove, accompanied by the sharp crack of bamboo switches and a vaguely familiar voice. "They'll teach you to tear up books. They'll teach you not to do your homework." Shin Yoyu and Shinsusu exchanged glances. Both recognized the voice. It was from Aunt Gua's house next to the village chief's. Such fury, her voice even cracking. Without even looking, just hearing the bamboo snapping was enough to know how brutal it was. Shin Yoyu had a vivid memory of this beating. In her past life, Aunt Gua's grandson had been beaten because of her. Back then she had played tofu cubes with him. He had lost the cube's head folded from his notebooks, and then tore up his books to keep playing. She had been foolish back then, only thinking about winning more, so she kept playing. Later he ratted her out, saying had lost to her, and she got a severe beating too. In those days both of them were beaten so badly by their parents that they couldn't sit on a bench and had to eat standing up. It was truly miserable. In this life, without her involvement, he still got beaten. But thinking about it made sense. Even if he didn't play with her, he would play with other kids in the village or his classmates. The next day, Friday morning, Shin Yu sat before the mirror again, her bright almond-shaped eyes staring blankly at her reflection. She wore a long-sleeved shirt underneath with her school uniform properly over it. Her clothes were normal enough, but it was her face. A delicate small oval face was one thing, beautiful eyes another, but the combination gave her an inexplicable air of fragility, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Shin Yu glanced at her grandmother, who was eating outside with one hand, her gaze fixed on the chicks outside. Then she turned her attention to the large round table in front of her. On the massive old-fashioned round table, 3 or 4 meters in diameter, sat a bulky Conca TV. Behind the table were various odds and ends. A wooden shelf extended from the table, connected to the base below, where several large jars of salted duck eggs and brine sat, weighing at least 1,000 jin in total. Looking at the wooden table, Shun Yu slowly extended her arm, as white as jade. The faint blue veins on the back of her hand were visible, and her slender long fingers seemed even more delicate, as if they would break at a touch. Then she suddenly gripped the large round table, her knuckles turning white, the veins on her wrist bulging slightly, and slowly lifted the 1,000 jin heavy table. When the table was 5 centimeters off the ground, Shin Yu gently set it down, causing a slight tremor through the floor. Su Yifeng, who was eating outside, glanced suspiciously into the room, then picked up a piece of pickled vegetable with her chopsticks, and said, "Yoa, hurry up and get to school. That little girl Shinsusu is waiting for you at the village entrance." "Got it, Grandma." With that, Shin Yu picked up her Mickey Mouse backpack from the small side table, with one hand slung it over her right shoulder, and headed for the village exit. Su Yifeng muttered behind her, "Carrying a backpack like that doesn't look like a girl at all." Then she turned her gaze back to the chicks pecking at the rice husks. In the classroom of Class 1, as the preparatory bell rang, those who were studious needed no reminder, and continued studying like those in the first 2 rows. Those who disliked learning were always chatting and playing in the back rows no matter the time. As Shun Yoyu and Shinsusu entered the classroom one after the other, several covert glances from the back rows fixed on Shin Yoyu. Arriving at her seat, Shin Yoyu put down her Mickey Mouse backpack, opened the desk, and was about to stow the bag inside when she noticed a folded note lying within. Through the back of the paper, she could see densely packed, scribbled handwriting. What the heck? Shin Yoyu picked up the note from her desk, placed her backpack on her lap, and examined it. The writing was as dense as a diary entry signed by Wang Silei. At that, she turned her head to glance at a thin, dark-skinned boy with a crew cut sitting by the back door. When he saw her looking, he quickly buried his head in his desk, pretending to study intently. A dusty memory surfaced in her mind. This middle school classmate was one of those who hadn't gotten into high school after graduation. Later she heard he went to Shenzhen and took over his father's pork stall, earning over 10,000 a month. Looking at the note in her hand, Shin Yu felt some understanding. Having seen her own current beauty this morning, which young man wouldn't feel a flutter in his heart when faced with such a stunning girl? But thinking was one thing, replying was absolutely out of the question. Shaking her head, Shin Yu crumpled the diary-like note into a ball and stuffed it into her pocket. Now was not the time for this. The preparatory bell had rung long ago. It was time for class. Before long, the first math class ended. As soon as the teacher left, Shinsusu hurried over to Shun Yu's seat, squeezed in half a stool, and asked nervously, "Yu, what was written on that note you had last class?" Shin Yu turned to look at Shinsusu's tense expression, feeling a bit puzzled. Normally wouldn't friends just want the gossip? Why was she so anxious? But she didn't think much of it, what could possibly happen between 2 girls. She then reached into her pocket, took out the note, and handed it to Shinsusu. "Here, it's a diary from Wang Silei." Unfolding the crumpled paper, Shinsusu examined it closely. Her expression shifted from flushed to pale, then to livid. After reading, she clutched the note tightly, looked up, and asked with concern, "You didn't agree, did you?" Shin Yu shot her a curious glance, then looked at the blackboard, and said earnestly, "Agree to what? Our task now is to study hard. Besides, I don't like boys." Hearing the latter part, Shin Susu's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in shock. She caught Shun Yu's meaning and looked at her in disbelief. "You mean?" A hint of joy flickered in her eyes, and her petite frame trembled slightly. Though they shared the same stool, Shin Yu deliberately kept some distance, so she didn't notice Shin Susu's trembling. Before Shin Susu could say more, Shin Yu patted her head and said gently, "Our task now is to study hard. Don't dwell on such things." "Got it." Hearing this, Shin Susu, already squeezed onto the single stool, pressed closer. Feeling the sudden contact, Shun Yu stiffened, then abruptly stood up, her delicate, sickly pale face expressionless as she stared at Shin Susu. Others around, including Lin Muin, who was reviewing English vocabulary up front, turned curiously at Shun Yu's sudden movement. Sensing the stares, Shin Yu suppressed her urge to flare up, bent down, and whispered gently to Shin Susu, "Why are you crowding me? There's no room left." Startled by Shun Yu's abrupt rise, Shin Susu sat uneasily in her seat. Upon hearing her words, she quickly scooted left, leaving ample space. Looking like she'd done something wrong, she crossed her hands, fingertips touching, and apologized meekly. "I'm sorry, okay?" Glancing up from the corner of her eye, and seeing Shun Yu still standing with a cold expression, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head. Understanding that Shun Yu was angry, Shin Susu whispered again, I won't do it again. I won't crowd you anymore." Hearing her faint apologies and promises, Shun Yu slowly sat back down, then tore the note into pieces, recalling Shin Susu's original life path. Turning to face Shin Susu, she softened her expression, trying to appear gentle, and said slowly, "Don't let these external things distract you. At least aim for college." Shin Susu met her gaze, captivated by her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and tender expression. Like a puppet, she nodded mechanically as if spellbound, and replied, "I will." Then in a daze, she returned to her seat, took out her English book, flipped to the last pages, and silently began memorizing vocabulary. Seeing Shun Susu leave her seat, Shin Yofu breathed a sigh of relief, quickly dropping her sweet facade and returning to her usual expressionless look. Putting on a gentle act was too exhausting. The bell for the second class rang, and the once noisy school fell silent. The English teacher Yin Xiaoqing, dressed in a white trench coat and black glasses, entered carrying a thick stack of test papers. He placed the printed sheets on the podium with a slap. A dull thud echoed from the podium, drawing everyone's attention. A few boys in the back muttered in discontent, "Another test." Yin Xiaoqing said nothing, simply addressed the students. "Today's test covers what we've learned before, focusing on common mistakes, the present simple tense, and some grammar points we discussed yesterday. Anyone who fails will copy each wrong answer 100 times." At this, even some of the better performing girls in the front rows groaned in dismay. Yin Xiaoqing ignored the chorus of complaints. Only by delivering results could he hope to advance, whether securing a permanent position or a raise. Everything depended on scores. The best way was to raise these students' grades above the average of previous years, surpass other towns' averages, or cultivate a few top performers who outshone those elsewhere. Otherwise, why would he squeeze into other teachers' class time, lecture during the day, and write lesson plans at night? Was it just to torment these students? Recalling the several hours of conversation in the principal's office the previous evening, Yin Xiaoqing extended his right hand to adjust his glasses, then fixed his gaze on the students below, his tone turning stern. "This time I propose to the principal that in addition to the usual certificates and stationery awards, the top 3 in the final exam will also receive cash prizes. The first place winner will receive 500 yuan, the second place 300 yuan, and the third place 100 yuan. Those who improve their ranking by more than 10 places will be awarded 50 yuan. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the classroom. Every student was taken aback, for in this impoverished mountain village many had no pocket money at all, let alone spare cash. Shin Yu's family, for instance, could barely afford meat, even once a week. Only recently had conditions improved slightly. Now they could eat some eggs alongside their sweet potato porridge and occasionally a bit of meat. 7 or 8 years ago, during her cousin's time, almost every meal consisted of sweet potato porridge. He had eaten so much that he grew sick of it, to the point that in his past life, he would rather go hungry than touch sweet potatoes or plain porridge. Even 10 yuan was enough to drive the top students in the first row to compete fiercely. As for those in the second row and beyond, if they couldn't force themselves to study, then rewards were useless. Yin Xiaoqing watched the students below, their motivation stirred, and a sense of satisfaction swelled within him. Before leaving Sichuan Normal University to come to Yangon Township during a farewell dinner with his dorm mates, he had confidently declared, "With the teaching quality of our provincial normal university, isn't it easy to produce results in a rural school?" Unexpectedly, reality dealt him a harsh blow. After only half a year of teaching, Yin Xiaoqing deeply understood the difficulty. It wasn't that they couldn't learn, but that these students simply wouldn't study. Whether he visited their homes one by one, or spent his own money on drilling tactics, nothing worked. These students were immune to both kindness and pressure. With this in mind, Yin Xiaoqing turned his gaze to the only promising student in the class, Lin Muan. Although her grades weren't top tier compared to those he had encountered in the province, she possessed a relentless drive to excel which ensured she wouldn't fall too far behind. If he could nurture 1 or 2 top students for the high school entrance exam, it would count as his teaching achievement. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to pursue graduate studies. Then Yin Xiaoqing cleared his throat and announced, "Everyone leave your books where they are, move your desks to the playground, and well, take the exam there." Shin Yoyu observed the scene identical to what she remembered. The classrooms at Yangon Township School were too small. No matter how they arranged the seating, anyone in the back could easily peek at someone else's answers if they stretched their neck. To prevent cheating, teachers always held major exams on the playground. The only difference between this life and her past one was that Shin Sushu, sitting in the second row on the left, was looking at her with a pleading expression. In her previous life, she had dragged her desk out of the classroom alone, but now she had Shin Yuyu. Carrying was always faster than dragging. Shin Yuyu looked at Shun Sux's pitiful face, then set aside the incident from before class and walked slowly over to her. With one hand, she gently grasped a leg of the desk and effortlessly lifted it with a single hand. The sleeve of her school uniform slipped inadvertently, revealing a fair wrist. In the early winter sunlight, the girl's slender pale arm seemed fragile, as if it might break with the slightest force. As Shin Yuyu hoisted the wooden desk over her shoulder, the remaining half of the students in the classroom, both boys and girls, instantly turned their gazes toward her, their mouths wide open in astonishment. For the boys, it was understandable. With a sturdy build and regular exercise, they could lift an empty desk with both hands. But for the girls, it was different. The female students in particular looked at Shun Yuyu in disbelief. This classmate, usually so frail and sickly, was actually this strong. Several girls dragging their desks at the door wore expressions of irritation. Watching Shun Yuyu draw everyone's attention, they muttered under their breath, "What's the use of being strong? Her grades are still at the bottom." The little lowly Shin Sushu stared blankly at Shun Yuyu, raising her head with bright eyes fixed intently on her, full of surprise. Then a hint of pride flickered in her eyes. "This is my good friend." Shin Yuyu paid no heed to the gazes of the others behind her. In her view, these people were never on her path. At least half of them wouldn't even make it to high school. In this school, the only person currently worth caring about was this little lowly from the same village, Shin Sushu. Seeing Shun Sushu still staring blankly at her, Shun Yuyu felt a flicker of irritation beneath her cold expression. She snapped, "What are you standing there for? Grab your notebook and pen and follow me." "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Shun Yu's voice, Shin Sux's body trembled. She quickly bent down to pick up her pen and draft paper from the floor, then followed behind Shin Yuyu. Since class 1, where Shun Yuyu was on the first floor, the distance wasn't far. They only needed to step out of the classroom and descend 3 steps to reach the playground. On the playground, over a dozen figures were dragging wooden desks, the legs scraping against the cement floor in harsh grating sounds. A cacophony of screeches filling the air. On the second floor of the teaching building, a tall, thin man with sun-darkened skin stood in the middle, his face perpetually stern. He wore a suit and tie as if he had just returned from a meeting. On his left stood a short, balding, elderly teacher barely over 1.6 meters tall with graying hair, clearly nearing retirement. This was Jiang Jinsung, the history teacher and homeroom teacher of class 1. On his right stood a young teacher with black-rimmed glasses, about 1.75 meters tall, who still seemed to retain the freshness of a recent graduate. This was Yin Xiaoqing, the English teacher who had just announced the exam. At that moment, the man in the middle scanned the students on the playground, and within moments his gaze fixed on Shun Yuyu, who was carrying a wooden desk with one hand. Lifting a desk with one hand. He knew this type of desk well. Each family had made theirs from solid wood, all genuine material, weighing at least a dozen jin. Such weight was nothing for an adult like him, but for these children, who could barely afford meat, this strength was truly outstanding. He sighed inwardly, what a pity. Huang Yongyan shook his head gently. Yangon Township School lacked the conditions to cultivate sports students. Otherwise, he would have considered steering this girl toward athletics, perhaps in javelin or shot put, where she might have shown promise. Unfortunately, sports students didn't count toward academic performance, offering no benefit to either himself or the subject teachers. Then Huang Yongyan shifted his gaze away from the children, turned to Yin Xiaoqing on the right, and said, "Teacher, Yin, my term is about to end. In 2 years I'll be transferred to another township as principal. In these 2 years at Yangon Township School, do whatever benefits the children as much as you can. Although the school's funds are limited, I don't mind making a few more trips to the county to apply for funding for the kids." He patted Yin Xiaoqing on the shoulder as a gesture. Yin Xiaoqing, standing on the right, felt a jolt at Huang Yongyan's words. The implications of these 2 sentences were enormous. They even concerned his own future. First Huang Yongyan might be transferred away. Once that happened, the next principal might not be as accommodating as Principal Huang. If the new principal rejected his teaching methods, he would have no choice but to follow the old-fashioned approaches of his predecessors. The second rule was simple and clear: little Yin, just go ahead and do it. If anything happens, he'll take the responsibility for you. There was also a subtle reminder: if you don't achieve results within these 2 years, you should prepare for the graduate school entrance exam. Yan Xiaoqing gazed at Principal Huang, who had devoted his entire life to the children of the countryside, and realized he himself couldn't bear to stay in the village forever. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, and he silently vowed, as if pledging an oath, for the sake of the children and my own future, I will give it my all. Watching Yan Xiaoqing's retreating figure, and then glancing at the children, Huang Yongyan muttered to himself, last year out of 40 students who took the high school entrance exam, only 20 passed, and in the end, just 9 went to high school. It was unclear whether he was speaking to Jiang Jinsong or to himself. On the playground, each seat was arranged according to the classroom layout, but the spacing between students was vast. In the classroom, they were only about half a meter apart, but on the playground, it was a full 3 meters. Combined with the empty desks and a ban on bringing books, this further eliminated any possibility of cheating. Plus, the view from the second floor allowed for better monitoring of the students, making the exam's rigor almost equivalent to the high school entrance exam. The early winter breeze swept across the playground, and the winter sun cast a warm glow on everyone. On her seat, Xin Yu lowered her head to gaze at the English test paper, which still smelled of fresh ink. In Yangon Township, every year's textbooks and each unit's test papers had a fixed quota. Thus, if Yan Xiaoqing wanted to improve scores through a flood of practice problems, he had to spend his own money to print large quantities of test papers. He never charged the students for these extra sheets, using his own salary entirely to help these rural children. After scrutinizing the test paper for a long time, Xin Yu picked up a black gel pen, wrote her name on it, and began scribbling away. Thanks to the fusion of 2 lifetimes, souls, the knowledge from her past high school and college years surfaced clearly in her mind. Once fully integrated, tackling a test paper for this age group. If it were math, she would be ashamed not to get a perfect score given this reincarnation. As for English, due to the essay component, she couldn't guarantee a perfect score. Over a dozen minutes later, having filled the paper front and back, Xin Yu propped her chin on her right hand and stared blankly at Shin Susu, who sat diagonally to her left. Shin Susu was terribly short. Whether from a lack of meat or some other reason, she stood just over 1.3 meters shy of 1.4. In contrast, Xin Yu herself was already 1.5 meters tall, and in a few years she might shoot up to 1.7 or even 1.8, while Shin Susu would still be at 1.5. Given Shin Susu's naturally youthful appearance, if she were styled with twin ponytails and a princess dress, standing beside her, others might mistake her for her daughter. Xin Yu shook her head vigorously at this thought, casting aside the stray notion. What was she even thinking? On the second floor, Yan Xiaoqing patrolled attentively, keeping a close eye on every student, especially those in the front row. They were his performance metrics after all, and needed careful nurturing. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he spotted Xin Yu daydreaming, and a surge of anger rose within him. It's only been 30-odd minutes, and she's already slacking off. Even if you're done, you should check it over several times. If you don't develop the habit of reviewing now, by the time of the high school and college entrance exams, even a single point can make a world of difference. However, Yan Xiaoqing still held back from charging down to confront her directly. After all, this was the first time Principal Huang had supported his efforts. Everything could wait until the results came out. If scolding her caused the top students' grades to fluctuate or even drop, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. 90 minutes passed, and with 20 minutes left until class ended, Yan Xiaoqing finally descended from the second floor, his heart shrouded in gloom. The top students might still improve their scores through encouragement, but the underachievers remained as they were unchanged by the incentives. English was a challenging subject across the dozen or so surrounding towns. With a full score of 150, the average was only a little over 60. To make a comeback, one had to focus intensely on English. It was like filling a bucket with water. Raising the shortest plank would immediately increase the water capacity. Principal Huang understood this principle and thus placed immense importance on the subject of English. In the classroom, a group of girls gathered around Lin Yuan's desk, chattering away as they asked for answers. Monitor, what did you choose for the first listening question? It must be so obvious. What about the second one? The crowd around Lin Muan compared their answers. In the absence of a correct answer key, Lin Yuan's and Chen Xinqia's answers served as the benchmark. After matching most of the answers, Chen Xinxio looked at Lin Muan with a dejected expression tinged with envy. Muan, you did really well. The first place is definitely yours this time. Yeah, Muan, the 500 yuan prize this year is definitely yours. Listening to the flattery around her, Lin Muan felt a bit elated. She had always been first since childhood, and her mother took pride in it. This feeling was wonderful. Moreover, the 500 yuan was very important to her. Lin Muin thought about how her mother had raised her alone through hard work going to the county for work during the day and also farming. She had told her mother more than once, "Don't work so hard, I can help with planting vegetables and fertilizing." But her mother still wouldn't let her, insisting she study hard to get into a good university. Lin Muin felt a pang of bitterness recalling her mother's occasional coughs these past few nights, and her desire for the first place prize grew even fiercer. She silently resolved once she got first place, she would definitely take her mother to the county hospital for a checkup. However, no matter what she felt inside, Lin Muin showed no emotion on her face. She didn't want others to know about her family situation. In her classmates' eyes, she had both a mother and a father, a happy and complete family. Hearing the voices around her, Lin Muin humbly said, "Not necessarily, maybe there'll be a dark horse this year." Then she turned to her best friend and class runner-up Chin Xinxiu and comforted her. "Xinxiu, your grades are good too. If you perform a bit better, you can do it." After the desks were moved back into the classroom, everyone's seats were rearranged once again. They were still divided into 5 rows with 7 people in each row, and the 3 extra students were placed at the very end of the 3 columns on the far right. However, because Shun Yu's grades had been abysmal last time, she was moved from the 3rd row to the 4th, now sitting by the window in the 4th row. The boys and girls in the first 2 rows were huddled together checking their answers, while the boys in the back rows gathered to discuss a newly released shooting game. "Hey Wang Wuzhong Ming, how about we play Biochemical Pyramid this weekend? We can all become zombies and block the small hole in the cage so others can't get in. That way we can farm points." "Great idea. I always get caught when I play, so this way the zombies won't catch me. By the way, I don't have any GP left. I need to play a few rounds of bombing mode to earn some GP and buy a big pineapple. More bullets." Listening to the boys gathered behind her discussing games, Shun Yu couldn't help but think to herself, "These bastards are so sneaky, turning into zombies and blocking the door to farm points. With 5 or 6 people from the same class playing together, who's going to kick you out? Good thing there aren't any challenge maps yet, or else someone would work hard to reach level 24, and you guys would just kick them out, wasting all their effort." Shin Susu squeezed in beside Shin Yu again, but thanks to her previous lesson, she kept a 10-centimeter distance between them. Watching Shin Yu pick up a pencil and start doodling on a blank workbook, black and white lines continuously appearing on the page, Shin Susu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yu, what are you drawing?" "Wait a moment." Soon a simple sketch was complete. On the workbook appeared a girl with twin tails tied with 2 bows, short bangs covering her forehead, wearing a princess dress and a necklace around her neck, tilting her head slightly as she stared at Shin Susu outside the page. "Hey, is that me?" Shin Susu's eyes widened as she looked at the girl on the workbook. No, not a girl, more like a little girl. "So cute." After saying the word cute, Shin Susu lifted her head slightly, glanced at Shun Yu with a hint of melancholy, and murmured in a barely audible voice, "So you like this kind?" Seeing Shin Susu's lips moving but unable to catch what she was saying, Shun Yu quickly asked, "Hey, Shin Susu, what are you mumbling about?" "I was just drawing, don't overthink it." Seeing Shun Yu's flustered explanation, Shin Susu couldn't help but laugh. "Uffed, Mum, you were just drawing. I didn't overthink it." The bell rang. The last class of the day was history, taught by the homeroom teacher Jiang Jinsong. As an aging teacher nearing retirement, he had little desire to manage the class too strictly, but since Principal Huang had spoken, he had to make a show of it and mention something. Putting on a stern face, he adopted the strict demeanor he had used decades ago. "Next Thursday and Friday are the final exams. After that you'll have winter break." Upon hearing the news, the boys in the back rows let out a loud shout using the English they had just learned. "Oh yeah, break. Quiet, quiet." Seeing the classroom erupt in noise, Jiang Jinsong slapped his lesson plan hard on the podium. Once it settled down, he continued, "Come to school on the 3rd Monday after exams to pick up your report cards." Shin Yu sat in the 4th row looking up at Jiang Jinsong. In her past life memories starting from this year, the retiring homeroom teacher and the new English teacher, Yin Xiaoqing, often drove a minivan to make surprise visits to everyone's homes. In her past life, she was ambushed at least 3 or 4 times a year. When they came, they would even send her away to talk alone with her family. She had to admit the tactic worked. She could no longer fool the adults. The once playful child was forced to sit at home and do homework. Doing more problems naturally led to understanding some, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten into high school later. As the 4th morning class ended, Shin Yu and Shin Susu packed their textbooks into their desks and walked side by side along the dirt road home. Shin Susu took a lollipop from her pocket, which she had secretly bought after the 3rd class. Glancing at the lollipop, then sneaking a look at Shin Yu, recalling yesterday's scene, her face flushed. Gathering her courage, she said, "Yu, do you want some candy?" Hearing the soft, sweet voice beside her, Shin Yu turned to look at the little lowly Shin Susu, eyeing the lollipop in her hand suspiciously, wondering what she was up to. "No, we're almost home." "Well, eat soon. I can't finish a whole lollipop in such a short time, and chewing it would ruin the taste. Also eat less candy. It'll give you cavities. Cavities will turn your teeth black and ugly." Hearing that her teeth would turn black and ugly, Shinsusu immediately covered her right cheek with her hand, staring at Shinyoyu in terror, then quickly waved her little hands and said, "I don't want black teeth. I don't want to be ugly." The thought that if her teeth turned black Shinyoyu wouldn't play with her anymore filled Shinsusu with fear, making her small frame tremble. In an instant, even the lollipop in her hand lost its appeal. But Shinsusu followed behind Shinyoyu, lifting her head slightly to gaze at her tall silhouette. If that were the case, wouldn't her plan to buy just one lollipop fail? It's not like there was only one pot helmet cold noodle left every market day. Shinyoyu, walking ahead, naturally had no idea that Shinsusu's whole scheme was simply to share some candy with her. However, yesterday Shinyoyu had made up her mind never to share pot helmet with Shinsusu again. If there was only one, she would skip it. At noon after lunch, Shinyoyu and Shinsusu walked side by side on the dirt road. Shinsusu kept her right hand in her pocket, tightly gripping the lollipop she hadn't eaten that morning, silently repeating to herself, "I want to eat it so badly. I want to share it with Shinyoyu." After murmuring for a while, Shinsusu secretly turned her head to look at Shinyu's arm hidden by the wide sleeves of her school uniform. "We just ate. If I suggest a snack now, Shinyoyu definitely won't eat it." Remembering Shinyu's strength, the little loli ultimately didn't bring up the lollipop, comforting herself over and over, "I'm saving food. I'm saving food. It's not that I'm afraid of Yu's fists." In the classroom, the first 2 rows and the last 3 rows formed a stark contrast. The first 2 rows were quietly reading and writing, reviewing their week subjects. After learning about the cash reward that morning, only Lin Muin had been grinding in the class before. Now over a dozen people joined the grind, all vying for the prize. They couldn't beat Lin Muin for first place, but the third place and the improvement award were still within reach. The last 3 rows, however, were full of horseplay and chatter, completely uninterested in the money. It wasn't that they didn't like money if they knew they had no chance. They just couldn't do the work, and no amount of short-term effort could make up for it. The first class in the afternoon was music, taught by a recent university graduate named Kong Yoshi. Unlike other main subject teachers, perhaps due to her background in the arts, Kong Yoshi had her hair tied in a high ponytail, wore a long beige-gray coat, white sneakers, and white mid-calf socks, making her appear exceptionally youthful. She seemed utterly out of place in this remote mountain village. In his past life, Shinyoyu recalled hearing during a trip back to his hometown that she had resigned and moved to the city. He had a distinct impression of her. In his previous life, a middle school teacher from the neighboring Lotus town had pursued her. He would ride his motorcycle to Yangon Township Primary School every afternoon, holding a bouquet of flowers. Eventually, Kong Yoshi grew tired of it. Right in front of all the students, she stood outside the classroom door and told the male teacher that she was child-free. She rejected him in this direct manner, though years later word had it that she got married not long after. Being child-free was merely a means of refusal. The instant Yin Xiaoqing stepped in, the entire classroom fell into silence once more, for no other reason than the fact that a poor exam score truly meant physical punishment. Yin Xiaoqing stood at the podium, casting a deep glance at Shun Yu, who sat in the 4th row, before turning his gaze to the other underperforming students in the back. He slammed the stack of test papers heavily onto the lectern, his voice cold and laced with anger. "There were several questions in the test that I explained yesterday. Identical questions. And some of you still got them wrong. You study for yourselves, not for me. If you don't care about your own matters, who will?" He spoke with a tone of bitter disappointment, as if lamenting wasted potential. Studying isn't the only path to success, but for ordinary families like ours, it is the only way out. You're all children from rural backgrounds. Only through education can you change your destiny. If you refuse to endure the hardship of studying, now you'll suffer for a lifetime. Gazing at the students sitting rigidly upright, Yin Xiaoqing let out a long sigh. A thought crossed his mind. Back when I was a student, my teachers scolded me the same way. Now I've become the very person I once despised. With that, Yin Xiaoqing lowered his head and picked up the entire stack of test papers, placing a bamboo rod within easy reach. He announced, "Now I'll hand out the English exam from this morning. When I call your name, come up and get your paper. First place, Oishun Yoyu, 142. What? The entire class of over 30 students, whether the top performers in the front rows or the laggards in the back, all turned their gazes towards Shin Yu. Lin Muin, seated in the first row, her face as calm as ever, heard that she wasn't first. Her hand holding a gel pen unconsciously tightened, pressing the tip heavily into her English textbook. A flicker of shock crossed her face as she turned to look at Shun Yu in the 4th row. A strange emotion surged within her. How could she score so high? I've studied so hard. Reading while eating, reading while walking, even dreaming about exams and drilling questions. Lin Muin didn't consider the possibility that Shun Yu had cheated. On ordinary days, cheating wasn't unheard of, but most who did so barely scraped a passing grade. Just enough to avoid punishment or copying corrections. Cheating one's way to first place. No one would be that foolish. Besides, for everyday English tests, teacher Yin wrote the questions himself and paid to print them. There was no answer key to speak of. At this thought, Lin Muin suddenly snapped to attention. Could there be another dark horse? Money. My money. Meanwhile, in the second row, Shin Susu stared at Shun Yuyu with her captivating peach blossom eyes, murmuring inwardly, so amazing. So amazing. But if Shun Yuyu's grades are this good, won't she end up taking care of me from now on? Then how can we still share lollipops? After a brief moment of elation, Shin Susu's face twisted into a conflicted expression. With such excellent marks, how would she ever get to support her? Second place, Lin Muin, 130. Third place, Chun Xinxiu, 121. Fourth place, Ku Jiaoyang, 115. 10th place, Shin Susu, 101. Moments later, Yan Xiaoqing finished distributing all the papers. Below, the noisy boys in the back rows were buzzing with discussion, almost all of them debating whether Shin Yuyu had cheated. How could this be possible? A girl who usually ranked among the bottom, who had nothing going for her except a pretty face. Suddenly her grade soared past the class most diligent student, jumping by over 100 points in a single day. If there wasn't some inside story, they simply wouldn't believe it. It was just too fake. Just then Yan Xiaoqing picked up his lesson plan and slammed it heavily onto the cement podium, producing a dull thud that silenced everyone. Once he had the students' attention, he spoke. The English test paper was written by me last night and printed only this morning, so cheating is virtually impossible. As he said this, Yan Xiaoqing himself found it hard to believe that this usually poor student had improved so dramatically. Yet after eliminating all other possibilities, no matter how improbable, the sole remaining answer seemed it had to be the truth. Could it be that this girl had suddenly had an epiphany? Although most of the questions were review from yesterday, achieving such a score was possible if she had memorized the vocabulary properly, but still it was too. He silently resolved to have Shun Yuyu sit right in front of him during the final exam next week, watching her take it with his own eyes. If a truly promising student emerged when the high school entrance exams ended, he might have a shot at the county's Excellent Teacher Award. But before that, he still needed to go over the wrong answers again. The bell rang. As Yan Xiaoqing left the classroom with his lesson planned, the first person to approach Shin Yuyu wasn't Shin Susu, but Lin Muin. Shin Susu was about to stand up when she saw Lin Muin standing beside Shin Yuyu. In an instant, like a defeated hound, she sank back into her seat, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Lin Muin was taller, prettier, and had better grades. And she was also the class monitor. Lin Muin, clutching her English exam paper, approached Shin Yu's desk, her expression fraught with inner conflict. It was her first time venturing to the fourth row. Never before had she come to the back of the classroom. Though the English teacher had already explained the lesson once, and she understood most of it, one particular grammatical structure still puzzled her, prompting her to seek Shin Yu's help. At the same time, she kept mentally encouraging herself, knowledge I learn is my own. There's no need to be shy. Then in a hushed voice, she asked Yuyu, are you free? Could you help me with this English question? Why is this grammar used here? Shin Yuyu, who was reviewing the next math lesson, heard Lin Muin's voice and slowly lifted her head to look at her. Why would she come to ask me a question? Her instinct was to refuse. From nearly a decade of hard-won experience in her past life, she had learned that knowledge and experience were never free. Empowering an enemy was akin to weakening oneself. The high school and college entrance exams weren't based on a fixed scoreline, but on regional rankings. Much like playing a strategy game, where after forming a top-tier team, the first move is to block your opponent's key pieces. The same principle applied in reality. But Shin Yuyu gazed at Lin Muin's youthful face, hesitated for a moment, then allowed her to sit beside her deliberately, maintaining a gap of 10 centimeters. In the second row to the left, Shin Susu witnessed this scene and gritted her teeth. That's my seat. Intimidated by Lin Muin's usual aura, Shin Susu remained in her seat, lowered her head, pretended to read, and stayed silent. After school that afternoon, walking home along a dirt path, Shin Susu, carrying a pink backpack, said nothing, replaying the afternoon's events in her mind. Then a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. At least Yuyu kept some distance. They didn't really sit together. Shin Susu clutched a lollipop tightly in her hand, looked up at Shun Yuyu, then reached out and tentatively said, Yuyu here. Hearing her voice, Shin Yuyu turned and saw Shin Susu's small childlike hand. If she hadn't known they were the same age, she would have mistaken her for an elementary school student. Shin Yuyu, with her bright almond-shaped eyes, stared at the lollipop in Shin Susu's hand, wondering what this little girl was up to. If it were an adult man, she would never accept it. But this person was from her village, a friend she walked to and from school with, her only friend at the moment. So she let down her guard, took the lollipop from Shin Susu, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Shin Susu, what do you want? As Shun Yuyu's muffled words escaped her lips, Shin Susu's peach blossom eyes widened, fixed on the lollipop in Shun Yuyu's mouth. After a long pause, she finally asked, is it good? I want to bite too. In an instant, Shin Yuyu pulled the lollipop out of her mouth, staring intently at Shin Susu. She glanced at the candy in her hand, then back at Shin Susu, and said helplessly, it's not poison, so why did you make me take the first bite? Looking at Shin Susu, who was the same age, but so small and clearly eager to eat, Shin Yuyu couldn't help but sigh. She patted Shinsusu's head and said since I've already eaten it you can't have any now. They'll buy you one next time. Hearing Shin Yu's refusal, Shinsusu grew anxious. She had been holding back all afternoon, and if she didn't get to taste that lollipop, she would go crazy tonight. With a sudden leap, she pulled Shin Yu's hand down, grabbed the lollipop with her mouth, and held it between her lips. Then she lowered her head, silently staring at the grass. Shinsusu, you're disgusting. Shin Yoyu exclaimed in exasperation. She couldn't believe Shinsusu would do this. Yesterday, it was the guacamole and cold noodles. That was her fault for not thinking twice before handing them over. And now this again. Even though she had taken the first bite and avoided Shinsusu's saliva, it was still too much. Shinsusu took a hard suck on the lollipop, then pulled it out of her mouth, a blissful expression on her face. So sweet, really delicious. Seeing Shinsusu's unrepentant look, Shin Yoyu fell silent and walked ahead alone toward home. But she couldn't help thinking, could Shinsusu come from a divorced family lacking parental care, a left-behind child with no one to play with in the village? Is that why she's so clingy? Alas, the wounds of one's original family take a lifetime to heal. I can't accept food from Shinsusu anymore. We're best friends, nothing more. I need to correct her behavior. At the bamboo grove at the village entrance, Shin Yoyu said without turning back, remember to practice those 2 songs. They're very important. After reminding her, she walked home alone. The next day, Saturday. Most houses in Shin Yu's hometown were of a double-room structure. A single house with 2 doors divided by a wall in the middle, creating 2 separate rooms. Shin Yu currently slept in a separate room from her grandmother Sui Fong. Knock, knock, knock. Yoyu, wake up. In the morning, still deep in sleep, Shin Yoyu was roused by a knocking sound, vaguely hearing a familiar voice outside the door. Coming. With a soft click, the latch was drawn, and a ray of sunlight streamed through the wooden door. Hey, Shinsusu, seeing Shin Yu's thin clothing, quickly squeezed through the door crack and tightly closed the door to keep the cold wind out. Yoyu, why are you dressed so lightly? You'll catch a cold. As she spoke, Shinsusu touched Shin Yu's slender wrist, then pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed, tugging hard at the blanket to wrap it around her. But the old-fashioned blanket was too heavy, and trying to pull it with one hand from the side, Shinsusu couldn't budge it after 2 attempts. Coming to her senses, Shin Yu looked at Shinsusu's childish face, now slightly more alert after the cold draft. With a bewildered expression, she slowly asked Shinsusu, what are you doing? I'm just afraid you'll catch cold and get sick, Shinsusu replied timidly. Seeing Shinsusu's frightened demeanor, a mischievous impulse suddenly surged within Shin Yoyu. With one hand, she lifted Shinsusu and stuffed her under the covers. Then you cover yourself with the blanket. Watching Shinsusu tremble in fear, Shin Yoyu couldn't help but laugh. After a long-awaited weekend, she had planned to sleep until noon, but this commotion made it impossible to go back to sleep. So she stood in front of the bed and draped an overcoat hanging in the wardrobe over her shoulders. Behind her, under the blanket, a pair of bright peach blossom eyes stealthily peeked out, secretly watching Shin Yoyu. Several days passed in a flash. It was now Thursday of the following week. During this time, whenever she had nothing to do, Shin Yoyu would drag Shinsusu up the mountain to practice those 2 songs. Although there were no sheet music or anything of the sort under Shin Yu's hands-on guidance, Shinsusu could still sing them quite decently. The only thing needed now was to wait for her family to return and borrow their Nokia phone. Although the recording quality of phones from this era was far from good and nowhere near that of later generations, people of this time were accustomed to coarse fare MP3 files of just a few megabytes. If you played them lossless audio from the future, they wouldn't even notice the difference. In the early morning, as winter descended, the land of Sichuan and Chongqing was covered in a thick layer of frost. 2 figures, one large and one small, stepped onto the frozen dry dirt road, producing a crisp clicking sound. Shinsusu, bundled up in a cotton coat and wearing fluffy gloves, had her small face flushed red from the cold. She tucked her neck into her clothes and followed behind Shin Yoyu. As they passed a curve on the mountain trail, a gust of winter wind blew, causing Shinsusu to shiver involuntarily. Looking at the figure ahead, she asked with concern, Yoyu, aren't you cold? Shin Yoyu was wearing a thin school uniform with only a sweater underneath. Hearing Shinsusu's words, she turned her head and glanced at Shinsusu, who was all curled up like a little ball. Shin Yoyu felt a strange sensation herself. She truly wasn't very cold, even though yesterday's weather forecast had predicted a low of -1 degree today. After pondering for a moment, she replied, It's okay, I'm not really cold. Hearing Shin Yu's response, a light flickered in Shinsusu's eyes. Then can I put my hands in your pockets to warm them up? After what happened yesterday, Shin Yoyu felt she needed to correct Shinsusu's clingy behavior. She was already this clingy now, as Shin Yoyu couldn't even imagine what it would be like in the future. Her expression turned cold, and she refused sternly no. She reached out a hand as fair as polished jade, patted Shinsusu's head, and looked at the little loli who was only 1.30 meters tall. Her voice softened, Be good, this isn't right. Shinsusu looked up at Shin Yoyu, who was acting as if she was doing this for her own good. Suddenly she found her insufferable, just like those adults. They were the same age, so why did she speak with such maturity? However, remembering this was her only good friend Shinsusu. Looking at Shun Yu's demeanor, suddenly felt a strange emotion rise within her. She wants me to do this, so I'll do the opposite. As the two entered the classroom one after the other, the originally noisy room fell silent instantly. Everyone glanced over, and upon seeing it wasn't the teacher, they resumed their chatter. On Lin Yuan's desk in the first row lay several sheets of scratch paper, covered in English words. While everyone else was playing, she was still grinding away relentlessly. As she passed by Lin Muan, Shin Yu glanced at her with some surprise. With her 5.2 vision, she could clearly see that Lin Muan seemed to have dark circles under her eyes, and the pen in her hand was trembling slightly. This little girl, did she spend all last night memorizing vocabulary, and then come to school early this morning to do dictation? She's so dedicated. In the memories of her past life, there didn't seem to be much about Lin Muan. Almost no one was familiar with her. Her life seemed to consist of nothing but eating, sleeping, and studying. Even for parent-teacher conferences, no one from her family ever came. It was only once after class, when passing by and overhearing girls from her village talking, that Shun Yu learned Lin Muan was from a single-parent family, and Yangon village was her mother's home. People in the village had never seen her father. Her mother worked in the county town every day and never had time for parent-teacher conferences. Thinking of this, Shun Yu sighed inwardly. This was almost the reality for all rural children. Growing up in an environment lacking love, if someone suddenly showed them kindness, they would fall for that person without reservation. This little girl was almost exactly like Shinsusu. Shinsusu was currently being raised by her grandparents. The age gap was too vast, so Shinsusu simply couldn't find common topics with the elderly. That's why when Shun Yu occasionally spoke a few words to her, the little girl would be happy for the whole day. Before the bell for class had even rung, the homeroom teacher, clad in a thick cotton coat, walked in from the door. Although it wasn't class time, yet the moment the students saw the teacher enter, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an instant silence. The homeroom teacher, Jiang Jinsong, looked at the students, all of whom were present. He cleared his throat and began. According to the directive from the County Education Bureau, for this final exam, our school's teachers will not be proctoring. Teachers from Lianhua Township will invigilate the exams for Yangon Township, while our teachers will go to another township to invigilate. Saying this, a contemplative look appeared on Jiang Jinsong's face. The county wouldn't make such a decision without reason. There must be some unknown cause behind it. I'll forget it. I have 2 years until retirement. I won't worry about this. Then, looking at his students, he spoke again. You must do well on the final exams. The key points from the previous week have all been reviewed for you by the respective subject teachers. Now is the time to test the fruits of your half-year's labor. He went on and on, mostly about getting good grades, not being careless, and checking the answers multiple times. Shin Yu listened to these words, which almost every teacher in her student days had uttered, and felt a touch of nostalgia. It was only in school that teachers would repeat and teach things so diligently. Once you entered society, almost no one would correct you. Major companies all wanted people ready to hit the ground running. They no longer had the patience to train newcomers. Ring, ring. As the bell for class rang, 2 male teachers in gray coats walked in, carrying a large stack of final exam papers. Behind them followed a female teacher in jeans and a down jacket. The female teacher immediately announced in a clear voice, for this final exam, according to the directive from the County Education Bureau, all teachers in the entire Bianan County have been shuffled and assigned to proctor exams in different schools to ensure the authenticity and accuracy of this examination. Now let the exam begin. Shin Yu looked up at the men distributing the test papers. In her past life, she hadn't known why they went to such elaborate lengths this time. It wasn't until Yangon Township Primary School was dissolved later that she learned the seeds of everything were sown in today's exam. This exam was an educational assessment. The population loss in townships at all levels was severe. In some places, an entire grade couldn't even muster 5 students, or even had no students at all, yet they still had to be assigned teachers. Later, only schools in the towns proper were preserved. No young teachers came to the villages anymore, and even if they did, they all left within a year or 2. In the last year of her past life, Shin Yu heard from her father that almost everyone in the village had sent their children to study in the county. The old school had no new students. It was on the verge of closing down. Many of the younger generation owned an apartment in the county. They would arrange for one family member to stay there and take care of the children. If they wanted to go back to their hometown, they could just ride an electric scooter for a few dozen minutes. It was convenient. This was also one of the reasons for the depopulation of the countryside. As the bell rang again, the 2 male teachers in gray coats on the podium began to collect the exam papers with cold expressions. These teachers knew they were only here to invigilate for 2 days. After that, they would return to their own schools, so they didn't even bother to introduce themselves. Throughout the exam, they remained scattered around the classroom, maintaining strict surveillance, except when a student needed to use the restroom. As soon as the Chinese exam ended, the boys in the back rows couldn't wait to rush out of the classroom, eager to stretch their legs. For students who could write, these 2 periods were fulfilling and challenging. But for the underachievers, these 2 hours of testing were pure torture. After filling in the multiple-choice questions, they would stop writing altogether, then sleep through the remaining time to recharge and find some amusement after class. In a math exam, they could at least write solution or copy the problem. Perhaps the grader might be in a good mood and give them a step point or 2. However, with Chinese, which was mostly subjective questions, copying was useless. If the answer was irrelevant, they got 0 points. As the back row boys left, the classroom suddenly felt empty. Those who remained were mostly students who could score above the passing line. Shin Yoyu was idly flipping through her textbook. In her past life, her scores had hovered around the passing line, and later, when she started working, she suffered the consequences of her lack of knowledge, working during the day and cramming at night. Before she could dwell on it, a faint, tearful voice came from beside her. Yoyu, I messed up the Chinese exam. Hearing Shin Susu's voice, Shin Yoyu turned to look at her on the left, then shifted her body to the right, motioning for Shin Susu to sit down. In the last half hour, when I was checking my paper, I realized the essay topic was regret, but I had misread it as plum. As she spoke, Shin Susu's face was twisted in pain, burying her head on Shun Yu's desk. A faint voice came from the desk. I didn't have time to fix it in the last 30 minutes. She had once dreamed of studying hard to get into university and earning money to support Shin Yoyu, who was doing poorly in school. But now Shin Yoyu's grades had soared while hers had not only failed to improve, but had actually declined. Thinking of the possible future, a sense of sorrow rose in Shin Susu's heart. Shin Yoyu turned to look at Shin Susu, who was sobbing on her desk, her shoulders trembling. A strange glint flickered in Shin Yu's beautiful almond eyes. In her past life, Shin Susu had never been this responsible. Like most ordinary students, she would just accept a bad grade, without shedding a tear over a disappointing score or a single mistake. The only person who acted like that was Lin Muin, the study addict. Thinking about this, Shin Yu's face showed a hint of contemplation. Could it be because of my rebirth that Shin Susu is no longer alone, and thus has become so determined to excel? But determination was ultimately a good thing. So she reached out her soft, boneless right hand to pat Shin Susu's head, her expression serious. As she comforted her, just remember this for next time. A temporary setback means nothing. Hearing Shin Yu's words, Shin Susu slowly lifted her head, her slightly reddened eyes looking at Shin Yoyu, her mood seemingly much improved. Shin Susu stared at Shin Yu's face, which was engrossed in reading. One hand holding the book, the other turning pages. Then unexpectedly grasped her hand, saying happily, Yoyu, you're so kind. Feeling the warmth from her palm, Shin Yu's expression stiffened, and she couldn't help but wonder, is this how all girls are, or is it just Shin Susu? Thinking of her current identity as her only friend, Shin Yoyu let Shin Susu hold her hand. After all, she could still turn pages with her right hand alone. The bell rang again, signaling the math exam in the 3rd and 4th periods. After a week of intensive study with her photographic memory, Shin Yoyu had already memorized all the knowledge points. All she lacked was the ability to integrate them. Although the knowledge taught by the teachers had faded over the years, returning to this era felt like revisiting familiar ground. A slight recollection was enough to bring back everything she had experienced. The 6-page math paper had no difficult points. She could calculate the answers in her mind with just a glance. In just over 20 minutes, the once blank paper was completely filled. Time quickly passed to noon. Since the final exams were spread over 2 days, going back and forth would waste time. Walking from Shun Family Village to Yangon Township took an hour round trip, plus meal time. So both Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu didn't need to go home today. Their families had told them to eat in town, saving them the rush and allowing more time at school. For the elderly in the countryside who were illiterate, their children's education was of utmost importance. The books their children read now were their own former dreams and the meaning of their lives. Yoyu, how about we get some noodles? As soon as the papers were collected, Shin Susu cheerfully approached Shin Yoyu. After a morning of exams, the lunch break was a relief, especially since they could eat out. Hearing Shin Susu's suggestion, Shin Yoyu shook her head and replied, "I'll have steamed buns. Noodles aren't filling." On the way, Shin Yoyu learned that Shin Susu had 3 yuan for lunch today, while she only had 2.5. In their hometown in Sichuan and Chongqing, rice noodles were thin, white vermicelli. A bowl cost 2 yuan, with half a bowl of bone broth, a thin layer of noodles, and a sprinkle of green onions and minced beef. That was a simple bowl of beef rice noodles. An extra portion of noodles cost another yuan. Steamed buns, on the other hand, were different. A large meat bun cost 5 jiao, and the bone broth was free and refillable. Shin Yu's family had more labor than Shin Susu's, so logically Shin Yoyu should have had more pocket money, while Shin Susu was more frugal. But in reality, it was the opposite. Shin Susu's mother and grandparents had only her as their daughter and granddaughter, so most of their income went to her. This had made Shin Susu plump and fair, with a hint of baby fat on her face. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her look particularly adorable. On the road, Shin Susu imitated the hand-holding gestures she'd seen on TV, interlacing her small chubby fingers tightly with Shun Yu's slender ones. Feeling the warmth of Shun Yu's palm, a happy smile spread across Shin Susu's somewhat childish face. How wonderful friendship is. The situation at Shun Yu's home was different. Although her mother-in-law Su Yifang had 3 sons who were all able-bodied adults, each had started their own small families. Yet even in their 30s they were still crowded together with the older generation. Thus the need for a new house was urgent. Moreover, when her mother-in-law was young, she had single-handedly raised 3 children, working herself to the bone. This had left her with chronic health issues requiring constant medication. As a result, Shin Yu's family was the poorest in the village. Shin Yu herself was thin, appearing frail and sickly, a result of sheer hunger. I'm going to have some rice noodles anyway. Let's go together. Unable to resist Shin Susu, Shin Yu was pulled along by the hand her palm grasped as they headed towards the noodle shop on the street. Yangon Township was a backward little village in Sichuan province. The entire township had only 2 streets, a main street and a back street. The noodle shop was located on the bustling main street. Inside, a tall husband and a short wife wearing aprons and sleeve protectors stood by the stove, busy preparing rice noodles for the students. The boss was tall and thin, with a crew cut and skin tanned dark by the sun. His hands worked tirelessly blanching several bowls of rice noodles. The boss wife, on the other hand, was somewhat short. Her exposed hands were as rough as those of most rural workers. Her long black hair was tied up with a towel to prevent it from falling into the bowls. With one hand, she carried a tray of steamed buns, while with the other, she hurriedly served the noodles. Shin Yu was not the first to arrive. At the large round table in the middle of the shop, Lin Yuan sat quietly alone. Before her were already 2 fist-sized meat buns and a bowl of bone broth. She was eating slowly, taking small bites, occasionally glancing at the open English book on the table. It was because the English exam was in the afternoon and Shin Yu had surpassed her in this subject. Previously she had been first in every subject. So Lin Yuan wanted to use this time to review a bit more, hoping to improve her score by 1 or 2 points. However, Shin Yu did not disturb Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan usually kept to herself, and Shin Yu couldn't very well say, "Lin Yuan, stop studying for a moment, let's chat." So as soon as she entered the shop, Shin Yu said, "Boss, 5 buns and a bowl of soup." Before the boss wife could respond, Shin Susu, following behind, said, "1 bowl of beef rice noodles, 2 liang." The boss wife turned to look at the 2 girls holding hands, their actions intimate, and asked with a smile, "Classmate, scallions in the beef noodles?" Shin Susu shook her head and quickly replied, "No, no scallions." Before they could find a seat, Shin Susu slowly looked up at Shin Yu, a hint of thought flickering in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Yu has so much strength, of course, she needs to eat more. Then her face flushed red. She hurriedly lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the cement floor. So that's where all the nutrition went. Shin Yu naturally didn't pay much attention to Shin Susu. She scanned the shop. It was almost entirely filled with students. Indeed, it was the final exam day. Most students from the nearby villages wouldn't go home for lunch. Those who lived farther away had already arranged for meals at the school cafeteria. Yet even so, the originally spacious shop with its dozen or so large round tables was packed with students who had just finished their exams. As she was thinking, another wave of students arrived, filling the shop to the brim. The only empty bench left was across from Lin Yuan's table. Shin Yu turned to look at the crowd about to surge in from the street, then pulled Shin Susu, who was holding her hand tightly, and walked towards the seat opposite Lin Yuan. Sensing someone sit down opposite her, Lin Yuan lifted her head slightly and glanced at them from the corner of her eye. Seeing it was her classmates, she swallowed the bun in her mouth before speaking. "Shin Yu, Shin Susu, you're eating here too." Shin Susu looked at Lin Yuan, who was still studying even during lunch. A smile appeared on her youthful face, forming 2 small dimples. "Yes, class monitor Lin. The beef rice noodles here are the best." Beef rice noodles. A faint, barely perceptible flicker of envy passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. Then her gaze grew even more determined. She silently encouraged herself, "I will study hard, get into a good university, earn a lot of money. In the future, when I eat beef noodles, I'll add extra beef, and I'll bring my mother along too." After greeting Lin Yuan, the boss wife arrived with a tray carrying a bowl of rice noodles, 5 buns, and a bowl of soup. She said, "Classmates, your noodles and buns are here." Looking at the noodles and buns on the table, Shin Yu's eyes flickered to Lin Yuan opposite her. Then her pale, slightly bloodless lips moved close to Shin Susu's ear. She said angrily, "Shin Susu, let go of my hand." Feeling her hand released, Shin Yu extended her porcelain white hands, faint blue veins appearing and disappearing on her wrists. She placed the rice noodles in front of Shin Susu and the buns and bone broth before herself. At that moment, Lin Yuan had finished eating. She picked up her English book and stood up. She glanced at the 5 large meat buns in front of Shin Yu. A flicker of surprise passed through her soft willow leaf-shaped eyes beneath her long lashes. The usually thin, frail-looking Shin Yu can eat so much. Thinking of the last exam results, Lin Yuan made a silent resolution. "This time I will take back my first place." She then said directly, "Shin Yu, Shin Susu, I'm done. He'll go back to review first." Without waiting for them to reply, she turned and walked towards the school. Her long high ponytail soft and smooth fell down her back, gently swaying with each step. Seeing that the person who might cause trouble had finally left, Shinsusu shot out her chopsticks like lightning, snatched a bun from Shun Yu's plate, and brought it to her own. She said cheerfully, "He use bun." Then she began to eat, alternating between bites of bun and noodles. Shun Yu looked at Shinsusu helplessly. She was so grown up, yet still acting like a child. Luckily the place was crowded now, so Shinsusu hadn't done anything too outrageous. Otherwise Shun Yu wouldn't know how to handle the situation. Burp's so full. In the classroom, the little lowly Shinsusu sat in the fourth row next to Shun Yu and muttered softly. Hearing this, Shun Yu turned to stare at Shinsusu's small belly. Unfortunately, the winter padded jacket concealed her figure to some extent, so Shun Yu couldn't see anything. Before Shun Yu could speak, Shinsusu continued her muttering. "But Yu's buns are really delicious. I want to eat more." Shun Yu stared at the muttering Shinsusu, pushing the thought aside. When Shinsusu grows up, she won't be so clingy. The ringing of the bell announced the afternoon English exam. Everyone in the class wore bitter expressions. In this rural school, English was always a subject where weaker students gathered, and the older teachers barely knew the language themselves. Although English classes existed in elementary school, they only covered the 26 letters, never venturing into actual words. When Yin Xiaoqing, fresh out of normal university, first arrived to teach English in this village, he was astonished to find students mispronouncing even the alphabet. He later devoted an entire lesson to correcting their pronunciation. One could imagine how difficult regular English exams were for them. But for Shun Yu now, her photographic memory allowed her to forcibly remember every word she saw. As long as she understood the meaning, the moment she laid eyes on the test paper, it would automatically translate into Chinese in her mind. Computer games are very fun, cannot play them too often. Computer is in the bedroom. Staring at these simple questions akin to first-grade Chinese exercises, Shun Yu couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Such simple questions had once baffled countless versions of her former self. The first 2 afternoon periods were for English, the next 2 for ethics and the rule of law. As the final bell rang, a female teacher from out of town announced from the podium, "Pins down. Collect the papers." 3 teachers began gathering the papers from front to back. Moments later, as they left the classroom with the stacks, the room erupted into noise. The small figures each pulled out their year's worth of books from wooden desks, preparing to carry them home in batches over the next few days. At this age, unlike elementary school, they no longer needed parents to help carry books. They did it themselves. The girls' books were neatly arranged, wrapped in pretty covers, pristine as new when opened. The boys' books, especially those in the back rows, looked far worse, dog-eared and curled like blooming cauliflower. But for the boys in the back, none of this mattered. These books would never see tomorrow's sun anyway. Why was Shun Yu so sure? In her past life's first year, she had followed the same trend as those boys. Though 2 more exams awaited tomorrow, they would sell the books to the recycling station today. Exchanging them for 2 yuan, she bought 4 packs of spicy sticks at the school gate. However, when her father Shinjun returned for the new year, she paid a heavy price. With the words, "You studied for a whole year, but where are the books? The homework? The test papers?" The sharp crack of a leather belt echoed before their home. From that day on, Shun Yu's interest in spicy sticks waned considerably. "Yu, I can't carry it." A soft, tender voice reached Shun Yu's ears. Little Shinsusu stood beside her, head bowed, looking helpless, fingers intertwined as she counted them nervously. Shun Yu looked up at Shinsusu's seat. A bulging pink backpack sat quietly on the chair. A flicker of helplessness crossed Shun Yu's face. In her past lives' memories, Shinsusu was only a little over 1.3 meters tall, just like now. Yet every year she had carried her books home alone. Why couldn't she manage this year? Could she be faking it? Shun Yu eyed Shinsusu suspiciously, recalling how at noon, despite being full, she had forced down a large meat bun Shun Yu had given her. Shun Yu sighed inwardly, looking down at Shinsusu before her. "You'll have to repay this someday." Then, slinging her own heavily packed Mickey Mouse backpack over one shoulder, she said reluctantly, "Come on, I'll carry it for you." Hearing Shun Yu agree, Shinsusu immediately lifted her head. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with joy. "Yu, I knew you were the best." As Shun Yu walked toward Shinsusu's seat, a slender figure caught her eye. Lin Muin. She hadn't left yet. In the middle of the first row closest to the podium, Lin Muin stood alone by her desk, repeatedly folding books and placing them into a simple white backpack. A cardcaptor Sakura charm hung from the side of the backpack, adding a touch of cuteness to the slightly faded bag. Such small backpacks were only suitable for elementary school, when there were fewer books to carry. But upon entering middle school with several new subjects added, this small bag was clearly insufficient. Shun Yu and Shinsusu's families had considered the future when they bought their backpacks in first grade, opting for large ones that could last through elementary, middle, and even high school. A flicker of doubt crossed Shun Yu's mind. This backpack for this small village seemed faded yet precious. A gentle breeze stirred the stray hairs at Lin Yuan's temples, revealing a fair profile. Though still young, her side profile alone marked her as a classic beauty in the making. Lin Muin had few friends at school. Her grades had always been far ahead of others, earning her an aura of being a top student, a scholar. Any underachiever who got too close to Lin Muin would be singled out by teachers who feared they might corrupt the good student. Ordinary students, intimidated by her beauty and excellence, rarely spoke to her. As the saying goes, admire from afar, but do not profane. Shinsusu, happily holding Shinyu's hand, looked up and noticed her gaze drifting elsewhere. Curious, she followed her line of sight to the middle of the first row. In an instant, Shinsusu's cheerful expression cooled. She tugged at Shinyu's hand and asked softly, "Yu, what are you looking at?" Her voice drew Lin Muin's attention from the first row, who turned to look at Shun and Shinsusu. A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Muin's slightly dark-circled eyes. Why is she looking at me? At the same time, she encouraged herself inwardly. This week, I've only slept 5 hours a day. The rest of the time I've been memorizing words and grammar. This time I won't fall far behind you in English. I must get that 500 yuan. Hearing Shinsusu's words, Shun looked down at the little girl before her. She reached out a slender jade-like hand to pat Shinsusu's head, then picked up her backpack. It's nothing. Let's go. Watching Shinsusu walk ahead, Shin thought to herself, if she had twin ponytails and white stockings, she'd be the perfect anime loli heroine. Meanwhile, Shinsusu glanced back at the classroom. In her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lin Muin's figure was reflected. A single thought crossed her mind. Yu is mine. No one is taking her away. On the winding dirt path of the countryside, withered wild grass grew abundantly on both sides. To the left stretched vast fields, while to the right rose towering mountains. A naive and sweet song echoed melodiously along the ridges of the farmland. I gave my youth back to her in the end, along with the summer that slipped through my fingertips. Where the heart moves, let it follow the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing? After finishing the song, Shinsusu turned around, lifted her head, and gazed at Shun with her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkling. Her voice was filled with anticipation as she asked, Yu, did it sound good? Shun looked down at Shinsusu, who resembled a child seeking praise for good behavior. He nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his pale, sickly face as he replied, Susu, you sang beautifully. It's because Yu wrote such a beautiful song. Humming the last line of the song repeatedly, Shinsusu skipped ahead. Carrying her school bag, Shun shook his head. The innocence of young girls' friendship was truly pure. Following Shinsusu through 2 more village settlements, Shun noticed that the usually quiet hamlet was beginning to stir with life. In the Sichuan-Chongqing region, many ordinary migrant workers returned home 15 days before the new year and stayed until the Lantern Festival. They had little formal education and mostly took on manual labor in distant cities, working on construction sites or in factories. They returned home only once a year, spending the rest of their time away. Every month, as soon as they received their wages, their first thought was to send money back home. A mere 7-day holiday could never satisfy their longing for family, thus their time off was different from ordinary people. They were special. Hearing the cheerful laughter drifting from a distant courtyard, Shin felt a heaviness in his heart. Having truly witnessed the harshness of society, even after returning to this era, his mindset could not revert to that of a carefree child. However, as his thoughts shifted, a childlike innocence reappeared on his pale, gaunt face, replacing the usual calm indifference that masked everything. Intermediate acting skill, activate. At the entrance to the bamboo grove outside the village settlement, Shinsusu turned to retrieve her school bag. Looking up, she saw that Shun expression had changed to the same one he used to wear when playing with those mischievous kids. Gone was his aloof demeanor, as if nothing could trouble him. He seemed to have descended from the heavens. Shinsusu's heart trembled. Could Yu be? A hint of panic flashed across her face as she grabbed Shinyu's wrist, her voice tinged with tears. Yu, what's wrong? Don't go back to how you were. Seeing Shinsusu's eyes redden as if she might burst into tears at any moment, Shun felt speechless, bewildered by her reaction. He reached down and patted her head, speaking in the voice of a teenage girl with a slight Sichuan-Chongqing accent. Susu, what are you up to now? Shinsusu listened to Shun words. Though he used the same tone as before, one that suggested he wouldn't play with her, the actual sentiment in his voice still showed he cared. Hesitantly, she asked, you haven't changed back, have you? Changed back to what? I am who I am. Shin replied, exasperated. He curled 2 fingers and tapped Shinsusu on the head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shinsusu released his wrist and quickly covered her head. But instead of fear, a smile spread across her face. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved slightly as she wrapped her arms around Shun waist. Though she couldn't see anything when she looked up, she said happily, Yu is the best. Her head still throbbed, but at the thought of Shun the corners of her mouth lifted. She took her school bag from his hands. Before heading home, the little girl, Shinsusu, glanced up at Shun and spoke with a hint of shyness. Yu, can you use that? That gentle tone you had when you sang the other day when you talked to me. Hearing this, Shun Yuyu looked down, his beautiful almond eyes filled with confusion as he stared at Shin Susu, who stood barely over a meter tall. This current lively demeanor was how a young girl should be. That seductive act the other day was something he had mimicked from watching Daji tempt King Zhou on television. In essence, it was just acting, not his true self. Having a frail, sickly girl play the role of Daji could indeed capture some of her charm, but Shin Yuyu eyed Shin Susu suspiciously, a thought flashing through his mind. Something's off. Very off. Yoyu. Hearing Shin Susu whine like a little child, Shin Yuyu felt his head spin. He stared at her intently and said sternly, just this once. Shin Susu immediately put on an innocent expression, nodding eagerly. Then the expression on Shun Yuyu's face shifted. A hint of maturity flickered in his pure almond eyes, making his fair face appear even more pitiful. The naturally sickly girl now exuded a blend of fragility and gentleness. He spoke softly, Susu, go home early. There's an exam tomorrow. Having finally gotten what she wanted, Shin Susu nodded vigorously, her face beaming. Yuyu, you're so kind. With renewed energy, she hoisted her large school bag and trotted all the way home. Phew. Seeing Shin Susu finally home, a trace of barely perceptible fatigue crept across Shin Yuyu's face. The merging of two lifetime souls had granted him an extraordinary memory, exceptional learning abilities, and physical strength beyond ordinary people. Yet transforming from an academic underachiever into a prodigy with a photographic memory in such a short time seemed to be taking a toll on this body. Watching Shin Susu's retreating figure grow smaller, Shun Yuyu slowly extended his pale, slender hand, feeling the strength in his fingers, and murmured to himself, is it a lack of energy? That night, the Shun family village, usually pitch black by 8 or 9 o'clock, was dotted with flickering lights. The scent of the New Year's Eve grew stronger. Migrant workers gradually returned to their hometowns. They never spoke of the difficulties in collecting wages or the hardships endured away from home. All they showed their families was joy and laughter. The next day, Shin Susu, dressed in new clothes, waited for Shun Yuyu by the well near the bamboo grove. As she waited, she touched her pure white down jacket, a delighted smile spreading across her small face. So light and warm. Suddenly remembering the simple sketch Shin Yuyu had drawn, her expression stiffened. Is this outfit too mature? The young girl's heart was filled with hesitation as she paced back and forth at the village entrance. Shin Yuyu, still clad in a thin school uniform, traversed the bamboo grove and observed Shin Susu, head bowed, pacing back and forth by the well with a troubled expression. She called out, Susu, let's go. Shin Susu, who had been lost in inner turmoil, abruptly lifted her head. Seeing Shin Yuyu, a smile blossomed on her youthful face. Coming. On the road trailing behind Shin Yuyu, Shin Susu hesitated for a moment before asking, Yuyu, do you think I look good today? Hearing this, Shin Yuyu stopped and turned, her eyes fixed on the little girl before her. She felt a bit exasperated. What is this Shin Susu up to all day? Could she be like a child wanting to show off her new clothes? Forget it, it'll just humor her. She slightly bent down, placed her hands on Shin Susu's shoulders, and scrutinized her for a while before earnestly saying, the new clothes look nice. Really? Shin Susu asked, unconvinced. Shin Yuyu, seeing Shin Susu's persistence, didn't give a direct answer. Instead, she reached out and pinched Shin Susu's cheek, saying, oh, stop it. Let's hurry to school. Seeing that Shin Yuyu seemed unwilling to continue, Shin Susu deflated and replied weakly, all right. Watching Shin Yuyu's retreating figure, a flicker of understanding crossed Shin Susu's eyes. She recalled the drawing in the classroom. Is that what you like? Determined to become Shin Yuyu's only close friend, Shin Susu gritted her teeth and made a silent resolution. I need to save money and buy new clothes myself. The next day's exams were far simpler than the first. The morning tested history and geography, while the afternoon covered biology. These three subjects held relatively low weight in the overall score. As for history, any Chinese person regardless of age or gender could chat about it. As for the latter two subjects, geography and biology were both new courses this year. This truly tested one's intelligence, as everyone started from the same point. However, for high-achieving students, 2 extra courses were merely a small addition. Those destined for first place in other subjects were likely to top geography and biology as well. The final day always passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the last subject was over. As the external teachers finished collecting the exam papers and left the classroom, the homeroom, teacher Jiang Jinsung stepped in right on cue. The back row boys, who had stood up ready to be the first out the door for the holiday, instantly fell silent and sat back down. The entire classroom in an instant descended from clamor into an eerie silence. Jiang Jinsong on the podium cleared his throat before speaking. In winter, the weather is dry, which easily leads to fires. Don't play with firecrackers near piles of firewood. As Jiang Jinsong reached this point, the boys in the back of the classroom loudly responded, got it. Shin Yuyu listened to the impatient voices of the boys around her and couldn't help but find it amusing. They sure were quick to respond now. According to her past life memories, a child playing with firecrackers this year actually set their own house ablaze, leaving the family homeless on New Year's Eve. That child was beaten severely afterwards. She had only heard about it from her family then, and they never mentioned which village it was, otherwise she might have been able to prevent the fire. When visiting relatives, pay attention to road safety. Don't play around on the streets. Arrange your study time reasonably. Complete your winter break homework on time. Submit it all to Lin Muin when school starts next semester. Come to school the week after next to pick up your report cards. After finishing his speech, Jiang Jinsong looked at the students who were already restless. Not wanting to waste more time at school himself, he directly announced holiday. As the homeroom teacher declared the start of the break, the boys in the back of the class immediately stood up. The movement of their bodies along with the desks and chairs scraping against the floor produced a sharp, grating sound. Shin Yuyu frowned, listening to the commotion around her. She knew all too well what these boys were about. Young and bursting with energy, they often didn't feel it when they bumped into something. At most, when the injury healed, they'd exclaim in surprise, "How did I get a scar here?" Of course, they might also be deliberately making noise to attract the attention of the girls in class. With their boundless energy and no money for entertainment, they had to find amusement within the classroom. Those from wealthier families who had a day or two in pocket money had already quietly slipped out the back door. The joys of the rich were far more entertaining than these childish antics. Before Shin Yuyu could even stand up, a boy barely over 1.4 meters tall and dressed in a light blue cotton jacket stood before her. His thick bowl-cut hair reflected the light from the ceiling fixture above. Shin Yuyu looked at him with confusion. She recognized this boy. It was Wang Silei, who also sat in the fourth row. His grades were slightly better than her former selves. Her own scores in every subject except for Chinese and history had consistently hovered around 30 or 40 points. His scores, on the other hand, often lingered in the 40s or 50s, occasionally even managing a passing grade. Shin Yuyu, who was already somewhat aloof, now wore an even colder expression as she looked at the boy before her. She had a pretty good idea what he was after. After all, she had done the same thing in her past life. Although she could understand him, Shin Yuyu decided she wouldn't give him a chance. Understanding was one thing, taking action was another. They were completely different matters. Then with a blank expression she asked, "Is there something you need?" Wang Silei seemed startled by Shin Yuyu's utterly emotionless tone. He lowered his head and stammered, "Shin Yuyu, do you have a QQ number? Everyone is exchanging contact info these days. Let's add each other as friends so we can stay in touch after graduation." The commotion also drew the attention of the rest of the class, who turned to look. It was impossible not to be attracted. After all, Shin Yuyu was considered the prettiest girl in the entire school. No one taller than her had skin as fair, and no one more developed was as beautiful. Shin Yu's only flaw was her abysmal academic performance, so poor that she couldn't even get into high school. She had the delicate appearance of a sickly girl with fair skin and a decent height. Her figure was enough to overshadow everyone else in the class. During the school's annual sports meet, the class never let Lin Muin carry the flag at the front. It was always Shin Yuyu. A saying circulated among the girls: "Heaven gave her unparalleled beauty, but took away her brains. Her grades are at rock bottom." If there were a school beauty contest besides Belia, it might have been Shin Yuyu. Unfortunately, this small mountain village had no such contest, and Belia's first installment wouldn't be released until 2009. Shin Yuyu looked coldly at the boy before her. In her past life, during the new year, her father Shinjun had taken her to the county seat, where he went to play mahjong with his friends all night. He then instructed her cousins to look after her. They, however, were unreliable. They happily went to an internet cafe with their classmates, rented a private room, and got a separate computer for her to watch shows. It was then that she had registered her QQ number. But now that she had been reborn, she definitely wouldn't be able to claim that 9-digit QQ number of hers. Even a 1-second difference would result in a different number. Looking at the somewhat shy little boy before her, a clear voice emanated from Shin Yuyu. "I don't have a QQ account." By the window on the left in the second row, Shin Susu had already pricked up her ears. How could she not care about anything concerning Shin Yuyu? Seeing this and hearing those words, Shin Susu clenched her teeth. A strange feeling surged within her, one she couldn't quite describe. Like something precious that belonged to her was being forcibly snatched away from her arms. Her heart ached. With her limited vocabulary, Shin Susu had only one thought: my best friend is going to be taken away. What do I do? Oh, you don't have QQ. Wait. With that, Wang Silei, a male classmate, hurriedly dashed to his seat. After a moment, a slip of paper with his QQ number was passed from his hand, a faint smile blooming on his face. "Shin Yuyu, here you go." Shin Yuyu's expression remained as placid as still water. She didn't reach out to take the QQ number, her face an impassive mask as she observed the young boy's performance. Several seconds passed. Seeing that Shin Yuyu had not taken his QQ number, Wang Silei's face flushed crimson. Aware of the gazes fixed upon him, he hastily dropped the note, saying, "Shin Yuyu, when you get a QQ account, add me. They'll be waiting." With that, unable to bear the strange scrutiny any longer, he turned and rushed out of the classroom. Bang! A soft thud echoed as he stumbled over the threshold in his haste, nearly falling flat on his face. With the male lead's departure, everyone's attention returned to their own affairs, busying themselves. After all, the holiday had begun, and no one wished to linger at school any longer. Shin Yuyu stared blankly at the slip of paper on her desk, which bore a QQ number and a nickname. Initiate a friend request. Her mind was a blank canvas. Impossible. Before Shin Yuyu could react, Shin Susu stormed over her face, flushed with indignation. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she extended her chubby hand, snatched the note, and swiftly pocketed it. Without another word, Shin Susu grabbed Shin Yuyu's hand and dragged her out of the classroom. Since they had already taken all their textbooks home the previous day, each had only a single pen in their pocket, a convenience that spared them the multiple trips other students had to make. Pitter-patter. They trotted along, following Shin Susu to the old-school dormitory building. Lush magnolia trees cultivated along one side of the path stood out in stark, tranquil silence against the winter backdrop. The old dormitory, built in the 1960s or 1970s, had long been abandoned. With few ever venturing here, it had become a haunt for delinquent students. At the school's farthest wall, which was built against a hill, half rock face, half brick wall, over 3 meters high, a narrow concrete path 2 to 3 meters wide ran between the wall and the old dormitory. One side was the dormitory side wall, the other the hillside and the school wall. Shin Susu, what are you doing? Hearing Shin Yu's voice, Shin Susu halted. Bang! She forcefully pressed Shin Yuyu against the wall. But due to their height difference, even when she raised her hand, Shin Susu could only reach Shin Yu's shoulder. She looked up, panting, her eyes red and voice trembling. Yuyu, are you going to add him? Shin Yuyu looked at Shin Susu with utter exasperation. What was this little girl thinking? Setting aside the fact that he only wanted to add a friend, exchanging QQ numbers in a yearbook was common in this era. She didn't even have a QQ account herself. Without a phone or a computer, even if she had QQ, she wouldn't take the initiative to add a male. If it were Lin Muin who had come to her voluntarily to exchange contact info in a yearbook, she might have left her details. But for a boy, forget it. She then looked at Shin Susu, her expression tinged with helplessness. How could I possibly add him? I don't even have QQ. Then what's this note about? Shin Susu retorted immediately. As she spoke, she pulled from her pocket the slip of paper bearing the 8-digit QQ number and the nickname Defiant Young Master's Unrivaled World. Shin Yuyu looked down at the agitated Shin Susu, a trace of resignation softening her usually cool expression. What do you mean? I never took his note, never agreed to add him to my yearbook, and never said a single word to him. He was just talking to himself the whole time. You're overthinking it. Shin Yuyu gazed at this little lowly Shin Susu. She was old enough now, yet still got so worked up over things. Hearing Shin Yuyu's explanation, Shin Susu instantly calmed down. In the classroom, Yuyu really hadn't said a word. In an instant, Shin Susu's face turned pale. She had been overthinking things. Would Yuyu be angry? But after stealing a glance at Shin Yuyu from the corner of her eye, and seeing no sign of anger, she breathed a small sigh of relief. She then fished the QQ note from her pocket, tore it into pieces with force, and flung them over the wall. Her face once again broke into a fawning smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. She proactively extended her chubby little hand, took Shin Yu's, and whispered, Anyway, Yuyu, just don't hang out with those bad students. In the small mountain village of Yong'an, students with poor grades were considered bad. In everyone's mindset, grades represented everything. When a good student lied, people believed them. When a bad student told the truth, no one believed a word. Shin Yu's bright almond-shaped eyes stared blankly at Shin Susu. Just moments ago, she had been fuming on the verge of tears, and now she was all smiles again. Her own ability to switch expressions quickly was due to the accumulated memories of 2 lifetimes and the overlay of souls, but Shin Susu had none of that. No wonder people said women's moods change as quickly as flipping a book, sudden and unpredictable. In winter in Sichuan and Chongqing, dusk fell early. By now the school playground was lit with warm orange lights. Shin Susu gazed at Shin Yuyu with her beautiful peach blossom eyes and said sweetly, Yuyu, let's go home. Looking at the adorable Shin Susu, Shin Yuyu felt a pang of confusion. What was up with her today? So strange. But she didn't dwell on it. She had never intended to add him anyway. She had planned to toss the note somewhere after everyone left. Since Shin Susu had disposed of it for her, all the better. And so hand in hand, Shin Yuyu and Shin Susu, one tall, one small, cast long shadows beneath the orange streetlights as they made their way toward the Shun family village. By the time they returned to the village entrance, the sky had already darkened completely. Fortunately, industrial pollution in this era was not severe. Though the moon was veiled by clouds, the stars scattered across the heavens still allowed Shin Yuyu and Shin Susu to discern the path home. Yuyu. By the well at the village entrance, Shin Susu called out to Shin Yuyu, her head lowered. What's wrong? Shin Yuyu turned to look at Shin Susu beside her. Shin Susu took Shin Yu's hand, gripping it, gently feeling the warmth of her palm, and a thought flashed through her mind. I wish this could last forever. Yet over a decade of social awareness told Shin Susu this was unrealistic. After all, since the holidays had begun, they could meet every day. She looked up at Shin Yuyu and said, Yu will head home now. They'll come find you tomorrow to play. Bye-bye. Hearing the little girl's deliberate mispronunciation, even Shinyu's usually cool face softened into a faint smile. She replied goodbye. Before she even reached home, she saw a small stooped figure standing beside a rattan chair at the doorstep. It was her grandmother Su Yifang, her silhouette stretched long by the lights spilling from the house. Su Yifang's aged and somewhat clouded eyes squinted as she scrutinized the distant slope. Rubbing her eyes, she spotted a familiar figure approaching. Shinyu was back. Her voice carried a note of concern as she called out, "Is that my fish girl?" Shunyu's slender form finally reached her home after passing through the light cast from the neighbor's house. She saw her grandmother waiting at the door. The rattan chair beside her was still outside. Normally their chairs were brought indoors before dark. The fact that it remained outside meant her grandmother had been waiting for her for a long time. Switching to the tender voice characteristic of a little girl, she spoke with the obedient and gentle tone typical of every Sichuan girl. Grandma, I'm home." Witnessing this, a fragment of past life memory flashed through Shun Yu's mind. Truly different lives brought different fates. In her previous life, she had to come straight home after school. If she wasn't back before dark, at best she'd get scolded, and at worst she'd face a bamboo stick. In this life, returning late brought no reprimands, only heartfelt concern. Looking at her grandmother's aged face and fingers like withered branches, Shun Yu's determination to earn money grew even stronger. In her past life, it was during her freshman year at a distant university that her grandmother fell gravely ill, unable to swallow even water. Only then did she reluctantly ask her aunt to call her father, saying, "Son, I think I'm sick. Can you come back and take me to the hospital?" Her voice carried a plea. She dreaded burdening her son. She had failed to build new houses for her sons or find them wives, and now she would cost them money for her medical care. Yet her granddaughter had yet to grow up, and she wanted to see a few more years of her life. As for why she only called her father, it was because, according to the elders, he was the youngest of 3 brothers and had received the most love as a child. Moreover, at that time her father had just started working as a small contractor during the nationwide renovation and infrastructure boom, making him relatively well off among the brothers. Hence she called him. That very night her father rushed back from the neighboring Potato Province. At the hospital they discovered it was terminal esophageal cancer. The doctor said the cancer had already spread, with surgical removal might grant a few more years, but the patient had a heart condition and couldn't tolerate anesthesia. Given her age, the surgery was risky, and the family had to decide. Before Shinyu could bring her grandmother's rattan chair inside, a middle-aged man's voice came from the house. "Yu, why are you so late today? Come eat, we've been waiting for you. Your third uncle bought fish." From inside the tiled house came the voice of her father Shinjun. "Oh, I'm coming." Shun Yu replied softly outside, then picked up the chair behind her grandmother, and they entered together. The once empty house was now packed with people, her father and his 2 older brothers. The large round table usually for the TV had been cleared and moved to the center as a dining table. At the head of the table sat 3 middle-aged men. Besides her father Shinjun, on the far side were 2 slightly older men, her second and third uncles. As for why there was no eldest uncle, village elders said that her grandmother's first son as a child had gone to catch fish in a pond during heavy rain, slipped and drowned. Beside them sat 2 young women and a young man, the children of her second uncle. The woman on the far and looking just over 20 was her second uncle's eldest daughter Shinshui. In the middle sat her second uncle's son Shenwan, and the woman seated closely beside him. Shin Yu's gaze fell upon them. Indeed, history had not changed because of her rebirth. The woman with short sleek hair about 1.6 meters tall with a prominent tear mole under her left eye was her cousin Shun Wen's girlfriend Zheng Xiao. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Huan Mei from the upcoming magical phone drama, about 70% similar. But for Shun Wen, this marked the beginning of a tragedy. Zheng Xiao was from the Potato Province neighboring Sichuan and came from a rural background. She could cook, farm, and raise pigs. When Shun Wen was learning bricklaying on the construction site, she even worked as his helper. Zheng Xiao was young and capable, a perfect woman by all accounts. Unfortunately, she seemed to have a problem with her nose, which surgery could fix. Her second uncle's family had taken her to the hospital, and the treatment cost around 100,000 yuan. For the Shin family at that time, that was an impossible sum. The 3 brothers were not united, and 100,000 was far beyond their means. Although her second uncle had some savings, he was set on building a new house and reluctant to spend the money. In the end, the relationship broke down over finances, and he demanded Shun Wen break up with Zheng Xiao. Later, even into his 40s, Shun Wen remained unmarried, causing the family endless worry. Shin Yu looked at Shun Wen, her eyes tinged with pity. To meet the woman you wanted to cherish for a lifetime at your poorest and most destitute moment, that was truly heartbreaking. Hey, Shin Yu, what's with that pitying look? Young people were sharpied. Before Shin Yu could feel sorry for him for long, Shun Wen's attention shifted from his girlfriend to her. He had met this girlfriend years ago while working in Dongguan playing a dancing game online. They had secretly known each other for years, and only this year did he reveal the relationship and bring her home to meet the family. It was her first time spending the new year away from home. Not only did Shin Yu not greet her as sister-in-law, but she also looked at him with that expression, which inexplicably irritated Shin Wen. Her sister Shin Shui chimed in from the side. Shin Yu, are you asking for a beating? Call her sister-in-law. Shin Yu knew her cousin was just joking and wouldn't actually hit her. So she called out crisply, hello sister-in-law. Hearing this, Zheng Xiu seated beside Shun Wen immediately stood up, took out a boxed pure silver bracelet from her pocket, opened it, and said, Yu, I bought this for you. Try it on and see if it fits. Shin Yu looked at the pure silver bracelet on her wrist. Besides a transparent moonstone in the center, there was a small blue fishtail made of metal attached to it. In her previous life, Zheng Xiu had given her a toy gun, which had made her happy for a long time. This life brought slight changes, but it was because of her own circumstances. A girl receiving a toy gun was no longer appropriate. That night, Shin Yu lay in bed staring at the top of the mosquito net, lost in thought, her mind consumed with how to make money. Money. With no capital and no internet, where could the money come from? On the second day, just as dawn broke, Shin Yu was roused by her father Shun Jun's voice. Yu, get up and eat. In this life, though it was the first time hearing Shun Jun's voice in the morning, a strange sense of rebellion stirred within her heart. In her past life, when Shin Yu was a freshman and returned home on weekends, Shin Jun would often call her out of bed at 6 or 7 in the morning when the sky was just barely light. He would say, you're so young, yet you always sleep in. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Then he would send her to the market to buy groceries, claiming that morning produce was the freshest. She would come back to cook for him, and after he finished eating, he would go back to sleep. If she finished everything by 8 and started preparing lunch by 10, and then played League of Legends in the afternoon, he would call her to buy cigarettes or do this and that. Waiting a moment to go wasn't acceptable. He insisted she go immediately. He would kindly say, just pause the game, you can come back and play later. Strangely enough, after she graduated and started earning her own money, Shin Jun's attitude shifted completely. When she returned home for the new year, he no longer complained about her gaming, and he would call to check in on her with concern. Yu, get up. Hearing the persistent calls from outside the door, a thought flickered through Shun Yu's mind. Could it be that from this moment Shin Jun began to change? However, perhaps because she was a girl in this life, he didn't push the door open directly. In her past life, she had been required to sleep with the door unlocked. Shin Yu sat upside and replied him getting up. After a while, having finished breakfast, Shin Yu changed her clothes and followed her family to the countryside market to buy Spring Festival couplets, firecrackers, and other New Year goods. Thanks to her father, just returning after a year apart, he generously gave her 5 yuan as pocket money. In that era, elsewhere might be different, but in Yangon Township 5 yuan could buy half a jean of pork belly or a full jean of lean meat. Far from the city scenario, where lean meat cost more than fatty cuts. In the countryside, only the elders held the purse strings, and they had a singular fondness for fatty meat. Consequently, no one bought lean meat. If a jean of meat had too much lean, the elders would grumble and refuse it. Lean meat, besides getting stuck in teeth, required extra oil to cook, leaving plenty unsold at the evening pork stalls. It was from this year that the global financial crisis erupted and prices began to soar. For a student like her, the most direct impression was that the 1-cent spicy sticks from the corner store vanished, replaced by the cheapest option being 50 cents a pack. 1-cent coins gradually became useless. On the road by the mountain, Shun Yu followed behind her family, occasionally turning her head to steal a glance at Shun Wen and his girlfriend, holding hands at the back, whispering secrets to each other. They looked utterly sweet, likely discussing future plans. At that moment, the young man was brimming with confidence. Though they had nothing now, he believed that with hard work they would have a house and a car. Shin Yu shook her head. Though she knew some future events, she had nothing now, and speaking up would be useless. She preferred to let facts speak rather than rely on words. Yu, wait for me. Just as she was about to reach the street, a familiar voice came from behind. Shin Yu looked back. Amid the rime-covered trees, Shin Susu's figure emerged from around a corner, running out. Shin Susu wore a pure white cotton coat, a festive red scarf around her neck, and long twin tails adorned with blue bows. If Shin Yu didn't know her age, judging by her height and face, she looked no different from an elementary schooler. Shin Susu seemed to have run for a long time, her little face flushed, panting heavily, sending puffs of white smoke into the air. She trotted up to Shin Yu, bent over, and gasped, I went to your house, but the door was locked. The neighbor lady said your family went to the market. Shin Yu found Shin Susu's bent-over figure inexplicably adorable, so she reached out her fair hands and pinched Shin Susu's cheek. Then she pulled it to both sides. At that moment, Shin Susu suddenly noticed the bracelet on Shun Yu's wrist. Her expression tightened, and she asked with concern, Yu, where did you get this bracelet? Seeing that Shin Susu cared more about the bracelet than her own face, Shin Yu looked at her strangely and answered truthfully, it's a gift from my cousin's girlfriend. Oh, I see. Shin Susu's tense expression immediately relaxed. Though she disliked sharing her best friend, and didn't want Shin Yuyu to socialize with anyone else. She didn't worry about Shin Yuyu drifting away because of her cousin's girlfriend. She then extended her chubby little hand and touched the bracelet on Shin Yuyu's wrist, saying so beautiful. Watching Shin Susu's dazed expression and the small hand stroking her wrist, though the warm little hand felt nice, Shin Yuyu shuddered, quickly pulled her hand back and shoved it into her pocket, hiding it from Shin Susu's view. Then with bright almond-shaped eyes fixed on Shin Susu, she spoke gently, "Susu, let's go buy some guacamole. If we're late for New Year's, there won't be any left." "Great, let's go buy guacamole with Liangfen." Shin Susu's gaze lingered on the empty air where the bracelet had been, then shifted to Shin Yu's pocket. After a few breaths, she snapped back and broke into a sweet smile. Guacamole with Liangfen in the days before New Year wasn't like usual times. Normally kids had little money and adults only bought it occasionally for a treat, so it was hard to sell. But around New Year, it was different. Most migrant workers had returned, and both children and adults craved it. Because guacamole was common elsewhere, but guacamole with Liangfen was rare, the combination was a specialty of Shin Yuyu's hometown. Guacamole with Liangfen, which usually sold until dark, would sell out by 10 or 11 during the New Year period, since the dough couldn't be kept long and vendors made a limited quantity each day. Around noon, under the large banyan tree in Yangon Township beside Shin Yuyu and Shin Susu, a crowd of returning youths had gathered, chatting and boasting. Among them were several with dyed yellow or red hair and punk styles, wearing tight jeans and leather shoes of unknown brands, their front hair longer than any girls. Their messy hair covered their eyes, and when talking to someone they had to flick their bangs to see who it was. To them the whole act seemed incredibly cool and handsome, meant to attract girls' attention. "Mom, who is this strange uncle?" Fortunately, the cliched scenarios from those past life novels did not befall her. Standing just over 1.50 meters, she was of a respectable height, with her shoes on, not at all too short. Her face was full of collagen, fair and tender, but any discerning eye could tell that Shin Yuyu was still a middle school student. Though many youths dropped out of school these days, most of these returning youngsters were around 18 or 19, not a vast age gap. Yet one could never be sure if her elders were nearby during today's market day. If they found out, I'd probably get a good beating. "Ah, Yoyu, look over there. Isn't that our music teacher?" Shin Yuyu and Shin Susu had just queued up and bought their guacamole, about to take a bite, when Shin Susu's words caught her attention. Following her gaze, Shin Yuyu looked to the right. By the far right of the banyan tree near the bus station, a man in a black down jacket and light blue jeans, his hair slick with pomade, was harassing a woman. The woman had long hair casually tied back with a red string, and she wore an off-white woolen coat that covered almost her entire body, revealing only a pair of white high boots. Shin Yuyu frowned at the pair by the station. She recognized this man, who in her past life at the end of 2009 he had come directly to the classroom pestering Kong Yochi for her contact information. She hadn't expected him to show up in Yangon Township as early as the end of 2007. But had he been pestering her for 2 years without getting her number? It seemed Kong Yochi truly disliked him. That year he had somehow discovered she was a teacher at the school, then barged into the classroom with a bouquet demanding her contact info in front of all the students. That very year, with her workplace exposed, Kong Yochi resigned immediately. Later it was said she went to teach at a private school in the city. Shin Yuyu glanced at the guacamole stuffed with cold noodles in her hand, then at the troubled Kong Yochi, trapped and unable to escape the harassment. A plan sparked in her mind. "Susu." Shin Susu, about to unwrap her guacamole for a bite, looked up at Shin Yuyu's voice, puzzled. "After queuing for over 10 minutes to buy the guacamole, why not eat it now?" "Susu, that man is bothering our music teacher. Teacher Kong doesn't like him, but he keeps harassing her, trying to show her his unwavering determination. We have to help Teacher Kong." Shin Susu was baffled. How could they meddle in adult affairs, especially with a teacher? Though Teacher Kong was usually approachable, she was still a teacher. Students in this era naturally feared their teachers. Shin Yuyu leaned close to Shin Susu's ear and whispered, "Susu, take both our guacamole and go to Teacher Kong. Pretend to be her daughter and say to that man, 'Mom, the guacamole is ready. When are we going home?' That way he won't bother her anymore." "Huh?" Shin Susu's mouth fell open at the suggestion, staring at Shin Yuyu in shock. "Is this method? I have my own mom." For a moment, she was at a loss, her limited knowledge offering no counterargument, only a sense of oddity. Seeing Shin Susu's dazed hesitation, Shin Yuyu whispered again in her ear, "We're helping Teacher Kong. It's a good deed." As Susu still pondered, Yuyu bent down and murmured, "If you go ill, buy another guacamole, and we'll share it." At the promise of a guacamole, Shin Susu's eyes lit up, her beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on Yuyu. After a moment's hesitation, the temptation of a guacamole won her over, and she took Yuyu's guacamole, dashing toward the man and woman by the station. At just over 1.30 meters, Shin Susu, without knowing her exact age, looked like a primary schooler from a distance. "Yochi, wait, can we exchange contacts and talk?" The winter wind swept past them, lifting Kong Yuki's hair. She tucked a strand behind her ear, eyeing Zhang Mingfeng with irritation. She had met Zhang Mingfeng at a wedding feast a few days ago when accompanying her father to the county. Seeing no ring on her finger, he assumed she was single and had been pestering her ever since. Somehow he had tracked her to Yangon Township's bus station and cornered her on her way back from the county. She had a few girlfriends who, after being pursued so ardently for years, eventually married their suitors. But she was not that kind of person. The prerequisite for pursuit was that those men generally had cars and houses in the city. Zhang Mingfeng, a normal school graduate assigned to a neighboring village, didn't even own a motorcycle after years of work. His family was rural with 2 younger brothers. She wasn't one to scorn poverty, but she needed a partner at least better off than herself. Having worked hard to get into university and secure a government-posted job, she had no desire to spend her life in the countryside. She wanted to move her parents to the city. Seeing Kong Yochi silent for so long, Zhang Mingfeng stepped forward and said, "Yochi, I know I've been pressuring you, but I truly like you. Give me a chance, will you?" His college-style plea only irritated her more. She took a small step back, searching for an excuse to leave, when a soft, sweet voice came from beside her. "Mom, the guacamole with cold noodles is ready. When are we going home?" Kong Yochi turned stunned to see Shin Susu, the quiet girl from her class who sat by the window. She was short, seldom spoke, and the only impression Kong Yochi had of her was that she sang beautifully. Why would she say such a bold thing today? But as a college graduate, Kong Yochi quickly realized this was her best chance to shake off Zhang Mingfeng. She had forgotten her wedding ring, but a daughter couldn't be faked, could she? If she pretended to be married with a child, surely he would stop his relentless pursuit. With some effort, she hoisted the 1.30 Shin Susu into her arms, feigning affection. "This uncle keeps bothering Mommy. Mommy is going home now." Without another glance at the detestable man, she turned and walked away down another path, leaving Zhang Mingfeng standing alone in the cold wind. No. On the back street of Yangon Township, Kong Yochi struggled to set Shin Susu down. Although she was only 1.3 meters tall and not very heavy, carrying a person weighing dozens of pounds from the front street to the back street over 100 meters was still exhausting for a music teacher who rarely exercised. "Thank you, Shin Susu. You've really helped me out today." Shin Susu got down from Kong Yochi and said a little sheepishly, "Teacher Kong, this was all Yu's idea." Hearing Shin Susu's words, Kong Yochi turned her gaze to Shun Yoyu, who was standing nearby. She straightened her handbag, and a warm smile curled at the corners of her mouth. "Anyway, I'm truly grateful to both of you today. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have known what to do." After saying this, Kong Yochi looked up at the small shop nearby and said gratefully, "Whatever you two want to eat today, it's on me." For a rural teacher who came from the countryside herself, Kong Yochi knew best what these students liked: snacks and toys. She herself had craved these snacks as a child, and judging by Shun Yoyu and Shun Susu's clothes, they weren't from wealthy families, so the freedom to buy snacks whenever they wanted was basically impossible. Although Kong Yochi knew that mere snacks couldn't repay the great help these two girls had given her, she was just a music teacher. Besides snacks, she couldn't think of anything else to thank them with. She couldn't very well buy them sets of test papers or review books and tell them to study hard, could she? If she did, the two girls might end up hating her. When Shin Susu heard Kong Yuki's words, her eyes lit up. Normally, she only got 50 cents in pocket money occasionally, and even that wasn't every day. Plus, she was saving up to buy clothes and hadn't had any snacks for days. Before Shin Susu could agree, Shin Yoyu said clearly, "Teacher Kong would like to use the pedal organ in the music classroom just for today. Well, leave before dark." Shin Susu was puzzled by Shin Yoyu's request. Why did Yoyu want to borrow the organ? But strange as it was, she trusted Shin Yoyu. She must have her reasons. So she quickly changed her tune. Yes, would like to borrow the organ." Kong Yochi looked at Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu with some confusion. The key to the school's music classroom was indeed in her keeping. But in this rural school, aside from an old wooden pedal organ from the last century, there were only some unwanted speakers left. These were all obsolete old items. In the mountain village, they were considered treasures, but outside, these things could only be found in history museums. Even that organ was only brought out for the school's occasional cultural events. Usually she didn't even teach with it. It was just too old. Even if she taught them after the children went on to higher grades, they wouldn't find the same kind of organ outside, so teaching it would be pointless. However, despite her doubts, the two girls had just helped her a lot, and refusing them outright seemed a bit harsh. Despite her inner confusion, Kong Yochi kept her smile and agreed. "Alright, I don't have much to do today anyway. If you want to learn music, I can teach you." Kong Yuki's thoughts drifted as she simply assumed the two girls wanted to learn music and sing some songs. Seeing that Kong Yochi had agreed, Shun Yoyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had been thinking of other ways, but since the goal was achieved, the backup plan was no longer needed. She then followed Kong Yochi to her dormitory on the school grounds. Although as the school's only music teacher, Kong Yochi usually kept the key to the music classroom, now that the students were on holiday, she naturally wouldn't carry the classroom key with her. So she had left it in her dormitory. Shin Yoyu looked around the dormitory. It was a single room of about 20 square meters, furnished with a pink single bed. Beside the pillow lay a long pink plush panther. Near the balcony, a small white table was stacked with several teaching plans. The entire dormitory was very Spartan, with hardly any of Kong Yuki's personal belongings anymore, and there wouldn't be room. This single room was less a teacher's dormitory and more a converted student dormitory. The first floor served as teacher housing, the second floor was vacant, and the third and fourth floors were student dorms. The veteran teachers had mostly settled down in Yangon Township and had houses outside, so only those normal school graduates from elsewhere needed school-provided accommodation. After all, living on campus meant no utility bills, which could save a considerable amount of money. Even though rural teachers' salaries were indeed low, they could still save enough to meet their daily needs. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Kong Yoshi looked at Shun Yoyu and Shin Susu and said, "Teacher's dorm doesn't have extra chairs, so just sit on the edge of my bed for now. Let me change clothes, and then I'll take you to the music classroom." "Okay, Teacher Kong." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Shin Susu looked at Shun Yoyu with a puzzled expression, her little head full of questions. All of this was beyond Shin Susu's understanding as a young girl. Normally students tended to avoid their teachers. But today Shin Yoyu had not only come up with a strange plan and helped the teacher greatly, but now she also wanted to borrow the music classroom. Why at the same age could Shin Yoyu be so capable, while she herself spent all her time thinking about playing and eating snacks? In comparison, Shin Yoyu seemed like an adult, while she herself felt like an elementary school student. But thinking about it, a sweet honeyed feeling suddenly welled up in Shin Susu's heart. This is my best friend who grew up with me. If my best friend is amazing, I should be happy for her. Then her beautiful peach blossom eyes fell on Shun Yu's exposed hand. Pale, slender, and without an ounce of extra flesh. So beautiful. Taking advantage of Shun Yu's inattention, she reached out her own chubby little hand, grabbed Shun Yu's hand firmly, and turned her head toward the window. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Shun Yu suddenly looked at Shin Susu, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her bright almond eyes. This Shin Susu, she always likes doing this. Although they had grown up together as childhood friends, they were already this old, and she still liked playing the hand-holding game from when they were little. Oh well. Shin Yoyu then shifted her gaze away from little Shin Susu. After all, they were both girls. If she wanted to hold hands, let her. Holding hands didn't matter. After a moment, Kong Yoshi changed into a light blue down jacket and a pair of white casual cotton trousers. Having washed off her makeup and tied her hair tightly, she looked rather plain, transforming from a stylish urban beauty into a simple rural teacher. Kong Yoshi emerged from behind a makeshift curtain of cloth, reached into a cylindrical container on a long table to retrieve a key, and said with a smile, "Let's go now." Then Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu followed her out of the student dormitory. Click. With a soft sound, Kong Yoshi unlocked the door to the music classroom on the second floor of the elementary school building. As the door swung open, a fine layer of dust rushed toward them. Achoo! Shin Susu, standing at the entrance, was the first to be hit by the dust and sneezed unexpectedly. Kong Yoshi looked at the two, covering their mouths and noses, a bit embarrassed, and said apologetically, "With finals approaching, most music classes have been taken over by other subjects, and this room hasn't been used in a while, so it's gathered some dust. Wait a moment, I'll open the windows to let in some air." As Kong Yoshi went to open the windows for ventilation, Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu stood by the balcony nearby, waiting for the air to clear. The elementary school building had 4 floors, each floor housing 3 classrooms, with the first floor containing 2 kindergarten classes and a first-grade class. The second floor housed the second and third grades along with a music classroom, while the third floor was for the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. The top 4th floor, due to a decline in student enrollment from surrounding rural areas in recent years, had been sealed off and left vacant. Standing by the balcony, Shin Yoyu watched the basketball court below, where strips of greens were laid out to dry. After the students' holidays began, the empty playground was often used by nearby farmers to dry their crops. Once dried, these greens were usually made into pickled vegetables for the following year. "Yoyu, what are you looking at so intently? Lift me up, I want to see too." Shin Susu stamped her feet anxiously beside her. Since the second-floor balcony of the elementary building was designed for 2nd and 3rd graders, it was built high to prevent children from climbing and falling. Standing only 1.3 meters tall, Shin Susu couldn't see over the balcony, even on tiptoe. Shin Yoyu looked at her with a troubled expression. "You're so big now, and you still want me to carry you?" Shin Susu, seeing her friend's reluctance, would never have asked if she hadn't known that this frail-looking best friend was actually so strong. Afraid of accidentally injuring her arm, but now that she knew, lifting her was no trouble at all. "I want to see what you're looking at too. Lift me up." Shin Yoyu watched Shin Susu stomping impatiently at her right side and sighed helplessly. Then she lifted Shin Susu, raising her half above the balcony railing, and said, "Look, I'm watching them dry the greens over there." Shin Susu glanced at the elderly men below, bent over spreading greens with round bamboo trays, and felt a pang of grievance. She stubbornly replied, "If Yoyu likes it, then I like it too." Shin Yoyu had expected her to say it was boring and asked to be put down, but she didn't anticipate this response. Though holding Shin Susu wasn't tiring, she still found it a bit odd. Fortunately, after a few minutes, Kong Yoshi came out of the classroom and called to them, Shinsusu Shinyoyu, I've mostly dealt with the dust. Come on in. Hearing Kong Yuki's voice, Shunyoyu gently set Shinsusu down and replied, Okay, Teacher Kong. The three entered the classroom. At the front, in front of rows of benches, an old wooden pedal organ sat in the center, its red cover removed and set aside by Kong Yoshi. Kong Yoshi looked at Shunyoyu and Shinsusu and announced, What song do you two want to sing? They'll play it for you. Shinsusu raised her head to look at Shunyoyu on her right, her beautiful peach blossom eyes seeming to say, I'm so nervous the teacher is asking me a question. You say something. Seeing Shinsusu's tense and flustered expression, a thought crossed Shunyu's mind. She should find opportunities to help Shinsusu build confidence. Children raised in rural areas were often taught by their families not to cause trouble, to ignore bullying, and to avoid fighting. Coupled with poverty and a strict upbringing, it was easy for them to develop a submissive personality. And Shinsusu clearly embodied this now. However, this situation could be easily changed with money. As the saying goes, alcohol gives courage to the timid, but without alcohol, money could also boost one's confidence. But money matters had to be handled gradually. She then looked at Kong Yoshi, pointed to the organ beside her, and said softly, Teacher Kong, Shinsusu and I have written 2 songs ourselves. Could we try playing them? Kong Yuki's eyes widened in shock at Shunyu's words. She stared at the 2 girls as if seeing a ghost, her mind reeling. Write songs. But how old are you? Even after several years of university, I can only write a couple of mediocre pop songs. Songwriting isn't just about singing. Lyrics, melody, rhythm, verses, chorus, arrangement. There's so much to it. Although she knew that Yangon Township Elementary had taught a few years of music classes, and she herself taught a music theory lesson each week, relying solely on that to write a song, it seemed utterly impossible. Still thinking that they were already here, and that the 2 girls had been a great help today, she stepped aside and gestured for Shunyu to sit. She would be right there watching, so there was no fear of them damaging anything. Seeing Kong Yoshi move aside, Shinyoyu pulled out her father Shinjun's Nokia N95 phone from her pocket. That morning he had simply called her to eat, then took her to the market. Once there, he immediately looked for card-playing partners. After finding them, he abandoned her, gave her 5 yuan, and told her to take Shinsusu to play and buy snacks. She had gotten the phone from him by claiming she wanted to play Snake. Eager to get rid of her burden, so he could continue playing cards, he handed the phone over without hesitation. After all, it was an annual tradition. Kids playing games on phones was perfectly normal, and everyone knew it. She then sat on the wooden stool, her back to Kong Yoshi, opened the phone's voice recorder, and placed it on the organ. Turning to her left, she dropped the imitation expression she had worn for the past 2 days, and looked at Shinsusu with gentle tenderness, saying softly, Susu, now sing a little sweet. As we agreed before, you sing the verses, and I'll sing the chorus. Seeing Shunyu's gentle demeanor, Shinsusu's heart trembled. She felt a surge of excitement, adrenaline, and a rush of emotions flooding through her. Yet when she heard Shinyu ask her to sing especially in front of Teacher Kong, her excited heart instantly cooled. She lowered her head, twisted the hem of her clothes, unable to meet Shinyu's eyes, and whispered shyly, I'm too embarrassed. Seeing Shinsusu too shy to speak, Shinyu looked at her tenderly again, and said softly, Susu, have you forgotten what you promised me? Hearing Shinyu's words, Shinsusu clenched her chubby little hands tightly, then immediately lifted her head. Her beautiful peach-shaped eyes fixed on Shunyu as she spoke earnestly. I remember. How could I forget? Then Shinsusu stared straight at Shunyu. In that instant, in her gaze, the entire world narrowed down to only Shunyu, while Teacher Kong beside her was completely ignored. Shinsusu's knuckles turned white as she nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. Thinking of Shunyu's smiling face, she kept encouraging herself inwardly, and a little voice in her mind silently shouted, Shinsusu, don't let Yu down. Then closing her eyes, Shinsusu slightly parted her lips and began to sing. Pluck an apple waiting for you to pass by the door. Send it to your hand to quench your thirst. Accompanied by the old organ, her melodious voice resonated through the winter classroom. Teacher Kong Yoshi, upon hearing the 3rd line, sensed something amiss. Her pupils dilated in shock as she stared at the 2 young girls in disbelief. How could this be? She had been passionate about music since middle school, studied as an art student in high school for 3 years, and spent 4 more years learning music at university. Yet in the end, she was no match for these 2 girls who had only studied for 4 or 5 years. After the 2 songs ended, Kong Yuki's incredulous expression turned into utter stupefaction. She gazed blankly at the 2 girls, these students barely in their teens. Are there truly geniuses in this world? Is it possible for someone who has studied for only a few years to surpass those who have studied for over a decade? Kong Yoshi kept questioning herself, wondering if she was truly foolish, having studied for over 10 years, yet being outdone by her own students' few years of learning. Saving the recording on her phone, Shinyu closed the organ lid and turned to look at the motionless music teacher. She wondered what was on her mind. It seemed she had been struck by something. But if Shinyu knew her thoughts, she would only comfort her. This was hardly genius. In the past, Shin Yu had thought that the author of 30 Years in the East, 30 Years in the West was a genius, and that I am the heavenly emperor suppressing all enemies, a certain milk-drinking character, was also a genius. Little did she know Hua Linfei was the true genius. The other two weren't even worthy of polishing his shoes. Then Shin Yu waved her hand in front of Kong Yuki's eyes. Teacher Kong, it's getting dark. We should go. Seeing no reaction, Shin Susu, standing beside Shin Yu, also called out, Teacher Kong, Teacher Kong. Their voices finally snapped Kong Yochi back to reality. She spent the entire afternoon pondering over her life's experiences, and ultimately had to admit that this might indeed be genius. Then she led the two girls out of the music classroom. Click. The door was locked again. On the first floor at the stairway, the two girls called out to Kong Yochi in unison, Goodbye, Teacher Kong. Goodbye, Teacher Kong. Once outside the school gate, Shin Susu, seeing the music teacher was out of sight, finally spoke. Teacher Kong just now seemed utterly dejected. What happened to her? Shin Yu turned to look at Shin Susu, who seemed oblivious, and thought to herself, if you knew that someone could surpass a lifetime of your knowledge so easily, you'd feel the same. But she replied, it's nothing. Teacher Kong will be fine in a couple of days. After speaking, Shin Yu looked at her Nokia phone. Over a dozen audio files were displayed in the storage card, and she added notes to each file name. Having spent the entire afternoon singing multiple times, she had finally managed to produce a few satisfactory recordings. Just then, Shin Susu's worried voice came from beside her. Yu, when will we go home? If we're too late, my mom will come looking for me. Hearing this, Shin Yu turned silently and looked at Shin Susu, who had been holding her hand since they left the classroom, looking so happy while doing so. Just as she was about to say something, her phone lit up with a pale blue backlight, displaying a landline number. Shin Yu and Shin Susu exchanged glances, and then Shin Yu pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Yu? Is Susu with you? A young female voice came through the phone. Shin Susu quickly said, it's Mom. Then Shin Yu handed the phone to Shin Susu. Mom, I'm playing with Yu a bit longer. I've already eaten, so no need to cook for me. Oh, it's very safe, don't worry. The aunties and uncles are here, it's fine. After a moment, Shin Susu hung up and turned to Shin Yu, her face excited. Mom said I can go home with you. That means I can stay a little longer with Yu. Looking at Shin Susu, who was so delighted she didn't even care about going home, Shin Yu smirked inwardly. At such a young age, she was already learning to lie. She wasn't with her family at all. She had only eaten a guacamole with cold noodles at noon and hadn't even had a sip of water since. Only Shin Susu could get away with this. In this life, Shin Yu had never done such a thing. In everyone's eyes, although her grades were poor, she was obedient, the well-known good girl and refined young lady. Her past life was different. If she returned home even a little late, she would be scolded and beaten. It was miserable. It was like a twisted version of spare the rod, spoil the child. But the spoil the daughter part didn't fit, since in this life, she was still poor. During her growth spurt, she often ate sweet potatoes and plain porridge, rarely seeing any oil, and went hungry every day. At 6 in the evening, Shin Yu brought Shin Susu to the tea house on the main street. From a distance, she saw Shin Jun playing cards with a few others. He hadn't moved all day except to switch from the left side of the table to the right. The other change was that the stack of wages in front of him was now gone, replaced by just a few cards for counting. Seeing this, Shin Yu frowned deeply, wondering where he had picked up this bad habit. In her past life, Shin Jun often played cards all day and night without sleeping. At over 50 years old, he could stay up later than some youngsters. Later, when there was no construction work and he had no money, he finally restrained himself a little. Father, it's dark. We should go home. Upon hearing Shin Yu's words, Shin Jun finally snapped back to reality from the gambling table. Having lost everything, his face twisted with impatience as he addressed his daughter. You go back first. He'll follow shortly. With that, he returned his gaze to the table, resuming his card game. Witnessing this scene identical to her past life, Shin Yu realized that her father wouldn't abandon his hobby just because she was his daughter. His shortly often stretched into a full day and night. After all, once you were gone, he could simply turn off his phone and indulge for as long as he pleased. If she pressed him further, he would retort, it's my money I earn, not yours. I'll spend it however I want. Sigh, letting out a faint sigh, she looked down at Shin Susu and said, let's head home first. As they stepped out of the tea house, Shin Susu rubbed her stomach and whispered, Yu, I'm hungry. It dawned on Shin Yu, who had been busy all day, that Shin Susu had only eaten a single guacamole with cold noodles throughout the day. Earlier, she had lied on the phone, claiming she had already had dinner. If she returned home now, there would certainly be nothing to eat. Shin Yu felt the 8 yuan left in her pocket. Her total assets now stood at 9 yuan. A year ago, she had found 2 yuan and used one to buy a guacamole together with Shin Susu. This morning, her father Shin Jun had given her 5 yuan, and upon meeting Shin Susu, had given another 5 for her to take Susu out. After buying 2 guokis at noon, she had 8 yuan remaining. With her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on Shin Susu, she parted her red lips and said, come on, let's go eat. Great. I knew you were the best, Yu. A shallow smile spread across Shin Susu's small face, revealing two tiny dimples under the lamplight. Watching this, a warmth flowed through Shun Yu's cold heart. This little childhood friend is so adorable. In her past life, what had happened to Shin Susu's family? Even with her own poor grades, she had managed to attend a private high school. Why hadn't Shin Susu continued her studies? Her family was far better off than Shun Yu's. It didn't make sense. Inside the rice noodle shop, Shin Susu hugged the bowl with both hands, savoring the noodles with a blissful expression. In the small mountain village of Yong'an, eating rice noodles meant finishing the broth as well. Back then there weren't all those artificial additives and shortcuts. The broth in the noodles was made from genuine ingredients, simmered from real beef bones. On ordinary days for single-parent families like Shin Yu's and Shin Susu's, having enough meat to eat was already a luxury. Beef was something they rarely touched except during New Year noodles or wedding banquets. Halfway through her meal, Shin Susu pushed the bowl toward Shin Yu, mumbling indistinctly, "Yu, you have some too." Spotting a piece of cilantro stuck to Shin Susu's lips, Shin Yu gently wiped it away and said with a smile, "You go ahead. They'll have food at home." Seeing Shin Yu refuse, Shin Susu grew anxious. How could she be so selfish when Yu was so kind to her? Turning her head away in a huff, she declared, "I'm full. I'm not eating anymore." After a moment, when Shin Yu still hadn't budged, panic crept into Shin Susu's eyes. Tears welled up as she choked out, "Yu, are you disgusted because I've already eaten from it?" A large tear rolled down her cheek as she looked at Shun Yu with a tear-streaked face. "We're best friends. It's not right for me to enjoy this alone. I don't want to enjoy it by myself." Edge. Seeing Shin Susu cry, Shin Yu was baffled. What was going on? How could having food make her cry? She couldn't understand the little Lola's train of thought. Noticing someone outside the shop glancing their way, Shin Yu's heart skipped a beat. To outsiders, Shin Susu's small frame made her look like a mere child. Someone might step in and interfere. She shouldn't underestimate the simplicity of the older generation. Some were veterans with unwavering integrity who wouldn't care about the circumstances. Whenever something happened, they would step up to help without hesitation. Sensing more eyes on them, Shun Yu quickly turned to Shin Susu and said hurriedly, "I'll eat, I'll eat." With that, she lowered her head to the rice noodles before her. As Shun Yu ate, Shin Susu sat on the long bench, her gaze fixed on the bowl edge she had deliberately rotated when pushing it forward. A sly glint flickered in her eyes. A moment later, after draining the last drop of broth, Shun Yu lifted her head, her expression wooden. Her already frail appearance now seemed even more pitiable. She should have just saved the money. In truth, she hadn't told her family she'd be back for dinner. They would assume she was with her father, and Shin Jun certainly wouldn't let his daughter go hungry. His daughter was always so thin, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. No matter how much Shin Jun loved gambling, he wouldn't starve his own daughter, would he? So naturally no food would be left for her at home. She had lied to Shin Susu about having dinner at home just to save money, planning to cook noodles instead. Who would have thought it would come to this? Shin Susu watched the broth clinging to Shun Yu's lips, shimmering with a delicate fragility that made her pale complexion appear even more translucent. Then she tore off a piece of tissue, climbed up from the stool, leaned her entire body across the table, and stretched out her chubby little hand to gently wipe the moisture from Shun Yu's mouth. Startled, Shin Yu's bright almond eyes flew wide open as she glared at Shin Susu. "Shin Susu, what are you doing?" She grabbed Susu's hand, snatched the tissue away, and tossed it into the trash bin. "I can do it myself. Get down now. What if you fall?" The tables in the noodle shop were only meant for dining, and the bowls weren't heavy. The owner had cut corners wherever possible, using as little material as he could. After all, saving a bit of wood meant saving money. He never imagined someone would climb onto the table. Hearing the creaking wooden table, Shun Yu quickly stood up, wrapped her arms around Shin Susu's waist, and lifted her down. Looking at the little loli standing before her with her head bowed, clearly knowing she'd done wrong, Shin Yu's cool face turned serious. "Don't ever do anything so dangerous again. If you really get hurt, Aunt Sue won't let you play with me anymore." Hearing this, Shin Susu quickly lifted her head, looking at Shun Yu anxiously. No, she hurriedly explained. Then she mumbled to herself, "Even if I do get hurt, I'll say I wasn't watching where I was going and fell into a ditch. I won't blame you." "You?" Shin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, even forgetting what had just happened. She decided not to argue further with Shin Susu, who was stubbornly insisting it wasn't her fault. After settling the bill, she took Shin Susu's hand and walked out of the shop. Looking at the darkened sky, she turned to Shin Susu and said, "It's already dark. Let's take the main road home." Strictly speaking, there were 3 routes from Yong'an Township back to the Shun family village. One went from the south, threading through patches of paddy fields and crossing ridges to return home. The second route started from the east, following the narrow path beside the irrigation ditch, which also led home. The third was the broad road that Shin Yu and Shin Susu planned to take tonight. Built along the mountainside, this road was wide enough for small vehicles, though it was the longest path. Relatively speaking, it was safer. In the pitch-black night, taking a smaller path risked slipping into the fields or the ditch, which was not uncommon. This entire dirt road was like a branch splitting from the trunk of a great tree leading to the Shun family village. In the impressions of a past life, this dirt road would be fully paved with cement in 2 years, so there would be no need to wear rain boots when it rained. Under the dappled night, the two walked on the dirt road beside the mountain. Since neither had planned to return so late in the morning, they had not brought flashlights and were now groping their way through the darkness. The radiance of the stars and moon fell upon the earth, allowing a blurry view of the ground, while the distant mountains appeared as pitch-black silhouettes, like slumbering black giants. A cold wind blew, stirring Shinsusu's twin ponytails as the winter chill relentlessly crept into their collars. At that moment, the pine trees on the hillside rustled and swayed with the wind, their branches clawing like eerie mountain specters. For Shinsusu, who had never been out so late, the sight made her shrink her neck. An involuntary fear crept into her heart, and she felt a chill down her spine. She glanced back several times, seeing only a dark void with not a glimmer of light, and couldn't help but shiver. She reached out her chubby little hand, tightened the scarf around her neck, and looked up at Shunryu beside her. Her small frame leaned slightly to the left. After a moment, Shinsusu looked back again, a surge of terror gripping her heart. She squeezed the hand that held hers, and spoke with a trembling voice, "Yu, I'm scared. I'm scared there's something behind us. Can you carry me?" Hearing Shinsusu's words, Shunryu stopped, and turned to look behind him. There was no one there. Even if there were some thugs, Shunryu wasn't too worried. With his current strength, aside from being unable to tear apart Japanese soldiers with his bare hands, if he punched someone, he'd probably have to kneel down and beg them not to die. Thus, armed with such power, he naturally feared nothing. "I'm scared there are zombies." Hearing Shinsusu's words, Shunryu was speechless. How could there be such things as zombies in this world? Could she have secretly watched Hong Kong Uncle Ying's movies at home? In the Shun family village, almost every household could find 1 or 2 Hong Kong movie discs, especially zombie films, which were particularly abundant from the parents' generation. In his past life, he had secretly watched them at home too, scared to even go to the bathroom at night, terrified that a zombie would crawl out from under the bed, reach out its claws, and drag him by the foot. But after growing up, he realized it was all acted out, so he wasn't as afraid anymore. Watching Shinsusu, who was trembling uncontrollably, Shunryu found it amusing. He then shouted loudly, "A zombie," and pretended to run off. "Wah, you don't go." In an instant, Shinsusu was so frightened she sat on the ground, wailing loudly. Looking at her sitting on the ground, Shunryu said helplessly, "Our hands are still holding." Shinsusu looked at their joined hands, slightly stifled her sobs, and gazed at Shunryu by the starlight. Then, still sitting on the ground, she refused to move, and said stubbornly, "I don't care, you carry me." Seeing that Shinsusu wouldn't get up, Shunryu had no choice but to bend over and squat in front of her. "Come on, get on." Shinsusu's beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on Shunryu before her. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as a joyful smile bloomed on her face. She reached up to wipe the still damp tears from the corners of her eyes, and silently murmured to herself, "Yo, I'm only like this for you." Then she gently leaned onto Shunyu's back. Shunryu felt a slight weight on his back and a pair of arms wrapped around his neck. Shinsusu's voice came from behind him, "Hee Yo is the best." Sensing that Shinsusu was on his back, he hoisted her up, straightened himself, and said, "Hold on tight, we're going home." Hearing Shunyu's words from his back, Shinsusu let out a tiny voice, "Let's go home." Having played all day and sung all afternoon, Shinsusu could no longer hold on. She lay on Shunyu's back and fell into a deep sleep. At the small bamboo grove at the village entrance, Shunryu felt the steady breathing near his ear. Since Shinsusu hadn't spoken for over 10 minutes, he thought, looks like Shinsusu is asleep. With that in mind, he didn't plan to wake her. He looked up at the innermost corner. The lights were still on at Shinsusu's home. A warm orange glow spilled out from the wooden window, illuminating a patch of cement ground in front of the door. Although Shinsusu's father was gone, her mother, Su Jian, had not remarried. Instead, she stayed in the Shin family village and raised Shinsusu until 1st grade. Since farming in the hometown wasn't profitable, there wasn't enough land. She followed fellow villagers to work in a garment factory in Guangdong province. Every month after getting paid, she would send money home. Shinsusu's grandparents were still alive and could grow some crops each year, so Shinsusu's home was one of only 3 households in the western village cluster that had a cement ground. As for his own home, under normal circumstances, he would have to wait until the village built a cement road, then fetch a few buckets of concrete mixed with pebbles with a hoe to turn the yellow mud in front of his door into cement. A knock sounded. Knock, knock, knock. A cautious female voice came from inside. "Who is it?" With a soft creak, the old light yellow wooden door opened a crack. A pair of distinct black and white eyes peered out from inside. Seeing it was Shunryu, the door opened fully. Su Jian was about 1.6 meters tall with an oval face. Beneath her rounded features, faint crow's feet had already appeared at the corners of her eyes. Her skin was not particularly fair, and her long black hair was coiled at the back of her head. Perhaps due to the struggles of life, though she was only in her 30s and not yet 40, a few silver strands had already appeared at her temples. Su Jian wore a light purple down jacket, paired with a pair of gray old-style cotton pants. After opening the door, she looked left and right, but couldn't see her daughter. A hint of anxiety crept into her expression. She turned her gaze to Shun Yoyu and asked urgently, "Yoyu, where's my Susu?" Hearing Su Jian's inquiry, Shin Yoyu turned around to show her Shin Susu on his back, and said softly, "Susu is asleep." Su Jian saw Shin Susu on Shun Yu's back, and let out a long sigh of relief. As long as her daughter was safe. Then she looked at Shun Yoyu, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "I'm sorry to trouble you having you carry Susu back." Although Su Jian had been working far away for years, she knew that Shun Yoyu had been frail since childhood, the kind who would faint after cutting wheat in the fields for a while. Today he had carried her Susu all the way back from the street by himself. She didn't know how Shin Yoyu had managed to persevere. After handing the sleeping Shin Susu behind him to Su Jian, Shin Yoyu finally replied, "Aunt Susu is my good friend. I will definitely protect Susu." Then he looked at Shin Susu curled up in Su Jian's arms, and silently thought to himself, "I treat you as a good friend, what will you treat me as?" Then she returned home alone, where the entire family was crowded in the main room watching television. Indeed, it was the main room, a long house partitioned into 3 compartments by 2 walls. The first room was where grandmother slept with a television set placed there, the second room held a bed, and the third served as the kitchen. As for where Shin Yoyu now slept, it was in another adjacent rectangular suite, originally the wedding room of her second uncle. Since he and his wife worked far away for long periods, it had been given to Shun Yoyu. The living room, so common in later times, did not exist in Shin Yoyu's home. In the village, aside from the village chief's house, only 2 or 3 families had such a room. For the rest, having a place to live was already a blessing. A living room was but a fantasy. The 2 rooms of Shun Yu's family were built by her father Shinjun and his 2 brothers through tireless days and nights of burning bricks for sale, raising chickens and ducks, and selling grain. In the past, the means to earn money were far too scarce, especially since grandmother Su Yifang was often ill and needed to buy medicine. However, in her past life, Shin Yoyu remembered that grandmother often deceived her, saying it was nothing not wanting to burden her sons away from home. She would often delay until she could no longer endure before going to the clinic for some medicine. As soon as he entered the room and saw no one behind, Shin Yoyu's second uncle couldn't help but furrow his brows deeply and asked with confusion, "Yoyu, where is your father?" At that moment, aside from third uncle and her father, who were together in Yangyu province laying bricks, no one knew that Shinjun had fallen into gambling. Moreover, before returning home, her father had already warned third uncle not to reveal it. So now the eyes of everyone present were fixed on Shun Yoyu, hoping to learn from her the whereabouts of Shinjun. Shin Yoyu showed no regard for Shunjun's face, since he hadn't warned her beforehand. Without a second thought, she sold him out, spreading her hands and saying with a serious expression, "He's playing cards on the street. He's been at it all day, and it seems he'll be playing through the night." Upon hearing this, third uncle Shun Yin quickly lowered his head. Just a few minutes earlier, when Su Yifang asked him where Shinjun was, he had said that Shinjun was drinking tea on the street and chatting with people from the neighboring village. Who would have thought that his daughter would betray him so swiftly? At that time, he was only in his 30s, and with his mother still alive, his skin wasn't thick enough yet. Exposed, his face flushed red with shame, he bowed his head and remained silent. Before second uncle could speak, grandmother Su Yifang's voice instantly rose several notches. Despite her rheumatism, she got out of bed and said angrily, "Playing all day isn't enough, and now he wants to play all night. Profligate." She then moved to put on her coat, looking as if she intended to go to the street and drag him back herself. Seeing their mother determined to go out so late at night, both second uncle and third uncle were greatly alarmed. Su Yifang had raised the 3 of them alone since they were young, and overwork had left her with many chronic ailments. Going out in the dark of night, if anything happened, it would be disastrous. So second uncle Shin Tong steadied grandmother Su Yifang and said, "Mom, it's too late. Don't move. They'll call A Jun right now and tell him to come back." After grandmother exerted her authority, Shin Jun, who had been hoping to win back his losses, was summoned home. He sat gloomily in front of the television watching it. After being lectured by Su Yifang, Shinjun cast a resentful glance at Shun Yoyu, as if thinking he could have won back his money. "What a filial daughter you are." Shun Yoyu sat at the far right of the group, ignoring Shinjun's gaze, and thought to herself, "If this incident tonight can make you save some money enough for travel expenses to go out and work after the new year, then it won't be a loss." On this day in her past life, Shinjun had gambled away everything, forcing him to borrow money for a bus ticket to go work on the 3rd day of the new year, leaving her without tuition fees. Second uncle's children had grown up and no longer needed grandmother's care. Knowing that the young couple wanted to build a new house, and that her eldest grandson was about to get married, grandmother firmly refused his money. Third uncle was still unmarried at his age, so grandmother naturally wouldn't take his money either. Not only did she refuse, but she had even secretly saved a small fund for him, which she would never touch no matter what. So that year the first 2 months of the new semester were miserable for her. She borrowed tuition fees from Shun Susu's family, and her meals consisted of sweet potatoes with plain congee, more sweet potatoes than rice. The few eggs laid by their old hens were taken to the street to be sold for money. Thus, seeing her father Shinjun's current plight, Shinyoyu felt no regret for exposing him. The next day, just as the sky was barely light, a hurried knocking came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Along with the knocking, her father Shinjun's voice rang out, Yoyu, Yoyu, get up. Rising from her slumber, Shinyoyu sat up, and hearing the voice outside the door couldn't help but wonder, is he getting back at me? And so early. As a basin of icy well water dampened the towel, the bracing chill forcibly dispelled Shun Yu's drowsiness. After breakfast, Shin Yoyu watched listlessly as her father and his brothers sawed wood and split firewood, logs that second uncle and third uncle had carried back from the mountain yesterday afternoon. During the new year, aside from visiting relatives, they also had to prepare a year's worth of firewood for grandmother Su Yifang, stacking it in the back woodshed. In their eyes, with her slender arms and legs, she couldn't possibly carry firewood. Yoyu, Yoyu. A long table was set before her with tea on it. Shin Yoyu was lounging in a wicker chair soaking up the sun when she heard Shin Susu calling her from afar. With a quick glance, she immediately sat up straight. There was Shin Susu holding winter vacation homework in her left hand and a pen in her right, a smile on her face as she rushed toward her. Seeing this, Shun Yu's heart leaped, and she frantically signaled to Shin Susu with her eyes, "Don't show your homework." Although Shin Jun was not well educated, only having completed 3rd grade and knowing nothing about studies, he still knew that Shin Susu was in the same class as his daughter. Simply doing homework was fine, but the problem was that once he saw Shin Susu's homework, he would absolutely insist that Shun Yu bring out hers for a thorough inspection, even her past exam papers. But the problem was that Shun Yu's grades had been terrible before. Without a reason in the past, Shin Jun could only wake her up earlier than usual as a mild revenge. Now with a reason, Shin Jun would surely retaliate fully. Though it wouldn't be too extreme, he certainly wouldn't hold back. Then a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Shin Susu. On her delicate, cool face, a sudden flicker of alarm appeared, and her eyes signaled incessantly, "Don't come over." Watching Shin Susu hopping joyfully toward her, Shin Yoyu felt as though her life had instantly darkened. Hoping Shin Jun hadn't seen her. That was impossible. Such a conspicuous figure was impossible to miss unless Shin Jun was blind. Forget it, she resigned herself. After all, in the eyes of others, she was just a frail, sickly girl. Besides, her grandmother was still at home, so Shin Jun wouldn't dare beat her with a belt like he did in her past life. Yoyu, let's do our homework together, okay? I don't understand this English question. Hearing Shin Susu's words, the cool, aloof aura Shin Yoyu usually carried vanished completely. Her face now reflected a future of gloom and hopelessness as she stared at Shin Susu. Hey Yoyu, what's wrong? Sensing something amiss, Shin Susu pulled out a stool, sat at the table, placed her winter break homework and pen on it, and kindly urged, "Yoyu, let's finish our homework first, then we can play." Hearing this, Shin Yoyu felt even more bitter inside. She fixed her gaze on Shin Susu and said, "Since you love doing homework so much, why don't you do mine too?" Well, that's something only bad students do. The teacher said everyone must complete their own homework. Then Shin Susu opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes, looking at Shun Yoyu with confidence, and parted her small lips to say, "I believe in you, Yoyu. If we work together, we'll definitely finish it." Shin Yoyu remained unmoved, simply gazing at Shin Susu, thinking to herself, this silly girl really is a good person. In the yard, after splitting a few dry logs, Shin Jun lifted his head to look at Shin Susu, musing, this little girl, aside from being a bit short, is better than my own daughter in every way. She gains weight after eating, unlike my own daughter, who never fattens up no matter how much she eats. So thin she looks like a gust of wind could knock her over. If only Shin Susu were my daughter. Feeling thirsty at the sight of the tea on the long table, Shin Jun walked toward it. On the table sat an old-fashioned kettle filled with tea that had long gone cold. To drink, one simply took a bowl and poured. After taking a sip, Shin Jun lowered his head to look at the homework in front of Shin Susu, sighing inwardly. Other people's children are just better. Unlike mine, bad grades and a tattletale to boot. Suddenly a thought struck Shin Jun. Right, Shin Yoyu moved up a grade this year. I wonder how her grades are, good or bad. Immediately his face hardened as he turned to Shun Yoyu, who was sitting in the rattan chair, and demanded sternly, "How were your grades this year? Show me your exam papers." Hearing this, Shin Susu quickly covered her mouth, her eyes fixed intently on Shun Yoyu, filled with deep regret. At that moment she finally realized she had made a terrible mistake. It was because just 2 days ago a similar incident had occurred in the village. Shin Ming, who lived by the fish pond, was a 16-year-old 9th grader, tall and thin. His father was short, about 5'3", dark-skinned, stocky, and always wore a crew cut, with a perpetually stern and terrifying demeanor. Every year when his father returned home, the first thing he did was ask about Shinming's grades. Even though no one had played with Shunming for years and he was ostracized by all the village children, she still had a rough idea of his grades. He was a poor student, one of those with bad marks. That morning she was still sleeping in when his cries woke her up. Amidst her dreams, his father's voice drifted in from outside. Do you even deserve the hard work your mother and I put in at the construction site, slaving away day and night? Crack. What I feed and clothe you, and I can't even say a word to you. Still talking back. Your wings are getting stiff. Can't control you anymore. Amidst the crackling sounds and incessant crying, Shinsusu for the first time woke up at 7 o'clock that day and was listless for the rest of it. In Shun family village, Shunming's house was the nicest after the village chief's. It had a beautiful cement courtyard and was a tile-roofed house built with cement bricks looking quite lovely. Her own house, along with Shunyu's and 5 other families, shared a courtyard that was overgrown with weeds. Later that day, when she went to the fields to pick pea shoots at noon, she passed by his yard and found a few wooden sticks broken in half and a bamboo stick with its end completely shattered at the edge of the yard. Thinking of this, Shinsusu couldn't help but shiver, trembling all over. In an instant, she understood the meaning behind Shun Yu's constant glances at her earlier. I've harmed Yu, Shinsusu thought, filled with regret. With a soft thud, a stack of exam papers was brought out from the house by Shun Yu and placed on the long table, producing a dull sound. The first paper displayed a large red number, 51. Seeing this, Shinsusu quickly covered her eyes, not daring to look further. Shinjun, who had calmed down after drinking the cold tea, suddenly flushed bright red, whether from the fatigue of chopping wood or the anger at his daughter's poor grades. Suppressing his rage, he flipped through the thick stack of papers. 2 pages in 38, 31. Well, so the first one was the best of the lot. As for the English test from last week, Shinjun naturally ignored it. In his view, since she wouldn't go abroad in the future, what use was English? Besides, among a pile of low scores, a single good one was useless. In an instant, blood rushed to Shinjun's head, his face reddening. He took 2 deep breaths, quickly turning his head left and right, searching for a suitable tool. He then spotted a pile of firewood placed by someone else's house in the distance. Without a word, he strode toward his destination. Seeing Shunjun walk away, Shin Yu glanced down at Shinsusu, who was covering her eyes in fear, and at her second and third uncles in the middle of the yard ready to watch the show. She quickly pulled Shinsusu's hands down and said, Susu, open your eyes quickly. After Shin Yu pulled her hands away, Shinsusu saw that Shunjun was no longer in front of her and said happily, your dad left. That's great. I knew you'd be fine. Looking at the excited little girl, Shin Yu felt a bit speechless and pointed at her father's retreating figure, signaling for Shinsusu to look. Seeing this, Shinsusu's mouth fell open. Having never been beaten before, she couldn't even imagine such a scene. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked up at Shun Yu, her voice filled with regret. Yu, I've harmed you. Hearing Shinsusu's words, Shun Yu couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. What was done, and talking about it now was pointless. She said coldly, then take the beating for me. Shinsusu's eyes widened instantly, and all she could utter was a single sound. Having never experienced the sting of a beating in her life, Shinsusu inexplicably began to tremble all over. It must hurt terribly, right? Yet little fish would surely be unable to bear it. Her body was far too frail. In that fleeting moment, a resolve seemed to crystallize within Shinsusu's heart. She silently vowed to herself, this time let me protect you. Then with unwavering determination in her gaze, she looked at Shun Yu and parted her rosy lips slightly. Then I'll tell Uncle Shun to hit me instead. Shin Yu was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing these words, scarcely believing that such a statement had emerged from the lips of Shinsusu, a petite lowly barely 1.3 meters tall. Any random stick would tower over her. Spotting Shinjun already returning with a mulberry branch in hand, she hastily urged Shinsusu, quick, go to my house's kitchen and call Grandma out. Oh. Shinsusu instantly understood. There was no need for her to take the beating for little fish after all. She then scurried down the steps in a rush, dashing toward Shun Yu's home. In the throes of his fury, Shinjun strode up to Shun Yu and without a second thought swung the rattan branch with all his might. Whoosh! The branch sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle. Stop! Before Shinjun's rattan could descend, the figure of Grandma, Su Yifeng, appeared at the doorway, her voice ringing out to halt his action. Panting slightly, Grandma ascended from the stone steps, positioned herself before Shun Yu and snatched the rattan from Shinjun's hand, scolding angrily. I can't even bear to lay a hand on my own granddaughter, and you think you can strike her? With a constitution this frail, a single blow from you could be devastating. She then pointed at the unchopped firewood and snapped sternly, get back to splitting your wood. Listening to Grandma Su Yifeng's reprimand of Shunjun, Shin Yu couldn't help but muse inwardly, being a girl really has its perks. In my past life, even with a score over 70, I still got a beating. Miserable, truly miserable. Before Shin Yu could finish her thoughts, Grandma spoke up again. Little fish isn't cut out for academics. If she can't get into college, it's best to find a good family for her early on, treat her well, and when you grow old, little fish won't let you down. Turning to face Shin Yu, her face brimming with tenderness, she added, little fish is so beautiful, just like a big star, shall surely find a wonderful family. Hearing Su Yifang discuss such matters so openly in front of her, Shin Yu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. Nevertheless, Shin Yu decided not to argue with the elder, knowing full well that her words carried little weight in this household. Speaking of stars, her mind inexplicably conjured the silhouette of Lin Yuan, a figure of similar height to her own, still poised to grow a few more inches over the next couple of years. With fair skin, straight legs, and excellent grades, she was the quintessential novel archetype of a black-haired, straight-laced, female academic prodigy. If Lin Yuan existed in a later era with a thriving internet culture, she could even cosplay as the black-haired, straight-laced Maizen Pai, and perhaps gain a modest wave of popularity. Just then Shin Susu's utterly unremarkable lowly figure flashed at the corner of her eye, causing Lin Yuan's image in her mind to burst like a bubble and vanish. Gazing at Shin Susu's figure, her head bowed, hands clasped in front of her, lost in thought, a mischievous idea struck Shin Yu. You love doing homework, do you? Then you can do a little extra. As noon approached, Shin Susu headed home with her assignments, a trace of bitterness on her little face, as she looked down at the two identical winter vacation homework books in her hands. She silently encouraged herself, keep it up, Shin Susu, you're the best. You're the best. In the afternoon by the fish pond, Shin Yu kept her distance, utterly bored watching her second uncle's eldest son Shinwen fishing. Shinwen had just turned 20 this year. After finishing the 9-year compulsory education, he stopped studying and followed his second uncle to pick cotton in Jiang province, then worked on assembly lines in Yu province. In the past 2 years, he had been learning bricklaying with his third uncle in Yangyu province. At 20-something, in the prime of youthful vigor, he wore only a blue sweater on this sunny winter day, paired with black cotton pants and wool-knitted slippers. Shin Yu initially wanted to check how many fish he had caught in his bucket, but before she could approach, Shun stopped her with a glare. His eyes seemed to say, if you dare come over and be a third, we'll teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, Shun's girlfriend Jing Xiu leaned close to him, discussing their future marriage plans. Seeing the look in Shun's eyes, a thought flashed through Shin Yu's mind. If it came to a real fight, who would be teaching whom a lesson was still up for debate. She then shook her head vigorously. After all, family shouldn't fight each other. Since her rebirth, perhaps due to the merging of two lifetime souls, while Shin Yu still had the outward appearance of a frail invalid, her inner physical attributes had improved to varying degrees. Beyond a significant boost in memory and strength, her hearing and eyesight had also sharpened. Thus, even from dozens of meters away, by focusing her attention, she could clearly make out what the young couple was saying. Zheng Xiu sat on a small stool watching the float on the pond. Dressed in a beige casual outfit, she leaned against Shun, her neatly combed short hair falling straight, as she spoke of their future plans. Zheng Xiu, I called my parents this morning. They insisted on a 50th annual bride price, but I disagreed. Zheng Xiu, if they want budge, well, just get married first, and let the rice cook. Shinwen, don't worry, you'll work hard. This year, you'll become a master craftsman, earning 80 yuan a day. Shinwen, when you get tired from work, take a few days off. I'm strong, I don't need breaks. Then I can make 240 yuan a month and 280 yuan a year. As he spoke, Shinwen switched his fishing rod to his left hand and flexed his right arm, showing off his biceps. Zheng Xiu, don't push yourself too hard. I've saved some money over the years, let's pool our funds together. Hearing this, a gleam of determination flashed in Shun's eyes as he vowed again, don't worry. The year after next, by the end of the year after next at the latest, I'll definitely go to your family to propose. After that, the two chatted about where to buy a house, what car to get, and other dreams filled with hope for the future. Listening to their sweet nothings by the pond in broad daylight, Shin Yu found it all rather cringeworthy. She never imagined that her cousin, who in her past life was always silent and withdrawn, could have had such a side in his youth. It seemed that his second uncle forcing him to break up had dealt him a devastating blow, leaving him unable to move on for decades. Later, he remained unmarried, even past 40, causing his second uncle to regret it for half a lifetime. Shin Yu tilted her head, watching the pair, pondering to herself. In Zheng Xiu's recent words, she had concealed something very important. Her family not only demanded a bride price, but also insisted that the groom own a house. However, since Zheng Xiu had already stood up to her own family, the house wasn't the real issue. The young couple could build their future together. The true crisis was her illness. After the new year, her condition worsened to the point where surgery had become unavoidable. Especially in winter and spring, when the weather was still cold, the frigid air would enter her nasal cavity, unfiltered, rushing straight to her brain and causing instantaneous fainting. At home, it was manageable. Someone would be there at noon and in the evening. But in her past life, her second aunt had mentioned that once, while returning from buying groceries, she collapsed suddenly on the main road. Fortunately, a fellow worker happened to pass by and rushed to the construction site to notify them. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened? That incident had thoroughly terrified her second uncle's entire family. In the aftermath, her second uncle and second aunt took turns pressuring their son to break up with his girlfriend. Her cousin, of course, refused to initiate the breakup. Unable to sway him, after all, they would rely on him for support in their old age. They instead turned to Zheng Xiu, trying to convince her. Within less than half a month, Zheng Xiu voluntarily ended the relationship with her cousin. Of course, from today's perspective, no one was truly at fault. Not her second uncle, and aunt, not her cousin, and not his girlfriend. Everyone had their own considerations. The only mistake was the Shun family's poverty. To encounter someone you wish to protect for a lifetime at the very age when money was most desperately needed. Shin Yuyu stared thoughtfully at the two figures by the fish pond. In the memories of her past life, it was this very year, when they returned home for the new year, that Shinwen came back alone. Zheng Xiu had vanished. From that year onward, her cousin became withdrawn and silent, like a puppet drained of all interest in life. If it had been her, enduring such a blow would have taken a long time to recover from. The crux of the matter was that her second uncle's family did have some money. After decades of working from place to place, they might not have been able to produce over 100,000 at once, but they could scrape together tens of thousands. With a bit borrowed from others, the surgical fees could have been covered. Zheng Xiu was truly a good girl. While her cousin laid bricks, she worked as his assistant below. Shin Yuyu looked at the silver bracelet on her wrist, the light blue fishtail, symbolizing untamed freedom and a young girl's yearning for the future. She made up her mind earning money had to be prioritized. With the advantage of a reincarnator's foreknowledge, making a modest sum was effortless. For instance, before purchase restrictions tightened and the market cooled, one could put a down payment on a house, mortgage it, then use that to finance down payments on 3 to 5 more properties, mortgage those, and repeat the cycle a dozen times. Acquiring an entire building would be simple. Then at the market peak, sell everything off. Moreover, her current mind was incomparably sharper than before. She had a photographic memory and faster thinking. She would likely excel in scientific research. The only drawback was that overusing her brain led to headaches. But these methods were too slow. She needed a business that could recoup costs quickly. The 2 songs she had recorded with Shin Susu in the music classroom were still saved, but not yet uploaded. Most importantly, she didn't have a bank card yet. Even if she earned money, she couldn't receive it. As for using her parents' bank card, Shin Jun, that gambler, once money entered his pocket, there was no getting it back. Even her New Year's red envelope money would be taken with the false promise, let me save it for you. You're too young to spend recklessly. They'll give it back when you're older. Then it would be squandered at the gambling table. So she had to find her own way. Yo-yo, over here. Zheng Xiu's voice came from the edge of the fish pond. Shin Yuyu, still pondering how to secure the money in her own hands, heard the call. Zheng Xiu was now standing beside her cousin, waving at Shin Yuyu. Watching her cousin, who was focused on fishing, Shin Yuyu thought finally the young couple has finished talking. She then took small steps from the village well to where Zheng Xiu stood. Passing behind her cousin, she glanced into his fishing bucket, where several palm-sized carp swam lazily. Under the distant pear tree, a cluster of tabby cats sat motionless, their eyes fixed on the humans, hoping the kind souls would grant them an extra meal. Yuyu, let's go buy some snacks in town, Zheng Xiu said. An says the stinky tofu and beef tendon strips from Lukio's stall are delicious. Shin Yuyu turned her head to look at Shun, one who was fishing with meticulous precision. In her past life, she had secretly used her New Year's money to buy snacks in town. After returning home, she ate 2 packs and hid the rest under her pillow, planning to save them for school. But that afternoon, she found her cousin and cousin-in-law sitting in chairs, basking in the sun, scrolling through their phones and munching on her snacks. Puzzled about where their snacks had come from, she nevertheless shared happily with them, adhering to the principle of if it's free, why not? She even served them tea and water, diligently contributing with all her heart. Only after the snacks were finished did they confess they had found them while tidying up the bed and taking the sheets out to wash. Grown adults snatching snacks from a child. But later they compensated her with extra money, soothing her young heart. Then she looked at Zheng Xiu, a smooth, fair oval face with a few playful short strands of hair hanging by her ears, their ends curling slightly inward. Yet her hands were strikingly rough. The reason was the endless manual labor. Her knuckles had widened, and blisters that formed and burst repeatedly had turned into thick calluses. Shin Yuyu, in contrast, had been frail since childhood. Though she grew up in the countryside, she had never done much physical work. Her fingers were long, slender, and fair, and under the sunlight her rounded nails shimmered with a faint luster. She shifted her gaze to Zheng Xiu's eyes, and spoke in a little girl's tone, sure, let's go. Neither of them mentioned money. It was understood that an adult taking a child to buy things wouldn't split the bill. At home, Shin Susu sat at the table flipping through books and scribbling on her winter homework. Occasionally she would tilt her head and take a sip of the already cold kanji. Several days passed, and today was another market day, also the day to collect report cards from school. Just as dawn was breaking, the knocking on the door from her father Shin Jun rang out as punctually as a rooster's crow. Knock, knock, knock. You get up. Time to go to school, and check your grades. Shin Yuyu sat up groggily in bed, the blanket slipping from her pale shoulders. She stared blankly at the window covered with newspaper, her heart filled with speechlessness. Is this really necessary? Just because I asked you to skip one gambling session. Waking me up this early every morning. So petty. Yet despite her thoughts, Shin Yuyu slowly rose and approached her old wooden wardrobe. With a creak, she pulled open the door, revealing a few pairs of light blue jeans, some winter cotton coats, and a brand new down jacket. The wardrobe held very few clothes. Whenever her father Shinjun wanted to buy her new garments, her grandmother would always say, "Why buy so many clothes? The girl is still growing. If you buy them this year, they won't fit next year. If you have money, you'd better save it to build a house, so you'll have a place to live when you're old." So Shin Yuyu usually wore her 2 school uniforms in rotation. Glancing at the wardrobe, she noted that this year Shinjun had been clever. Instead of taking her shopping, he had bought a down jacket for her in Yangyu province and brought it back. She looked at the sparse selection of clothes in the wardrobe, then changed into an apricot-colored base layer and draped the already washed pink down jacket over her shoulders. For the lower half, she put on a pair of dark gray jeans paired with white sneakers. Then she slid open the latch on the wooden door and stepped out with sleepy eyes. Yuyu. As soon as Shin Yuyu stepped out, she heard Shin Susu's delighted voice and turned to look in that direction. There stood Shin Susu, her hair in double ponytails, wearing a cream-white puffer jacket over a high-necked white sweater with half of an adorable little white bear pattern peeking out. Below, she wore thick down pants and brown boots, looking exceptionally cute. Before Shin Yuyu could say anything, Shin Susu trotted over, stood on tiptoe, and touched the hood draped behind Shin Yu's back. The pink hood's edge was lined with a wide white fur collar, soft and warm like fox fur. "Yuyu, you look so beautiful in this outfit." Watching Shin Susu's hands roam over her, Shin Yuyu couldn't help feeling exasperated. Was this outfit really that captivating? Yet something about Shin Susu's behavior felt off. She turned and grabbed Shin Susu's hand firmly. "Stop fooling around, we need to go to school to get our report cards." Pinned in place, Shin Susu whined. "But your new clothes are so pretty. You used to wear your school uniform all year round. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, and it was never nice." Giving in, Shin Yuyu dismissed her doubts and released her hand. "I need to wash up, don't disturb me anymore." A moment later, Shin Susu watched as Shin Yuyu stood before a wooden pillar, brushing her hair over and over. A cascade of jet black, glossy hair flowed from her shoulders down to her waist, each strand shimmering with a hint of luster. It was like those shampoo commercials on TV, long and beautiful with a fragrant scent. Feeling an itch in her hands, Shin Susu saw no one else around, and quietly crept up behind Shin Yuyu, whispering, "Yuyu, how about I do your hair for you?" Shin Yuyu paused, her right hand holding the wooden comb mid-stroke. Through the small round mirror hanging on the pillar, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on Shin Susu, as a thought crossed her mind. What is this Shin Susu plotting now? Something felt off to Shin Yuyu. But then she recalled some TV dramas from her past life, where female friendships were indeed much closer than those between males, sharing facial cleansers, shopping together, being very intimate. Could it be that best friends brushing each other's hair is normal? If 2 guys did that, she would think there was a serious problem. But girls... She turned around doubtfully, her cool face full of questions as she looked at Shin Susu's eager, expectant expression. After hesitating for a moment, Shin Yuyu handed the wooden comb to Shin Susu and sat down on a small stool, waiting for her to begin. After all, she really didn't know how to style her own hair. Despite her strong learning ability, now she didn't have eyes in the back of her head and often ended up with messy results. Hearing a strange giggle behind her, Shin Yuyu frowned and warned, "Susu, do it properly. We have school today." Shin Susu quickly replied, "Okay, I'll be serious." Feeling the gentle tugging on her hair, Shin Yuyu remained still, sitting on the stool and gazing at the drainage ditch ahead. Inside a small hole in the ditch, a crab was busily excavating dirt. In the rural areas of Sichuan and Chongqing, almost every old-style tile-roofed house had a drainage ditch in front. When it rained, water from the roof would flow down the eaves, forming straight lines of droplets falling into the ditch. Newer houses usually had piped drainage, so ditches were unnecessary. In fact, decades later, most families would buy apartments in the city, leaving only the elderly in the countryside. Once this generation of elders passes away, the countryside might truly have few people left. Ding 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 ding. Yuyu, I'm done. Look, is it pretty? Taking the small round mirror from Shin Susu, Shin Yuyu stared blankly at the reflection inside. A delicate oval face bore a hint of fragile pallor. A thin neat fringe adorned her forehead, and a delicate braid extended from the right side of her head, falling over her cheek and down to her waist. Shin Yuyu gazed at herself in the mirror, touching the hair on the right, her expression stiff, as she said mechanically, "Susu, do you think this is okay?" Shin Susu placed the wooden comb in a small box, gathered all the hairpins, combs, and bands, and pressed them into Shin Yu's hands with confidence. "I saw this hairstyle on TV. It's really beautiful." Shin Yuyu stood up and looked at Shin Susu, who even in boots only reached her shoulder. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, she seemed not to be lying. Yu thought to herself, is it really that pretty? But it was already past 7. If they didn't hurry they'd be late for school. Neither of them had eaten breakfast, and they still needed to buy food. She put the small box back home, locked the door, hid the key in the nesting box above the chicken coop under some fresh straw, and then followed Shinsusu toward the street. On the path beside the ditch. Shinsusu, stop pulling my hair. Yu said helplessly. Ever since she got her new hairstyle, Shinsusu had been reaching out to touch it at every opportunity. Was there some kind of magic in it? After Yu's scolding, Shinsusu restrained herself, and they made it to the main street without incident. The streets of Yangon Township were packed with bustling crowds, everyone busy with their own affairs, either shopping for New Year's goods or gathered in groups chatting. Apart from a few young punks with dyed hair, not many people paid attention to Yu. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief, glad nothing unusual had happened. They each bought a large meat bun and hurried toward school. After all, today was the day results were announced. Being late would be bad. At the school gate, Yu stopped, her expression turning strange as she spotted a familiar figure pacing anxiously back and forth. It was her father, Shinjun. Hadn't he woken her up early this morning, told her grandmother, a friend invited me for tea, and I won't be back for lunch, before rushing off. So why was he now at the school gate? The pile of cigarette butts at his feet suggested he had been waiting at least half an hour. He hadn't gone to the tea house to try to win back what had lost in previous days. Instead, he was waiting here for her. When Shinjun spotted Yu, he immediately dropped his cigarette, twisted his leather shoe to stub it out, and strode quickly over to her. He seemed about to speak, but then turned to Shinsusu instead. It's Susu. You two are from the same village and the same class. You should spend more time together. Hearing Shinjun's rambling, evasive words, Yu understood. He just wanted to follow her to school, but didn't know where her classroom was. Today was the day report cards, and results were given out. Though Shinjun had long known Yu's grades were poor, he still hoped for a miracle. Until he saw and heard the results himself, he clung to a sliver of hope. After all, she was his only daughter. Even if the hope was faint, he had to see it with his own eyes. Like a drowning man grasping at a straw, knowing it was impossible, but still holding tightly. At that thought, an idea flashed through Yu's mind, and she spoke up. I want to open a bank account and buy a phone. Shinjun was puzzled by the first part. Why would she need a bank account? But upon hearing the second, his eyes widened, and he raised his voice in refusal. No. Your grades are already so poor, if you have a phone they'll only get worse. No, absolutely not. Yu wasn't too discouraged by her father's reaction. In this era, the older generation viewed phones and computer games as a flood of beasts when it came to education, cutting them off without any discernment. But seeing his reaction, Yu knew her goal was within reach. She continued with a hint of anticipation. What if my grades improve? Even if they improve, it's still a no. Shinjun refused, shaking his head. What if I get top rankings? Could I have these as a reward? Shinjun almost laughed at that. Did she not know her own grades? Top rankings. If she could get top rankings, he would eat the phone on the spot. But Shinjun ultimately refrained from uttering those words. He subtly patted the inside pocket of his coat, where he had placed the money he withdrew this morning, intended to recoup his losses. He had not earned much this year, spending most of his time running around construction sites hoping to secure some bricklaying contracts, and thus had saved little. Moreover, contracting construction sites required upfront capital which he lacked. So he could only beg and plead to run errands for those bosses, hoping they would allocate him small jobs that didn't require investment. Consequently, when he returned home this year, he had only a month and a half's wages on him. Less than 10,000 yuan. Having lost a fifth of that sum a few days ago, he was determined to increase his stakes and double his earnings today. He touched his pocket again, then glanced at his daughter. His hopes of turning things around made him extremely sensitive. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be a trick? Recalling Yu's usual grades, he shook his head abruptly and said with a stern face, if you really make it into the top few, I'll buy it for you. Seeing her father's stern expression, Yu felt the heavy stone in her heart finally settle. After all, if she wanted to earn money, she couldn't bypass her guardian. With her guardian's involvement, she could open a bank account in her own name and activate online banking and transfer functions. However, Yu still maintained a cool demeanor, turning to Shinsusu and saying softly, let's go, Susu. Let's head to the classroom. Entering the school, Shinjun immediately followed Yu, staying just 2 or 3 meters behind, afraid of losing sight of her. Watching the backs of the two figures ahead, he tightened his grip on his inner pocket and thought, this girl, how old is she? And she already wants a phone. When she grows up, what then? As for the promise of top grades, he naturally dismissed it. How could that be possible? The Shun family had been peasants for generations. The highest education was her cousin, who only finished junior high. Could this generation really produce a college student? Yangon Township schools used to be separate, but due to a shortage of students, all schools in the township were merged to save resources, now collectively called Yangon Township Elementary School. Even after the merger, the school still faced the problem of insufficient enrollment. The middle school section of Yangon Township Elementary School was a long rectangular building. The bottom meter was tiled while the upper part was painted white. A pedestrian passage in the middle divided the building into two parts. The second and third floors were filled with students during Shun Yu's cousin's generation, but by Shun Yu's time the second floor was completely vacant with only the first floor still in use. The classroom at the far left belonged to Shun Yu's class. Before she even reached it, she could hear the clamor from inside along with parents waiting by the windows. More than the students themselves, they were eager to know their children's grades. As Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu climbed the stairs to the classroom, Shin Yoyu turned to her father. "Don't smoke near the window, the smoke will blow in with the wind." Hearing her instruction, Shin Jun immediately slapped his chest with his big hand, raised his head, and said with an air of certainty, "I know." Assured that Shin Jun wouldn't smoke, Shin Yoyu felt relieved and led Shin Susu into the classroom. It wasn't that Shin Yoyu was being overly cautious. In her past life, Shin Jun, wearing a look of deep grievance, stood by the window chain-smoking. In just half an hour he had smoked 7 or 8 cigarettes, lighting one after another. The smoke made half the classroom cough continuously, as if everyone had asthma. Finally, the homeroom teacher Jiang Jinsung had to point at Shin Jun from the podium and ask, "Whose parent is that? Tell him to smoke farther away." This had caused the younger her great embarrassment. So this time she warned him in advance. Besides, smoking in public places was indeed wrong. In the classroom, everyone sat in their original seats, and Shin Yoyu returned to the 4th row. Listening to the constant noise around her, someone laughing loudly, chairs scraping against the floor, and the sound of eating spicy strips, she couldn't help but frown. The front 2 rows were quiet in stark contrast. Although there were no books on their desks and no one was reading, they only whispered occasionally. However, seat changes wouldn't happen until the first unit test after the new semester began. More than 10 minutes later, the fixed class bell rang at 8:10, and the homeroom teacher Jiang Jinsung appeared at the classroom door, precisely holding a stack of A4-sized report cards. The moment the teacher appeared, the previously noisy classroom fell silent, as quiet as a graveyard. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Shin Yoyu couldn't help but marvel. It was strange. At home, these children weren't afraid of their parents, and some even talked back, but at school they were completely subdued. Ahem. Jiang Jinsong cleared his throat on the podium, scanned the classroom, saw that everyone was present, and glanced at the parents gathered by the windows before announcing loudly, "The final exam results are out. Some have made remarkable progress while others are stagnating, and some have even regressed. You study for yourselves, not for your teachers. What are your parents working so hard for? Isn't it to ensure you study well?" After lecturing for over 10 minutes, Jiang Jinsong finally stopped. He then called 3 boys from the back row to bring the exam papers from upstairs. A few minutes later, the 3 boys returned with the papers, placing the thick stack on the podium. As they passed Shin Yu's seat, their expressions were varied. The reason was simple: the teacher liked to arrange the papers in order of scores from highest to lowest. Naturally, they had seen who was on top. Not just the first one, but they had flipped through several others. The first place wasn't Lin Muin, but Shin Yu, who usually had average grades. Although Lin Muin usually performed well, her scores were far from Shun Yu's astonishing results today. Could she have deliberately scored low before? They couldn't help but think this way because the 2 boys in the last row sitting next to the trash can always hand it in blank papers due to their parents' divorce and family quarrels. As for cheating, that was even more impossible. In the past, they would write answers on small slips of paper and hide them in the restroom for the next person to retrieve. But the substitute teachers were very strict during exams, even accompanying students to the restroom, making cheating impossible. Besides, who could cheat their way to first place? After the 3 boys sat down, Jiang Jinsong walked in holding 3 envelopes. Those in the middle and back rows were indifferent. Their only concern was whether they had passed, as it determined if they would face a beating at home. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Jinsong swept his gaze once more. However, with parents and possibly school leaders by the windows, he refrained from doing or saying much. After all, he was about to retire. Doing well wouldn't increase his pension, but messing up could cost him his salary. In recent years, he had come to realize that completing his duties without incident was enough. Yet the principal had insisted he announce the total scores this time, which was unusual. Everyone knew that on results day, many parents stood by the windows, including fellow villagers. Publicizing the scores would embarrass parents of underachievers, making the new year difficult for them. But what did it matter to him? He had explained the lessons repeatedly, drinking several cups of water a day, yet they hadn't listened. What could he do? Then, standing at the podium, he said in a flat tone, "When I call your name, come up to collect your report card and exam paper." Looking at the top scorer on the list, Jiang Jinsong was surprised. Though he had known the result, seeing it again was still hard to believe. First place, Oshun Yoyu 768. Gasps filled the room as everyone displayed disbelief, and the classroom buzzed with chatter. Hadn't Lin Muin always been first? Did she hold back? Outside, parents crowded by the windows, stirred by the high score. Whose child is this? So impressive. They exchanged glances, trying to identify the parent to ask about their methods. A girl with loose hair and an oval face in the second row looked up at Jiang Jinsong and suddenly said, "That's impossible. Did she cheat?" Though her voice was low, it was jarring in the quiet classroom. Instantly, Shinsusu, sitting to her left, whipped her head around her beautiful peach blossom, eyes narrowing as she glared. Under the desk, her small hands clenched until her pale knuckles turned white. Countless questions flashed through her mind. Why would she say that? How dare she? Shinsusu didn't know why she was so angry, but she couldn't tolerate anyone slandering Shinyu. Absolutely not. On the podium, Jiang Jinsong merely glanced at the girl and then lowered his head to continue reading the results expressionless. The exam was monitored and papers were graded by teachers from multiple schools. The scores are accurate. Shinyu, sitting in the fourth row, looked at the girl in the second row. A memory surfaced. She had a minor conflict with her. The girl's name was Chunyu from Qinjia village near Chonghua City. She got along well with boys during breaks and was popular in class. Ironically, the conflict began during the midterm exam when Chunyu was randomly seated in front of Chunyu. A girl ahead passed notes to Chunyu which had to go through Shinyu. But with the teacher clearly watching from the second floor, she dared not pass them no matter how much they insisted. Without the answers, Chunya's score suffered, and she held a grudge. Shinyu had even been blocked in the restroom once. It was understandable that the girl harbored some resentment. Recalling these petty schoolgirl dramas, Shinyu couldn't help but smile. Childish games like Shangxi cuisine were trivial. With the head teacher present, no one dared to speak after Jiang Jinsong's remarks. He continued, second place, Lin Muin 652. Third place, Chen Xinxiu 599. 15th place, Shin Susu 458. 37th place, Feng Zhonglong 58. 30th place. Jiang Jinsong glanced at a boy sleeping on his desk side inwardly and personally placed the exam paper and report card on his desk. He then reiterated the winter break precautions and said, "You may leave once you have your report card. Don't linger at school." With that, he left the classroom, leaving the students inside. After all, no one dared move until the teacher was gone. The moment Jiang Jinsong exited, the classroom erupted in chatter. This time they weren't discussing holiday plans, games, or TV shows. Instead, their gazes kept drifting to Shinyu at the back. Previously, Lin Muin's score of over 600 was already impressive. With her grades, getting into the county's top high school was a sure thing. For many rural elders, the farthest they'd ever traveled was the county seat. When that happened, the school would hang banners at the gate, and in summer the village would prioritize water for your fields. Yet Shinyu had surpassed Lin Muin. Lin Muin, seated in the middle of the front row, stared blankly at the craft paper envelope in her hands. Second place. Second place. She sat motionless until Shinyu and Shin Susu passed by her. Only then did Lin Muin snap out of it. She watched Shinyu's retreating figure, a deep curiosity stirring within her. A doubt crossed her mind. Had she really been holding back all along? After a moment, Lin Muin rallied. She had seen many prodigies before, but none worked as hard as she did. Once she caught up, they eventually faded into obscurity. It seems I need to work even harder. Yet thinking about her family's situation these past few days, Lin Muin's delicate brows furrowed. Lately, whenever I ask about mother's illness, she hides her coughs from me. If I press her, she says it's just a cold and old ailment, nothing serious. Lin Muin looked at the envelope containing 300 yuan. Would it be enough for a hospital visit? She wasn't sure, having never been to a hospital herself. She had never been sick as a child, knowing illness cost money. She understood her mother's struggles and didn't want to add to her worries. Outside the classroom, scolding and laughter mingled. Those who passed and did well were praised, and those who failed were scolded, with more trouble awaiting at home. Shinjun stood dazed by the window, feeling as if his breath had stopped. He had clearly seen and heard that Shinyu came first. Now Shinjun could only hope it was a dream, that it wasn't real. Unaware of the internet age's tropes, he didn't know what to expect, but he knew his money was likely gone. The thought of being unable to recoup his losses made it hard for Shinjun to breathe, as if life were full of pain. Watching Shinyu and Shin Susu walk down the hallway, chatting and laughing with their exam papers, he felt dazed, lowering his head as his eyes darted left and right. Should I just skip paying this time? Like with credit? Before she even reached Shinjun, Shin Susu raised her head and spoke in a soft, tender voice. Uncle Shinyu took first place this time, so you mustn't go back on your word. Adults shouldn't tell lies. With a naive and adorable expression, Shin Susu fixed her gaze on Shinjun, yet her every word revolved around Shinyu, reminding him to fulfill his earlier promise. Hearing Shin Susu's words, Shinjun, standing in the corridor, stiffened. He then lowered the hand that had been covering his inner pocket, looked at Shinyu and Shin Susu, and said with an awkward smile, don't worry, don't worry. Since I promised, I definitely won't break my word." As he spoke, Shinjun rubbed his calloused hands together, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation as he gazed at the exam papers in Shunyu's arms. In Shinjun's memory, over the years, only one person from Xinjia village had ever become a college student, and that person was assigned a job right after graduation. Now that person had long bought a house in the provincial capital and moved the whole family to the city, living a good life. Although jobs were no longer assigned in 2008, college students were still highly sought after. If his own child had good grades and became a college student, he would have something to talk about with the bosses, and they would think more highly of him. Thinking this, Shinjun's heart didn't ache as much. A hint of joy crept into his voice. Quick, let me see. Seeing Shinjun's eagerness, Shen Yuyu roughly understood his thoughts and handed him the exam papers and report card. Anyway, apart from her grandmother, Su Yifeng, no one else would care about these things. Moreover, in a few years after the expansion of university enrollment, by the time of the job market a decade later, except for engineering majors from certain prestigious 985 universities, most graduates would fare even worse than current vocational school students. Shinjun looked at the beautiful handwriting on the exam papers, his eyes scanning the bright red scores several times. Habitually, he calculated the total in his mind. This didn't match the college entrance exam scores he knew. How could his daughter's total be even higher than the maximum possible? Puzzled, he looked up at Shin Yuyu. Why are there so many points? Before Shin Yuyu could answer, Shin Susu, who was secretly holding Shin Yu's arm, chimed in. Besides the three main subjects, which are worth 150 points each, the rest are worth 100 points, so the total is 850. And in the college entrance exam, some subjects aren't out of 100, so it's only 750. A flash of realization crossed Shinjun's eyes as he heard this. He then tucked Shin Yu's exam papers under his arm and made as if to walk out of the school gate. Shin Susu quickly shouted from behind, Uncle Shin, don't forget what you promised Yuyu just now. You don't want the whole village to know you're a man of your word, do you? Hearing this, Shinjun halted abruptly, turned around, and stared at Shin Susu with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Girl, how dare you speak to an elder like that? Seeing Shinjun's attitude of pulling rank as an elder and his apparent attempt to back out, Shin Yuyu felt a strong sense of foreboding. She was all too familiar with this behavior. In her past life, she had endured more than a decade of this. At first, Shinjun would promise, earnestly assuring them not to worry. But once he had gambled away his wages, he would just lie in bed and no one could do anything about him. The next day, you'd have no choice but to give him money because he needed to buy his spiritual sustenance. If you didn't, he would throw a tantrum, completely forgetting what had happened the day before. Thinking of this, Shun Yu's clear, cold eyes simply gazed at Shinjun. She stood still, motionless, as if to say, if you break your word, I'll tell Grandma. Feeling the oppressive silence in the air, Shinjun recalled Su Yifeng's words from yesterday, that daughters were somehow different from sons. He gritted his teeth and said with a pained expression, Come on Yuyu, I'll buy it for you now. On the street, Shin Yuyu and Shin Susu followed behind Shinjun. Shin Susu looked at Shinjun walking ahead, his exam papers tucked under his arm, his face proud and his head held high. She extended her chubby little hand in front of Shin Yuyu and happily formed a sign as if to say, we won. Feeling the warmth from the arm linked with hers, Shin Yuyu turned slightly to look at Shin Susu and whispered, Thank you, Susu. Oh, don't thank me. Your business is my business. As Shin Susu said this, she suddenly remembered the TV drama she had watched last night. In it, the female protagonist from the countryside had helped the male CEO protagonist with a big favor in yesterday's episode. Later, she was drugged by a malicious best friend at a KTV. Before she passed out, she urgently called the male protagonist to come and save her. After one night, their relationship became much closer. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened to turn them from ordinary friends into closer ones, Shin Susu still felt that she should make Yu deeply remember the help she had given her today. Then, holding Shin Yu's arm, she curled the corners of her mouth slightly. Yu, if I ever need help in the future, will you help me too? Of course, Susu. We're best friends. A slightly cool voice came from Shin Yuyu. She gently squeezed Shin Susu's little hand, feeling the warmth of her palm before replying, We're going to make money together and go to college together. Looking at Shin Susu's chubby cheeks, Shin Yuyu felt a surge of joy. She was grateful for Shin Susu's threatening words today. If not for that, seeing Shinjun's demeanor, he would definitely have backed out. Once he reneged, future plans would become incredibly difficult. If there was a first time, there would be a second and a third. In a few more years after she graduated from college, when the internet giants emerged, even as a time traveler, she would probably have to work for a living. It was just like a genius she had stumbled upon in a video in her past life. Before housing prices in Beijing had soared, he had asked his parents to put a down payment on a house for him there. Later, his parents fooled him, saying they had bought it. But when housing prices skyrocketed, he discovered that everything his parents had told him was a lie. So now, taking advantage of Shun Susu's provocation, which had made Shinjun agree, she needed to hurry him along to get everything done. Otherwise, once he calmed down, she had no idea what he might do. At 10:30 in the morning on the main street of Yangon Township, Shin Yuyu and Shin Susu followed Shinjun into the only mobile phone shop. As soon as he entered, Shinjun quickly scanned the counter. Seeing a sign on the counter nearest the boss that clearly read 4,000 yuan, even the corner of his mouth twitched, and he felt a pang of heartache. This money could have been used to double his stake so many times. He had come home this year with only 8,000 yuan in total. After buying train tickets, giving some money to his mother the night he got home, installing a landline, attending weddings, and so on, he now had only a little over 4,000 left. If he bought this for Yoyu, he would truly have no hope left of recouping his losses. Then he turned to look at Shun Yoyu, shifting his body slightly to block the most expensive counter behind him, and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Yoyu, let's just look at these ones on the side. Your dad didn't bring enough money today. In the phone store, there were still some people waiting to top up their phones. Shinjun, who was usually loud-voiced now, became concerned about saving face in front of so many strangers. Shin Yoyu swept her gaze across the counter, where several mainstream Nokia phones were displayed along with Samsung, Ericsson, Motorola, and a bunch of unknown brands with English logos pretending to be foreign imports. Then looking at Shinjun, who was now a head taller than her, she thought to herself, according to how things went in her past life, he would stay up all night again tonight. When he returned home the next day, he didn't even have money for cigarettes, mooching off his cousin for a week's worth of smokes, and finally slinking away to work on the third day of the new year. Rather than let him gamble it away, it was better to spend it on herself. Shun Yoyu pointed to the right counter at the white slider phone placed in the center, and finally spoke slowly. I'll take this one, the Nokia 5300. Shinjun then looked at the small white phone in the counter. He didn't care about the appearance, what mattered most was the price. 2,000 yuan. But since they were already here, no matter how much it pained him, Shinjun still turned to the boss at the back, and said, Boss, take out this Nokia phone for me. I want to buy this one. 10 minutes later, the three of them walked out of the phone store. Shinjun's wallet had already shrunk by half, and his gaze towards Shin Yoyu softened a little. Some things hurt, but once the pain passed, it was over. Yoyu, now that you have a phone, don't play around too much. Focus on your studies, got it? Got it. Shin Yoyu looked at the 7 or 8 text messages that had popped up on her phone along with 100 yuan in credit. Back then, getting a SIM card didn't even require real name registration. The process was extremely simple and quick. But Shin Yoyu still insisted on using Shunjun's ID to register a real name card, so she could use online banking in the future. Shin Susu stood beside her watching the new phone in Shun Yu's hands with envy. Besides Snake and Tetris, it also had backgammon and pinball. She had only ever played Snake on her mother's phone before, and her mother wouldn't let her play for too long. If Shun Yoyu had a phone as her only good friend, she could play on it every day, couldn't she? Thinking about this, Shin Susu felt a rush of excitement. She could play as long as she wanted. At noon, after another busy half-hour, Shin Yoyu and her father Shinjun finally came out of the bank. In the end, Shin Yoyu still used Shinjun's ID to open a bank account. Because opening a bank account and activating online banking transfer functions was quite troublesome. The only staff member had to confirm back and forth whether the online banking service was to be activated, whether the account holder agreed, and then they signed many documents before it was finally done. By the time everything was finished, it was already past noon. Stepping out of the bank, Shinjun patted his inner pocket and breathed a slight sigh of relief. He pulled out a 10 yuan note, handed it to Shun Yoyu, and said dismissively, Take Susu to get some food. I have things to do. With that, he tucked Shin Yu's report card and exam papers under his arm and strode toward the tea house. He had almost been cleaned out by his own daughter today. But looking at the papers and report card tucked under his arm, a grin crept across his lips. He deliberately covered the scores, leaving only the words, Final Exam, visible. You might win my money at the card table, but you're failures when it comes to your children's education. None of you can match me. At this moment, Shinjun couldn't wait for someone to ask him how his child's grades were. Today, he wasn't just going to show off. He was going to show off big. Behind him, Shin Susu watched Shinjun, who couldn't hide his humming laughter, and tugged nervously at Shun Yu's sleeve. Uncle Shun. Is he sick? Why is he laughing for no reason? Hearing Shin Susu's worried words, Shun Yu's clear, cool eyes fixed on Shun Jun's retreating figure. She knew exactly what he was thinking without having to guess. He just wanted to brag. He would probably ask relatives during New Year visits how their kids were doing in school, then deliberately steer the conversation to his own child's results, drop a bombshell of good grades, and strut around smugly. Then she patted Shin Susu's head and replied, It's fine, just ignore him. Let's go get some rice noodles. Hearing Shun Yoyu mention rice noodles for the first time, Shin Susu's little face lit up with a happy smile. Yay, let's eat noodles together. Watching the carefree little girl Shin Susu, Shun Yoyu couldn't help but think youth is truly wonderful. In the past, she had always longed to grow up. But when she finally did, she found herself yearning for childhood. At the rice noodle shop, Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu for the first time each ordered a bowl of Tuliang rice noodles and added a meat bun. Watching Shin Susu happily eating her noodles, Shin Yoyu pondered, is she starting to hit a growth spurt? Or was it that knowing she had money now she no longer held back on food? Today she had actually asked for a meat bun on her own. In rural bakeries, meat buns weren't like the tiny ones in the city. A 1 yuan meat bun was as big as an adult's fist. But the 1 yuan meat bun wasn't purely meat, it was often mixed with seasonal vegetables. Since it was winter, the bun contained some pork belly and pumpkin. Even so, Shun Yu felt it was many times more delicious than the pre-made buns from chain stores in later years. Looking at Shin Susu's childish face, then at the bun on her own plate, she felt a bit strange. Why hasn't Shin Susu tried to steal my meat bun this time? But it was just as well. Although they were very close, practically childhood sweethearts, that kind of behavior still felt a little odd to Shin Yu. After paying the bill, Shin Susu patted her belly and asked contentedly, "Yu, where are we going next?" Shin Yu pulled out her phone and looked at the 2 songs she had copied onto it, thinking to herself there was still a week until New Year's, and the employees at regular companies hadn't started their holidays yet. Most companies only gave 7 days of annual leave, some up to 15, but very few offered 15 days. As far as Shin Yu knew, apart from certain government units, no one had such long holidays. So she had to hurry and upload the songs before the new year. In this era, not all procedures were strictly regulated, and there weren't many review requirements. The process took at most 2 or 3 days, which was terrifyingly fast compared to the various procedures of later years. Thinking of the only computer room in Yangon Township, which was also called an internet cafe, Shin Yu's eyes showed a thoughtful glint. Then her clear, cool eyes fixed on the little girl Shin Susu. Imitating Shin Susu's earlier gesture, her slender fair hand reached out and gently clasped Shin Susu's chubby little hand. "I'm taking you to make some money." Feeling the cool touch of the 5 fingers her plump little hand wrapped in Shun Yu's long, slender, and fair fingers, Shin Susu blushed her cherry lips, only managing to utter a single sound, "Huh?" Shin Susu lifted her head, gazing at Shun Yu with a face full of youthful curiosity. "Earn money." "What money?" She knew Yu had made 500 yuan this morning, which was why she had allowed herself an extra steamed bun. With 500 yuan, having rice noodles once a week and steamed buns frugally could last a whole year. What if Shin Yu won another prize next semester? Then there would be endless steamed buns, pot helmets, and cold noodles. Shun Yu's bright almond eyes fixed on Shin Susu, but she offered no further explanation. She would understand in time. Now that she had a bank card and phone contacts, Shin Yu was largely able to earn her own money. Though she couldn't sign contracts due to her age, she could leave it to her guardian Shin Jun to sign. She would just find him when he was winning at cards. "Follow me." She then led Shin Susu along the main street, turning left and right through the back door of an old textile mill, across a vegetable garden, and onto a narrow path. After over 10 minutes, they arrived at a small alley, their final destination, a massive abandoned factory. The main gate was firmly locked with only a small iron door on the side. Uninformed passers-by would find nothing suspicious even if they came here. Shin Yu gently pushed open the small iron door and led Shin Susu inside. As they entered, Shin Susu's voice came through the darkness. "Yu, it's so dark." The factory was pitch black. No lights were on during the day, with only a few small green lamps on the floor faintly illuminating the path. Feeling the hand tightly gripping hers, Shin Yu whispered comfortingly, "Don't be afraid. It'll be better once we get past this part." After a moment, Shin Yu pushed open another small door, and the space suddenly brightened. Several white fluorescent lights hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. The air was filled with noise, slapping sounds, and clamor. 7 or 8 arcade machines displaying King of Fighters and Cadillacs and dinosaurs stood in a row against the wall, each surrounded by crowds either watching or waiting in line. Shin Susu's beautiful peach blossom eyes gazed curiously at the scene. The colorful machines displayed tiny figures either shooting or fighting, far more entertaining than Snake. Watching the crowd queuing for King of Fighters, Shin Yu shook her head. In her past life, she had played 2, so badly that she could barely clear 2 stages with 1 life before having to insert another coin. But some classmates could play for at least half an hour with a single coin, even longer. Her 50 cents bought only a few minutes of joy, while theirs bought an entire afternoon. But in this life, Shin Yu had lost interest in these electronic games. No matter how fun virtual things were, they were ultimately fake. She tightened her grip on Shin Susu's hand and led her further inside. Another door opened into a narrow corridor, both sides cluttered with debris, the ceiling covered with translucent tiles that illuminated the small passage. At the entrance stood a plump auntie about 40-something with a wrinkled face, short and neat hair, and an apron, looking just like a kitchen helper. But Shin Yu knew it was all a disguise. This small mountain village had no internet cafe license, making this place an illegal cyber cafe. Yet this black cyber cafe would still exist a decade later, its vitality tenacious. Before Shin Yu could speak, the plump auntie guarding the door in the corridor saw the 2 strangers, such pretty girls, and stood up, pretending to clean her sleeves, her old face wary. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Ordinarily, no girls ever came to her place, let alone such beautiful ones. Shin Yu's outfit, accompanied by a child, didn't suggest a customer. Seeing the auntie's vigilance, as if she would be kicked out with a wrong answer, Shin Yu put on a smile, acting familiar. "Here to use the internet. Any computers available?" Hearing the girl give the correct code, the plump auntie relaxed and replied in a thick Sichuan dialect. "It's the new year, so it's packed. No machines left. Machine 10 has half an hour left, not sure if they'll renew. You can go ask. Shin Yu pushed open the door, revealing a familiar sight: 12 bulky CRT monitors, 5 on each side, 2 at the front and back, arranged against the walls in this cramped room. In the middle was an open space with 12 chairs all occupied. Behind each computer stood 1 or 2 people. As she entered, only the spectators glanced at Shin Yu. The rest paid no attention. Games held far more appeal than girls. The screens displayed the hottest game at the time, QQ Speed, which had officially launched yesterday. 11 of the 12 machines were running it. The one that wasn't was playing another game, its interface resembling an old game like Legend. That was Machine 10. Though she didn't know the game, Shin Yu's sharp eyes caught its name in the bottom left corner of the screen. Conquer Online, a game released in 2006, but with mediocre performance, it launched a nostalgic version just 3 years later to lure back retired players. The figure looked familiar from behind, and Shin Susu spoke directly. It's brother Shun Hao. With Shin Susu's reminder, Shin Yu studied the figure, a square-faced, short buzz cut, cleanly shaved, wearing an old-style leather jacket. Memories of him surfaced in her mind. Shun Hao lived in the rightmost settlement of Shun Family Village. Usually only his mother and younger brother, who was in 6th grade, stayed in the village. He and his father worked outside, and returned only once a year. In her past life, he often came to the Black Cyber Cafe during the new year to play games, and nothing had changed in this life. Since it was him, there was no worry about him renewing his time. Though he was in his early 20s working outside, and had some money, his father was extremely strict with him. He had to hand over his monthly wages, and without prior notice return home for lunch. Otherwise, even though he was now over 20 and an adult, he would still get whipped with willow branches. So he would definitely go home for lunch. Shin Hao, seated before the computer, wore headphones and focused intently on the dungeon displayed on the screen, his eyes occasionally darting to the lower right corner to check the time. It was already 12 o'clock and 6 minutes past. A hint of anxiety crept onto his face, and his mouse clicks grew quicker. Tat-a-tat. At 12 o'clock and 9 minutes the dungeon ended. Shin Hao swiftly removed his headphones, snatched his phone and lighter from the desk, and began stuffing them into his pockets. As he stood up, thinking to himself, he'll probably have to run home later. Just as he turned around, he saw Shin Yu and Shin Susu standing behind him. His mind went blank for a moment. What were these two girls doing here? Nevertheless, he offered a perfunctory greeting, Shin Yu, Shin Susu. Then he hurriedly called out to Aunt Fatty, keep that machine for me, I'll pay this afternoon, I swear. Hey brother Shin Hao, wait. Shin Yu watched as he tried to slip out the back door to rush home, and couldn't help but stop him. Hearing Shin Yu's voice, Shin Hao halted, and turned to look at the two girls. What is it? Hurry up. At his inquiry, Shin Yu pulled out the newly bought Nokia phone, and said, Brother Shun, how can I use the computer to download some songs? He'll pay for the internet fee. Shin Hao stared at the new phone in Shun Yu's hand, a flicker of envy in his eyes. He was still using his father's old hand-me-down. That Shin Yu, so young, already had her own phone. Her father was truly good to her. Shaking off the thought quickly, he knew if he didn't get back soon, he'd be late. So he said rapidly, the password is 4 6s. Don't worry about the fee, play as you like. With that, he dashed out the back door. In a flash, he vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Shin Susu asked curiously, why is brother Shun Hao running so fast? Looking down at Shin Susu, who was holding her hand, Shin Yu thought to herself, how could you understand? You are the only daughter in your family, treasured like a gem. In my past life, I saw him get beaten for being late. Such a grown man getting beaten over such a trivial matter. Shin Yu bent down, using her fingertip to wipe the greasy grime off the keyboard's edge, then turned to look at Shin Susu, who was staring at the screen with curiosity. Susu, give me a few tissues from your pack. Since her rebirth, Shin Yu hadn't yet gotten used to carrying tissues everywhere, so today, as usual, she had forgotten. Shin Susu, on the other hand, had been taught by her mother in the last 2 years, and had long developed the habit of always having tissues on hand. So Shin Susu definitely had some. Here. At Shun Yu's request, Shin Susu took a neatly folded stack of toilet paper from her bag, and placed it in Shun Yu's hand. After wiping down all the items, Shun Yu glanced around. There were no extra stools. This shady internet cafe had only those 12 chairs, nothing else to sit on. Make Shin Susu stand behind me. The thought made Shin Yu shake her head quickly. How could that be? Then she looked at the somewhat spacious chair, which had armrests enclosing both sides. She brushed the hair hanging on her left side back before saying with some embarrassment to Shin Susu, there are no extra stools. Let's squeeze together. Sure. No sooner had Shin Yu spoken than Shin Susu agreed excitedly. I get to sit next to Yo-Yu again, she thought blissfully. She then promptly sat on the far right of the chairs, squeezing herself to take up only a third of the space. After sitting down, she patted the left side, which was clearly still mostly empty, signaling Shin Yu to sit quickly. Though both girls were slender, Shin Susu had a bit of baby fat on her face, making her soft to the touch. Definitely not fat. As for Shin Yu, she was even thinner, almost to the point of a sickly beauty. But even so, the two of them sitting on the same chair was still a bit cramped. Oh well, a little squeeze won't hurt. They'll just bear with it. A moment later, she plugged the phone's data cable into the computer's host. As the driver installed successfully, and the Nokia phone displayed the data storage mode, it meant the phone was officially connected as an external storage device. After a few minutes of fussing, Shin Yu looked at the few songs displayed in my computer and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, though the operation was a bit clunky, the steps were still similar to phones of later generations. Just as she was about to continue, Shin Susu's pained voice came from beside her. You let me up. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. Turning to look at Shin Susu, a flash of understanding crossed her eyes. Shin Susu had squeezed herself into only a third of the seat to make her more comfortable. And since the chair itself was small, meant for only one person, forcing two people in was bound to be uncomfortable. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Shin Yu. She turned and hugged Shin Susu, slightly parting her own legs to place Shin Susu in the space between them. Then she stretched out her arms, one hand on the keyboard and the other on the mouse. This way it's not cramped. Hearing Shin Yu's words, Shin Susu's face flushed crimson, and she murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "It's not cramped." Shin Susu inwardly lamented, why isn't it summer now, with all these winter clothes on? After a little, while feeling like she was about to slip off, she pushed back harder against the person behind her. Phew, that's much better. Little did Shin Yu know the torrent of thoughts racing through Shin Susu's mind in that short time. She was busy with the music. She plugged the earphones that came with the phone into the computer, then pulled out one earbud for Shin Susu and one for herself. She clicked play and simultaneously started downloading a format converter editing software, audio mixing software, and applied for a QQ account. Back then, applying for QQ was almost instantaneous. In just a minute, Shin Yu had obtained a 9-digit QQ number. Just then, the two girls' voices came through the earphones. It was the first song, A Little Sweet. Hey, Shin Susu's eyes widened instantly, her red lips letting out only a soft exclamation before she immediately turned her head. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on Shin Yu as she whispered, "Is this the song we sang that day? What does it feel like to hear yourself sing?" Others might not know, but Shin Susu had fully experienced it today. A very strange sensation. That day, Shin Susu was so nervous that her mind was filled with Shin Yu, so she used a sweet, coquettish voice she would never normally use. This tone was only ever employed in front of Shin Yu. Shin Yu turned her head and met Shin Susu's gaze. They were sitting on the same chair, so close that their breaths mingled as they spoke. This proximity made Shin Susu's already flushed cheeks grow even redder. Hearing Shin Susu's words, Shin Yu glanced around, and seeing that no one was paying attention, she leaned close to Shin Susu's ear and whispered, "Don't you want to be a big star?" After big stars sing, they also listen to their own songs. Listening to Shin Yu's explanation, Shin Susu put the earphones back in her ears and gradually began to listen. Unbidden, a thought arose in her heart. As long as I can be with Yu, I am willing to do anything. An hour later, on the DIY website of a mobile ringtone operator, Shin Yu looked at the successfully registered account and the empty personal center page. She selected the ringtone creation contest and the ringtone recommendation slot one after another, then gently clicked the mouse button to upload. The recommendation slot alone cost Shin Yu 500 yuan, which she paid through online banking, topping up over 400 in phone credit, leaving only a few dozen yuan. Though the money was nearly gone, it was all worth it. Shin Yu deeply understood the principle that even good wine fears a dark alley in this era. So every move she made was with full effort. Moreover, 500 yuan was quite valuable at this time. Normal review took 3 to 7 days, while those with recommendation slots went through a VIP channel. Shin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Money really is a good thing. Moments later, as a spinning icon appeared after more than 10 seconds, it showed the upload was successful. Shin Yu looked at the words, "Ringtone pending review." Then she spent another 10 yuan to certify a trusted timestamp on the official Timing Center website for copyright authentication. After uploading everything together, Shin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. With her original song files and the timestamp certification, even if piracy occurred, her chances of winning in court were extremely high. Once she had money later, she would supplement it with a proper copyright certificate to ensure absolute security. The goal was already more than half accomplished. Shin Yu had no doubt that these two songs destined to become huge hits would fail. Having worked in a big company in her past life, she knew that professionals, or rather people at ringtone companies, were eager to have good songs appear in their hands. Plus, the new year was approaching. Achieving performance targets meant doubling the year-end bonus. A 1-month bonus might not seem like much, but for some companies, the top performer's year-end bonus could be a terrifying 18 months. Their salaries weren't just a few thousand to people earning tens of thousands a month. Multiplied by over 10 times was truly staggering. The housing fund paid in the second year would also increase based on the previous year's average salary, along with quarterly bonuses. If a great song came along, Shin Yu wouldn't even need to run around herself, though others would be more anxious than she was. There were also the next year's professional title evaluations and promotions to consider. Therefore, Shin Yu didn't believe these two songs would be overlooked. This was real money, no one would disregard it. Then she began frantically registering alternate accounts on the computer. At this time, account registration wasn't as strict as in later years when one phone number could only register one account. Generally, phone verification wasn't needed, as long as you had a QQ number you could register freely. Seeing a few small ads on Tieba, a cold smile couldn't help but appear on her aloof face. Internet users at this time were still very innocent, having never encountered the shameless clickbait of later generations. She then registered some more alts to start cleaning the floor. The title was written in large characters: a gambling dad, a sick mom, a younger brother in school, and her broken self. If I don't help her, who will? Click in and listen quickly. Followed by a mysterious link leading to the ringtone website. After a 10-minute interval, she switched to another alt account using a luxury car photo found online as the avatar and filled the profile page with various luxury cars and villas. The highlight was a screenshot of a 7-figure bank deposit. She commented below, "This song is really good," donating 10,000 to show support. Then she immediately switched accounts to argue with herself. "In real life I'd call you a big shot, but sorry, this is Tieba. I can only say you haven't even reached the average level." A few minutes later, she switched to a more normal melancholic youth account with a dyed yellow hair stock photo, as the avatar replying below, "It sounds like crap. But damn, it's actually good. It reminds me of my first love." Followed by a bunch of crying emojis and some Martian text replying, "This is the best song I've ever heard." In this way, using bold, large fonts and shocking clickbait titles, she repeatedly sent the post to several music forums and Tieba. This kind of clickbait might not attract anyone in 2025, but it was early 2008. When netizens were still very innocent, such words were undoubtedly very enticing to click on. It had been over half a month since Shin Yoyu was reborn, so it was now January 2008. Black and red is still red, the fear is not being read at all. Besides, this was just spontaneous behavior from netizens having nothing to do with Shun Yoyu or Shinsusu. Looking at her handiwork, a smile couldn't help but appear on Shun Yoyu's aloof face. In just a few short minutes, there were already several comments under her post, all of them trolls. It didn't matter if people were trashing it. Some people are just contrary and would click the link to listen. The more comments, the easier it was for more people to see it. Netizens at this time generally had nothing to do crouching in front of their computers all day, surfing the web, intensely chatting with people online, and trashing others everywhere. It was much more fun than playing games. Afterwards, she unplugged the data cable and destroyed all history records. This shady internet cafe didn't have a diskless system, but fortunately most of the patrons were just some yellow-haired youths back in town for the holidays. There was basically no need to worry about things like data recovery. Shinsusu watched Shin Yoyu typing away on the computer, saying strange things. Her small head was filled with big questions. She recognized every single character, but when they were put together she had no idea what they meant. After clearing the records, Shin Yoyu put the computer back into lock screen mode. Then she looked at Shinsusu in front of her, wrapped her arms around Shinsusu's waist, and said, "Susu, get up. It's time to go home." Only then did Shin Yoyu realize that Shinsusu had taken up most of the chair, leaving her wedged in and unable to move. When Shun Yoyu spoke, Shinsusu suddenly realized that she had unknowingly trapped Yoyu in the chair. In an instant, Shinsusu quickly stood up, the roots of her ears turning red, her face burning like fire. She apologized in a small voice, "Yoyu, I didn't mean to." Watching Shinsusu inexplicably blush, Shin Yoyu found it a bit odd. If she was squeezed, she could just stand up. Why blush? However, since Shinsusu had already risen and given up her seat, Shin Yoyu didn't dwell on it. She simply assumed that the two of them, bundled in down jackets and huddled together, had gotten too warm, leaving their cheeks flushed. Then taking Shinsusu's hand, she walked toward the back door. This so-called back door was merely a hole temporarily chiseled into the wall, covered by a wooden plank. Normally, it was only during the Chinese New Year that so many returning adults would come to use the internet. Usually the patrons were school students. In this era, parents generally regarded internet cafes and game halls as dangerous temptations. Whenever they couldn't find their children, they would come here to search. At such times, the plump auntie keeping watch outside would tip them off in advance, allowing them to escape through the back door. Even if one has never eaten pork, one has seen a pig run. After stepping out of the cramped room, Shinsusu let out a long breath. Her once flushed face quickly returned to its fair and clean state under the biting winter wind. A little past 1 in the afternoon, in a small alley that led out to the main street, Shin Yoyu suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking at the distracted Shinsusu beside her, she squeezed the hand holding hers and asked, "Susu, what's wrong?" Hearing Shin Yoyu's words, Shinsusu finally looked up. "I remembered what Mom said yesterday. If I don't get into a public high school, she won't let me continue studying. Then I'll never see you again. And if others bully you, what will you do?" As she spoke, Shinsusu's eyes suddenly turned red, glistening with tears, as if she might burst into loud sobs at any moment. Hearing this, Shin Yoyu suddenly understood. No wonder Shinsusu had stopped studying after junior high in her past life. Although her own grades were also poor in her previous life, Shinjun had happened to land a small construction project, earned some money, and bought her a spot in a private high school. Thinking about it, Shin Yoyu was still puzzled. While private schools were indeed expensive, Shin Susu's family with 3 people supporting one could barely afford it if they tightened their belts. It seemed it was still a matter of money. Her grandparents were getting older each year, probably unable to work much longer. With her mother alone, working away from home to support 3 people, it was truly too difficult. Seeing Shin Susu's adorable face tear-streaked like a mess, a flicker of pity passed through Shun Yu's eyes. She bent down in front of Shin Susu, reached out with her slender fingers, and gently wiped away the tears on Shin Susu's cheeks. Thinking of how this girl who had lost her father as a child and was ostracized by the village kids was already miserable enough, and now had to endure such choices and grievances, she comforted her. Susu, do you remember what I told you about art students a few days ago? Shin Susu sniffled a little. Mom, I remember. I just sent out the song we sang. Once we make money, you can pay your own tuition. Shin Susu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. On her youthful face, a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes gazed at Shun Yuyu. Looking at this cool, delicate face that had given her comfort and the motivation to keep going in her most helpless moment, Shin Yuyu felt the empty bottle in her heart suddenly filled. Yuyu, you're so good. With that, she threw her arms around Shun Yu's neck, buried her face in her left shoulder, pressed her delicate nose into her hair, and greedily inhaled Shun Yu's scent. A firm conviction flashed in her heart. We will be the closest best friends, and no one will ever separate us. That afternoon, as they returned to the village, before even reaching home, they heard Shinjun's boastful voice echoing from the gathering spot in the middle of the village. He spoke with feigned modesty. Oh, you got first place this time. Pure luck, just luck. If she can get first again next year, that would be something. Your kid isn't bad, either, ranking 15th in the class. Definitely college material. Shin Yoyu was utterly exasperated. Wasn't he being too smug? The older generation didn't understand high school. They only knew college, so their conversations always revolved around it. They believed that going to college meant landing a good job, sitting in an air-conditioned office, and having a bright future, unlike them who could only sell their labor. Could it be that he was showing off in the tea room and annoyed his card-playing buddies so much they won't play with him anymore? That's why he's back so early. Shin Yoyu couldn't help but think this way. Village elders were almost always like this. In her past life, she thought her grandmother was also a very low-key person. After all, her family was quite poor, among the worst off in the village, except for the elderly living alone. It wasn't until high school that Shinjun personally bought her a floral cotton-padded jacket and a gold bracelet. That day it was snowing heavily. Her grandmother, who usually rarely went out, surprisingly wore her new clothes and bracelet to warm herself by the fire. While warming herself, she kept the gold bracelet well hidden, but since she was wearing new clothes, the villagers still asked, "Where did you buy that new jacket today? It looks really warm." Then her grandmother would reply with a smile, "I didn't buy it, my son bought it for me." Amid the praises, Shin Yuyu was utterly baffled at the time. It wasn't until she grew up that she understood the meaning behind it all. Unfortunately, until the year of her death in her past life, she had never bought a single piece of clothing for Shinjun. Passing by the fish pond, Shin Susu tugged at Shin Yu's hand and said, "Yuyu, look, Uncle Shun is acting so strange." On the opposite side of the pond, Shinjun was striding briskly with the test paper tucked under his arm. When he saw Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu, he gave an awkward smile and quickened his pace. After hurrying home, Shinjun guiltily placed Shin Yu's test paper on the large round table in the living room and slowly took a sip of tea. Calming himself, he stepped outside and watched as Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu's figures gradually appeared on the small slope. Then he lay down on the rattan chair in front of the door, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. He pretended as if he hadn't done anything. Just then the voice of his mother, Su Yifang, came from the kitchen. Her eyes were a bit presbyopic, so she couldn't see very clearly. "Ajuan, what was that in your hand just now? Is it Yua's final exam results? How did she do?" As Su Yifang's voice rang out, the women at home, along with her second and third uncles who were chatting by the neighbor's fire, and the neighbors gathered around the stove, all turned their gazes toward Shinjun. Hearing his mother's voice, Shinjun took a deep drag of his cigarette before saying gruffly, "It's average, nothing special." Hearing this, his niece Shin Shui immediately stood up, her face tinged with anger. If she doesn't study hard, she might as well go out and work. With that, she strode into the house to see for herself just how bad the results were. Shin Shui strode briskly down the corridor, huffing with irritation as she returned home past the bonfire at her neighbor's doorstep, muttering, "Uncle, how can you just lie there smoking when Yuyu's grades are so poor? You don't care about her studies at all." As she spoke, Shin Shui glared at Shinjun, who was lounging in a wicker chair with a cigarette, her anger mounting. She and her younger brother Shun would have been foolish as children, dropping out after junior high, enduring countless hardships in society, picking cotton in Xinjiang, screwing bolts in Guangdong, and sewing clothes. She knew all too well how difficult it was to climb up and escape the lower rungs of society without an education. Now she couldn't let her cousin repeat the same mistakes, even if it meant becoming the person she once despised. Behind her, Su Yifang and the wife of the second uncle were all watching Shin Yuyu's grades with bated breath. If her grades were poor, they would have to give her a stern lecture and discipline. In their day, they had no chance to study. After school, they had to feed the pigs and work the fields. Shin Yuyu now had nothing to do but study, yet she didn't cherish it. Truly, she was blessed without knowing it. Shin Yuyu's eyes widened as she looked at the first math exam paper. A series of check marks covered it with hardly a single mistake. She flipped it over. Only the big problems had lost a few points for missing steps. Almost every answer was correct. The full score of 150 was marked with a bold 141 on the first page. Then she flipped through the next few papers, which were also nearly flawless. Shin Yuyu's mouth fell open, and she turned her head, mechanically staring at Shin Jun with a dazed expression, as if saying, "And you call this average?" Behind her came her mother-in-law, Su Yifang's voice. "Chuyer, how did you do?" Shin Yuyu had been raised by Su Yifang since she was 1 year old. In her childhood, Shin Wen and Shin Shui had to work, cutting wheat and hauling corn. But with Shin Yuyu's arrival, perhaps because she was the youngest child, or because the family's finances had improved, she never made this little one do any physical labor. She was usually coddled as if she might melt at any moment. Although Shin Yuyu's grades had never been good over the years, Su Yifang still hoped that one day her studies would improve and that the Shin family would produce a college student. Shin Shui looked at the ranking on the report card, turned around, and beamed at Su Yifang behind her, saying joyfully, "Shin Yuyu ranked first in the class." "What? First in the class? Let me see." Su Yifang tremblingly took the exam papers and report card, her withered fingers rubbing against the pages. Though she couldn't read or understand the numbers, she trusted Shin Shui wouldn't deceive her. Then she cast a reproachful glance at Shin Jun by the door for making her worry. Just then Shin Yuyu parted ways with Shin Susu and returned home, frowning at the secondhand smoke drifting from the doorway, casually waving it away. Shin Jun immediately understood and rose, walking to the eaves to stay far away. Though he hadn't won any money today, he felt no less exhilarated than if he had. After basking in the envy and grudging congratulations of his card-playing friends and fellow villagers, he was walking on air. At home, Su Yifang saw Shin Yuyu return, her wrinkled face relaxing with joy as she spoke with a tone of relief. "Well, you're back. Shin Shui, go cut a piece of cured sausage and bacon tonight. We'll make a good meal for Yuyu." Watching Shin Shui turn and head toward the kitchen, a faint smile crept across Shin Yuyu's cool face. At this moment, though everyone was poor, the whole family was healthy. As long as they were here, the warmth remained. In her past life, after her grandmother passed away, the family fell apart in just a year or two. The second and third uncles no longer gathered yearly. Each bought their own homes and had their own families. Cousins too drifted apart as the older generation stopped visiting, their ties still warm but rarely maintained. Now that everyone was here, it was truly wonderful. A few days passed in a blink. During this time, Shin Yuyu stayed up late playing on her phone until midnight, then slept until 9 or 10 in the morning. Perhaps because of her improved grades, her father Shin Jun no longer called her early, but let her sleep in. At a little past 8 in the morning, a shadowy figure about 1.3 meters tall crept in, gently pushing open the wooden door and tiptoeing inside. Shin Susu saw Shin Yuyu sleeping on the bed, covered her mouth, and couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. Earlier, while doing homework at her doorstep, she had heard Shin Yuyu's father eating white porridge nearby and chatting. She looked up and asked him, "Uncle Shun, has Yuyu woken up yet? I have some questions I want to ask her." Shin Jun took a bite of his pickled vegetable porridge and pointed at the wooden door. "She's still sleeping, Inu. I haven't called her these past 2 days. But her cousin is already up. The latch should be open. Go wake her for breakfast, or the extra porridge will go to waste." After getting Shin Jun's reply, Shin Susu quickly put down her pen and, wearing cotton slippers, trotted all the way to Shin Yuyu's room. She looked at the figure bulging under the mosquito net on the bed and moved, even more cautiously, afraid to make a sound. Then she took off her shoes, revealing feet in little white socks, and flipped onto the bed. Shin Yuyu had stayed up playing on her phone until past 4 a.m. before hastily falling asleep. Though the phones of this era weren't as fun as later ones and had fewer features, they could still access the internet via browser. At that time, there was no real name authentication. Everyone posted wildly online, thinking they were anonymous, flooding the internet with all kinds of opinions. Besides browsing netizens' comments, Shin Yuyu continued posting on her own threads with some positive feedback in the comments. A user with a flashy punk-style avatar replied, "This song a little sweet, is really nice, been going to use it with my girlfriend. How come I can't find it on the ringtone search?" A middle-aged man with a flower avatar commented below, "The song The Wind Rises reminds me of the hard journey I've walked and the dreams I once had. Baka, the customer service told me it's not online yet. Where are you from, you little Jap? Your grandpa's blade is already itching." Over these past few days, by constantly creating new accounts and using fake news to trick people into listening, the 2 songs Shin Yuyu had uploaded had gained some fame on the music and gaming forums. In her slumber, Shin Yoyu felt a heavy weight pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Opening her eyes, she saw a delicate oval face with two small dimples on the cheeks. Shinsusu, who was wearing a serious expression and preparing to do something mischievous. Seeing Shun Yoyu awake, Shinsusu, with her face so close, spoke in a soft, syrupy voice, "Yoyu, time to get up." Sitting on Shin Yoyu in a frog-like pose, she leaned forward, her warm breath brushing against Shun Yoyu's face. Startled, Shin Yoyu quickly used her waist to flip the person off her, sending her tumbling onto the bed. Ignoring Shinsusu's surprised Shin Yoyu reached for her phone on the bedside table, the screen showing 900. The display showed a battery charge of 92. Before she knew it, she had woken up late again. Sitting up, she looked drowsily at Shinsusu, then at the closed wooden door. How did she get in? So sleepy. Shin Yoyu yawned and casually tossed the phone to Shinsusu. This little girl just wanted to play mobile games. She had been through that in her past life too. Now that school was out, and there was no homework, she could sleep as long as she wanted. She pulled her slender legs back under the covers and continued sleeping. The 1.5-meter-tall girl was completely hidden under the covers on the 1.8-meter-wide bed. As for Shinsusu, Shin Yoyu couldn't be bothered with her. The bed was big enough for her to do whatever she wanted. As the winter sun climbed higher, Shin Yoyu woke again and immediately saw Shinsusu sitting against the wall at the foot of the bed. Shinsusu sat with her back against the wall, legs resting on Shun Yu's raised blanket, playing a mobile game. Who taught her to sit so improperly? Shin Yoyu looked at the pale skin so close and reached out. Haha, stop it. Amidst the playful scuffling, a voice came from outside the window. Yoyu, lunch is ready. A moment later, Shin Yoyu slipped on her slippers and frowned at her phone. Only 24 battery left. She removed the battery and took a fresh one from the drawer beside the table. In this era, phones could still have their batteries swapped when they ran out. The charge instantly jumped to full, but since she had no universal charger, she would have to recharge this battery later. As soon as she inserted the new battery and turned on the phone, 3 beeps sounded. It was the distinctive Nokia ringtone, and 3 text messages from a number starting with 10,658 had arrived in succession. With her slender fair thumb, Shun Yoyu gently pressed the center confirm button and opened the messages. Dear user, your uploaded song's a little sweet, and when the wind rises ID, have passed review. The price is set at 2 yuan per download with a pre-tax profit share of 30. Please refer to our website for detailed terms. Shin Yoyu was a bit stunned to see 3 identical messages. Was this to prevent her from missing them? But the profit share was rather low. Frowning, she stared at the messages on her phone, realizing that after taxes, she might get less than 30. Yoyu, what are you looking at? Shinsusu, who was about to head home, opened the door and asked curiously when she saw Shin Yoyu hadn't come out yet. Holding the phone, Shin Yoyu looked up at her and gestured for her to come closer. What is it? Let me see. Huh, isn't this our 2 songs? Her fair oval face lit up with excitement. Does this mean we can make money? Hearing the surprise in Shinsusu's voice, Shin Yoyu quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered, Quiet, this is our secret. Shinsusu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, her beautiful peach blossom eyes brimming with joy. With money she could buy lots of snacks. Wasn't Yoyu always hungry? Even though she never said it, Shinsusu had noticed it clearly on their way home from school every day. Shinsusu's lips curled up in a smug pout, thinking to herself, don't think I don't know, humph, you can't hide it from me. Then she could feed Yoyu every day. With money she could continue studying and stay with Shin Yoyu. She could also buy new clothes. Most of the clothes from elementary school no longer fit, and some had been given away by her grandmother. She had kept the drawing Yoyu made tucked inside her notebook by the bed and looked at it every day. But she had no money to buy new clothes. It was all her mother's fault for always buying her such mature clothes and in larger sizes, saying they would last longer. Shinsusu had no idea how much singers or stars could earn. This girl, who had never been farther than Bunin County, knew that a winter cotton jacket in Yangon Township cost only about 100 yuan, and summer sandals were generally 10 or 20 yuan. 3 yuan could buy a big bowl of noodles, and a large meat bun would fill her up. In her imagination, these 2 songs might earn a few hundred yuan at most, an unimaginably large sum to her. Mum Yoyu, this is our secret. Outside the door, Shun, when dressed in a tattered cotton jacket and fresh from repairing the leaky roof tiles, slowly passed by, with a large ceramic bowl filled with green pepper and cured meat. He urged, You're too young to worry about money. Focus on your studies. Study hard, and when you find a job you won't have to do dirty hard labor. He then walked past the doorway into the yard, found a sunny rock to sit on, crossed his legs, and began eating heartily. Watching her cousin walk away, Shin Yoyu leaned close to Shinsusu's ear again and whispered, Remember, this is our secret. If you tell anyone, I won't talk to you anymore. She said this because people of this era couldn't imagine how profitable a hit ringtone could be. 2 Butterflies had earned over 200 million yuan, and Mice Love Rice had also made over 100 million. If a child did well in school, others might just feel jealous and push their own kids harder, saying, Look at so-and-so's child. How many points did they get? And you? But being extremely wealthy invited more than just envy. Hearing this, Shinsusu grabbed Shin Yu's hands anxiously and promised, "I won't tell, not even if mom hits me." After parting with Shinsusu, Shinyoyu looked at the egg custard set aside just for her. Since her grandmother learned she had ranked first in her studies, she had been getting an egg every day. Sometimes boiled, sometimes steamed, with the saying, "Eat more eggs, they're good for you." Suddenly her father Shinjun's voice came from outside. "You were going to the county tomorrow to buy New Year supplies. Do you want to come?" Swallowing the egg custard in one mouthful, she replied yes. In their family there was no fuss. If you wanted to go, you said yes, if not, you said no. These past few days Shinyoyu had clearly felt her status at home rise significantly. Now that her grades were good, the family asked for her opinion on things. That evening, while watching TV with her family, she was sought out by Su Jian. Outside the door, "Aunt Su, is something the matter?" Su Jian's figure looked somewhat worn under the amber light. Her delicate oval face still showed traces of the gentle beauty she must have been in her youth. However, as a widow who had lost her husband early, she bore the burden of raising a child and caring for the elderly. Under such heavy pressure, this rural woman, barely over 1.6 meters tall, was struggling to breathe under the weight of life. "Little you, when you go to the county tomorrow, bring Susu along too. This child has never had many friends as she's quite withdrawn at home. It would be good for her to have a friend to talk to and play with. We'll trouble you to cover Susu's meal and travel expenses." With that, he pulled 50 yuan from his pocket, seemingly intent on pressing it into Shun Yu's hand. Inside the doorway, Shinjun, who witnessed this, quickly rose and stepped before Shin Yu, halting Su Jian's gesture and refusing firmly. "I've watched Susu grow up. If she wants to come along, then let her come. Don't mention money." After speaking, he pulled Shinyoyu behind him, resolutely rejecting the money Su Jian offered. "How can this be? You don't earn easily either." And so it went. One side insisted on giving while the other resolutely refused. In the distance, at the corner of a building, a small shadow leaned against the wall in the moonlight, watching the scene motionlessly. The next day at 8 in the morning, the sky was fully bright. Shin Yu's family was washing and tidying up, preparing to go to the county. They had to be neat and clean. There were still 3 days until the new year, and the whole family planned to buy some necessities in advance. Why not buy earlier, only going 2 days before the new year? It was because in the Yangon Township area, the elders believed that life should start with bitterness before sweetness. For instance, in Shun Yu's family, when the elders returned, they would first prepare firewood for the elderly for the coming year, so they wouldn't have to work as hard the next year. Then they would retile the roof, though after years of use some parts of the tiled house would leak. Normally, with no young people at home, hiring someone would cost money, so it was left until the new year. The young ones would do it when they returned. Once all this was done, it was nearly New Year's, and then the holiday would be relaxed. They would rest for a few days to a week, washing away the year's fatigue. Then, carrying the salted duck eggs, cured meat, and sausages the elders had prepared, they would board the train to work in other provinces. Yo-yo, am here. Shinsusu wore a festive red floral cotton jacket, her hair tied into 2 pigtails with red ribbons, her slightly chubby face looking especially adorable. Shinyu, tying her hair before the mirror, heard Shinsusu's voice and replied without turning around, "Susu, you're here. Find a place to sit first. We'll leave soon." Meanwhile, Shinyu thought to herself, "In my past life it was better. I could just wash my hair in a hurry, dry it with a towel, and head out. But now with such long hair reaching her waist, it took several minutes just to comb it smooth, let alone wash it." Plus, Shinyu's family had no hairdryer. She could only wash her hair on sunny days. In winter, if it rained for over 10 days straight, almost no women in the village would wash their hair. In this era, when even landline phones weren't common in every household, spending money on a hairdryer was unthinkable. In winter, without a hairdryer, after washing, hair stayed wet for a long time, likely leading to a cold or illness. Getting sick cost money. Fortunately, the sun had shone yesterday, and Shun Yu had washed her hair. Otherwise, even with her naturally good hair quality, it would have been a mess. As Shin Yu was thinking this, a tugging sensation came from her long hair, and she turned her cool gaze behind her. "Shinsusu, what are you doing?" Seeing Shinsusu stroking her hair, Shin Yu found it strange. Didn't she have her own? "You let me comb it for you." Before she could respond, Shinsusu stood on tiptoe, took the wooden comb from her hand, and began combing on her own. In just over 10 minutes, Shinsusu had braided a side ponytail, resting it on Shun Yu's left side. Then she murmured, "There, it's done. So pretty." Shin Yu stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, her cool expression unchanged. This Shinsusu was so clingy. Besides being clingy, she also liked to touch and fidget. She was just a little lowly, barely 1.3 meters tall. "Yo-yu, are you ready? Time to go." A loud shout came from Shinjun on the small slope at the western village entrance. Shinjun and the family had been waiting on the slope for a while. Coming. With a crisp reply, Shin Yu closed the box, locked the door, and led Shinsusu toward the family. Her cousin and second aunt each carried a bamboo basket on their backs, ready to purchase supplies for the family's new year. In her past life, Shin Yu had carried them with the saying that boys must learn to endure hardship. But this time around, With her frail, sickly appearance, no one suggested she do any work. On the street in the open space before the banyan tree, over a dozen small groups had gathered, all acquaintances chatting and boasting. As New Year approached, aside from a few vendors selling sugar, oranges, and fruit, everyone else had gone home for family reunions. The streets were crowded, but mostly with people waiting for buses. "You want some sugar cane?" came the voice of her cousin Shin Shui from ahead. Before Shin Yu could respond, her second aunt said, "Eat, eat, eat. You're a girl, why are you so greedy?" A Sichuan dialect phrase meaning gluttonous. Cousin Shin Shui then looked at Shin Susu, who was holding her hand. "Susu, do you want some?" Hearing this, Shin Susu first nodded, then shook her head vigorously. She only had 5 yuan on her, which she needed to save for new clothes that Yoyu would like. She absolutely couldn't waste it. Shin Yoyu was speechless. If she bought it alone, her mother would scold her, so she thought of dragging a couple of others into it. If more people joined, the nagging would stop. Soon, with Shun Yu's prompting, the sugar cane was chopped into segments, and the family each took a piece, sitting under the banyan tree eating and waiting for the bus. Meanwhile, in Rongqing, a well-known county, in a newly built office building. In a private office on a certain floor, a middle-aged man in a white uniform, tie, and leather shoes stared gravely at the surging data on his computer. This was the weekly report, with the song, "A Little Sweet," prominently marked. In just one day, the song had soared from just passing review to the top 50 of the local Sichuan Chongqing chart. The other song by the same author was also strong, ranking in the top 100 locally. Remember, these were independent creators, unlike those signed to record labels. Those singers bound by contracts would be lucky to get a mere 5% share. After deducting various fees, they got even less. But independent creators received a 30 to 40% share, a piece of the pie originally meant for record companies. This income even made him envious. He had planned to relax these 2 days, as the department's year-end bonuses, welfare items like oil, rice, and cured meat, had been planned a month ago, needing only distribution before Friday. Now, with another hit ringtone emerging, the yield rate could rise by a few percentage points, meaning the welfare could be upgraded again. "I hear Cantonese roast goose is delicious. Let's give everyone an extra roast goose." Then he gave "A Little Sweet" a recommendation. Beep, beep. On the bus, even though every seat was already taken, the driver, leaning his head out of the window to the left, still honked the horn and shouted, "The bus heading to Bunnan County is about to leave. Anyone going to the county seat, hurry up and board." Another family ran over from a distance, cramming the already packed bus even tighter. With a rustle, Shin Yu pulled open the window, and the old bus let out a soft creak as fresh air rushed in. Shin Susu, sitting on Shun Yu's lap, let out a long breath. How much cooler. The bus was so overcrowded that not only were all the seats taken, but the aisle and even the engine cover at the front were packed full of people. At the very front were stacked bamboo baskets, vegetable crates carrying poles, and 2 large geese. Under such circumstances, Shun Yu and Shin Susu couldn't very well occupy 2 seats, so Shin Yu had pulled Shin Susu onto his lap. "Make way, make way." Before the woman with the crossbody bag could speak, the second uncle sitting beside Shin Yu stood up and asked, "No price increase this year, right?" The woman with her hair coiled up, carrying a satchel, took out 3 yuan and gave change to the person in front before replying, "No increase, still 2 yuan." Then the second uncle extended his right hand and pointed around the bus. 10 people. He then took out 20 yuan he had prepared and handed it over. In Yangon Township, there were 12 brigades. Each brigade had several teams, and under the teams were the villages. The bus drivers were several brothers from the 8th Brigade. The 4 brothers had initially borrowed money from the credit union to jointly buy a bus, contracting the transport route from Yangon Township to Bunnan County. Now, 8 years on, thanks to the bus business, each of them had built a new house and gotten married. Now it was the youngest brother who had just bought a new bus. The man was in charge of driving, while his wife collected the fares. The journey was uneventful, with no other sounds except for the occasional call, "Driver, stop here." Shin Yu watched Shin Susu playing Snake on her phone and gently touched her twin ponytails, thinking to himself, "I wonder how things are going with the ringtone. I've been using my phone these past couple of days, posting sensational messages everywhere on forums and bulletin boards." Even though there were no pictures, just text messages, the 70 megabytes for 10 yuan was almost used up. Data was so expensive in this era. 5 yuan for 30 megabytes, 10 yuan for 70. In the future, that amount would be gone after just watching 2 short videos. Beep, beep. With the bus horn sounding, their destination, Bunnan County, had arrived. For many elderly people, the farthest place they had ever been in their lives was the county seat. Even Shun Yu's grandmother, Su Yifeng, only knew the section of road near the bus station in the county. Beyond that, she was lost. For this trip to the city, the family split into 2 groups. One group went to the old town to buy firecrackers, tofu, potatoes, and other food. Shin Yu, along with his male and female cousins, headed to the only large supermarket in the county, located in the basement, which the villagers called the underground supermarket. "Susu, watch where you're going. Stop playing the game." Besides Shin Susu looking every bit the addicted gamer was rarely not holding his hand, but was instead engrossed in her game. Oh Yoyu, you're the best. Let me play a little longer. As she spoke, she looked up, her pretty peach blossom eyes wide and pitifully fixed on Shun Yuyu. Seeing her pathetic expression, Shun Yuyu's heart softened. He had been the same way in his past life. In his past life, Shun Yuyu had encountered games for the first time, found them novel, and loved playing them. But his family forbade it, so he could only go to other people's homes to play. In the end, he became an addicted gamer, while the friend he used to visit didn't develop the same problem. By the time he snapped out of his gaming addiction, others were already halfway up the mountain. As Shin Yuyu remained silent, Shin Susu immediately lowered her head. She was more afraid of him being angry than she was of losing her game. She opened her palm, revealing the phone with its screen turned off, and a voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper came from in front of him. Here, I won't play anymore. Please don't be mad. To Shin Susu, Shun Yu's cool, aloof demeanor with no change in expression looked just like he was angry. Seeing her act as if she had done something wrong, Shun Yu's clear, cold eyes fixed on her. I'm not angry. I was just thinking about something. You can play. Just make sure you leave 50% battery for me. Without a universal charger, the spare battery hadn't been charged and was left at home. Hearing Shin Yu's voice, Shin Susu's head shot up, her face beaming with joy. I knew it. Yoyu is the best to me. As she spoke, she slipped her left hand through his arm, linking it with his, and put her phone in her pocket with her right hand, now paying attention to the road. We'll play again at lunchtime. He'll definitely clear this level. At the crosswalk, everyone was waiting for the traffic light, when a song suddenly started playing from a clothing store beside them. Pluck an apple waiting for you to pass by the door, send it into your hand to quench your thirst. In an instant, Shin Susu's ears flushed a light red. She turned her head to look at the women's clothing store and stammered, Yuyu. How could they have? Just as she was about to finish, Shin Susu suddenly covered her mouth with both hands, remembering that she had promised a few days ago that this was their secret. And around them, besides the passers-by, were Shun Yu's family members. Before Shin Yuyu could speak, his male cousin Shun, one who was ahead, said to Zheng Xiu, whose arm he was holding, "This song is pretty nice. I just don't know what it's called." Zheng Xiu glanced at the speaker at the store entrance and shook her head. I don't know either. It must be a new song. As the song played on, Shun Shui suddenly turned around, looking as if she had discovered something remarkable, her eyes wide as she stared at Shin Yuyu. Hey, the other person's voice in this song sounds a little bit like yours. Upon hearing Shin Susu's words, Shun Yuyu could clearly sense that Shin Susu, who was holding her arm, became even more nervous. However, Shin Yuyu wasn't overly worried, mainly because she usually spoke in the Sichuan Chongqing dialect at home, whereas when singing with Shin Susu, she would soften her voice and sing with emotion. Although the two were somewhat similar, a few seconds of listening would reveal the differences. Shin Susu's tone differed when they were alone compared to when others were present, making it even harder for Shin Shui to tell. Then she said indifferently, "Why don't you listen one more time?" Seeing Shun Yuyu still maintaining her aloof demeanor, Shin Shui turned and walked toward the opposite side of the street, muttering under her breath. Even people who look very similar exist in this world, so it's not impossible for voices to be a bit alike. She didn't ask Shin Susu mainly because Shin Susu was only a little over 1.3 meters tall, looking every bit like a little loli. She also loved holding her phone and playing games. Her earlier words were just a passing thought spoken casually. She hadn't truly believed that the song was sung by the two of them. At the entrance of the underground supermarket, stalls lined the roadside selling little rabbits, turtles, goldfish, and various local snacks. Yuyu, let's get one each, Shin Shui walking ahead said as she stopped in front of a snack stand. The so-called snack stand was merely a small cart covered with a damp gauze cloth. On one side was a large iron box containing sliced cucumber strips and paper-thin items resembling dumpling wrappers. On the other side were various seasonings, soy sauce, salt, and most importantly wasabi. Before Shin Yuyu could respond, Shin Shui took out 3 yuan and said again, "Give me 6. As Shin Yuyu led Shin Susu to the snack stand, Shin Susu was the first to be fed. Susu opened wide. Shin Shui took a wrapped little ball and stuffed it into Shin Susu's mouth. Cough, cough. A mouthful of wasabi brought tears to the little Lola's eyes, but her mouth was too full to spit it out. Her baby fat face flushed red as Shin Shui looked at Shin Susu and laughed happily. This is really delicious, you can't buy it outside. Susu want another one. Seeing Shin Shui wanting to feed her more, Shin Susu shook her head like a rattle drum and quickly refused. No more, no more, it's too spicy. Just after saying that, she seemed to remember something and looked up at Shin Yuyu beside her. With something so spicy, even Yuyu's eternally unchanging expression should change, right? Usually she was like the little dragon girl from TV dramas, cool and detached, making it impossible for outsiders to read her thoughts. But Shin Susu was soon disappointed. Shin Yuyu still showed no sign of being affected by the spiciness. Seeing Shin Susu's expectant look, Shin Yuyu felt speechless. She had eaten this stuff in her past life and knew it was pungent, so she always took small bites. If she had gulped it down like Shinsusu just did, it would be hard for anyone to swallow it without a change in expression. If she wanted to see her make some exaggerated face, she would be disappointed. At noon, after shopping at the supermarket and buying some luncheon meat and a pile of snacks filling the backpack to the brim, the group soon led Shin Yu and Shin Susu to the entrance of an internet cafe. Shin Shui turned to look at Shin Yu, pinching her cheek. Don't always be so cold. Your cousin and I are going to play some games for a while. You take Susu to eat just around here, don't go too far. After eating, come back here and call us, they'll come down to get you. After saying this, she stuffed 100 yuan into Shun Yu's hand, waved her phone, and then Shin Shui and Shun Wen took Zheng Xiao to the internet cafe to play QQ Xuanwu, leaving only Shin Yu and Shin Susu standing at the stairway entrance. Well. Shin Yu knew from her past life that her cousin and cousin-in-law, just over 20 years old, were still internet-addicted youths who spent as much as they earned. But she never expected it to be this absurd. After saving a phone number for her, they went off to play games. They looked down on the village's illegal internet cafes because the space bar would occasionally malfunction, affecting their performance. After enduring for many days, they finally came to the county town at noon, and as soon as they finished their New Year shopping, they couldn't wait to play some Xuanwu. Crossfire had just been released at that time, but they had no interest in shooting games. Looking at the newly opened KFC across from the internet cafe, Shin Yu glanced down at the little lowly dressed in rustic clothes. Although Shin Susu was indeed cute, her clothes were mostly bought by the elderly. If Shin Yu remembered correctly, she even had a pleasant goat t-shirt. She then took Shin Susu's hand. Come on, let's go eat a burger. What's a burger, Naya? With a little Lola's drawn-out tone. Moments later, the two girls sat at a KFC table. As usual, they sat together on the window-side sofa. Shin Yu, sitting by the aisle, took the menu from the server, glanced at it, and handed it to Shin Susu inside. Order whatever you want. Looking at the menu, especially the prices, Shin Susu's heart trembled. Everything here is so expensive. This thing called an egg tart so small costs 3.5 yuan. Thinking this, Shin Susu stretched out her hand to compare. It was smaller than her palm. In the countryside, that could buy a big bowl of rice noodles. But the cheapest thing here is this egg tart. She quietly glanced at Shun Yu, then tremblingly picked up the pen, made a small checkmark next to the egg tart, and handed it to Shin Yu. Shin Yu, who had just checked a burger and cola combo, plus a serving of fries, saw the lone checkmark on the egg tart. Then she turned to look at Shin Susu and frowned. This little girl was probably trying not to let her spend too much by deliberately ordering only an egg tart. Seeing Shin Yu staring at her, Shin Susu quickly waved her hand and whispered, I'm not hungry. I can do without eating as long as I can hang out with you. Hearing Shin Susu's words, Shin Yu felt a bit angry. Since I brought you to eat, why are you trying to save me money? She then crossed out everything she had just checked and directly ordered a large family bucket combo with burgers, chicken legs, fries, egg tarts, chicken wings, and cola, all in double portions. After handing the menu to the server, Shin Yu turned around, looked at Shin Susu shrinking in the corner of the sofa, then reached out, lifted Shin Susu up, held her shoulders, and gazed calmly into her eyes. In the future, when we earn money, we can come eat burgers every week. Don't try to save money for me. Upon hearing Shin Yu's words, Shin Susu could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. She threw herself into Shin Yu's arms and burst into loud sobs. Yu, you're so kind. You're so kind. Watching Shin Susu collapse in her embrace, Shin Yu frowned inwardly. Shin Susu's issues seemed far greater than she had imagined. Besides losing her father at a young age, her mother had to work in another province to support the family. From childhood, Shin Susu became a left-behind child raised by her grandparents. Not only was she a left-behind child, but the other village children also refused to play with her. Before elementary school, she had still played with her, but after starting elementary school, they stopped associating. This resulted in Shin Susu spending her entire 6 years of elementary school without a single playmate, fostering an extremely low self-esteem personality. Now that she had reconciled with her, she naturally worried that if she did anything unsatisfactory, she would revert to her former self. Gently patting Shin Susu's back, she reached out to wipe the tears from her face, then looked at Shin Susu with a serious expression on her cool features and declared solemnly, we are best friends. No matter what happens in the future, we will never be apart. As she spoke, she recalled the events of the first day after her rebirth and extended her fair, slender hand, curling her pinky. Let's pinky swear. Shin Susu wiped away her tears, stretched out her own pale hand, and hooked her pinky with Shan Yu's, vowing with a choked voice, pinky swear 100 years no change. Moments later, the table was laden with hamburgers and fries. Watching Shin Susu wolf down her burger and slurp her cola, Shin Yu thought silently. We've been walking all morning, and she says she's not hungry. She's always thinking of me. If I really end up broke someday, would Shin Susu go work in a factory to support me? At the thought, Shin Yu shook her head abruptly. How could that be? Aside from being childhood friends, there was nothing else between them. She wasn't her family, so why would she sacrifice so much for her? Half an hour later, Shin Susu patted her belly and lounged on the leather sofa at KFC, her legs dangling in the air. Holding her cola in her left hand and rubbing her stomach with her right, she murmured, "Oh, so full. Cola is so good." Cola was sold at the school gate too, but a 500-milliliter bottle of Coca-Cola cost 3 yuan. Far beyond what students could afford. Most of the time they bought 50-cent bottles of orange soda instead. After speaking, Shin Susu shook her cup, felt there was still a bit left, and downed it in one gulp. She then looked at the remaining fries on the table in front of her. A sudden thought of not wasting anything surged through Shin Susu's mind. She turned to look at Shun Yoyu beside her. Her cool, fair profile resembled those ethereal fairies from TV dramas, untouched by worldly troubles. She reached out, picked up a fry, dipped it in the half-eaten ketchup, and said to her best friend, "Yoyu, open wide." Hearing Shin Susu's words, Shun Yoyu turned her head reflexively. Before she could think, a fry pressed against her lips. Seeing Shun Yoyu's mouth closed, Shin Susu coaxed, "Yoyu, just eat it." Looking at Shin Susu, who was acting like a child, Shun Yoyu sighed helplessly, then parted her lips slightly and ate the fry. When Shin Susu picked up another fry and tried to continue, Shin Yoyu grabbed her hand and said, "All right, stop fooling around. I know how to eat on my own. I'm not a child." Seeing that Shun Yoyu seemed a bit upset, Shin Susu pushed all her remaining food in front of her. "I'm full, Yoyu. You eat." Then she took out her phone and resumed playing Snake, determined to beat the game today. Shin Yoyu's cool eyes stared fixedly at Shin Susu, thinking, once she gets bored of it, she'll stop playing. In her past life, she was the same way. When she first started playing Crossfire and League of Legends, she was hooked, and even loved going to internet cafes for all-nighters. Later, after getting her own computer, she grew completely tired of it after just a year. Eventually, she didn't even turn on the computer, letting it gather dust. Holding her cola in one hand, Shin Yoyu turned to look at Shin Susu, the little lass absorbed in her game. Her legs clad in cotton pants dangled in the air because she was too short to reach the ground. These thick, bulky pants offered mediocre warmth and when washed absorbed water like a sponge, turning a light pair into a heavy, cumbersome load that was a nightmare to clean. In a few years they would be completely phased out, replaced by lighter thermal leggings as thin as yoga pants, but warm and efficient. Sitting by the window watching Shin Susu play games, Shun Yu's gaze drifted through the second-floor window and suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Lin Muang. Why was she here? In the part of Bianan County that had yet to develop, a new urban area near the underground supermarket was the busiest spot in the entire county, with everything from clothing and food to furniture and daily necessities. Ahead lay a park built against a hill. A kilometer to the left was the county experimental elementary school, behind it a river over 10 meters wide, and next to it the county hospital. But why was she here alone? Where was her family? She and Shin Susu could eat out alone only because they had run into their older cousins who were addicted to the internet and carefree, and Shin Yoyu had a phone to stay in touch. Thus they had been allowed to go off on their own with strict instructions to find them after the meal and not wander off. At this time the trend from Hong Kong was just beginning to sweep inland. During the new year, with crowds and traffic everywhere, a moment's inattention could lead to irreversible consequences. Downstairs, Lin Muang, carrying her small backpack, frowned at the menu posted on the shop wall. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge 1 yuan, steamed bun 0. 5 yuan, stuffed bun 1 yuan. This was the only shop she had found after walking for a long time that still sold porridge at noon. She had never bought porridge outside before. To her it was just watery rice gruel with a bit of water and rice, no meat, and it cost a whole yuan. Far too expensive. But thinking of her mother, Lin Muang gritted her teeth, took a craft paper envelope from her backpack, pulled out a crisp 100 yuan note, and said to the owner, "Boss, ID, like 1 bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge and 2 small steamed buns to go." Meanwhile, at the county hospital, a woman in a light blue coat pushed open the door to the attending physician's office, her voice tinged with doubt. "Doctor, what's causing this cough of mine?" "It's a chronic problem, been going on for years." The doctor, seated inside, cast a surprised glance at the woman and adjusted his glasses. Though it was already noon and he was ready to leave for lunch, he still turned on the computer. After gazing at the information on the screen, he paused for a moment before speaking. "Ms. Leon, your persistent cough is not caused by a cold. Based on the test results, our preliminary diagnosis suggests lung cancer with a 60% chance it's in the early stage and 40% it's in the middle stage. To determine the specifics, we need you to undergo a comprehensive examination." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Liang Xiaotong, seated in the chair, shuddered violently. Her body went limp and she nearly tumbled off the chair. Seeing the woman's condition, the doctor in the white coat ignored her distress. As a physician, he knew the greatest taboo was to empathize with patients. He continued, "Ms. Liang, fortunately, it was detected early. Based on past cases with active treatment, you could live at least 5 more years or even achieve long-term survival." Liang Xiaodong absorbed none of the doctor's subsequent words. In her ingrained beliefs, cancer merely determined whether one died sooner or later. Moreover, cancer treatment would undoubtedly cost a fortune, and she had only saved enough for her daughter's high school tuition. She hadn't even saved for college yet. At this thought, the image of that man involuntarily flashed through Liang Zitang's mind, but she forcefully dismissed the urge to seek help. The vows of eternal love had long turned to dust. Turning to the doctor, she implored, "Doctor, please don't tell my daughter about this. Settle my bill now. I need to leave." The doctor in the white coat hesitated. Though he shouldn't empathize with patients, this situation was different. Liang Zhaodang pleaded again, "It's just me and my daughter at home. I make a living farming and doing odd jobs. She's only in middle school. We simply can't afford treatment. Doctor, please be merciful. Spare us, mother and daughter. We have no money." Moments later, clutching a medical report diagnosing a seasonal cold, Liang Zhaodang stood at the hospital entrance waiting for Lin Muin. Seeing Lin Muin returning with kanji, Liang Zhaodang hurried over, waving the report. "Wainer, your mother is fine. It's just a cold." Noticing her daughter's skepticism, Liang Zhaodang put on a stern expression and said earnestly, "Don't worry. Would your mother lie to you?" Lin Muin scrutinized the report in her mother's hand, reading every word. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, leading her mother to a nearby bench. Opening the preserved egg and lean pork kanji, she said with a hint of joy, "Mom, I'm glad you're okay." With that, she personally picked up the spoon, blew on the kanji to cool it, and brought it to Liang Zitang's lips. Outside the internet cafe, the crowd bustled. Shin Yuyu took out her phone and made a call. Shortly after, her cousin Shen Shui descended with her brother, who carried a bamboo basket on his back, along with Zheng Xiao. After playing games for over an hour, everyone except Zheng Xiao looked refreshed. Once downstairs, Shen Shui glanced at the time and said, "It's only a little past 1. She then led the group to an old brand jelly shop and ordered 3 bowls of jelly. Since Shen Yuyu and Shen Susu had already eaten lunch, they didn't need to order. Shen Yuyu sat by the doorway, bored, gazing outside at a newsstand by the roadside. In this era of underdeveloped internet, people's access to the outside world came from evening TV news or physical newspapers. Occasionally, passers-by would stop at the newsstand to buy newspapers, and students would browse for comics. At that moment, a boy of about 11 or 12 ran from around the street corner. Stopping at the newsstand, he pulled out 10 yuan, waved it, and shouted loudly, "I want to buy a disc. I want to buy a disc." With a soft sound, a middle-aged man's head appeared from inside. He peered left and right, then looked down to see the little boy. Puzzled, he wondered why such a young child was buying from him. Had an elder sent him? "What do you want to buy, eh?" The little boy thought for a moment and said, "I don't know its name." He lowered his head, thought again, and added, "It's Japanese with 2 people fighting." The newsstand owner looked at him, utterly bewildered, and became even more convinced that an embarrassed elder had sent the boy to make the purchase. The middle-aged man chuckled. "I understand, young man." With that, he bent down, rummaged under his counter, and handed over a packaged disc. On the cover was an Ultraman. "Make sure to give this to your elder. Don't watch it alone." The little boy looked at the Ultraman disc in his hand, ignoring the first instruction, and said happily, "Thanks, boss. This is exactly what I wanted." He then dashed into an alley, clearly eager to watch it. "Yuyu, what did he buy? Is it that interesting?" Shinsusu had been playing Snake for days, and had finally cleared all levels. She returned the phone to Shun Yuyu, and sat beside her, equally bored, watching the scenery. Thanks to his now exceptional eyesight, Shin Yuyu clearly saw what was printed on that disc. Both Dyna Ultraman and Tiga Ultraman were printed on the same disc. But these 2 Ultramen weren't from the same era. Why were they printed on one disc? The boss could have made money from 2 discs, but only sold 1. Shin Yuyu then thought of the boss' smile. It was a smile every man understood. Turning to Shin Susu, his expression turned serious, like an adult lecturing a child. "That's not something good kids should watch. Don't look." Hearing this, Shin Susu withdrew her gaze from the newsstand, turned her head, and looked at Shun Yu's hands resting in front of him. They were fair, delicate, slender, with pale pink nails, truly beautiful. She extended her own hand, looked at her short little fingers, and then secretly grabbed Shin Yu's hand, holding it tightly. She thought to herself, no matter how pretty, she's still my Shin Susu's one and only best friend." Feeling the warmth from the palm, Shin Yuyu didn't think much of it. Over the past month, he had grown used to it. This was probably how female best friends acted, right? "Boss, check please." Hearing a customer's voice from inside, the owner of the steam bun stall turned and said, 3 servings, 9 yuan total. In this life, the only male in the group was her cousin Shun, so all the supplies, including her cousin sister's bag, were placed in the backpack he carried. The remaining 4 had their hands empty. On the way back to the old city bus station, Shun Yu's cold, clear eyes fixed on the 2 figures at the front, laughing and chatting with Jing Xiao. Both her cousin brother and cousin sister were quite fond of this girl from the neighboring potato province, and she was also well liked by their grandmother at home. This was her first visit to Shun family village. Besides usually helping with cooking and lighting fires, she had also helped carry firewood in the past few days. Overall, she was a very diligent and filial girl. Unfortunately, she suffered from a disease that was looked down upon, and curing it would cost over 100,000 yuan. The second uncle's family had worked hard to raise 2 children, leaving them with little savings and a keen sensitivity to spending money. Barring any surprises, they would quietly approach Shun Wen to discuss this during the new year. However, the old couple had never witnessed the disease's onset and didn't know what it would be like. In the short term, with her cousin brother's insistence, it would likely be dropped. These two truly loved each other. At the corner of a traffic light in the old city, a semi-underground bookstore came into view. Seeing the bookstore so close, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Shun Yu's mind. Having food and clothing for life should be no problem, but since her transmigration had gifted her such a sharp mind, would earning just a small amount of money be too mundane? Inside the bookstore, she saw middle school students holding either comic books or study materials. Shin Yu called out to Shun Wen and Zheng Xiu, who were engrossed in each other at the front. "Wait," she said. "I want to buy some books." Shun Wen and Shin Shui, walking at the front, turned around in disbelief at her words, their pupils contracting with shock. In 3 generations of the Shun family, the highest education was Shun, one who had only graduated from middle school. When had the Shin family ever produced someone who loved to read and could actually absorb books? And now she was taking the initiative to buy books. Both of them had average grades, usually hovering around the passing line, so they had gone to work after finishing their 9 years of compulsory education. Only after working for a few years did they understand the importance of education. Without a degree or skills, they would be stuck doing manual labor for life, working overtime for a monthly wage of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. With better luck, like Shun Wen, whose family had someone skilled in a trade, he apprenticed with his third uncle for 2 years in bricklaying, earning a few hundred yuan a month until he finally completed his training and reaped the rewards. Shin Shui wasn't as fortunate, as she had been working as a manual laborer in a factory with little hope for the future. Luckily, she had saved some money over the past 2 years and planned to attend a vocational school to improve herself. So despite not having high academic qualifications, they both understood the value of knowledge. They deeply regretted not studying more in the past. What was unattainable was always the most cherished. People would always romanticize the path they hadn't taken. Cousin sister Shin Shui walked slowly up to Shun Yu, raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and said by them. Shin Shui lowered her gaze to study her cousin sister's cool, refined demeanor, complex emotions churning in her eyes. In the past, she might have mocked her. "With your grades, what use is buying reference books? Just understanding the textbooks is enough." But Shin Yu had already demonstrated her potential and value. If she ever got into a prestigious university, the small investment now would yield countless returns. Although Shin Shui didn't directly think about repayment among family, since they finally had someone who could study, she naturally wanted to offer unconditional support. Besides, her youngest uncle would reimburse them anyway. A moment later, inside the semi-underground bookstore, Shin Yu gazed at the advanced mathematics book, before her a flicker of recollection passing through her cold, clear eyes. In her past life, she had studied civil engineering, naturally dabbling in math, and taking a year of it in her freshman year. But back then she spent most of her time sleeping and playing games. She didn't wake up until her sophomore year, when she began studying seriously and getting certifications, but it was too late. In 1 year beyond the mechanics, she had to learn. Trying to catch up on the previous year's knowledge was too difficult for an ordinary person. However, the knowledge from high school was still clearly imprinted in her mind, and since most courses built on each other, diving back into mathematics wasn't entirely impossible to grasp. Although following a step-by-step path, going to college and earning some money in her spare time wouldn't be bad for her. But challenging a different path could open up broader horizons. Flipping through a couple of pages casually as the knowledge entered her mind, Shin Yu suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment. Middle school problems and everything she had experienced now felt like playing a game with a cheat code, offering no sense of achievement and making her drowsy instead. But advanced mathematics was like a gamer who had fully explored the beginner village and stepped out into a foggy map full of unknowns. This feeling of engaging her mind was wonderful. Soon Shin Yu carried over a dozen reference books to the checkout counter. This was a pirated bookstore run by a middle-aged man with a slick, shiny pompadour, wearing a long black trench coat and constantly chewing gum. From a distance, he bore a striking resemblance to a certain celebrity. "That'll be 357, he said. Cousin brother Shin Wen came over, wanting to see what kind of books they were, whether they were actually for studying, since the idea of her taking the initiative to learn was still too unbelievable for him. He casually flipped through the thick books and immediately spotted advanced mathematics, nodding to himself. "Not bad, it's a math book, not a comic." Some kids tricked their parents into buying comic books by claiming they were study materials. The elderly, unable to read, were easily fooled. But trying to fool him was impossible. As Shun Wen flipped through the next 2 books, Euclid's Elements and Mathematical Analysis came into view. A single glance at the dense numbers made his head spin. He quickly closed the books, paid the money, swiftly handed the shopping bag to Shun Yu, and said with a tone of encouragement, "It's good that you're willing to learn. Our whole family will support you." Shun Wen recalled his days working as a migrant worker in Beijing when he happened to see a recruitment notice from a certain search engine company. A starting salary of 20,000 upon graduation. Such income was unimaginably high. Young Shun would never dared to dream that a person's wage could reach such heights. Sometimes the gap between people was even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. At the old bus station, the family sat with their grandmother near the supermarket entrance. Before them, a basket was packed full of bean products and a large grass carp, freshly slaughtered. They waited there for Shun Yoyu and the others to return. Although fish were sold in the countryside, there was only one vendor, and the quality and size could never match those from the city. Thus the family had done all their New Year shopping in town. As they drew near, third uncle, who had been standing by the roadside smoking, spotted Shun when carrying the basket from afar. He tossed his cigarette to the ground and crushed it underfoot. Gazing at the bulging basket and the extra bag Shun Yoyu was holding, a question arose in his mind: why had they bought so much? His own side had already purchased plenty of meat and vegetables. Buying too much would only lead to spoilage. So he asked, "What did you get?" Shinwen set down the basket and pulled out Shun Chui's bag, revealing its contents. "We bought a lot of snacks for Yoyu, along with some ham sausages and luncheon meat for hot pot." Shin Yun frowned at the items, a note of displeasure in his voice. "You should eat fewer snacks and focus on proper meals. Besides, it's not easy for you to earn money out there. Don't waste it." Then, glancing at Jing Xiu, who seemed to have bought nothing, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. "This girl doesn't squander money. She's someone who takes care of the family." He continued his reproach: "You should be saving up for a wife instead." Shin Wen and Jing Xiu exchanged a look, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He then turned his attention to the bags in Shin Yoyu's hands and asked again, "What did Shin Yoyu buy?" Behind him, second uncle's family wore grim expressions. Their own son and daughter had toiled away all year, barely saving a cent, and yet here they were spending so much in one outing. It seemed rather wasteful. If it turned out to be toys, even if this niece had excellent grades, they would still have to reprimand her. Hearing third uncle Shun Yun's question, Shin Yoyu opened the paper shopping bag in front of him. "Since I have nothing to do at home during the break, I bought some math books to preview in advance." Upon hearing it was math books, Shin Yun stared at Shun Yoyu, disbelief written all over his face. Is she really that studious? He reached and pulled out a book, flipped through a few pages, found the dense numbers utterly incomprehensible, and closed it. Staring at the title, Introduction to Algorithms, Shin Yun was utterly baffled. "Looks like it really is for studying." Shin Yun raised his head, looked at Shun Yoyu, and let out an awkward chuckle. "It really is for studying." He placed the book back into the bag. After being caught off guard, Shin Yun seemed a bit embarrassed. Eager to change the subject, he turned to Shin Jun and said, "Remember to reimburse on." A moment later, the bus started and the family boarded the rickety coach heading for Yongin Township. As the new year approached, migrant workers from all over had returned. Whether heading into town or back to the countryside, the buses were packed with people. As expected, Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu only had one seat between them. After settling Susu on her lap, Shin Yoyu gazed out at the scenery. In her memory, within 2 years, this dirt road connecting to the county town would be paved with cement, reducing the 50-minute journey to just over 20. But before they could enjoy it for long, after being traversed by national highway trucks for a while, the road would become riddled with potholes again. As the bus wound through the mountains, steady breathing came from Shun Yoyu's arms. Whenever she clung to Shun Yoyu, Shin Susu would fall asleep, as if her embrace was too warm and reassuring. This was already the second time. Not long after, as the bus braked, Shun Yoyu clearly saw the little one's eyelashes flutter, yet she still kept her eyes shut. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Watching the other passengers rise and gather their luggage to disembark, she leaned down to Shin Susu's ear. "I saw you wake up. Stop pretending. If you keep sleeping, I'll leave you on the bus and let you go home with the driver." Hearing Shin Yoyu's words, Shin Susu quickly opened her eyes, a sheepish look on her face. A smile tugged at her lips as she changed the subject. "I've slept enough. Let's go home." With that, she slid down from Shun Yoyu's lap and rushed ahead to help carry the family's things. Watching Shin Susu, the little clown Shin Yoyu didn't know what to say. Back home, the family ate half of the 10-plus grass carp that very evening. The remaining half was salted and hung from the roof beam. Every household had cats back then, so there was no fear of rats stealing the food. Thus 3 days passed in self-study. There was still no news from the ringtone platform. According to their contract, royalties for ringtones would only be settled on the 15th of the following month. Last month, the ringtones were still under review. So on the 15th of this month, Shin Yoyu would receive no income. However, the only good news was that the shock value and clickbait titles had attracted a massive audience. With no restrictions in place at the time, these links spread like wildfire. Moreover, in every village there were always a few motorcyclists with bleached hair carrying large speakers as they roamed from town to town, helping the two songs gain rapid popularity. In 2008, amidst a sea of melancholic love songs, A Little Sweet broke through the ranks with its sweet, clear vocals evoking memories of tender romance, climbing to the top 25. It had 82,000 downloads. Unfortunately, the song was sung by 2 female voices, limiting its audience, though it found great favor in certain circles. Meanwhile, the other song, The Wind Rises, struggled to gain traction, eventually landing at number 76. It managed only 160,000 downloads. At this point, Shin Yoyu had just 15 yuan to her name. Originally, she had only a few yuan. The extra came from a small errant fee for buying wine for third uncle. Time flew by, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Crackling. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, 2007 faded away, and 2008 arrived. In the morning at the small long table, Shin Yoyu stared at the 6 glutinous rice balls in her bowl, stirring them slowly with a spoon. In Shin Yoyu's hometown, it was a tradition to eat tangyuan on the first day of the new year, symbolizing reunion and completeness. Before she could take a bite after it cooled slightly, Shin Susu's voice came from the steps. "Yoyu, don't eat yet." Shin Yoyu looked up in confusion, watching Shin Susu, who held a small bowl, and trotted toward her in cotton slippers. Reaching her, Shin Susu extended her empty spoon, took a tangyuan from her own bowl, and swapped it with one from Shin Yoyu's. Shin Yoyu was utterly bewildered. What was she doing? The tangyuan were all store-bought. Was there any difference? "Oh dear, Yoyu, have mine first." Shin Susu, noticing Shin Yoyu seemed frozen in place, quickly reached out with her chubby little hand to grasp Shin Yoyu's, attempting to feed her, her eyes brimming with excitement. Feeling the warmth transmitted through her hand, Shin Yoyu snapped back to reality. She gently applied pressure with her arm, holding her hand steady, her almond-shaped eyes filled with puzzlement, signaling Shin Susu to let go. What in the world? What is Shin Susu up to? Is she trying to play that game from a few days ago again? It's not like I don't have hands. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shin Susu reluctantly released her grip, picked up her own bowl, and pretended to eat the glutinous rice balls, though her eyes were fixed on Shin Yoyu all the while. Detecting Shin Susu's subtle gaze, Shin Yoyu let out a resigned sigh. She bit into the glutinous rice ball Shin Susu had given her. It was sweet with a peanut filling. Shin Susu watched Shin Yoyu's fair neck, noticing a slight movement as she swallowed before happily eating the rice ball she had exchanged. At noon, following the annual tradition, she received 4 red envelopes. One from her father, one from her second uncle, one from her third uncle, and one from her grandmother. There were no others. The money from her cousins and Zheng Xiu was considered pocket money. Although Shin Yoyu was young, she was of the same generation as them, so they naturally couldn't give her New Year's money. As for relatives in her past life memories, she did have some. That was during high school. A few years later, after Shin Jun, who had been running around everywhere, finally secured a construction site contract, and subsequently won 2 small projects, the relatives finally confirmed it wasn't a flash in the pan or sheer luck. That year, the relatives living in the city took the initiative to visit Shun family village, carrying gift boxes and fruits to pay New Year's respects to grandmother and give Shin Yoyu red envelopes. The minimum amount in the envelopes was 100, and some even contained 200, hoping that when Shin Jun contracted the next site, they could invest and buy shares, then split the profits upon completion. As for this year, the Shin family was still very poor. Even the mice were scarce, so naturally there were no relatives. The cat they kept had to survive on sweet potatoes every day and had grown thin from hunger. Touching the red envelopes in her hand, Shin Yoyu sensed a different texture and had a premonition that this year's envelopes seemed somewhat generous. Her hands were incredibly sensitive now. Even the slightest difference could be detected. She could tell 50 yuan notes from 100 yuan notes just by feeling the edge of the envelope. In the room, as she opened the first red envelope, a crisp 100 yuan bill came into view. As expected, apart from grandmother's 20 yuan note, everyone else had given 100. The total came to 620 yuan. So this is the treatment for a good student. Had she known the benefits were this good, she would have studied hard in her past life. She clearly remembered that in her past life, she had only received a few dozen yuan for New Year's that year. Her father Shinjun had gambled away all his wages early on and borrowed 10 yuan to give her as New Year's money, while grandmother gave her 5 yuan. Her second and third uncles gave a bit more, but not much, and before she could even spend it, it was taken away. Thinking of this, Shin Yoyu, sitting on the bed, couldn't help but clench her fists. Gambling was truly ruinous. She had to find a way to completely break Shinjun of his gambling addiction. Knock, knock, knock. Yoyu, open up, it's Susu. The soft, sweet voice of the little girl Shin Susu came from outside the door. This little imp. Why isn't she at home counting her red envelopes? What's she doing here? Click. As the latch was drawn, Shin Susu's sneaky figure slipped in from outside, then made her way to Shun Yu's bedside, lifted the mosquito net, and crawled inside. Shin Susu, what exactly are you up to? After relatching the door and locking it, Shin Yoyu walked over to the bed. Forcing her to exchange glutinous rice balls in the morning was bad enough, but now she was climbing into her bed. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that Shin Susu was so small and usually pitiable, Shin Yoyu would have thrown her out long ago. Only then did Shin Susu pull 3 red envelopes from her clothes and carefully open them. She extracted the money from the envelopes, slowly, taking several minutes. In front of her lay 2 20 yuan notes and 1 50 yuan note. A total of 90 yuan. Hee 90 yuan. That's enough for many bowls of rice noodles and buns with Yoyu. As she spoke, Shin Susu counted on her plump little fingers one by one. 1 bowl of rice noodles, and a bun for each of us, that's 15 meals. Hearing that Shinsusu, having received New Year's money, was still thinking of treating her to rice noodles, Shinyu's earlier irritation dissipated. This little girl. She likes opening red envelopes, so much does she. She then took out the envelopes she had just counted and tossed them in front of Shinsusu. Go ahead and open mine too. Upon hearing Shinyu's voice, Shinsusu quickly crawled over to the envelopes and grabbed them. With a gleeful chuckle, she said happily, then I'll open them. The first one she opened revealed a 100 yuan bill, and her face fell. Then the second and the third. Only after she had opened them all did Shinsusu say with a pout, Yu, how come you have so much New Year's money? Instead of answering directly, Yu asked, why aren't you at home at noon? What are you doing here? I don't have time to play jump rope or games like that with you. As she spoke, she moved the table in front of the door and took out the advanced mathematics textbook she had been reviewing for a while. Thanks to her past life, even though she often didn't pay attention in class, she had attended lessons, and some knowledge had seeped into her mind. Besides, this set of materials was relatively basic, so she could slowly work her way through it. Seeing Shunyu absorbed in that incomprehensible math book again, if you want play with me, I'll play by myself. With that, she pulled the blanket over her lower body, picked up her phone, and started playing. However, since she had already beaten the snake game and found Tetris boring, she tossed her phone aside after just 2 rounds. Shinsusu moved to the spot where Shunyu usually slept, sat at the head of the bed, and stared fixedly at Shunyu's back. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her slender silhouette cast a long shadow in the winter sunlight. For a moment, Shinsusu was captivated. This continued until evening, when a voice came from outside the door, Susu, time for dinner. Shinsusu snapped back to reality, got out of bed, and slipped on her slippers. Before leaving, she turned to look at Shunyu and whispered, Yu, I'm going to Grandma's house with Mom tomorrow. I won't bother you for a couple of days. You must remember to miss me. Seeing the look of eternal parting on Shinsusu's face, Shunyu couldn't help but sigh softly. Alright, it's not like we'll never see each other again. Seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, Shunyu had no choice but to continue, I'll miss you. Now go on back. For the Shunyu of her past life, the new year was a time of great joy. For the present Shunyu, it felt like returning to a familiar place is like searching for a sword from a moving boat. It was like longing to buy osmanthus blossoms and share wine, yet no longer the carefree youth of days gone by. Time flew by, and over 10 days had passed. Wrapped in a down jacket, Shunyu watched the children by the pond playing with firecrackers and marbles. Behind her came the voice of her cousin Shin-Chui. Yu, aren't you going to play, eh? Aside from visiting relatives on the 2nd and 3rd days of the new year, Shin-Chui hadn't gone out to surf the internet during these 10 days. Perhaps it was due to Shunyu's transformation, but Shin-Chui felt she couldn't keep idling away. Next year, she would enroll in a vocational school to learn a skill. Shin-Chui looked at Shunyu. Her slender figure, even hidden beneath the down jacket, couldn't conceal her fragility. Yet it seemed that this year Shunyu had suddenly grown up. She had become quiet and serene. Hearing the voice behind her, Shunyu turned around, her clear, cold eyes fixed on Shin-Chui, who sat by the bonfire. Her thoughts drifted. Just dealing with Shinsusu is troublesome enough, playing with these kids. How could that be? Shunyu didn't respond to Shinsui's words, but casually asked, when are you all heading out this year? At her words, Shin-Chui paused, then fished a roasted sweet potato from the fire, pondering the uncertainty of her future. After finishing middle school, she had gone straight to work, and now in her 20s, she had always been stuck in the most menial jobs with no skills to speak of. Earning just over 2,000 a month, or even just over 1,000 without overtime, she muttered to herself, your dad and the others will probably still go work in Yangyu province. I won't go to Yu province. They'll go to Rongqing. Even if I'm looking for a partner, it's closer and within the province. Saying this, Shin-Chui looked up at Shunyu and handed her the peeled sweet potato. Factory work is too exhausting. I plan to learn computer skills and become an office clerk. It's better than working in a factory. You should study hard, get into a good university, and not have to work so hard later. Shunyu took the roasted sweet potato. In winter, steam rose from it, and the red heart sweet potato was especially sweet. Taking a small bite, she gazed at the bonfire and said, I will. Shunyu didn't say much. First, in the eyes of her family, she was merely a good student with potential, still a child dependent on her parents. Second, they harbored a strange adult confidence, believing their experience surpassed hers, always convinced they were right. Even if she said something, they wouldn't believe it. Unless she could make money. Like if they earned 2,000 a month and she earned 100 million. Then even if she pointed at the ground and said the dung was fragrant, they'd hesitate and doubt their own senses. But if a child said it, they wouldn't hesitate to scold or even beat them. So it was better to stay silent and just gather information. Still, Rongqing was a big city with ample tech talent, a good place for starting a business. On the low end, the globally popular game League of Legends was set to launch next year. With the funds she could form a gaming team and ride the first wave of success. Internet-addicted youths were plentiful then, They'd even play for free internet access, lining up eagerly. She could pick a few strong players and pay them salaries. As for higher-level plans, she'd need careful planning. Bites must be taken one at a time, money earned step by step. All of this depended on next month when the settlement from the ringtone platform came through. In the afternoon, Shun Wen cut a bamboo pole from the grove and stood it before Shin Yu, asking, "How about this one? For making a lantern, yours will be the tallest." In Shun Yu's hometown, the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first month involved releasing lanterns. City dwellers would set off sky lanterns in the county square, writing their wishes on them and letting them fly into the sky to pray for a smooth year ahead. The entire sky would be dotted with lights like countless household lamps glowing in the heavens. In the countryside, it was simpler. They'd find a long bamboo pole, split it open into a lantern shape, place a lump of mud inside, insert a small candle, and paste thin notebook paper over it, leaving a small opening to light the candle. Thus a simple, cost-free handheld lantern was made. Shin Yu looked at the bamboo pole that reached the second floor and said nothing. It was indeed uniquely tall. Before she could speak, her grandmother Su Yifeng's voice came from inside the house. "Why make it so tall? Don't you realize how weak Fish Girl is?" A gust of wind would blow both her and the lantern into the field. Hearing Su Yifeng scolding, Shun Wen scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "Yeah, you're right." With a swift chop, he cut the bamboo to a man's height, and soon a handheld lantern was made. Shin Yu looked at the ugly, simple lantern, feeling speechless. How had she never noticed this in her past life? She must have only been thinking about playing. "Yu, what wish do you want to write?" "Write it now." Shin Soi's voice came from beside her, handing her a black gel pen with a slightly thick tip. For some reason, students nowadays preferred fine-tipped pens. The thick, smooth writing ones were ignored. Moments later, a prayer for safety and blessings appeared on the lantern. In this life, Shin Yu didn't seek to make a fortune, as she only wanted her family to be safe and sound. Night fell, and a bright moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth. All the children of Shun family village held their lanterns and walked toward the fields, carefully guarding them, afraid of tilting and letting the candle flame burn the paper. Without the paper's protection, the wind would snuff out the candle. Behind all the children, Shin Yu walked alongside Shin Susu. These kids really held grudges. They had said they wouldn't play with the two of them, and for a whole month they hadn't spoken a word. "Yu, what wish did you write?" Since Shin Yu held her lantern high, Shin Susu beside her stood on tiptoe, but couldn't see clearly. Curiosity piqued. She asked aloud, "Don't tell us saying it out loud makes it not come true." "Oh, I see." Shin Susu thought of the little figure she had drawn during the day and felt a pang of regret. Since saying it out loud would ruin it, she couldn't share. Still, it was fine. If it worked, it would surely come true. Shin Yu looked up at Shin Susu's lantern. Illuminated by the candlelight, the paper was painted with two figures, one large and one small. The larger figure with a single side braid leaned like a child against the other, who wore twin ponytails, both gazing at the moon in the sky. Above the two figures, a crescent moon and a dozen tiny stars were drawn. Such a reversal of size. Shin Yu watched with a speechless expression. What kind of TV shows had Shin Susu been watching at home these past 2 days? Was this something a child her age should be thinking about? Ouch! A sudden cry rang out. Shin Susu, who had been admiring the little figures on her lantern, was lost in sweet thoughts of the future. In a moment of carelessness, her foot slipped, and she tilted toward the field. Hearing the sound beside her, Shun Yu quickly grabbed hold of Shin Susu. "Watch where you're." Before he could finish, the tilt caused Shin Susu's lantern to catch fire. In just a few seconds, the lantern painted with the two figures was completely burned. A cold wind blew, extinguishing the candle inside, leaving only the bare lantern frame. "Wah wah wah, my lantern." Shin Susu hugged the now blackened bamboo pole and began to cry softly. Looking at the little girl before him, Shun Yu couldn't help but think, serves you right for not looking where you're going. Serves you right for drawing strange things. But thinking that was one thing, seeing Shin Susu crying incessantly, Shin Yu instead placed his own lantern in front of her. "Take mine." Shin Susu, who was wiping her tears, looked at the lantern set before her. Through the candle flame, she saw Shin Yu's cool, clear face. Her sadness vanished in an instant, replaced by pure joy. She grasped the offered lantern tightly. "Thank you, Yo-Yo." A while later, when they were almost at the road leading to the town and the children ahead had turned back on a deserted field ridge, two figures, one tall and one small, stood close together. "Yo-Yo, let's set them here." Looking up, Shin Susu saw Shun Yu's agreement and thrust the lantern firmly into the soil. Gazing at the two lanterns standing before her, Shin Susu closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and whispered, as if praying, "May our friendship never change." Hearing Shin Susu's words, a doubt arose in Shun Yu's mind. Is this really what friendship between girls is like? It feels a bit strange. Shin Yu wasn't sure if this was how close girlfriends behaved. Feeling the tug at her side, Shin Yu knew Shin Susu was urging her to make a wish. Looking at the little girl's hopeful gaze, Shin Yu also closed her eyes and parted her delicate lips. "May our friendship forever remain unchanged." Setting off the lanterns marked the end of the 15th day of the first lunar month. Next came the time for the army of migrant workers to leave the province for work. Families that had barely gathered would part again, and the children of the countryside would once more become left-behind children for another year. The next day before dawn, the Shun household was filled with clattering sounds. Grandmother had risen early to cook a large pot of rice porridge for the family. This time the porridge had few sweet potatoes, but plenty of rice, making it quite thick to stave off hunger for a long time. Each person had a salted duck egg and a plate of cooked sausage. In the dim lamplight, everyone except Shun Yuyu ate heartily. There was no other choice. The bus to the city ran only twice a day, once in the early morning and once in the afternoon. Strictly speaking, Yangon Township was not worthy of having this bus route to the city. This bus was actually the shuttle from Muqiao Town to Henan City. The driver was an owner-operator who had joined a transport group, paying only a monthly fee while keeping the rest of the earnings, so he was eager to make more money. By driving a bit faster on the road and shortening the stop in Muqiao Town, he could spare time to extend the route by over 20 kilometers, passing through several townships before finally reaching Yangon Township. This way the extra distance would bring in a bit more income. Just a few minutes later, as dawn broke, the family finished their porridge. At the door were several large woven bags and suitcases. Shen Yu's father, a single man, was the epitome of one person full the whole family fed. He had only one bag containing a change of clothes and nothing else. Second uncle and third uncle, however, had families, so they had more to carry. You study hard at home. Help your grandmother with the firewood when you can, as she's getting old. Shen Yu come home early after school. You're a girl. Once it's dark, your grandmother will worry. After a series of earnest exhortations, the men hoisted the woven bags, the women pulled the suitcases, and the family's figures vanished into the morning mist. A new year had begun. Just a few days after the 16th of the first lunar month, school started. Yangon Township Elementary School was the same as ever, the only difference being that Shun Yuyu and Shin Susu had reconciled. Shin Susu no longer came to school alone. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Jiang Jinsung, stood at the podium with a stern face, collecting tuition fees. The school used to have a window for collecting tuition uniformly. But one year someone had grown bold enough to add an extra fee. Though the amount was small, it had undoubtedly touched the principal's sore spot. Since then, each homeroom teacher collected the fees. With tuition at just over 100 yuan per student, a whole class amounted to only a few thousand yuan, so naturally no one coveted such a small sum. At the front of the podium, parents of students above the average score came to pay, and Jiang Jinsong smiled warmly, chatting amiably. When parents of students below the average came to pay, he would keep a straight face, expressionless and unsmiling. This made Shin Yuyu realize that the skill of changing one's expression was not exclusive to women. At least without putting on an act, she could never manage it now. Teacher, please take our child. Before Shin Yuyu could ponder further, one of the parents waiting in line at the front suddenly fell to her knees, drawing everyone's gaze. She appeared to be in her early 60s, her hair already white, dressed in clean cotton-padded clothes. Unconcerned about the dirty floor, she knelt directly, crying out in a pleading wail with tears and mucus streaming down her face. Wang Mingjia is still so young. What else can he do if he doesn't study? Teacher Jiang, please give him another chance. Hearing the old woman's voice from the front, the whole class turned to look at the boy in the 5th row near the trash can. The classroom fell instantly silent, a terrifying stillness so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Under the gaze of everyone, the boy's face flushed crimson. Creak. The boy suddenly stood up, his body scraping harshly against the wooden desk, producing an ear-piercing sound. Then he flung open the back door and strode quickly out of the school. It seemed this scene had utterly humiliated him at school. Witnessing this scene, Shin Yuyu suddenly recalled the incident that had occurred this year. This boy was one of those who had submitted blank papers. For an entire semester he had turned in nothing but blank sheets, and no matter how much he was lectured, he remained unmoved. During the monthly meetings, he had caused Jiang Jinsong to lose face completely. Yet Jiang Jinsong was utterly helpless. Striking his palms achieved nothing. Assigning copied homework was met with outright refusal. Ordering him to stand outside for an entire class period did not faze him in the slightest. After all this, he truly had no recourse left. Hence he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Parents in the back continue paying the tuition fees. Jiang Jinsong paid no heed to the woman before him. He was not some young man like Yen Xiaoqing, and feigning pity would not work on him. Shortly after, the second parent also knelt down. 2 thuds echoed out of the classroom, drawing a crowd of parents from other classes to gawk. Outside the window, parents who had come to pay tuition for their children stood in a cluster, whispering and pointing among themselves. Before long, Su Yifang, having finished paying the fees, approached Shin Yuyu. Her stooped figure blocked the view from outside as her withered hand reached into the narrow gap between Shun Yu's desk and body, proffering a single yuan. A faint smile graced her lined face as she murmured, "Yuwa, buy yourself some snacks." This scene left Shun Yuyu momentarily stunned. Her grandmother Su Yifeng, who had never given her any pocket money in either of her lifetimes, was today, for the first time ever, offering her spending money. As for the New Year's gift money, it had long been confiscated by Shinjun under the same old excuse. What does a young child need so much money for? With that, he had pocketed the 600 yuan. The New Year's money amounted to 620 plus what little she had saved herself, and the money earned from running errands to buy liquor, 15 yuan in total, making it 635. After taking 600, there should have been 35 left. However, it was later borrowed under the pretext of needing small change for card games with a solemn promise to return it the next day. Predictably, he lost every last cent, including the 1 yuan she had picked up last year. You would take it. With Su Yifeng's reminder, Shin Yuyu snapped back to reality and took the single yuan from the gnarled hand. Watching Su Yifeng's retreating figure, Shin Yuyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So this is the price of being a good student. After the last parent had paid the tuition, Jiang Jinsong clutched the money in his hand, his face stern as he announced from the podium, self-study. Then, ignoring the two parents still on the floor, he tucked his lesson plans under his arm and strode out of the classroom, heading for the office on the second floor. Once Jiang Jinsong had left the classroom, the two parents followed behind him, looking as if they intended to block the door upstairs. If he wouldn't accept their children, they wouldn't let him leave. Shin Yuyu watched the scene unfold and sighed softly to herself. In the future, even college graduates won't be worth much, let alone middle school students. In her past life, a fellow villager of Shunyu's had dropped out before even finishing middle school. One day, while chatting with him on WeChat, he said he couldn't type and could only send voice messages. Shin Yuyu was utterly stunned at the time. Later, she found time to ask a few other classmates who had left school after middle school and started working and received the same answer. They could only send voice messages, couldn't type, and even operated their phones with difficulty. However, from the memories of her past life, Shin Yuyu knew that Jiang Jinsong would eventually accept these two students. He was merely temporarily refusing the tuition fees on purpose, hoping to pressure the parents into making their children drop out. If he truly refused to accept them, not even the principal would dare to do such a thing. Amidst the chaotic chatter of everyone discussing what they had done during the new year and sharing interesting stories, Lin Muan, seated in the middle of the first row, had somehow obtained brand new textbooks and was quietly previewing the lessons in advance. At that moment, Shin Susu squeezed over from the front row, extending her chubby little hand with 10 yuan resting in it. Yuyu, today's market day. I want to have a guokue with Liangfen with you. Seeing Shin Susu's expectant expression, Shin Yuyu agreed without a second thought. What's wrong with good girlfriends treating each other to a small snack? Besides, guokue stuffed with Liangfen is proper food, not junk. Amid the lively chatter, half an hour passed. The homeroom teacher, Jiang Jinsong, returned with a dark face, leading the two students who had just left back into the classroom. Seeing the homeroom teacher return, all the students instantly fell silent. Shin Susu quickly and stealthily slipped back to her seat. However, Jiang Jinsong clearly paid no attention to such trivial matters. It was the first day of the new semester, and it was normal for the students not to have settled down yet. He then spoke up, "A few of you come with me to carry the books." With a rustle, the boys in the back rows who had been fidgeting restlessly sprang up en masse the moment they heard Jiang Jinsong's words. Almost everyone in the last two rows except for the girls stood up. Frowning at the large number of students who had risen, Jiang Jinsong cursed inwardly. These students are listless when it's time to study, but full of energy when it comes to physical labor. He picked 5 slightly sturdier boys and led the way toward the first floor of the elementary school building. On the first day, there were no classes in the afternoon. After distributing the books in the morning, school was dismissed directly. Along the way, looking at the excited Shin Susu, Shin Yuyu felt utterly bewildered. Was eating a guokue with Liangfen really that big a deal? It wasn't as if she had never had it before. On the street, since it was after the new year, there weren't as many people, so the guokue stall was naturally still open. 2 figures, one big and one small, stood before the stall. Before Shin Yuyu could speak, Shin Susu eagerly pointed at the guokue under the glass case and said excitedly, "I want one with Liangfen, extra spicy." Shin Yuyu's mind couldn't help but conjure 3 question marks. Aren't there 2 of us? Didn't you say you were treating me? Why are you only ordering one? Still, Shin Yuyu didn't dwell on it. She had money of her own anyway. Feeling the single yuan in her pocket, Shin Yuyu looked at the boss, who was wearing gloves and mixing the Liangfen, and handed over the money. They'll have 1 too mild spicy. Although in the Sichuan-Chongqing region there was basically no such thing as not spicy during the new year, many people returned from other places and some brought back wives from Guangdong province. People from Guangdong almost never eat any spice at all. So the boss had a version with absolutely no chili. Hearing Shin Yuyu say mild spicy, the boss was about to agree when Shin Susu cut in, saying to him, "Don't make it yet." After saying this, she turned to Shin Yuyu and said with some irritation, "Have you forgotten what you promised me that day when we helped the music teacher?" With her eidetic memory, Shin Yuyu certainly remembered, but extra spicy. Shin Yuyu's clear eyes fixed on Shin Susu. In this life, she had at most eaten medium spicy before. That was during the new year when Shin Shui had forcefully placed a piece of pickled fish in her bowl. Just that one piece had been so spicy, she had to down a large glass of water. Although her current physical constitution was very strong perhaps, because she usually didn't eat spicy food at all, she had almost no tolerance for it. Mild spicy was already her limit. And now extra spicy. Shin Susu completely ignored Shun Yu's gaze, pocketed the 1 yuan coin from the table, and tucked it back into Shun Yu's pocket. She stood there staring fixedly at her own guacamole stuffed with cold noodles. Seeing that Shin Susu remained unmoved, Shin Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. This little girl who usually listened to her so well, why was she so resolute today? However, Shin Yu didn't continue to object. Once spoken, she intended to follow through regardless. She could never be a person who broke her word, especially to her childhood friend and the little lowly Shin Susu. Pack it up. He'll take it away. Hearing Shin Susu's words, Shin Yu felt her life turn bleak. On the path, Shin Yu deliberately bought a bottle of purified water, while Shin Susu, beside her, glanced left and right, and only when no one was around did she unwrap the packaging. Hearing the rustling sounds behind her, Shin Yu stepped a bit to the right, making room for Shin Susu to walk beside her. She looked at Shin Susu with hopeful eyes, remembering that last time she had been the first to eat. But soon Shin Yu was disappointed. Without any hesitation, Shin Susu took a big bite, her slightly childish lowly face puffing up as she quickly ate half. Then with her beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on Shin Yu, she raised her hands slightly and offered it forward. Here, staring at the guacamole stuffed with cold noodles before her, which was usually delicious, she inexplicably felt full now. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Oh, Shin Yu felt she was going crazy. Why had she ever proposed such an outrageous condition? Under Shin Susu's expectant gaze, Shin Yu extended her slender fair hand, trembling as she took it. A few minutes later, Shin Yu stared expressionlessly at the dirt path ahead, not uttering a single word. But the empty purified water bottle in her pocket betrayed her. Beneath her calm facade, her heart was far from tranquil. Still too spicy. Meanwhile, Shin Susu covered her mouth with both hands, suppressing laughter. Seeing Shun Yu's expression of obvious spiciness, yet holding back from opening her mouth to gasp and forcing herself to appear unaffected, she felt like laughing. On ordinary days, Shin Yu was always calm and unflappable, as if nothing could trouble her. Yet she was afraid of spicy food. From the corner of her eye, Shin Yu caught Shin Susu's reaction, not caring about her, but instead laughing at her. So she shot Shin Susu a fierce glare. She took a deep breath, calming herself. Calm. That evening, they still had simple noodles boiled in plain water. In the noodles, she added half a spoonful of lard, some pea shoots, and a handful of chives, making a bowl of ordinary noodles. Unlike her grandmother, Shin Yu's bowl had a fried egg floating on top of the noodles. There were 7 old hens at home. If she didn't sell the eggs, they were enough for her to have 1 egg every day. But previously, the eggs laid by the hens were all sold by her grandmother, Su Yifang. She planned to save up bit by bit, pinching pennies here and there, and intended to buy a second-hand house in the township for her third uncle so he could get married. In reality, her third uncle and his wife didn't have a marriage certificate. It was just his glib tongue that kept her around. Although her grandmother didn't say it, she was more anxious than anyone. Unfortunately, Su Yifang was ultimately limited by the times. She was nearly 60, and in her view, a house in the township was already quite good. No well water, no firewood to burn, tap water, natural gas. When she got married, only children of high-ranking officials could enjoy such things. In truth, society was developing rapidly. Her third uncle's wife actually looked down on the old house in the township. 10 years later, many people were buying houses in the city or even the provincial capital. Looking at the fried egg in the bowl, Shin Yu fell silent for a moment. Her grandmother had saved up tens of thousands of yuan over more than a decade by raising chickens, selling eggs, relying on her subsistence allowance, and occasionally selling vegetables, living frugally every day. She had finally saved enough money to buy a house for her third uncle, but then she collapsed, esophageal cancer, unable to eat anything. After a month in the hospital without eating and receiving nutrient fluids for over a month, she clamored to see the hospital bill. Shin Jun had to take out a payment receipt from a day with a relatively low amount, hoping to trick Su Yifang into thinking they hadn't spent much. Who would have thought? She absolutely wouldn't believe it. Then while her father and the others were out eating, she called over her teenage cousin to read the bills to her. When her father and the others returned, she pulled out the 4-tube herself and insisted on going home. The family couldn't persuade her, so they had to take her home. On the last night, after not speaking for 2 days, Su Yifang asked her second aunt to put on her rarely worn red cotton-padded jacket. Then, after staring at the ceiling for a long time, she called in her first 2 sons and their wives to talk by her bedside, and finally called in the third uncle. After speaking, she took out a small box she had always hidden, which contained over 60,000 yuan she had saved over the years. Carefully, she handed it to her third uncle and urged, "You must buy a house early, get married, and have children. That way, even down below, when I see your father, I can account for it." Sitting in a rattan chair, Su Yifang saw that Shen Yuyu hadn't started eating and thought she didn't like it. She advised earnestly, "You eat the egg. It's good for your health. When you're tired from studying, eat an egg to replenish your energy." Hearing this, Shen Yuyu looked up at Su Yifang sitting by the door, and then under her grandmother's expectant gaze, she took small bites of the fried egg in her bowl. It seemed that for this old woman with traditional thinking, having a college graduate was just as important as her third uncle getting married and having children. Thinking this, a surge of motivation rose in Shen Yuyu's heart. Since I have such a sharp mind, why not aim big? For instance, try for the top scholar. The night passed without incident. The next day, after washing up in the morning, Shen Yuyu sipped white kanji while checking the download counts displayed on her phone for the ringtone platform. The duet, "A Little Sweet," with Shin Susu had reached over 169 million downloads, ranking 19th nationwide. Her solo song, "The Wind Rises," had risen in the rankings with the flow of migrant workers reaching 320 downloads and ranking 56th. Shin Yuyu recalled the pre-tax split mentioned in the text message, €2 per download, with a split ratio of 30. Mulling it over, she calculated the approximate earnings in a few breaths. "A Little Sweet" owed its success to Shin Susu's sweet, almost heavenly voice and the genuine emotion she poured into the song, resulting in the most downloads. It was roughly over 1 million, and after taxes it would be around 8,500 yuan. As for "The Wind Rises," she hadn't invested much emotion when singing it, so after taxes it would only be around 1,600 yuan. The two songs combined could earn a little over 1 million. This was only the first month benefiting from the new year. The song, "A Little Sweet," was played at many young couples' weddings during the holiday season. As the weddings ended and the young attendees spread it gained a burst of popularity. Therefore, subsequent subscriptions were expected to decline compared to the first month. However, as long as users subscribed, they would be charged €2 in phone fees each month, and the platform would give her 60 cents per subscription. As for the song, "The Wind Rises," it didn't quite fit this era, which was still dominated by love songs. Older, more experienced people rarely spent money subscribing to ringback tones. Young people free from life's pressures and fond of spending were in the age of romance and preferred songs about love and affection. This led to low subscription rates. But this amount of money. Shin Yuyu, who was drinking porridge, frowned. It was barely enough for starting a business. Opening a small restaurant would be more than sufficient. However, for the internet industry, it could only be described as tight on funds. Having worked in a listed company for a few years in her past life, Shin Yuyu clearly understood how much money technology development and team salaries could consume. It was nothing short of spending money like water. Lost in thought, the bowl of sweet potato and white rice porridge gradually emptied. Just then a familiar voice came from beside her. "Yuyu, let's go." Shin Yuyu looked up to see Shin Susu, who had arrived at her home, holding up her Mickey Mouse backpack and urging her incessantly. Then she smiled sweetly. "Okay." For a moment Shin Susu stood frozen in place, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with Shin Yu's image, her heart shouting repeatedly. She smiled. She smiled. Shin Yuyu placed the bowl back in the kitchen and came out again, ready to leave. Shin Susu still stood there blankly, holding her backpack, motionless like a pitiful tom. Shin Yuyu quickly shook her head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and silently scolded herself. What nonsense was she thinking? Turning around, she saw a calendar hanging on the wall featuring Fua Jingjing, a panda mascot. It was the anthropomorphic animal image for the Olympics on August 8th this year. I was that one, truly charming and adorable. She then picked up her own Mickey Mouse backpack and checked its contents: a cup of hot water, pens and notebooks, and a brand new linear algebra textbook. The advanced mathematics from before, which she had already studied in her past life, was now just a review. In just over 10 days she had gone through it again. Thinking of these past 10 days, Shen Yuyu couldn't help but sigh. A genius truly has a vast gap with ordinary people. In my past life, I could never learn math no matter how hard I tried, but now I understand it at a glance. She then extended her fair right hand and waved it in front of Shin Susu. "Susu, wake up." The now recovered Shin Susu blushed, lowered her head, unzipped her backpack, pulled out a winter break homework book, and handed it to Shin Yuyu. "Yuyu, I finished yours. But I can't guarantee it's all correct." Shin Yuyu took the book, touched Shin Susu's double ponytails, and said, "Let's go." At school, the first class of the semester wasn't for lessons, but for seating adjustments. Seats were rearranged based on the previous semester's final exam results. Top students moved to the front, and underperformers moved to the back. It seemed that Shun Yu's emergence as a dark horse had caused this seating arrangement to differ from before. Previously, seats were arranged in long snake-like rows to prevent students from whispering. Now they were arranged in pairs, with top students sitting together and underperformers sitting together. After one class, Shin Yu was moved to the front row, the very center, directly facing the podium. Her desk mate was Lin Muin, who had moved from first to second place. Behind her sat Shin Susu, ranked 15th, and another chubby girl. Shin Yu looked thoughtfully at Lin Muin, who was silently self-studying with this semester's math book. It seemed the homeroom teacher wanted them to join forces like stepping on the left foot to soar, with the right prioritizing the cultivation of top students. Since they couldn't compete in average scores, they had to focus on nurturing a few regional champions. Shin Yu glanced at Lin Muin, who was motionlessly previewing Chapter 6, the plane coordinate system, scribbling continuously. Shin Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, and thought to herself, such a tryhard. It seemed that the final exam last semester had really spurred her on. During the winter break, Lin Muin had somehow obtained the math book in advance, and had already previewed a major chapter. The third-place student was over 50 points behind you, yet you still push yourself. You're forcing Chen Xinxiu to follow suit. She then took out the linear algebra textbook she had placed in her backpack that morning. Last night, she had only skimmed through it until 10 o'clock. She had gone to bed early. Her deskmate Lin Muin, seeing Shin Yu also take out a book to preview, became even more determined. It seemed she would have to refuse when Xinxiu invited her to play in the future. With that, she focused even more intently. Ring ring ring, as the class bell rang, math teacher Gong Lin walked in with his math book and lesson plan under his arm. Gong Lin perfectly matched Shen Yu's stereotypical impression of a math researcher, just over 1.6 meters tall with sparse hair, as if he had overused his brain in his youth, leaving him nearly bald. Seeing Gong Lin enter, Shin Yu closed her linear algebra textbook, placed it inside the desk, and laid the second semester math book on top. After all, Shin Yu was a low-key person and didn't want to attract everyone's attention. Nor did she want to explain everything. As expected, Gong Lin came and said nothing, taught the lesson methodically, then packed up his teaching materials and water cup, and left the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, Lin Muin moved closer to Shin Yu with her book and scratch paper. Shin Yu, have you self-studied Chapter 2, the plane rectangular coordinate system, for this semester? How about we test each other? We can quiz each other. Hearing her deskmate's voice, Shin Yu paused mid-reach for the linear algebra textbook in her desk, her cool eyes fixed on Lin Muin. Her gaze froze for a moment. Who am I? Where am I? 7th grade problems. I don't have time to play childish games with you. Just as she was about to refuse, Shin Susu came from behind, staring at Lin Muin with hostility, hooking her arm around Shin Yu's, pouting slightly, and speaking with a hint of coyness. You come with me to the restroom. Sighing inwardly with relief, Shin Yu looked apologetically at Lin Muin. Sorry, I need to accompany Susu. Watching the two leave, Lin Muin's cool, oval face showed a hint of confusion. Susu, when did they become so close? Lin Muin recalled that although she paid little attention to underachievers, she had still heard occasional rumors about the most beautiful girl in the class. Having been in the same class for 6 years in elementary school, she knew a thing or two about her. Didn't they stop interacting? How did they become so close all of a sudden? Lin Muin couldn't understand, and she didn't want to now. After using the school's bonus money before the new year to take her mother to the hospital, the doctor said it was just a seasonal cold, nothing serious. But what puzzled Lin Muin was why her mother still coughed occasionally. Shaking off the thought, she picked up her book and continued studying, hoping to take first place this year, so she could buy her mother a new down jacket. The one she wore was bought years ago in a large coastal city in the north. In the third row of the classroom, a few girls saw Shin Yu leave for the back. Exchanging glances, they stood up and headed toward the back of the school. Behind the teaching building lay a vast lawn dotted with a few pine trees 3 or 4 stories tall. Crossing the football field-sized grass, one reached a small house with 2 entrances, one for males and one for females. Each entrance had a 3-meter passage flanked by red brick walls over 2 meters high, ensuring excellent privacy. In the early morning, the floor of the small house was still wet, likely just mopped by the cleaning ant. The school in Yong'an Township lacked the luxury of disinfectant. The ant simply wet the mop under the tap and dragged it from one end to the other. The entire small room, including the passageways, was damp, and most students had walked on dirt roads to school, so mud on their soles was common. The floor was dirty, emitting a strange odor mixed with mud and unknown substances. Shin Yu stood at the door with a helpless expression, waiting for Shin Susu, who insisted on her company. Although she had heard that it was normal among girls, she still couldn't bear it, so she waited outside. Taking out her phone, she glanced at the growing subscription count, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her cool, delicate face. Once she had money, she could take her grandmother to the hospital. She would collude with the hospital to tell her it was just a minor illness costing only a few hundred yuan. She would handle it however necessary. The old lady wouldn't understand anyway. Just then, 3 classmates and 2 senior girls approached. One whispered to the 2 taller girls, who were half a head taller than Shin Yu, and they quickened their pace toward her. Before they got close, one of them suddenly shoved Shin Yu's shoulder. With a thud, Shin Yu, who was checking the ringtone platform's back-end data, lost her balance and fell backward against the brick wall. The stocky girl at the front sneered, "Oh, you even have a phone." In this small mountain village where most families farmed and children were left behind, a phone costing 1,000 or 2 was a rare luxury beyond ordinary students' reach. Shin Yu slowly raised her head, her disheveled sideburns half covering her almond-shaped eyes, and stared expressionlessly at the 5 girls. With a click and a puff of smoke, the two taller girls reached out to snatch her phone. At that moment, a childish voice came from behind Yu, "I'm out." Shinsusu emerged and saw the five girls in front of Shun Yu. Oh. Realizing what was happening, her small mind raced, and she quickly shut her mouth, pretending to be timid as she slowly walked toward the exit. Once at the exit, she pointed at the girls who weren't from her class and shouted, "Don't bully Yu. I'm telling the teacher." Then she bolted off, running frantically toward the teaching building. "Yu, you have to hold on." Thinking this, Shinsusu's short legs ran even faster. In her haste, she seemed to have forgotten something. On the second floor of the teaching building, in the teacher's office, Jiang Jinsung, his hair slightly gray, was alone in the office collecting last semester's grades and students' home addresses. He planned to visit some this weekend with Yin Xiaoqing, especially those hovering near the passing mark who could still improve. Bang! A loud noise rang out. Bending over, panting heavily and sweating profusely, Shinsusu suddenly appeared and pushed open the half-closed iron door. "Teacher Jiang. Yu. She's trapped in the restroom by girls from other classes. Please go save her." Jiang Jinsung, who was organizing materials, froze. This was Yin Xiaoqing's prized student, crucial for next year's outstanding teacher evaluation. With Yongin Township School already ranking below average among surrounding towns, if this top student got into trouble, relying solely on Lin Yuan would be hopeless. With this thought, Jiang Jinsong dropped the materials and said urgently, "Take me there." In the small house, within just over 10 seconds, all the girls in the passage had fled, fearing they might be implicated. However, even though Shinsusu had gone to report them, the girls remained nonchalant. They knew that as long as the victim was too scared to name them, claiming the injuries were from a fall or the scratches from itching, the teacher could do nothing. This trick had never failed them. Seeing the passage completely empty, Shen Yu put her phone in her uniform pocket, brushed her sideburns with her slender fingers, and stared coldly at the girls with her beautiful almond eyes, especially Chen Yu on the far right. The girl in the middle with short hair dyed yellow at the tips, and the tallest build, glanced sideways at Shen Yu and took another drag. "Oh, you're not convinced?" Then, mimicking a movie scene, she cracked her knuckles and approached the seemingly fragile girl. Shin Yu said nothing, but her gaze grew colder. Her fingers slowly clenched at her side, and she stepped forward. Thud, thud, thud. Thump, thump, thump. An extremely muffled sound rang out 5 times in succession, followed by the noise of heavy objects dropping onto the ground emanating from the narrow passage. Then the entire space fell into utter silence, with only a few faint sounds escaping from someone's throat. Heh, heh. A weak breath could be heard. After a moment, Shin Yu emerged from the passage with a blank expression. A large circle of girls had gathered around, and upon seeing her appear, they instantly made way. As she looked at the dozens of girls surrounding her, their eyes filled with surprise. Shin Yu's demeanor remained utterly unruffled. After all, witnessing a beauty being bullied with disheveled hair and covered in filth, such an extreme contrast was bound to attract onlookers. Shin Yu had no idea why, perhaps due to her reincarnation, but her appearance had grown increasingly beautiful. Jealousy over her beauty. Understandable. But hoping to see her make a fool of herself. They would be disappointed. Even on an empty stomach, she could lift the large round table at home. Over the past 2 months, not only had she eaten her fill every day, but she had also grown a bit stronger. Even if Tyson himself stood before her, she could probably knock him out with a single punch. Even now, Tyson couldn't deliver a punch with 1,000 gene of force, though historical records claim Xiang Yu could lift 1,000 gene cauldron. Huff, huff. Teacher Jiang, run faster, run a bit faster. On the concrete path connecting the teaching building and the small house, Shinsusu's canvas shoes kicked up fine dust as she sprinted desperately, occasionally turning back to urge on the graying homeroom teacher. Jiang Jinsong gasped for breath. Who would have thought that a man in his 50s, nearly 60, would be running like a young person today? But he had no choice. This child was Yin Xiaoqing's hope. As old timers nearing retirement, they had little to lose, but a young man like him couldn't afford to end up like them. "Child, please don't let anything happen to you." It wasn't far. Just 100 meters or so, taking only 10 to 20 seconds. Shinsusu saw a gap open in the crowd of onlookers, and a familiar figure emerged from within. "Hey Yu, you're okay." Shin Yu's gaze remained cold, her voice flat. "What did you want something to happen to me?" Shinsusu quickly waved her hands. "Of course not, I'm on your side. I brought the teacher. Where are those bad students?" Seeing Jiang Jinsung, who was still out of breath behind Shinsusu, Shin Yu pointed behind the wall. After catching his breath, Jiang Jinsong finally took a good look at the slender Shin Yu. Noticing she was clean and tidy, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. It doesn't seem like anything happened. Wait, what was I forgetting? Jingle. The class bell rang, and Shin Yu and Shinsusu returned to the classroom. Lin Muan was still studying with relentless determination, though she had switched from a math textbook to an English one. Such a hard-working spirit made Shin Yu feel a hint of admiration for Lin Muan. After all, true geniuses were rare, most people were ordinary. Diligence could compensate for lack of talent. It wasn't just empty talk. The 4th period was Chinese class. Compared to being a teacher, the Chinese instructor was more like a businessman simply reading from textbooks and reference materials. As long as the students didn't go too far, he pretended not to notice. However, during the last 2 classes, the 3 girls by the window in the 3rd row didn't show up, and no one knew where they had gone. Apart from Yin Xiaoqing asking about them, Su Yigua, who taught the 4th period, seemed to know what had happened and simply ignored their absence. At noon, on the small path by the ditch, Shin Susu kept touching Shin Yuyu, as if confirming she was truly unharmed. Yuyu, are you really okay? Those bad people, when I grow up, I won't let them off. Shin Yuyu looked at Shin Susu helplessly. This little girl had been told she was fine, yet she still didn't believe her. She glanced around and spotted a rectangular granite slab left over from building a small house in the field on the left, the kind used to build a dwelling for a century of rest. It was over 2 meters long, about 30 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters thick. Shin Yuyu walked up to the stone slab, and with a slight exertion of her fair fingers she lifted it. With a gentle toss, the long stone slab flew dozens of meters away, embedding itself straight into the earthen wall above the ditch. Boom! A loud crash echoed as loose soil and rocks fell from above, raising a large cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Shin Susu's mouth fell open. For a moment, all words caught in her throat. This. See, I'm really fine. Shin Susu nodded woodenly, a dazed look on her face. She had thought Shin Yuyu was just saying she was okay because the bullies had threatened her. She never expected her to be so formidable. And here she was foolishly worrying for so long. But even if Shin Yuyu hadn't been bullied, she wouldn't forget this incident. By the time school ended in the afternoon, those girls still hadn't shown up, and none of the afternoon teachers had asked about them. News seemed to be spreading among the students in a subtle way. As Lin Muin packed her school bag, she secretly lifted her eyes to glance at Shin Yuyu. At noon, on her way back to school, she had run into Chen Xinxiu, whom she considered a very outgoing person, always able to find boys to help her during class group activities. On the road, Chen Xinxiu whispered the latest gossip to her. Hey Muin, do you know Shin Yuyu? The one who took first place from you. Hearing Chen Xinxiu mention first place, Lin Muin felt a pang of irritation. How infuriating. She had cost her 200 yuan. But she would definitely work hard to surpass her. Yeah, I know her. She's my deskmate now. I wanted to ask her a question this morning. Chen Xinxiu looked around to make sure no other students were nearby, before speaking slowly. During the break after 2nd period, Shun Yu and her gang cornered her. Lin Muin couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Although she hadn't paid much attention to Shun Yu before she knew she was frail, how could she possibly stand up to those girls? But Shin Yu had been fine during 3rd period. She hadn't noticed much in the back row, but as her deskmate, she would have known. Chen Xinxiu recalled the gossip she had heard and let out a soft laugh. But the 5 of them got taken down by Shun Yu alone. By the time teacher Jiang arrived, they were all lying on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. They stank, so they asked for leave to go change. Thinking about this, Lin Muin discreetly cast another glance at Shun Yu's slender arm. Even in winter clothes, her delicate fingers were unmistakable. She was that strong. Lin Muin couldn't help but feel curious. How could her body hold such immense power? She had hidden it so well. But before she could look for more than 2 seconds, Lin Muin keenly sensed a gaze from behind, as if its owner was deeply displeased with her. It was the shortest girl in the class. Shin Susu's gaze resembled that of an old village woman whose fields had been ravaged by someone else's cattle. Lin Muin, looking at Shin Susu, the shortest in the class who seemed like a primary school student, felt no fear and immediately glared back. Her eyes seemed to say, "What are you looking at? Keep staring and it'll gouge your eyes out." As if she couldn't be fierce too. Witnessing this from the back row, Shin Susu grew indignant. Not only did she secretly ogle my bestie after school, but now she dares to glare at me. Then, carrying her pink school bag, she approached Lin Muin. As she passed by, she paused, comparing their height difference with a glance. "I'll let you off today." Afterwards, she took the initiative to lift Shun Yu's Mickey Mouse school bag. "Yu, let's go." A moment later, Lin Muin watched Shin Susu's arm-in-arm retreat, with Shun Yu feeling nothing but envy. Was this what everyday friendship looked like? Just as this thought surfaced in her mind, Lin Muin quickly shook it off. "Lin Muin, your goal is to rank first and claim that 500 yuan prize. Don't waste time on such matters." On the campus, Shin Yu looked at Shin Susu, beside her, who seemed to have taken the wrong medicine, a tiny figure carrying not only her own bag, but also insisting on helping with Shin Yu's. As if someone had offended her. Oh well, since Shin Susu wanted to carry it, let her. After all, she had already handed over all the homework, so this was no different. Over 10 days passed, and the time came to mid-March. The first thing Shin Yu did upon waking was open her phone and log into the ringtone platforms back in to check if the money had arrived. Unfortunately, after refreshing twice, it was still 0. It was just past 7 o'clock. The ringtone company staff hadn't started work, yet it would probably be after 9. Shin Yu sighed silently, putting her phone in her pocket, but her heart itched with curiosity. While drinking her porridge, she logged into the back end from time to time to check. It was just like waiting for salary day in her past life. knowing full well it would be paid on the 5th, yet constantly logging into the banking app to see if it had arrived. You might ask about SMS notifications. Sorry, even though it was only 2 yuan and her salary back then was decent due to economic reasons, she didn't want to waste that 2 yuan on enabling SMS alerts. It was worth noting that in the last few days of February the ringtone subscription data had surged by over 100,000. After finishing a boiled egg, Shin Yu grabbed her school bag, which contained only a half-devoured linear algebra textbook. As for her original books and notebooks, she naturally handed them over to Shinsusu. She had no intention of pulling a novel-like stunt by demanding special treatment from the main subject teacher, boasting, "What I'm already self-studying high school material, middle school homework does nothing for me. What I can already score full marks, oh I don't need to do homework." Having been tempered by society in her past life, Shin Yu was no longer the naive, sweet student she once was. She deeply understood the importance of keeping a low profile and making silent gains. After pondering for a while, Shin Yu looked at the clock at home, a flicker of confusion rising in her heart. It was already 7:30. Why hadn't Shinsusu arrived yet? She knew that the bell rang at 8:10, and walking from the Shun family village to school usually took half an hour. Leaving only 10 minutes of buffer time was already tight. In the past, Shinsusu would be at her house by 7:20 waiting and watching her drink porridge. Why hadn't she come today? So Shin Yu slung her school bag over her shoulder and headed toward Shinsusu's house. 16:70-71. Shinsusu counted a pile of loose change by her bedside with the drawings Shin Yu had made placed nearby. Earlier when she went to the county town with her mother, they passed a clothing store, and through the glass, she spotted a pretty little dress priced at 99 yuan. Today I got another 1 yuan in allowance. I need to keep saving. Shinsusu counted on her fingers. She received 1 yuan in pocket money every day, so at this rate, it would take another 28 days to save up. And there were also the white socks and leather shoes. From now on I can't recklessly buy snacks. Susu, are you home? It's already 7:30. Hearing Shun Yu's voice outside the door, Shinsusu's heart skipped a beat. She knew something was wrong. She had been too absorbed in counting the money, and without noticing had lost track of time. Coming. With that, Shinsusu stuffed a thick stack of change, mixed with olive green and red notes, into a shoebox and shoved it under the bed. Then she wrapped a long dark object in a red cloth, tucked it into her clothes, and slinging her bulging school bag over her shoulder, dashed out the door. In the dim entryway, Shinsusu with her short legs ran toward the door carrying a school bag nearly half her size. Her twin ponytails bobbed behind her. Yu, I'm here. At the classroom door, the two entered one after the other. Before stepping in, Shinsusu cast a deep glance at the three people in the back row. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes turned cold, and she tightened her grip on something hidden in her pocket. Humph, if they bully Yu again. Dingling, just as they entered the classroom, the preparatory bell rang. Within a minute, the homeroom teacher, Jiang Jinsung, strode in with a grim face. Bang! He slammed the textbook heavily on the podium, producing a thunderous sound that sent chalk dust flying. Your parents work hard outside slaving away to earn money so you can study well, get into a good university, and avoid their hardships. But some of you. As he spoke, the wrinkles at the corners of Jiang Jinsung's eyes deepened with the tension of his facial muscles. His aged eyes turned razor-sharp, fixed on a few students in the third row. Bang! Another loud noise echoed from the podium. Not only do you not study, but you also disrupt others' learning. If this happens again, you don't need to come anymore. The entire classroom was stunned into silence by the sudden roar. A few insiders, however, discreetly turned their gazes toward Shin Yu. In their hearts they thought, another one on the same level as Lin Muin. A few boys loafing in the back rows couldn't help but curse under their breath. Truly asking for trouble. No one dared to provoke those with excellent grades. When the underachievers fooled around, the teachers barely paid attention, but if anyone so much as touched a top student, it was as if they had touched a nerve. Last semester someone had made a move on Lin Muin, for she was both beautiful and brilliant. How could youthful hearts remain unchanged? Yet just a bit of chatting, teasing, and horseplay led to their parents being summoned by the homeroom teacher that very day. Since then, everyone seemed to grasp a truth: never meddle with the hig achievers, or the teachers would truly lose their temper. Outside the classroom door, Yin Xiaoqing stood with his English textbook and lesson plan in hand. After Jiang Jinsung finished speaking, he cast a sidelong glance, and saw that Yin Xiaoqing had already arrived, then let out a long sigh of relief, his tone softening slightly. On the 30th of this month, the school will organize a spring outing with the destination being the neighboring township, the former residence of XX. Everyone should prepare food and drinking water for the journey in advance. We're scheduled to depart at 7:30 in the morning and return at 5 in the evening. After saying this, he walked out of the classroom. Yin Xiaoqing approached without saying much. After the previous day's class, he had already learned the specifics. But since Jiang Jinsung had already spoken, there was no need for him to repeat it. Shin Yu felt a bit bored staring at her 7th grade English textbook in front of her. Not listening to the class would be disrespectful to the teacher. Yet reading the books she had bought from the county earlier might expose some things. Once certain matters were revealed, she would lose control of the situation, much like the prodigy child Shang Zhongyo. Fortunately, painful moments are always brief. Time slipped by and 45 minutes passed. Class started at 8:10, including the 10-minute preparatory bell, so it was now 9:05. As soon as class ended, seeing Yin Xiaoqing leave, Shinyu couldn't wait to pull out her old-fashioned keypad phone from her pocket, place it in front of her, and power it on. She then logged into the ringtone backend to check if the revenue share had been deposited. It wasn't that Shun Yuyu was being overly cautious by keeping the phone off, though it was because the phone lacked a data-off feature and mobile data at this time was exorbitantly expensive. Over the past few days, she had already purchased several data top-ups, almost draining her phone balance. Now she had only 1 yuan left in total. If her phone ran out of credit, she would have to ask Shinjun or her cousins for help. After refreshing once, the backend still showed 0. For a moment, Shin Yuyu felt speechless. She truly couldn't emulate those who, after receiving their salary, wouldn't even glance at it until 10 or 15 days later. In her past life, a colleague from the same department as Shin Yuyu, a few days before the Lunar New Year, after receiving the year-end bonus and having a dinner gathering, was on night duty. He spent several thousand yuan on a yearly package in a game, didn't even play it, and immediately went to sleep, only touching it 2 or 3 days later. If it were Shun Yuyu herself, she would have played a couple of rounds right away to experience it. Otherwise, wouldn't the payment be wasted? As the bell for the second class rang, Shin Yuyu reluctantly refreshed the page again. Still no deposit had been made. And so it continued until noon. Even after the final class ended, the money still hadn't arrived, leaving Shun Yuyu listless all morning. On the small path, Shin Susu tilted her head, looking at the dispirited Shun Yuyu, a flicker of doubt in her heart. Could Yuyu have not slept well last night? But Yuyu didn't like playing with her phone, so what else could she do at night, if not sleep? Could she have some form of amusement that even she didn't know about? Still, as her best childhood friend, it was her duty to care for her immediately. Yuyu, what's wrong? Did you not rest well? Hearing Shin Susu's inquiries, Shin Yuyu put down her phone and said helplessly, earlier, didn't I upload our 2 songs online to the ringtone platform to make money? Today is the day for the revenue share, the payday, but it hasn't arrived yet. Shin Susu had been worried that something serious had happened to Shun Yuyu, but it turned out to be this. It's okay, Yuyu. After saying this, she casually slipped her hand into Shun Yu's coat pocket and continued, before, when I asked Mom for money, she said they don't get paid until around 5 in the afternoon. Check again in the afternoon. Looking at the hand in her pocket, Shin Yuyu stared at Shin Susu with speechless exasperation. How had they ended up with her hand in her pocket while talking? It was already March, not cold anymore. Oh well, if she wanted to keep it there, let her. It wouldn't cost a pound of flesh. Until the end of the second afternoon class, Shin Susu squeezed beside Shin Yuyu, working on the homework assigned by the teacher that morning. Meanwhile, Shin Yuyu opened her phone again and refreshed the page. The balance, which had remained unchanged for so long, finally showed a difference. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. 1,122,302 yuan. In an instant, even Shin Yuyu, who was usually as calm as the little dragon girl from the tomb school, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. The first pot of gold was always the hardest, or after half a year, she had finally earned it. Originally, Shin Yuyu had thought that if the ringtone business didn't make money, she would have to resort to copying novels. After all, though she knew housing prices would skyrocket and Nvidia stock would rise, she had no capital and could do nothing. Selling her looks to become a League of Legends streamer might earn a lot, but it wasn't something she liked. Now that the ringtone venture had succeeded with capital in hand, whether it was hiring someone to compose music or going to a high-end recording studio to record songs for Shin Susu, the chances of replicating success would greatly increase. With this capital, even if she chose to lie low and invest all in Nvidia stocks selling high later, would be enough to make her a little rich woman free from worries about food and drink for life. Moreover, as long as users didn't cancel their subscriptions, they would be charged 2 yuan in phone fees each month, with the ringtone company splitting 60 cents to her. Beside the stool, Shin Susu, who had stealthily leaned her body against Shun Yuyu, noticed the movement of the person next to her and paused her writing. Glancing around and seeing everyone busy with their own tasks, she secretly lowered her head and nestled her small head into Shun Yu's embrace. Let me see what Yuyu is looking at that makes her so happy. Meanwhile, to the left, Lin Muwen, who had been wanting to ask Shin Yuyu a question, turned her head and witnessed this scene. Oh, what are they doing? In an instant, Lin Muwen averted her gaze, fixing her eyes on the book in front of her, her heart pounding wildly. After all, the biology class last semester had covered certain topics, and over the past month her mother had seemed unusually anxious. Besides teaching her the principles of life, she had also imparted various physiological knowledge, often leaving her blushing to the roots. Those were things only adults were supposed to know. Lin Muwen took another glance and breathed a long sigh of relief. It was just her overthinking. Mom really is something else telling me all that when I'm still so young. It's been distracting me from my studies lately. Shinsusu naturally didn't notice Lin Yuan. In her view, Lin Yuan was diligently studying, trying to surpass her childhood friend with no time to look around. The moment she leaned and she saw a 7-digit balance. Shinsusu stared at the phone screen in disbelief, rubbing her chubby little hand over her eyes. Hiss! Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened dramatically as she fixed her gaze on the account balance, drawing in a sharp breath. She had thought that singing as a duo would earn at most a few hundred yuan, enough to buy some new clothes and a bracelet for Yu. Heaven knows the most money she had ever seen was the few hundred yuan she had touched at Shunyu's place during last year's spring festival. But here's 7 digits, over 1,000,000 yuan. In an instant, Shinsusu's ordinary little mind whirred like a wind-up clock. Her mother earned just over 2,000 a month, barely 30,000 a year. It would take 43 years of relentless frugal labor to save that much. Her mother never complained about exhaustion, but from what Grandma said, she worked 10 hours a day in a distant city, not counting meals and washing up. Just thinking about it made Shinsusu feel tired, and all of it was to support her education to make her proud. But could working really earn so much money? Yu looked at Shinsusu lying motionless on her lap. The earnings had just come in, and thinking Shinsusu had sung with her even as the lead vocalist, she had let her squeeze in to see. But why wasn't she moving? A pang of worry struck Yu, and since they were still in class, she whispered, Susu, get up. What kind of behavior is this? You're not a child anymore. Lost in thought, Shinsusu heard Yu's voice and snapped back to reality, sitting up straight. In an instant, her ears crimson. She stared intently at the book before her, her voice barely a whisper. I was just thinking about something. Yet no matter how curious she was, Shinsusu didn't ask in the classroom. This was their secret, something never to be spoken aloud. And so until school let out, she remained distracted and dazed. Simply put, the sum was staggering to her. In the commune, a house cost only 20,000 yuan. Living in a building free from mud with running water. It was just like in the TV show Home with Kids. Behind them, Lin Yuan watched the two depart, clutching her pen tightly. She thought, I'm not sure about that English question today. I wanted to ask Yu, but Shinsusu was always interrupting. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I can't let this drag on. I'd better ask the English teacher. Hope I'm not bothering him. With that, Lin Yuan tucked her card captor Sakura magic cards away, safely slung her small backpack over her shoulder, and headed to the cafeteria. Teacher Yin should be eating there now. On the way home, Yu deliberately lagged behind. Once the other villagers ahead had disappeared from sight, she turned to look at Shinsusu, still lost in a daze. Gently taking her hand, she said softly, Susu, how about we go to the county tomorrow? Shinsusu looked up at Yu, feeling the coolness from her palm, and nodded lightly. Will follow you. She didn't ask how much she would get in her heart. It was all thanks to Yu. Without Yu, she would have had no one to play with all these years. Under normal circumstances, she would have muddled through middle school, and then followed her mother to work in the city. The empty bottle in her heart would have remained hollow. But now she had found friendship. That bottle in her heart was filled with sweetness. As they reached the bamboo grove at the village entrance, Yu suddenly remembered there was no ATM in the township. They could only withdraw money at the counter, and neither teller would give cash to minors. There had been a precedent. In the 9th Brigade, an elderly couple in their 80s couldn't handle password operations, so their grandson always entered the PIN and withdrew money for remittances. Until once a child stole the family passbook to withdraw money for internet cafes, only to be caught by a villager who asked why he was alone. So even though Yu's card was opened with her father Shinjun in front of the teller, they wouldn't let her withdraw. She had to go to the county. Yu turned around, a hint of embarrassment in her clear, cool eyes. Susu, do you have any money? I only have 1 yuan, not enough for the bus fare to the county. She had to ask. If she asked Grandma, she would surely question where she was going. If she told the truth, Grandma would never let her go to the county alone. Too many cars and people, and if something happened, it would be too late for regrets. So she would have to pretend to go to the market and sneak off instead. The round trip took 2 hours. If she left early at noon, she could be back before dark. Yu had suffered through these months without money. Now that she had some, she wanted to buy a network card and a laptop first. The phones of this era were too cumbersome. Small screens, incomplete displays. Many websites didn't support mobile access, and the internet was painfully slow. These months had been torturous for Yu, who was used to high-speed networks. Even though there was a signal tower from the 3 major carriers on the hilltop near her village, the speed was still terrible. This was still the 2G era. 3G wouldn't begin national trials until April of this year. A computer would be much more convenient for viewing images and browsing forums. And then there was her first plan. If she didn't act now, by the time she reached college, even the best ideas would be crushed by capital. Shinsusu heard Yu's question, and a flicker of excitement unseen by others glimmered in her eyes. Yu finally needs me again. What condition should I set this time? Yu lowered her head, watching Shinsusu's eyes darting about, as if lost in thought. If Shinsusu had no money either, that would be terrible. After all, in the entire past year, she had only found 2 yuan. barely enough for a single bus fare. Walking without paying for the fare wasn't impossible, it would take about 2.5 hours to reach the county on foot. It would just be a bit exhausting. Then parting her vermilion lips, she asked Susu, "Do you have no money either?" Hearing Shin Yu's words, Susu quickly nodded, then hastily shook her head. I have money." Shin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. The first pot of gold was truly too difficult. Since the travel expense issue was resolved, there was no need to keep standing there. Just as she took 2 steps forward, a timid voice came from behind her. Can you agree to one more request?" Huh. Hearing Shin Susu's words, Shun Yu's footsteps froze instantly. She turned around, her bright black and white eyes gazing at Shin Susu with confusion. That extra spicy pot helmet had already made her suffer enough last time, and now she wanted more. However, looking at this little lass with wide eyes, hands clasped together in front of her in a pitiful manner, Shun Yu's heart softened. Of course, this was only reserved for her childhood friend. Well, alright, but no more spicy food for me. As Shun Yu said this, she thought to herself, this Shin Susu always loves to play those childhood tricks, as if she'll never grow up. It's not like it's the first or second time I'm used to it. Great, I knew you would agree, Yu. Shin Yu watched helplessly as Shin Susu jumped up and hugged her tightly. She reached out to untangle the arms wrapped around her waist. Alright, don't be so clingy. Tomorrow at noon, finish your meal early, and we'll set off on time. As she spoke, a glimmer of concern flickered in Shun Yu's bright, almond-shaped eyes. Susu is good at everything, but this one thing. See you tomorrow, Yu. After saying this, Shin Susu, carrying a large backpack, trotted off toward her home. Watching the delighted Shin Susu, Shin Yu shook her head, then returned to her own house. At home, she still needed to explain things in advance, especially to her grandmother, who had personally experienced the tragedy of her eldest son drowning due to negligence. According to other elderly villagers, grandmother Su Yifang had nearly cried herself blind that time, and it was only the hungry cries of her other sons that pulled her back from her grief. Thus now Su Yifang would call out for her every half an hour or every hour at home. If Shun Yu didn't respond, she would search everywhere. Going out freely was impossible unless she grew up. To avoid causing her worry, she had to use a white lie. That night, under the orange lamplight, the color TV played the animated series Fua featuring animal mascots from this year's Olympics. Just then Shun Yu turned to look at Su Yifang, who was lying in bed under a blanket. "Grandma, tomorrow afternoon, I want to go to the street with Susu to play with some classmates." Seeing Su Yifang purse her lips as if about to ask for details, she quickly added, "I'll definitely be home before dark." Hearing Shun Yu's assurance, Su Yifang stared at her for a long while, then glanced back at the TV and finally agreed him and go ahead. "Just remember to come back early for dinner." The next day, Shin Yu rose early and took the initiative to light the firewood. Fortunately, the memory was still there, otherwise she wouldn't even know how to burn firewood. Burning firewood was a skill. Some people produced nothing but smoke, filling the entire house with it, and the firewood wouldn't burn thoroughly, leaving the cooked rice with a smoky taste. It was hard to swallow. Others, however, could make it fragrant. In her past life, in some places, this kind of firewood cooked rice was sold at high prices and was in short supply. Before long, a simple dish of stir-fried eggs with tune shoots was ready. When she worked in Guangdong province in her past life, tune shoots were sold by the gram, with a pound costing nearly 100 yuan. Even with a decent salary back, then she couldn't bear to buy it to eat. But in rural Sichuan and Chongqing, this stuff was unwanted. Many children said it smelled bad, preferring chive scrambled eggs instead. Moreover, in Shun Yu's area, many grandparents raised the children while their parents went out to work. If the kids didn't eat it, the elders naturally wouldn't cook it. The tune shoots went unpicked, considered worthless. Su Yifang, her back hunched, had a hoe slung over her shoulder, with some mud still clinging to it. Strands of white hair were plastered to her deeply lined face by sweat. Spotting the rice and stir-fried dishes set on the table, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Little you can cook now." It was now March or April, the busy farming season. This year Shin Yu's family hadn't planted grain, only some vegetables for eating. Grain was planted only once every 3 years, enough to last the two of them for 3 years. Previously, Shin Yu, who appeared frail and weak, had never cooked or worked in the fields. So this was Shun Yu's first time cooking, which naturally surprised Su Yifang. Moreover, judging by the color of the dishes, they seemed quite good. Before long, Shin Yu and Shin Susu stood under the big banyan tree in the township waiting for the bus to the county. "Yu, how much longer? I'm so thirsty." Shin Yu and Shin Susu had finished their meal early and come to the street, waiting for over an hour without seeing the bus arrive. Shin Yu took out her phone and glanced at it. It was almost 2 o'clock. She let out a quiet sigh inwardly. This kind of private bus was different from public buses. Except during the new year, on ordinary days, if the seats weren't full and the fare couldn't cover the fuel cost, they would park near the bus station from morning till night waiting for passengers. They wouldn't leave until it was completely dark or until they could make enough money to start. "Yu, wait here for me. He'll go buy some water." With that, Shin Susu ran off toward a small convenience store. Moments later, she came back holding 2 bottles of Coca-Cola. "Yu, here, yours." Then Shin Susu took a big gulp. Burp. She set down the cola bottle and stared at the bubbles inside her eyes full of confusion. Why doesn't it taste as good as the one we had at KFC that day? Not giving up, she took another sip. Then she looked up at Shun Yuyu, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with a sense of being deceived. Seeing Shin Susu's puzzled expression, Shin Yuyu instantly understood. This girl usually only splurged on 50-cent sodas, but today she had spent a big sum on a 3-yuan bottle of cola. And it didn't taste as she had imagined. Oh, the one that day had ice in it. What you bought now is room temperature. Hearing the explanation, Shin Susu's small face twisted with disdain, but remembering it cost 3 yuan, she couldn't bring herself to throw it away. Do, the distant sound of a rural bus echoed. Moments later, at the bend of the distant mountains, a light green front appeared. Within a few breaths, the entire vehicle came into view. The bus heading to Bunin County had finally arrived. SSSHH. With a sudden break from the driver, the light green bus came to a steady halt under the banyan tree. Passengers who had filled the seats began to disembark one after another. Meanwhile, from the distant tea house, the butcher shop, the vegetable stall, and various spots along the street, people emerged, some heading to the county for errands, others visiting relatives. Before long, they gathered into a small crowd, roughly a dozen or 20 people. After all the passengers had gotten off, the once empty bus filled up again. Just as the bus was about to depart, a male voice suddenly rang out from a small alley on the distant street. Yang, Jin, hurry up, the bus is about to leave. Hearing this, a memory buried deep within Shun Yuyu stirred abruptly. Bus? Yang Jian. No way. Did this world of hers possess supernatural forces? Then turning her head, a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes peered through the window at the depths of the street, where 2 school-uniformed boys sprinted toward them. Huff, huff, we made it just in time. The moment the 2 students boarded, they stood on tiptoe, glanced back, and seeing no seats, sat down behind the driver on the raised engine compartment. Shin Yuyu gave them a thorough look from head to toe. They were merely upperclassmen, it seemed. She breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the uniform of No. 7 middle school. It was from Yongin Township, and she had 2 sets herself. Do. The driver honked the horn again, sending the signal of the bus's imminent departure through the streets of Yongin Township, reminding everyone to board quickly. A few more minutes passed before the bus finally moved again. Shin Susu sat beside her, oblivious to all this. Even if she had known, she likely wouldn't have cared. Ever since that day's events, she had developed a deep admiration for Shun Yuyu. In her eyes, her best friend was invincible. Even characters like Yang Guo from the TV dramas were no match for her. Shin Susu glanced at the slender jade-like hand beside her, secretly reaching out to hold it, a thought crossing her mind. This is my first time riding a bus with Yuyu. Too bad there are so many people. When will it be less crowded? Feeling the warm touch on her right hand, Shin Yuyu turned to look at her own hand, but paid it no mind. She was used to it, then looked back out the window. In her mind, she was constantly calculating the path ahead. After nearly half a year, she finally had disposable funds. If nothing went wrong from now on, she would have over 1 million coming in each month. As for bank risk controls, Shin Yuyu had never considered it. After all, this was clearly a ringtone revenue share from the 3 major telecom companies with tens of thousands in taxes already paid. There was nothing to worry about. Now that she had money, she certainly couldn't just let it sit in the bank earning interest. 1 million seemed like a lot, but it depended on how it was used. In the future, 1 million would only be enough to buy a bathroom in a top-tier city, or even less in some financial hubs. So she had to make this money work. At this time, social media giants like WeChat, local life service platforms like food delivery, ride-hailing platforms like Didi, short video platforms, and live streaming, none of them existed yet. Even SpaceX's rocket had only launched successfully for the first time this year. Having been reborn, if she merely became a parasite idling away her life, wouldn't that be a waste of the opportunity heaven had given her? Besides, Shin Yuyu's gaze shifted to the little lowly beside her, Shin Susu, her childhood sweetheart, with a naturally beautiful voice. If her investments really failed, she could always live off her little sweetheart. She figured that even if she became a lazy woman who only leached, Shin Susu wouldn't mind. At that moment, Shin Susu, who had been looking out the right window, suddenly felt the gaze and turned her head. Yuyu, why are you staring at me? Are you captivated by my beauty? Hearing Shin Susu's voice, Shin Yuyu reached out and gently tapped her on the head. Where did you learn that phrase? Don't misuse it. Shin Susu immediately withdrew her hand and covered her head. Ouch, I saw it on TV. Seeing Shin Susu holding her head with a look of remorse, Shun Yuyu finally said, honestly, don't talk nonsense from now on. Well, I won't. Shin Susu quietly looked up, seeing that Yuyu wasn't really angry, and chuckled to herself. Hee, she's not that mad after all. As the bus slowly made its way to the edge of the county, motorcycles and 3-wheelers began to multiply on the road. Occasionally a small car would whiz past the bus. Shin Susu watched with envy. If only we had a car, then we wouldn't have to squeeze with so many people. But she only thought about it. In Yongin Township, not a single family in the nearby villages owned a car. The only one who could call for a ride was the village chief with his motorcycle they called the 125. Driver, stop here. As they reached the outskirts of the city, an elderly woman on the bus called out to the driver. Shin Yu Sharpie spotted a bank not far away with an ATM beside it. Then she called out to Shin Susu, who was sitting by the window. Susu, let's get off here too. Oh, many others got off as well, and in an instant the bus emptied out significantly. The bus's terminal was the old city, a favorite spot for the elderly, but this place was different. Getting off here led directly to the square near the county's No. 1 middle school surrounded by internet cafes and entertainment venues. After getting off, Shin Yu took the initiative to hold Shin Susu's hand as they approached the bank entrance. Too bad there was no rope or anything. If there were, Shin Yu would have tied their hands together. Bringing Shin Susu to the county town today, a place this little girl had only visited a few times in the old district, meant she surely didn't know the way. Losing her would leave Shin Yu in regret and self-blame for life. The new year had already passed, so the county was mostly left with the elderly and children. Thus the bank was empty, and the two didn't need to queue, walking straight into the ATM booth. With a rustling sound, the ATM kept counting notes. Moments later, with a soft click, a thick stack of 100 yuan bills appeared before them. In an instant, Shin Susu's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with both hands to stifle any sound. She had never seen so much red money in her life. So much money. So much money. Your daily transaction limit has been exceeded. Shin Yu had only withdrawn 20,000 yuan. She had intended to withdraw more, knowing that ATMs in later years had daily limits, but in 2008, she had never withdrawn such a large sum before. So she wanted to test if she could take out more. Unexpectedly, the machine immediately indicated the limit. Forget it, 20,000 was enough. She then split the money into 2 small cloth bags she had prepared in the morning and handed one bag containing 10,000 yuan to Shin Susu. Shin Susu took the bag with a dazed expression. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were vacant as she stared numbly at the bag in her hand. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man entered the ATM cubicle and glanced at the two girls with a hint of surprise. 2 young girls withdrawing money was a rare sight. However, he said nothing and walked straight to another machine. Noticing someone had entered, Shin Yu gently shook Shin Susu's hand. Without speaking, she gestured with her eyes toward the glass doors, signaling they should talk outside. Holding Shin Yu's hand, Shin Susu's slender legs trembled slightly. Having secretly watched some crime movies at home when no one was around, she couldn't help but fear that at any moment men on motorcycles wearing masks might appear to rob them. Then glancing at Shin Yu beside her, her heart finally settled. Those people were certainly no match for her childhood friend. Yu, where are we going? Holding Shin Susu's hand tightly, Shin Yu didn't look back. Her eyes fixed on the computer and phone stores in the distant square. She parted her lips. To buy a computer and then a phone for you. A glimmer of light flashed in Shin Susu's eyes. She suddenly thought of how she had saved money for so long, refraining from buying snacks just to purchase that outfit. Now that she had money, she could not only buy it, but also buy many pieces. She nodded vigorously. Okay, let's go shopping. Near the county square was a computer store, a renowned brand name shop. High school students from well-off families often bought their own computers here after the college entrance exams. Located here, students passed by it every day. Unconsciously, most students would bring their parents here to buy, making this store the busiest. However, since it wasn't graduation season yet, business was slow and the store was empty. Inside, 2 female sales clerks were chatting and laughing, discussing the men they had met on blind dates, who owned a house in the county, whose parents had pensions, as if appraising meat. Just then a shadow appeared outside the door. The 2 women quickly stopped their conversation and straightened their expressions. Welcome. Before they could finish, they saw it was just 2 children. Their enthusiasm deflated, thinking they wouldn't make a sale. At that time, a computer cost anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan, far beyond what ordinary people could afford. High prices naturally meant high commissions. Shin Yu looked at the 2 young women who had stopped mid-greeting. They seemed to be in their early 20s, about 1.6 meters tall. Shin Yu said nothing more, nor did she act like the protagonists in novels who show off and slap faces. She glanced at the computers displayed in the glass counter. In 2008, she wasn't very knowledgeable about computer specs, but since this was a brand store with clear price tags, she didn't worry about being overcharged. I want a laptop with larger memory and storage, one that doesn't lag when running multiple programs. As Shin Yu's crisp voice rang out, the 2 sales clerks exchanged glances. Without commissions, their monthly salary was just over 1,000 yuan. After daily expenses, they could barely save a few hundred. Despite working in a brand-name laptop store, they would never spend thousands on a computer themselves. And this little girl wanted to buy one. One of the women asked uncertainly, "Little girl, do you mean you want to buy a computer?" Before Shin Yu could answer, the other woman stepped forward with a smile. "Little sister, this X200 is excellent. It has 2 gigabytes of RAM, a 160 gigabytes hard drive, and a 12.1-inch screen, perfect for both study and work." As she spoke, the woman inwardly praised her own cleverness. Although the average salary in Bunin County wasn't high, there were still wealthy people. As long as she sold the computer, she'd get the commission. She didn't care who the buyer was, earning the commission was what mattered. What if the girl's parents showed up later? Following the woman a few steps, they arrived at a counter where the price tag read 9,999. Shin Yu glanced at it and mentally compared. In later years, a phone would have 1 terabyte of storage, yet a laptop costing nearly 10,000 yuan only had 160 gigabytes. She shook her head, but it should be sufficient for browsing forums. What about the network card? How much does it cost? The saleswoman looked at Shun Yu, who was holding Shin Susu's hand. They looked like sisters, but were they really going to buy it? A network card costs 300 yuan with a data limit. Shin Yu interrupted the clerk directly. Too much talk. She pulled a bank card from her bag and placed it on the glass counter. Just process it for me. Hearing this, the clerk felt a surge of joy. Making such a big sale at this time was rare. Then she hesitated. If she processed it directly, the two girls didn't have complete information. But thinking of the commission, she pushed the thought aside. She could just use a customer's information from the database. It wasn't the first time she had done this. After a moment, Shin Yu and Shin Susu walked out carrying the computer, having spent over 10,000 yuan. Next, it was time to buy a phone for Shin Susu. Just like before, she swiped the card for 3,000 yuan, requiring no documentation, only money. Shin Susu looked joyfully at the small pink phone in her hand. Gently flipping it open, the screen lit up. Yu, what's your phone number? I want to save it. The two exchanged numbers and added each other on QQ before Shin Susu finally stopped. At a clothing store near the square, Shin Susu had originally wanted to take Shin Yu to the one in the old town, where there was a dress for 99 yuan. But now that they had money, there was no need to go there. That area was mostly frequented by elderly people with cheap clothes of average quality. Even though Shin Susu wasn't an expert on clothes, she could clearly see that the garments here, though similar in style to those her mother had taken her to see, were noticeably more beautiful. Yu, I want to buy this. Shin Susu pointed at a Lolita dress behind the glass window priced at 2,999. Looking at the dress, Shin Yu turned to Shin Susu and then back at the small Lolita dress, disbelief in her eyes. Come on, Susu, you're not really a child. Why would you want to buy something like this? Wearing such a small dress outside, aren't you afraid others will laugh at you? Huh? Shin Susu looked up in confusion, staring at Shin Yu. That day when you drew me in your exercise book, you didn't say that. Back then you even said I was very cute. Shin Yu immediately fell silent. Well, it was indeed very cute. Then she pulled Shin Susu and walked into the high-end clothing store located in the square. As soon as they entered, Shin Yu glanced at the female clerk chatting on QQ at the cash register and pointed at the blue and white little dress displayed on a mannequin. Take this dress down and give it to. Shin Yu paused to choose her words. My good friend. Just a few minutes ago, the female clerk had sent a message to her online boyfriend and was anxiously waiting for a reply when she heard a voice in the store. She looked up and saw two young girls. The taller one pointed at the sample dress displayed on the mannequin and asked her to take it off. Can you two little girls even afford it? You are just wasting my time chatting with my boyfriend. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed the pink phone in the shorter girl's hand. She had seen that phone during the new year. Back then she had really wanted it and posted a picture on her QQ space, but her boyfriend acted as if he hadn't seen it. He didn't even leave a comment. With her salary after deducting meals and occasionally buying coins for her boyfriend online, there was hardly anything left. She simply couldn't afford it. Her own phone was a domestic Tianyu model that cost just over 1,000 yuan, and even that had taken her more than half a year's savings to buy. Then her gaze shifted to the taller girl. She had never bought a computer and didn't know what a computer box looked like, but that box certainly seemed high-end. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad she hadn't mocked them out of temper. If she actually sold this dress, the commission would be enough to buy her boyfriend a set of outfits in the game Dance Battle. Then she put away her phone, recalled what the store manager had taught her, and spoke with a hint of respect in her voice. Coming right away, coming right away. A moment later, in front of the fitting mirror, the blue and white Lolita dress adorned Shin Susu. Under the puffy bubble sleeves, her fair little arms were revealed. A large bow adorned the back of her waist. The edges of the skirt were lifted by layers of white lace with a short train trailing behind. It was like a sleeved version of the Baby the Stars Shine Bright, Little Feather, Lolita dress. Cute as it was, Shun Yu still reminded her, Susu, are you sure you can wear this to school? Shin Susu looked at herself in the mirror. The blue and white dress made her look like a little princess from a TV show. She clasped her hands together, her expression shy. But. At that moment, the clerk standing nearby saw that the two seemed to disagree and might not buy it. How could that be? Her commission, her money. How could it slip away? Remembering what the store manager had taught her, she quickly chimed in. Oh my, this classmate, your good friend, your bestie, looks absolutely stunning, like a little princess who just stepped out of a fairy tale. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she hurried to the back. After a dozen seconds, she came back with a pair of white stockings and pure white little heels with a slight lift. Classmate, come, let me put them on for you. Amid Shin Susu's stiff expression, the clerk swiftly dressed her in the white stockings and little heels. There was also a matching white bunny-shaped crossbody bag. Her movements were so fast and nimble, fully displaying her desire for money. In the mirror, Shinsusu saw her current self like the ugly duckling from the fairy tale, transforming into a swan, and her heart grew even more reluctant to part with this dress. Back when she passed through the old town with her mother, she knew how hard her mother worked outside. Even though she truly liked it, she never spoke up. She only cherished it in her heart. But now it was different. She had money. Shinsusu turned around and looked at Shinyoyu with pitiful eyes, saying nothing. Shinyoyu met her gaze, and in just a moment she surrendered. She waved her hand at the clerk and said helplessly, "Well, take it. Wrap it up for me, wrap it up." Trying it on was fine, but in reality, this was a 1-eo fakin' little dress that had been sitting in the store for who knows how long. It definitely needed to be taken home and washed. At the very least, it had to be dusted off. Then she took Shinsusu to pick out a normal outfit. It looked like it cost only a few dozen yuan, but the fabric was completely different. The whole set came to a few hundred yuan, though. It was far less flashy than the previous dress. She paid with her card again, but just as she was about to turn around, she seemed to remember something. "Wait." The clerk smiled at the two, slightly bowing her body, looking as if she was awaiting orders. This expensive item had been sitting on the shelf for years, and today, it was finally sold. This month's commission would definitely be substantial. Since the money was secured, a little more service didn't matter. "Print me 2 new receipts. Mark this dress as 19. 9 of the stockings and shoes as 4. 9 each, and everything else as 9. 9. The female clerk's smile instantly froze on her face. Such a strange request. But the customer was God. The clerk printed a few fake receipts and attached them to the clothes. As the two walked out, the sun was already in the southwestern sky. Pale golden afterglow spilled over this small county town in 2008, painting everything in a coat of gold. Shinsusu pursed her lips. Seeing that Shinyoyu hadn't bought any clothes, she grew anxious. As a good bestie, how could she only buy new clothes for herself? That seemed too selfish. But if she said it directly, Yoyu probably wouldn't listen. Suddenly Shinsusu remembered a Taba ad shed seen on TV, and an idea sparked. "Yoyu, what size clothes do you wear?" Shinyoyu looked down at Shinsusu a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it. She casually told her size. Standing at the edge of the square, Shinyoyu watched the occasional taxi pass by. It would probably take half an hour to walk to the Old Town bus station, and the bus might not even be full. The driver might not leave right away. If they got back too late, it would really get dark. So she hailed a taxi and said in Sichuan dialect, "Driver, going to Yangon Village, will you go?" The driver glanced at Shinyoyu carrying several bags along with the child beside her. "Sisters, they look way too young." But his professionalism kept him from overthinking, and he quoted the price directly. "Yangon Village, flat rate, 80 no meter. I won't get a fare on the way back. I'll have to drive back empty." Shinyoyu didn't haggle. 8 kilometers in later years, this price would be sky high, but in this era without ride-hailing apps with only taxis, it was pretty much the standard. Take it or leave it. They never lacked customers. The green taxi sped along winding mountain roads. In just over 20 minutes, the two were back in Yangon Village. Shinsusu, riding in a car for the first time, was a bit excited. She proactively pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the middle-aged driver. Then she picked up her luggage and Shunyoyu's and got out of the car. As Shunyoyu and Shinsusu stepped out of the taxi, the people at the tea house, the clothing store, and the vegetable stalls all cast curious glances their way. Everyone recognized the county's taxis. But taxis rarely came to Yangon Village. After all, a single trip cost nearly 100 yuan. For rural folks, selling a caddy of wheat only brought in a few cents. To afford one taxi ride, they'd have to sell over 100 caddies of rice. Even after milling, 100 caddies of rice could last several months. Even if they had no ride, they'd rather walk home in the dark than take a taxi. The village was small, especially the township area. Only those living nearby were still out this late, those farther away had already gone home. So it wasn't surprising that some old men from the Shun family village were still drinking tea and playing cards in the township. "Hey, it's Shinsusu and Shunyoyu." Shunyoyu had sharp eyes. Though she saw them, she didn't go over to greet them. They were too far away, and there was no need to make a special trip. On the road, the sunset grew even more golden, casting long shadows on the two figures. Shinsusu secretly turned her head to look at Shunyoyu. The tall, straight silhouette stood right beside her. What is this little girl up to again? However, her grandmother's illness would only emerge in her 3rd year of high school in her past life. That was still 6 years away. But now that she had money, by the end of this year, when her father and the others came back, she would tell them about her grandmother's condition. Still, she had to be tactful. She had coaxed them by saying she read it in a book. After all, they weren't well educated, and a checkup only cost a few hundred yuan. It wasn't like they couldn't afford it. Seeing that Shunyoyu didn't react, Shinsusu stopped her subtle movements and simply held Shunyoyu's hand. Neither spoke, each lost in their own thoughts. Under the setting sun, the two figures gradually merged into one. Looking back at the shadows stretched by the sunset, Shinsusu's heart felt as sweet as honey. She felt that at this moment the two of them were just like what Mr. Lu Sun once said. One shadow was hers, and the other shadow was also hers. Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu, laden with bags and bundles, walked into the small bamboo grove, when Shin Susu suddenly halted, disregarding the clothes peeking out of a nearby bag. The fact that she had saved her allowance was known to her family, so buying clothes wasn't a concern. But the small cloth bundle containing 9920 yuan. How could she explain that? No matter what she said, her grandparents would never believe her. Susu, how do we explain the money? Shin Yoyu looked at Shin Susu with utter exasperation. The small cloth bundle was only slightly larger than the pharmacy bag. She said to Shin Susu, just tuck it into your bosom and button up your coat. They won't know. At this thought, Shin Yoyu's brow furrowed. Keeping secrets like this couldn't last long. It was ultimately not a solution. Under normal circumstances, if Shin Susu sang a few more songs, some so-called talent scout would inevitably come digging. After all, record companies had no reason to turn down money. According to information circulating online, in her past life, the singer of Two Butterflies had earned hundreds of millions in ringtone royalties, but only a few million ended up in his own pocket. The record companies and ringtone platforms had negotiated shares far exceeding 30%, so a wave of record companies had made at least tens of millions. Once they discovered a promising singer, they would stop at nothing to pry for information and trick them into signing contracts. After all, unsigned singers had no platform, no traffic, no publicity, nothing at all. Most of the time, they were completely at the company's mercy. When she withdrew the money, she had uploaded Shin Jun's ID, which clearly displayed his residential address, and that couldn't be changed. Shin Yoyu hadn't expected to keep it a secret forever. Initially, she kept it quiet because she didn't want Shin Jun to find out. Given his personality, she would have to plan her next move. The moment she returned home, Shin Yoyu didn't head to the main house. It was nearly dark now, and Su Yifeng was likely cooking dinner there. The side room was only occupied by her alone. Her grandmother-in-law never came to her room. If she already had a phone worth thousands, why should she fear a computer, even if it was a bit expensive? Besides, her grandmother wouldn't understand it anyway. It was just a glowing thing. Fearless. At Shin Susu's home, two elderly people in their 60s exchanged glances, then looked suspiciously at the gorgeous dress. 9 yuan. So cheap. How could they believe that? The old woman touched the fabric of the dress, feeling its luxurious texture. In all their lives, they had never touched such comfortable cloth. They were even afraid to wash it lest they ruin it. Then they looked at the price tag on the dress. With both evidence and witness, how could this be? Little Shin Susu sat on a stool, tense with anxiety. This was her first time telling a white lie, and she couldn't sit still. After a moment, Shin Susu's grandmother spoke. That's enough. Let's eat first. They'll wash it for you tomorrow. The heavy weight lifted from Shin Susu's heart, but she thought to herself, if only I had a secret base with Yoyu. Then I wouldn't have to be so cautious. I could do whatever I wanted. Unseen by Shin Susu, her grandmother quietly tucked away the tag and receipt, carefully placing them in her bag. She planned to take the receipt to the market and ask around. If the dress wasn't obtained legitimately, even though they had never hit Susu or even raised their voices at her, they would force her to confess where the dress came from. At night, Shin Yoyu turned on the computer and logged into QQ, intending to use QQ to log into Tieba. As soon as she logged in, she saw Shin Susu's aviator avatar flashing. Light Dance Flying 1942, Yoyu, are you there? Light Dance Flying 1958, Yoyu, are you asleep? Light Dance Flying 2004, I see your bedroom light is still on. Watching Shin Susu's incessant messages, Shin Yoyu momentarily wondered whether buying her a phone had been the right decision. Then she typed on the keyboard. Ching 205, what is it? Spit it out. After sending the message, she logged into her long and used Tieba account. As soon as she entered, there were 99 notifications. Most were people cursing her for clickbait, but some praised the songs, saying they were nice, just that the accompaniment was too monotonous, and asked if she could improve the sound quality and add more instrumentation. Ding 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 ding, the computer QQ flashed again, ringing twice. Besides Shin Susu, her cousin Shin Shui was also online on her computer. She opened Shin Susu's message first. Light Dance Flying 2006, Yoyu, what are you doing? Shin Yoyu was speechless. Was she sending messages just for this? She couldn't understand, but there was something she needed to ask her. With a soft clatter of the keyboard, she typed again. Ching 2007, in browsing Tieba. Some people suggested we optimize our previous songs. Then she opened her cousin's message. Life is but a blank slate 2005. Yoyu, what are you up to? Did you sneak off to an internet cafe? You're online on your computer. It was followed by an angry emoji. Seeing her cousin's message, Shin Yoyu hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to tell her. Her cousin and brother were of the same generation as her. Though older, they never used their age to boss her around. Instead, they treated her like a peer. Besides, if she really wanted to register a company, she couldn't be the legal representative at her age. She couldn't let Shin Jun know. With his gambler's nature, if he knew you had 100 yuan, he'd swindle 70 out of you, or even 99. After using it, he'd probably say, "I'm your father. What's wrong with using my daughter's money?" But Shin Shui wasn't like Shun, who had weaknesses to exploit. Cousin Shin won. If she helped him not break up with Jingxiu, helped cure Jingxiu's illness, he would absolutely obey her every command. Qing 2008. I'm not at an internet cafe. Stop guessing. If you take me to Rongqing during summer break, he'll tell you. Life is but a blank slate 2009. You've really grown your wings. Life is but a blank slate 2009, but I recently enrolled in night school, so I don't have much time. Qing 2010. It's okay. I can take care of myself. Just take me there. Qing 2010. Don't you want to know the secret of why I'm online on my computer? Far away in Rongqing, Shun Shui huddled under the covers in her small rented room in the urban village. The white glow of her phone illuminated her face as she stared intently at the incoming message. Today was Saturday. Night school held 4-hour classes on Monday and Friday evenings, and all day on Saturdays and Sundays. So today she had finished class early and returned to her rented place in Rongqing, staring at the screen that showed her cousin was online on her computer. Her heart felt like insects were crawling inside, both eagerly anticipating and deeply dreading. She anticipated the thrill of uncovering the secret herself, but feared that Shen Yuyu had really sneaked out to an internet cafe and become a bad kid. For a moment, she writhed and twisted under the covers, then crawled around. After a long while, she finally made up her mind and began typing on her phone. Shen Yuyu replied to her cousin's message, then opened Shin Susu's chat. Light Dance Flying 2009. Then what do we do? I heard that celebrities sing in recording studios. Qing 210. I don't know if there's one in the city. Let me check first. He'll ignore them for now. Then Shin Yuyu browsed websites on finance, computers, and recruitment. In March, the financial crisis seemed to be on the verge of erupting. However, domestic college graduates were still in high demand, with specialized and bachelor's degree holders facing a supply shortage. The only advantage was that salaries were generally low. A back-end engineer with 3 years of experience earned around 10,000. Front-end was even lower, ranging from 6 to 10,000. Of course, compared to the average salary of 2 to 3,000, it was considered quite high. Shin Yuyu roughly calculated that if he started an internet business, this million wouldn't last a month. Just as he was about to shut down the computer, the little penguin icon in the bottom right flashed again. Life is but a blank slate 2100. He'll come pick you up this summer. Seeing this, a slight smile curled at the corner of Shun Yuyu's mouth. It seemed that his cousin had finally succumbed to the temptation of exploring the unknown and agreed. There were still a few months until summer vacation. He would have to coax Shin Susu into singing a couple more songs. With a thought, he scribbled 2 names on a piece of draft paper beside him: Starry Sea and Uninhabited Island. However, he only knew how to sing these 2 pieces, not their musical scores. He would need to find a professional. But regarding recording studios and music producers, he wasn't sure if the small county town of Bunin had any. Likely not. The next level up was Henan City, but at this time Henan was still a 4th-tier small city. Shin Yuyu wasn't sure if it had such high-end facilities as recording studios. A trip to the city took just over an hour, about 3 hours round trip. If he went out with Susu to play and came back in the evening, the timing would still work out. If Henan City didn't have one, he would have to go to Rongqing. There were no high-speed rails then, taking a train took a full 4 hours. So he could only hope that Henan City had one. Thinking of Shin Susu's voice, usually soft and sweet, but that night when he scared her with a zombie, she had burst into loud cries. It seemed she would be quite good at singing high notes. Then Shin Yuyu wrote down the lyrics of the songs in detail on the draft paper. Starry Sea XXX, through the crowd, don't stop. While there's still hope now. Whenever you come to me, tell me of the Starry Sea. Uninhabited Island XX, if the clouds are a letter from the sky. Can I listen again, hear your voice? Even if it's exploring, just playing around. Follow Peter Pan on a trip to the uninhabited island. Then he opened Tieba and found the forum named Henan City. Platter. Heavy reward. Money is no object. Urgently seeking a capable arranger in Henan City to produce music accompaniment, preferably with their own recording studio resources. Paid. Contact 134x times x times x times x times x, QQ202-50601. He posted the same message in surrounding counties and cities using several alternate accounts just in case there were any stragglers, those laborers who were still holed up at home farming even after the new year. The next morning, the wooden door was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. A small voice came from outside the door. Yuyu, get up quickly. I brought you rice noodles and buns from the street. In a daze, Shin Yuyu seemed to hear the voice of little girl Shin Susu. Knock, knock. It wasn't a dream. Shin Yuyu sat up, bewildered, his gaze piercing through the mosquito net at the shadow beyond the door crack. It really is Susu. Then he shook his head abruptly. Am I still not awake? Was this how the little girl spent her money? Was this the life of the rich? Why was she still knocking on the door? If she knocked too long and attracted others' attention, it would be bad. So without bothering to put on shoes, he walked barefoot to the door, slid open the latch, and let Shin Susu in. As the closed wooden door opened, Shin Susu appeared before it, holding rice noodles in one hand and 2 large meat buns in the other. But Shin Susu's eyes glanced only once before looking down. Squinting, Shin Yoyu saw Shin Susu standing still with the breakfast and frowned. Hey Susu, give it to me. Oh Yoyu, here you go. After speaking, Shin Susu squeezed into Shun Yu's house and plopped down on the bed. Shin Yoyu glared at Shin Susu in annoyance. Couldn't even sleep in on an early morning. He pulled out a stool, placed the rice noodles on the table, tucked a stray strand of hair behind his ear, and lowered his head. Meanwhile, Shin Susu stared wide-eyed unblinkingly at Shun Yoyu eating the noodles. He's so beautiful. My best friend is so beautiful. Then she turned to look at the laptop on the table, recalling the only computer class she had in elementary school. For that class, the whole class had bought shoe covers worth $1 each. After class, she had washed that plastic bag shoe cover and still kept it at home. Unfortunately, they only had that one class and never again. How was she supposed to turn on this little computer? Then she reached out and pressed all the unfamiliar buttons. The computer screen slowly lit up. Please enter password. Yoyu, what's your computer password? Shin Yoyu looked up at her absently and said casually, 19961010. After turning it on, Shin Susu opened a familiar browser and entered the website she remembered. $43.99, enter. Before the game could load, Shin Susu noticed a piece of paper tucked inside a book beside her. What's this? Starry Sea. Uninhabited island. Although there was no musical score, just a few simple lines, her sensitivity to songs told her at once that these were 2 songs. Could these be songs I've never heard? She stole a glance at Shun Yoyu, then opened Baidu and searched for a couple of lines of lyrics. No relevant results came up, only ads. So infuriating. Without thinking, her small hand slammed heavily on the table, making it shake. Shin Susu. A slightly angry voice came from beside her, startling Shin Susu, who quickly turned her head. Yoyu, what's wrong? I didn't mean to. Shun Yu's fair face was smeared with a little grease, and his bear-patterned t-shirt had a few spots of rice noodle broth. Shin Susu looked around, but couldn't find any tissue, so she reached out with her chubby little hand and wiped Shin Yu's face, only making it dirtier. Seeing Shun Yu's expression sour, she quickly extended her sleeve to use her own clothes to wipe and absorb the moisture. Enough. Shin Yoyu sighed, but wasn't truly angry. He stared at Shin Susu. Stand here and play for a while. They'll go change my clothes. Seeing that Shun Yoyu wasn't angry, Shin Susu breathed a sigh of relief. How could Yoyu ever be? Shin Susu then felt relieved and opened the advertising website she had noted down from TV the previous night. Taba. An endless array of women's clothing greeted her eyes. All for adults. Then her eyes lit up as she spotted a collection of stockings in a corner of the webpage. Besides white stockings, there were black ones, fishnets. Hanfu Tang suits, Warring States robes, and so on. If I dressed Yoyu in these, she'd surely look adorable. Gazing at the add to cart option below, Shin Susu moved the mouse and clicked on it. Please log and register. Shin Susu pulled out her little pink phone from her pocket and followed the on-screen steps, entering her phone number, filling in the verification code, typing in her shipping address, and then a prompt appeared, please bind a bank card. At the final step, Shin Susu hit a dead end. She had no bank card. But she looked back at the black stockings on the page. They were truly beautiful. Just then the room dimmed slightly. Tap tap. Shin Yoyu, now in a t-shirt, walked in from outside. Seeing the shopping cart with over 30 items highlighted in red on the computer screen, she frowned. What on earth? Hanfu long skirts, little white socks, casual shoes, and both black and white stockings. Admittedly, pairing black stockings with Hanfu was a bit odd. But why was Shin Susu browsing all this? It didn't seem appropriate. Yoyu, give me your bank card. With that, Shin Susu looked at her with an adorable expression and extended her chubby little hand. Susu, what are you up to? Don't buy these weird things. Saying this, she walked to the desk, used the mouse to delete the black stockings, leaving only the Hanfu. Compared to the others, Hanfu and Tang suits, even if Shin Susu wore them, wouldn't look too out of place. After deleting them, she bent down, retrieved a bank card from the drawer, and handed it to Shin Susu. The password was 66. This income was earned together with Shin Susu, and since they were childhood friends from the same village with such a close bond, Shin Yoyu didn't place much importance on money. She trusted that Shin Susu, raised with the elders' values, wouldn't squander it. Yoyu, you're so kind. After saying this, Shin Susu placed orders for several outfits and clicked the delivery to door button. Where Shun Yoyu couldn't see, the sizes were marked as 155s. Seeing that Shin Susu had bought some normal clothes, Shun Yoyu breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out the draft paper she had written the night before. Susu, let's go to the mountain. They'll teach you to sing these 2 songs. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Shin Susu's eyes. Another chance to go out with Yoyu. So happy. Then she hopped off the bed, snapped her little pink phone shut, tucked it into her pocket, and followed behind Shin Yoyu. The western gathering area of the Shun family village was a courtyard reminiscent of an ancient quadrangle, square and orderly, with every 2 rooms belonging to one household and scattered homes radiating outward from the courtyard. At that moment, Shin Yoyu led Shin Susu toward the backyard, where a dirt path wound up the mountain. Nowadays, many young people and even middle-aged adults had left to work in cities. Though their monthly wages were modest, just 1 or 2,000, their annual earnings still surpassed what they could make farming in their hometown. Thus the mass exodus of labor had left the mountain fields barren and overgrown with weeds. Only occasional cattle-owning families ventured up to let their livestock graze on the free grass. The mountain was also quiet enough that no one would overhear them. In the backyard, a group of children was playing house with found objects. Broken bowls, chopsticks made from sticks, large leaves, and so on. It's my turn to be the mom today. You have to be my son now. No. You were the dad yesterday, it's his turn now. The sound of their bickering drew Shinyoyu and Shun Susu's attention. Behind the old house, a cluster of children, mostly 3rd to 5th graders with a few 6th graders, gathered. A quick count revealed 8 or 9 boys and girls. Seeing this nostalgic game, Shinyoyu blurted out a playing house. The 2 girls' figures were noticed by the children, and one girl, clearly the leader, snorted coldly. Don't even think about joining us. We won't play with you. Let's go. With that, she picked up the bowl, chopsticks, and leaves with mud balls she had found nearby. Wait for me, child's mom. Within 10 seconds, the group had relocated eastward and vanished from their sight. Shinyoyu stood there dumbfounded, lowering her head to look at Shin Susu, her eyes full of confusion. Was Susu really that disliked back then? Who instilled these ideas in those kids? Shin Susu's family were the quintessential good people in the village. Seeing that Su Yifang lived alone and struggled with farming, they often picked extra vegetables and brought them to Shun Yu's house, saying, "Yifang, I picked too many vegetables and can't finish them. Take these." Su Yifang would often refuse, thinking that she was capable and that their family, having lost their son early and raising a granddaughter, was no better off than her own. But Shin Susu's grandmother would either sneakily leave the vegetables on the big round table and slip away, or when Shinyoyu was on her way home from school, she would spot her on the road and insist on placing the vegetables in her arms, telling her to take them home to eat. As for Su Jian, the village said that when Shin Susu was just 1 year old, her husband was electrocuted while installing electrical wiring for others. Su Jian, barely in her 20s, did not remarry. Instead, she devoted herself to arranging the funeral, raising Shin Susu with all her heart, and later went to work in another province to support her husband's parents in their old age. They were a family of pure kindness. Yet someone still targeted her only daughter. This caused Shin Susu to live in misfortune from a young age. Such a good family. Who could it be that targeted Shin Susu, leaving her to grow up in solitude? Recalling her past life, her family often ate vegetables from Shin Susu's home. Yet she, eager to play with the other children, deliberately neglected Shin Susu. Though they were in the same class, she never spoke to her. This made Shin Susu withdrawn, increasingly silent. After finishing middle school, she stopped studying and never returned to Shun family village. Now Shinyoyu gazed at Shin Susu, who looked up at her with an adorable face, and a thought crossed her mind. "Susu, in this life, I will treat you well." Then she reached out, pinched Shin Susu's cheek, and tugged it gently. "That's so cute." It hurts a little." Seeing Shun Yu's delighted expression, Shin Susu endured the pain, forcing a sweet and obedient look with a faint smile on her face. After pinching her twice, Shinyoyu let go. "All right, let's ignore them and keep going." A few hundred meters further into the backyard, past several abandoned, thatched huts, lay a vast bamboo grove. The lush bamboo blocked all sunlight, while the ground, covered in years of fallen leaves and branches, gave the whole space a gloomy atmosphere. With each step on the withered yellow leaves, Shin Susu couldn't help but tighten her grip on Shun Yu's hand. Beyond the bamboo grove was a steep slope blanketed with bamboo leaves. Soon climbing to the top, Shinyoyu overlooked the cluster of villages before her, taking in the full view from the height. How much longer can this kind of life last? In many families, after the elderly pass away, and most young people buy houses in the city, the bonds maintained by the elders fade and the younger generation stops interacting. Without contact for years, feelings grow distant. If the next generation also fails to connect, blood relations can turn into strangers. In her past life, Shinyoyu experienced this too. When Su Yifang was alive, distant uncles and young cousins still visited occasionally. But after Su Yifang's death, they had no reason to keep in touch. The young cousin, estranged, grew up and stopped visiting. Meanwhile, her own family lived in the city in cold concrete apartments, not knowing the names of their neighbors for decades. The morning breeze of Sichuan and Chongqing brushed through Shun Yu's hair. She raised her right hand to tuck the stray strands behind her ear and said to her companion, "Let's go." Soon on the mountaintop, two girls sat on a grassy slope covered with palm-high grass, resembling the opening scene of a Pleasant Goat in Big Wolf cartoon, where the goats slide down the hill. Looking at Shin Susu leaning against her, Shinyoyu picked up the draft notebook and gazed at the first page's song, Star Sea. She frowned slightly. The high notes were her weakness. But since they were here, she had to sing it for Shin Susu. Closing her eyes, she recalled a memory from her past life, and a silvery voice emerged from her lips. "Will our love, like stars guarding the sea, never leave? I rush toward you, you are the star sea." Beside her, Shin Susu, with her head resting on Shun Yu's shoulder, fixated her eyes on the notebook and Shun Yu's hand, listening intently. Since Yoyu had asked, she would give it her all to complete the task. After finishing the song, Shun Yoyu felt a slight discomfort in her throat and turned to Shinsusu. How was it? Did you catch it? Shinsusu, who had closed her eyes, opened them, meeting her friend's gaze with a flicker of determination. Let me try. After Shinsusu sang the song, Shun Yoyu looked at her with newfound respect. What was this? Without any accompaniment, she could replicate the melody after just one listen. Perhaps Shinsusu was truly a musical genius. It was only the harsh circumstances of her past life that had buried her talent, stifling her voice as she grew older. With this thought, Shun Yoyu reached out her fair hand and gently patted Shinsusu's head. Susu is amazing. Feeling the touch on her head, Shinsusu's whole body tingled, and she couldn't help but lean sideways, falling onto Shun Yoyu. Hey, Yoyu praised me. How wonderful. I must work even harder in the future. Unaware of Shinsusu's reaction, Shun Yoyu turned to the second page on her own, reading the song title, The Uninhabited Island. If the clouds are a letter from the sky, can I hear your voice again? Even if it's just exploring or being playful, following Peter Pan on a trip to the uninhabited island. Midway through the song, Shinsusu's eyes snapped open, a fierce glint she herself didn't notice flashing within. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes locked tightly onto her friend, and she clenched her small fists. Who could make Yoyu so sad? Yet as a good friend, Shinsusu patiently waited for Shun Yoyu to finish. When she did, Shinsusu tugged at Shun Yoyu's arm, her voice filled with coaxing and curiosity. Yoyu, who is that person in the song you just sang? Hearing this, Shun Yoyu looked puzzled and answered directly, Who? It's just a song. There's no one in it. I made it up. Huh? Made it up? Shinsusu's small head was filled with great confusion. Shun Yoyu pulled out her phone to check the time, 9:50. They could stay a bit longer, but she didn't want Susu's grandmother to call her for lunch and not find her. So she replied, Yes, what else did you think? Sing star C again for me to hear. After listening once more, Shun Yoyu felt that Shinsusu was born for this. Handling the low notes was understandable, but switching to high notes perfectly was truly remarkable. Could it be because she's heard Laosi Shu Dao Shan too many times? This phrase was common among everyone in Shun family village, regardless of age or gender. When said, it was always in a high pitch, audible from half a village away. What Shu Dao Shan? Shinsusu's eyes darted, recalling something unpleasant. She had heard that phrase too, and could say it, but it always accompanied an adult's rage and the crying of children her age. However, Shinsusu had never been on the receiving end. She had only witnessed it. Alright, Susu. Practice this in your free time these days. And as before, keep it a secret. Shinsusu looked at the figure before her and nodded firmly. I'll do my best. At noon, in the town of Bunin, Shinsusu's grandparents, clutching a receipt, had asked for directions from every passerby they encountered. This store, being a high-end establishment, was also quite well known. After much difficulty and stumbling along the way, the elderly couple finally arrived at the shop. The female shop assistant was still chatting with her online boyfriend. Yesterday, the store manager had praised her for selling a dress that had been in stock for 3 years and promised her a 5% commission on that sale. She was absolutely thrilled. She planned, when she got her salary next month, to top up 20 coins for both her boyfriend and herself so they could activate the red diamond and pink diamond together. Clang, clang. A finger tapped on the glass door, followed by an elderly, somewhat hesitant male voice. Excuse me, is anyone here? The shop assistant, who had been chatting, quickly put down her phone and hurried out, a smile on her face and a respectful tone in her voice. What would you like to buy, sir and madam? Our store specializes in women's clothing for both adults and children. Upon hearing this, Shinsusu's grandmother took out the receipt she had secretly kept yesterday and the tag she had cut off. Seeing the rather luxurious decor, the elderly woman instinctively hunched over, making her already stooped figure seem even smaller. She spoke cautiously. Could you take a look? Is this from your store? So they weren't here to buy anything after all. The shop assistant's enthusiasm faded considerably. This was interrupting her chat with her boyfriend. At the same time, her phone vibrated in her pocket. A QQ message had arrived. The woman's face grew even more impatient, but she still leaned over to look at the receipt and tags in the old woman's hands. Hey, aren't these the tags from the dresses I sold yesterday? The girl remembered those items very clearly. They were hard to sell, and she had to dust them every day. Fortunately, they were finally sold yesterday. Yes, they're from our store. The two elderly people exchanged glances, then grew even more cautious. And the price? Their hands trembled slightly as they spoke, afraid that their granddaughter had gone astray and stolen money to buy the clothes, lying to them. That's right, that's the price. If you're not buying, don't bother me. With that, the shop assistant returned to the cash register, took out her phone, and replied to messages. The two elderly people looked at each other, their worries finally laid to rest. Shinsusu was a good child. That evening, completely unaware of this, Shinsusu gazed happily at the little dresses hanging on the corridor balcony, freshly washed. They're so beautiful. Should I wear one of these for the spring outing? But wouldn't that be a bit too flashy? Yet she had also bought some hanfu online, and those were beautiful too. It was such a hard choice. At 7 in the morning, a white phone on the nightstand vibrated, its lit screen displaying a newly received message. Light dance flying. My family is taking me out to eat on the street. You'll take your homework to school first. Text me if anything comes up. A moment later at 7:10 the alarm went off precisely. A slender fair arm reached out from under the covers and pressed the phone accurately. Shin Yu sat up groggily, her unfocused pupils regaining clarity as she woke. The blanket slid down slowly, revealing a hint of pale skin on her slender shoulders. Reading the message on her phone, a relieved smile spread across her face. Susu isn't so clingy anymore. Meanwhile, in the field, Shin Susu followed her grandparents walking while holding a draft notebook with song lyrics copied in it silently, singing over and over. Although Yoyu said she sang beautifully, she still had to keep working hard to be even better. I absolutely must not let Yoyu down. They walked through the fields past the big fish pond and onto a hardened dirt road. Rumble, rumble. Several old 125 cubic centimeters motorcycles, clearly bearing signs of repair, roared past in the middle of the road, kicking up thick clouds of yellow dust. Shin Susu couldn't help covering her mouth and nose, a trace of disgust on her face, as she watched the delinquent youths riding toward the town. But this group of troublemakers with their dyed yellow and red hair and tattoos didn't ride up the slope to the street. Instead, they stopped at a billiard hall at the bottom of the slope. Soon Shin Susu, carrying her school bag, passed by with her grandparents. As they walked by, a muffled voice came from inside. Boss, open a table for us, and give me a pack of tianxia, the 3-on-1. Then a middle-aged man's voice replied. Pay first, then I'll open the table for you. The voices paused for a few seconds before a younger, clearly ingratiating voice said, Boss, just open it. They'll settle up in full next month. You damn blonde, still running a tab. You already owe 50 yuan here this month. And you. If you have no money, why are you playing billiards? Don't come back until you've cleared your debts. After being chewed out by the boss, 6 scrawny delinquents thin as beanpoles were kicked out. They then climbed onto their families' motorcycles and headed toward the street. Shin Susu watched the boys ahead, their hair dyed in various colors known in the village as parasites. Every brigade had a few like them, dropped out after middle school, too young to find work outside, so they stayed home living off their parents. They either rode their families' motorcycles or hitched rides, loafing and wandering around the vicinity of Bunnan County. Gazing at these delinquents, Shin Susu, with her school bag on her back, suddenly thought of the 3 people in her class. A fierce glint flashed in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. At 8 o'clock, Shin Yoyu arrived at school, just in time. Looking at the classroom, already full of students, her gaze fell on the seat behind her. Shin Susu was bowing her head, doing something unknown. Her deskmate Li Won was also looking down, absorbed in something. Shin Yoyu frowned slightly. She walked to her seat with her single-strap Mickey Mouse backpack. Lin Muang was still buried in her books, diligently previewing. After putting her backpack in the desk, Shin Yoyu stood up and walked behind Shin Susu. As expected, she was playing a game. It was Fruit Link. Shin Yoyu shook her head. If she liked gaming so much in later years, she might have earned the nickname Waisenpai from some online players. But since class hadn't started yet, Shin Yoyu didn't stop her. This was break time. If games could add a little color to Shin Susu's monotonous life, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Ding! As the bell for class rang, Shin Susu behind him put away her phone and took out her textbooks, ready to listen attentively. After all, she was still a student, and Yoyu had asked her to study hard. The first class on Monday was English. Yin Xiaocheng walked in with a teaching plan and textbook in one hand and a small transparent jar in the other. Class, we have finished the first unit of English this semester. Tomorrow we will have a unit test. Today we will review the first unit. Everyone must listen carefully. Having said that, Yin Xiaocheng picked up the small jar, took out a cute bear hairpin and some trinkets, and said with hope, the top 3 in the unit test, and the one who improves the most can pick one as a reward. This will happen every month from now on. Shin Yoyu looked up at the special prizes on the podium, lost in thought. In her past life, this had never happened. These beautifully crafted trinkets didn't look like rural items. They seemed more like things bought online from Yiwu. Could he have bought them with his own money again? His salary isn't that high. Shin Yoyu watched Yin Xiaocheng at the podium somewhat boredly as he wrote various key points on the blackboard. Within half a class, a large section of the board was filled. One section of the blackboard was filled, and then erased, and then filled again. Beside her, the studious deskmate looked up and down, repeatedly jotting down key points. With Shin Yu's current memory, even if she picked up an English-Chinese dictionary, she could probably memorize it in a single day. Having a photographic memory was that terrifying. However, after memorizing, she would get a headache for a while. Last month, she had dug out an elementary school Chinese dictionary and found some rare characters she couldn't write, so she spent some time forcibly memorizing it. The headache seemed to be caused by overusing her brain in a short time. The second class was Chinese. Su Igwa still read from the textbook, occasionally telling students to buy reference books from him, as if they couldn't learn without them. Near the end of class, Su Igwa said, Shin Susu, after class, collect the homework assigned yesterday from the class and put it on my office desk. Shinsusu was good at Chinese, usually ranking around 5th in the class. Logically, being 5th shouldn't have made her the Chinese class representative. But the top 4 were already serving as other class representatives or held other positions, so Su Igwa didn't assign multiple roles to anyone. As the bell for class dismissal rang on time, Su Igwa stopped mid-sentence in the ancient poem he was teaching and walked out the door with his teaching plan. For him, business at the school gate was more important. Clatter. Just as Su Igwa left the classroom, the sound of a stool moving came from beside her. Shin Yu looked at her deskmate in surprise. Lin Muin, the study fanatic, was actually the first to leave today. Before she could dwell on it, Shin Susu's voice came from the right. Yu, the homework. I put it in your desk this morning. Moments later, Shin Susu carried a large stack of homework toward the office at the end of the second floor. At the door, just as she was about to enter, a familiar voice came from inside. Teacher Yin, can you exchange the prize for money? I really need the money. Shin Susu paused at the door, holding the homework, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lin Muin. Why would she say that? Making money isn't something we should be considering at our age. Although Shin Susu had glanced at Lin Muin a few times last week and Lin Muin had glared back, she wasn't angry and forgot about it the next day. Having studied together for 7 years, Shin Susu knew her well. In her eyes there was nothing besides studying. She would never compete for close friends. Shin Susu had only been momentarily upset and forgotten it by the next day. Clatter. The door opened, and an embarrassed Lin Muin walked out. Seeing Shin Susu standing outside, her expression changed. But without saying much, she hurried past Shin Susu and headed downstairs, her long high ponytail swaying with her steps. Watching Lin Muin disappear, Shin Susu's eyes flickered with thought. Something strange. The next 2 classes were geography and PE. The geography teacher was a tall, thin, middle-aged man named Wang Dexian. Since it wasn't a main subject, he didn't stray from the textbook, reading directly from it, and occasionally adding extra points not covered in the book. In Shun Yu's view, it was somewhat interesting. The last class was PE. The rural school had limited facilities, and since the students already knew the radio exercises, there was little else to teach. So the PE teacher just had everyone run 2 laps, and then dismissed them for free time. Sitting by the flower bed, Shin Yu and her classmates watched a group of boys playing basketball on the court. A trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. She hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. Shin Susu, sitting beside her, secretly turned to look at the tall, thin Shin Yu, a contemplative look in her eyes. What exactly are my feelings for Yu? With Shin Susu's current knowledge and experience, she couldn't find words to describe this state. She had never seen such a case or heard of such a situation. Shin Susu only knew that if anyone bullied Shin Yu, she would feel sad and angry. Watching the spring sunshine on Shun Yu's fair profile, she unconsciously reached out her chubby hand, tucked the wind-blown strand of hair behind Shin Yu's ear, and smoothed it to the side. Shin Yu felt the touch on her face. Shin Susu's hand was soft and warm, a sensation she had long remembered. She glanced at Shin Susu in surprise. What is she up to? The other female classmates watching the boys play basketball also turned to look at Shin Susu curiously. When had their relationship become so close? In the group, a girl about 1.45 meters tall, wearing a thin school uniform, thin, with a low ponytail, had a hint of excitement in her eyes. Is she that kind of person too? As everyone's gaze fell upon Shin Susu, the basketball court was enveloped in an eerie silence. That's how students are. Though unaware of what had truly transpired, they followed the crowd's lead and stared at her. Not doing so would mean being out of sync. Under the weight of countless eyes, Shin Susu's delicate face flushed, the blush creeping from her earlobes to her cheeks. She lowered her head, turned around, and fled the school without looking back, leaving only a voice lingering in the air. Yu, I'm going to buy some cola. With Shin Susu's departure, the entire playground returned to its former state. Moments later, she re-entered the school gates, clutching 2 bottles of iced cola. Yu, are you thirsty? Here, take one. Shin Yu reached out and accepted the Coca-Cola from Shin Susu. Though she had brought her own water, this was a kind gesture from Susu, and besides a bit of sweetness now and then could lift one's spirits. On the playground, perhaps because Shin Yu remained present, the boys seemed to play basketball with even greater fervor. The usually lazy and reluctant boys darted left and right, sparing no effort to sink 3-pointers, striving to score with the most stylish moves. Some even snatched the ball, dribbled to the middle of the court far beyond the 3-point line, and attempted to shoot with a single hand. All in a bid to show off before the girls. Before long, Pat, a boy, fumbled during a pass, failing to catch the ball, which rolled across the court to Shun Yu's feet. Shin Yu, could you throw the ball back? A tall boy with a crew cut shouted loudly toward Shin Yu from the court. Calling him tall was relative, he was only about 1.5 meters. After half a year of proper nutrition, Shin Yu had grown to 1.55 meters, towering over these youths. Shin Yu fixed her beautiful almond-shaped eyes on the boy whose skin was tanned by the sun. In this life, she had paid little attention to her male classmates and knew little about them. Most of her memories of them came from her past life. This boy who called out for her to throw the ball was named Chun-hee. He had dropped out after middle school, becoming one of those boys who never learned to type. After finishing junior high, he went out to work drifting through various parts of Guangdong province, laboring in factories. Over the course of more than a decade, he rarely typed, relying solely on voice messages, and gradually forgot his pinyin entirely. In her past life, when she was working in Guangdong, she heard he was toiling at Pinduoduo in Foshan. Thinking of him as a fellow townsman and reminiscing about old times, she invited him to dinner twice. The first time she paid the bill. When she sought him out again, he insisted on footing the bill, saying, "You paid last time, this time it's on me." He was the kind of honest soul who disliked taking advantage of others, believing in clear accounts, even between close friends. She bent down to pick up the ball, ready to toss it over, when a cold snort came from beside her. "Oomph." A small figure spread its arms, blocking her path. "You let me throw it." Without waiting for Shun Yu's response, she placed the ball on the ground, adjusted its direction, and rolled it toward the boys. Seeing that it was Shinsusu who had thrown the ball, Chun-hee's face clearly showed disappointment. Though Shinsusu wasn't ugly and had fair skin, she was too short, like an elementary schooler, and flat-chested, so none of the boys found her interesting. After all, in 7th grade, everyone had developed independent thoughts. Speaking more with attractive classmates would make the boys blush. After rolling the ball back, Shinsusu stood motionless beside Shinyoyu, just like the famous song by Hakan Lee. In the classroom, Lin Muin took a break from reviewing and glanced at the empty seat beside her, Shunyu's spot. Seeing it still vacant, she felt a secret relief. Shinyoyu isn't reviewing at all. This is my chance. A flicker of determination shone in her eyes. This time I must surpass her and reclaim my first place. At noon, a stern little girl voice rang out from a noodle shop on the street. "Boss lady, 2 bowls of rice noodles with 2 portions and 2 steamed buns." Shinsusu pulled a 100 yuan bill from her pocket and handed it to the boss lady ahead of Shinyoyu. "You am paying." She stood with her hands on her hips, her childish face brimming with seriousness, wearing an expression that brooked no refusal, as she scolded her friend, who was a head taller. Shinyoyu swallowed the words she was about to speak. This Shinsusu, why does she act like a little adult? A frail little loli who would cry for ages if you so much as tapped her. Watching her best friend, Shinyoyu withdrew the hand she had placed in her pocket to get money, her voice laced with helplessness. "Fine, I won't pay then." Soon Shinsusu divided a large bowl of rice noodles in front of herself, then picked up her chopsticks and placed a big meat bun before her like a housewife portioning out food. At this thought, Shinyoyu shook her head violently. What was wrong with her lately? Had she been drinking fake alcohol? How could she think of Susu like this? "I've shared food with Susu too, what's wrong with swapping roles?" Shinsusu looked at the divided food, a faint smile gracing her face. She recalled a line from a TV drama she had watched with her grandparents the night before. "The tables have turned." Shinyoyu stared at Shinsusu, a strong sense of oddity welling up inside her. She then said, "Why are you staring at me like that? Just eat your own noodles." This Shinsusu, the more I look at her, the more she resembles those naughty kids online who love to shout trash fish. She has no real power, yet she pretends to be a little adult giving orders. It's only because I'm doting on her. If anyone else acted this mischievously, a single smack would make her cry for ages. Before long, the two finished their meal and stood at the shop's entrance. Shinsusu watched another group of dyed-haired youths pass by. Recalling how Yoyu had been bullied earlier, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. She was not the type to forget when her best friend was wrong, just because the friend was fine now. Standing beside Shinsusu and sensing something amiss, Shinyoyu looked down at her. "Susu, what's wrong?" Startled by Shunyu's voice, Shinsusu saw that Yoyu hadn't noticed anything and whispered, "Yoyu, I want to go home at noon. Are you coming back?" As for why the protagonist never considered Susu's feelings, it's because first they were young. Shinyoyu only wanted to redeem the little girl who had been lonely and had dropped out of school in her past life, without overthinking. Second, she was naturally dense, even rarer than those who passed the civil service exam. It was like a relative at home, always well-behaved, studious, and filial. Who would have thought head turned to fencing? For now, Shinsusu simply wanted to play with Shinyoyu. Growing up in a small mountain village, the concept of lesbianism never crossed her mind. Only after moving to a big city and gaining more exposure would she come to understand her true feelings. Upon hearing this, Shinyoyu couldn't help but find it somewhat peculiar. Generally speaking, although Shun Family Village was not far from Yangon Township Market Street, a round trip took at least 40 minutes for a fast walker and even an hour for a slow one. Meanwhile, Yangon Township Elementary School had classes starting at 2 in the afternoon with a 2-hour break in between. Under normal circumstances, with that much time, everyone would be playing on the street or at school. As for suddenly returning home, that was extremely rare. However, Shinyoyu didn't ask any questions. "I'm not going back. If you want to go ahead. Keep an eye on the time. Yoyu, I will." With that, Shinsusu headed toward the village. Watching Shinsusu's retreating figure, Shinyoyu didn't dwell on it. With this time, it was better to work through a chapter of linear algebra. Over the past month, day and night, whenever he had free time, he would pick up the textbook. He had already finished half of it, and according to his regular pace, he would complete the entire book by the end of next month. At noon, in Shun family village. As Shin Susu trotted all the way home, the two elderly people sitting at the door eating lunch saw her put down their chopsticks, and asked in confusion, "Susu, why are you back?" Huff, huff. Panting Shin Susu didn't even turn her head as she walked into the house. "I came back to get something." With that, Shin Susu went straight to her room. From under the bed, she pulled out a small box. Opening it, she gazed at the crimson objects, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Then she grabbed a handful, stuffed it into her pocket, put the box back in its place, cut a piece of wool yarn, and ran out the door. Susu slowed down, "Don't fall." On the road, Shin Susu took out her phone and glanced at it. 1305. There's still enough time. I will never forget what happened that day. Then she took the small path along the paddy field ridges and ran toward the market street. Meanwhile, on the street, the 8 punks who had finally scraped together 2 yuan drove back to the pool hall, intending to take turns playing a frame and show off their skills. The sounds of thud, thud, thud echoed once more in the shabby pool hall of the small mountain village. Before long, Shin Susu stood outside the pool hall, steadied her nerves, opened the video recording function on her little pink phone, hung it around her neck with a string, adjusted her collar to cover most of it, leaving only a tiny part of the camera exposed. Bang! A pool ball flew out, nearly hitting Shin Susu in the face as she ran in. "Haha, Shin Kuin, you noob, you almost hit someone." A burst of unrestrained laughter came from around the pool table. Since Shin Susu looked short and small, everyone assumed she was an elementary school student looking for a relative or elder, so naturally no one shooed her away. Without saying much, Shin Susu directly pulled a stack of red notes from her pocket. Slap! A crisp sound rang out on the pool table as the thick wad of red scattered across its surface. In this impoverished era, in the eyes of these idle youths, it was blindingly conspicuous. Gulp! The delinquent youths who had been about to continue playing now stood frozen in place, as if the Monkey King had cast a paralysis spell on the 7 fairies. The pool cues in their hands unconsciously rested on the table as they swallowed reflexively. A flicker of fervor burned in everyone's eyes. In these families, most of whom barely had a small patch of land, the earnings from an entire year's hard labor selling all their crops probably amounted to no more than this, right? Then Shin Susu's childish voice rang out faintly in the room. "My demands are Gam. Fi. Withdraw." Having said that, Shin Susu didn't look back. She pushed open the tightly shut thin iron door and walked toward the school. Inside the room, the few exchanged glances. Though they fancied themselves like the characters in movies from that island, aspiring to become such figures, this grand scene, like something out of a gangster film, was appearing before them for the first time. They exchanged looks. A man about 1.7 meters tall, with a gaunt figure, hair dyed in yellow, red, and green, and gaudy tattoos on his arms, stepped out first. He gathered the scattered items from the pool table, then pointed at his friends and said, "What are you afraid of? This kind of thing. You. Who hasn't done it during school days, eh? It's perfectly normal, not like in the movies. Last week, when we went to Bunin County, we had even bigger fun. If you guys won't do it, I will." Seeing the man gradually collecting the remnants from the table, the others grew anxious. "I'm in. Count me in too." Before long, everyone present walked out of the pool hall, hopped onto 3 motorcycles, and sped off toward the street. At 1355, Shin Susu stood at the school gate looking at the video on her little pink phone, saved it, and then walked into the school. Shin Yu, who was studying linear algebra, sensed the movement from the wooden desk behind him and turned to glance. "Susu, you're back." A cute expression appeared on Shin Susu's face. "I'm back." After Shin Yu turned back around, Li, when sitting next to Shin Susu, poked her with a pin and whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito, "Susu, can we be good friends?" Shin Susu had just removed the memory card, wrapped it in several layers of paper, and tucked it into the inner pocket of her backpack when she heard the words beside her. She turned to look at her deskmate. A face with an oval egg-shaped contour, long eyelashes framing her eyes, a low ponytail tied with a strawberry-shaped hair clip. Word had it that she had transferred to Yangon Township from Muqiao Town last semester, and Muqiao Town belonged to Henan City, where the teaching quality was far superior to Yangon Township. Since Yangon Township was under Bunin County, as soon as she transferred, she immediately ranked among the top 10 in the class. However, Shin Susu did not give her a warm reception just because she had better grades. But this was school. No matter what Shin Susu thought in her heart, on the surface, they were still classmates. She tucked away her inner thoughts, casually slipped her little pink phone into her pocket, and said calmly, "Aren't we classmates?" "Classmates are friends." Ding-ling-ling. The afternoon preparatory bell rang on time. Liwen beside her didn't mind and whispered again, "I want to be good friends with you, besties." A big question mark appeared in Shin Susu's little head. "Be good friends? With me, eh? I don't even know where you live or how many people are in your family. Why should I be good friends with you just because you say so? Class is starting. I need to listen." With one sentence, Shin Susu shut Liwen up, then took out her textbook to prepare for the next lesson. In class, one must listen attentively. She could not afford to do anything that would disappoint Yoyu or her family. After school let out in the afternoon, Shin Yoyu walked out of the school gate, carrying Shin Susu's pink backpack in one hand, and immediately furrowed his brow. By the small shop at the school entrance, several people, with garishly dyed hair, were leaning against motorcycles watching the passers-by, as if they were looking for someone. Why are these people here? But it has nothing to do with me as long as they don't provoke me. He glanced down at Shin Susu beside him, took her hand, and headed toward the Shun family village. These people, to put it nicely, were idle drifters. To put it bluntly, they were thugs. Far away in Shannon County, a young woman stumbled out of an old residential district, pushed out by someone. She appeared to be around 20 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a pink floral dress that revealed a pair of long, straight legs beneath the hem. Before she could steady herself, a man's voice, thick with alcohol and fury, roared from inside. What's wrong with Wang Xiao? He's handsome, steady, and capable. He's a team leader at a factory in Guangdong province, making several thousand a month. You studied music, went to university, spent all my money, and can't even find a job. I've accepted the 100,000 betrothal gift. That's my retirement fund, and no one's touching it. I shouldn't have wasted the money letting you go to college. After a few years in Rongqing, you've grown wings. As he spoke, the man seemed to grow angrier, continuing to curse. If it weren't for your mother insisting you go to university, how would you dare talk back? I should have just... Don't hold me back, or I'll hit you too. Then a frantic middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. Shung, go out first. Come back when your father has calmed down. Calm down. Bang. A small white suitcase was thrown from the window, crashing heavily onto the ground, spilling clothes and undergarments everywhere. Chu Niansheng's face turned pale as she witnessed this, the vile curses ringing in her ears. Noticing passers-by slowing down to look her way, she quickly crouched down, gathered her clothes, and snapped the suitcase shut. Bang. From inside the room came another scream of pain. It was her mother's voice. Hearing this, Chu Niansheng's face darkened, and she wanted to rush in to save her mother. But an elderly neighbor stopped her. Child, don't stay home for now. Go out first. Your father is like this. Once he's had a drink, he won't listen to reason. He'll be fine when he sobers up tomorrow. They'll go talk to him. After a while, with no further commotion from inside, and the situation not worsening, Chu Niansheng, her face still grim, pulled her suitcase toward the bus station. Sorry, the buses to Rongqing have all departed for today. The earliest one is tomorrow morning at 8. Hearing the station worker's words, Chu Niansheng walked out of the county bus station, utterly resigned. Hey, beautiful, heading to Rongqing. We're just one person short, leaving right now. Looking at the car by the station and the driver's ingratiating smile, Chu Niansheng felt her small purse. She only had 300 yuan left. She couldn't stay at school anymore. Even if she found a job in Rongqing right away, she wouldn't get paid for the first month, and she still had to rent a place. Thanks, but no need. Politely declining the driver's offer, she carried her luggage to an internet cafe next to the station, bought a cheap overnight pass, and settled in. 10 yuan, much cheaper than a hostel. Chu Niansheng, feeling utterly miserable, sat in the back of the internet cafe with a cup of instant noodles in front of her. She turned on the computer and browsed job recruitment sites. She had originally had a job hired right after graduation as a fresh graduate, but they made her do all sorts of odd tasks. Occasionally she used a bit of her music knowledge, but most of the time she was stuck with the most menial work, cleaning the male supervisor's office, and sometimes even driving for her superiors. She did almost everything. After a year, when her status as a fresh graduate expired, and they could no longer claim tax deductions for her, they heartlessly fired her. All she had was 1 year of experience, most of which was driving and cleaning. Every job posting for experienced hires required real expertise, and technical leaders would interview her. Without accumulated skills or true technical knowledge, she couldn't find a proper job. As the new year approached, she realized she hadn't been home in 3 years. During previous winter and summer breaks, she had worked part-time to cover the next year's expenses. This year she wanted to go home to see her mother, but she never expected this to happen. Scrolling through the job listings, she saw only positions like waitress, secretary, customer service, or factory worker. Was that really a secretary? In Chu Niansheng's eyes, it was no different from being a maid. Besides office work, she'd have to cook for the boss. She searched Tieba for music-related jobs, but found almost nothing. Just a couple of postings for teaching children musical instruments. Page after page, she found no job suited to her major. A sense of despair crept into her heart. Was this what all those years of study had earned her? I refuse to accept this. Urgently hiring a composer. Money is no object. A recruitment notice instantly caught Chu Niansheng's eye. The key phrase was, money is no object, which meant a high salary. Even if it was just a temporary gig, as long as she could earn enough for rent, she could then go to Rongqing and work as a customer service representative. Surely she could pass a customer service interview, right? If she could secure a long-term collaboration and put her professional knowledge to use, it would be better than switching careers entirely. She looked at the contact information, then checked the time in the bottom right corner of the screen. It was already past midnight. If she called now and the boss was asleep, she might inadvertently offend them. So instead of calling, she added the QQ number, saved the phone number, and decided to call in the morning. She also noted down 2 customer service and shop assistant jobs, then pulled a blanket from her suitcase and draped it over her long fair legs. Soon she drifted off to sleep. Buzz in the dead of night, her Nokia phone lit up with a red dot on QQ, then the screen went dark again. At dawn, as the rooster's crow echoed through the air, the small mountain village in Sichuan and Chongqing once again welcomed the light of day. The alarm of an old Nokia phone rang out once more. Shin Yu reached out from under the covers, pressing down on the incessantly buzzing and vibrating device, then sat up and gazed at the friend request appearing on the screen. Though reborn, some habits from his past life lingered, such as reaching for his phone first thing upon waking instead of drinking water. If short videos existed in this era, he might have scrolled through them for a while. Hello, boss. I am a graduate of the Sichuan Conservatory of Music with 1 year of experience in music-related work. I hope you can grant me an interview and give me a chance. Shin Yu glanced at the QQ account, then tapped into the profile to inspect it. Nickname Sheng Sheng only wants a happy life. Occupation college student. Gender female. Age 22. QQ. Level 1 sun 1 moon. There was no other information. Clean and sparse, as if the owner rarely used this messaging app. Yet, this nickname reminded Shin Yu of an anime he watched in his past life, also titled Something's Happy Life. Only that character was called Sugar. His slender pale thumb pressed lightly, approving the woman's friend request before tossing the phone onto the bed. After all, the current time was already late. Any further delay might truly make him late. Although Shin Yu knew that top students faced no punishment for tardiness and instead received concern, that was no excuse for being late. On the path, Shin Yu covered his face, unwilling to look at Shin Susu. This was because Shin Susu had today put on the outfit he had bought her at the county store. Not a Lolita dress, but another small pink garment. Shin Susu was already short, and dressed like this, she truly resembled a 3rd or 4th grader. Yu, look at me. Seeing Shin Susu constantly stepping before him, pulling his hand down to force him to see her new clothes. Unable to resist Shin Susu, Shin Yu lowered his pale hand from his face. In late April in Sichuan and Chongqing, it was no longer as cold as winter, so wearing less wouldn't cause a cold. Shin Susu wore a short blue and white t-shirt printed with a host of cartoon characters paired with frostproof arm sleeves, a small skirt, white stack socks, and the leather shoes bought earlier. Her fair straight calves were exposed to the crisp morning air, the cold wind turning them slightly red. At a glance they resembled little cylindrical ice creams. Afterward, Shin Susu still walked before him, swaying left and right, hopping back and forth, as if wanting his praise. Praise her. Unless something special occurred, he would never do such a hypocritical thing. Alright, Susu, stop messing around. Ding dong. The Nokia phone then emitted a notification sound. Shin Yu pulled out the device and looked at the message. Sheng Sheng only wants a happy life, boss. Hello, is the arranger position still open? Sheng Sheng only wants a happy life. In terms of instruments, I can play piano, violin, etc. And I also know arranging and mixing. Ching, I have a song right now with only a cappella. Can you compose the music for it? Meanwhile, in the internet cafe bathroom of Shaniying County, after washing up, Chu Nianxing found this strange. Wasn't this her own professional duty? Such a simple task. Any normal music student could handle it, right? She promptly replied on her phone, boss, I can do all of that. Seeing the information on the screen, Shin Yu typed back, Ching, do you have connections to recording studio resources in Henan City? Sheng Sheng only wants a happy life. I know of a professional recording studio that opened last year capable of meeting vocal works for most scenarios. Looking at the message, Shun Yu glanced at Shin Susu, who was softly singing ahead, then lowered his head to reply. Ching, for our first collaboration, I will decide the fee based on your knowledge level. Ching, if it's suitable, we can consider long-term cooperation. Sheng Sheng only wants a happy life. Thank you, boss, thank you. Where exactly should we meet for discussion? Ching, Bianan County, under Yangon Township, Saturday morning. When you arrive in town, we'll discuss the next steps. Chu Nianxing, still in the bathroom, froze on the spot. The countryside. Before she could think further, another message popped up on her phone. Send me your bank card details. Besides paying your fee, the travel expenses to Bianan County will also be reimbursed. Reimbursed travel expenses. That good. During her college years, Chu Nianxing had heard of certain talented seniors who, upon graduation, joined wealthy listed companies that would reimburse interview travel costs. But for this to happen to her, she couldn't believe it at first. Those seniors often hired private tutors and attended lessons costing hundreds per session, while she could only occasionally afford a lesson with money earned from winter and summer break jobs. This had left her knowledge somewhat behind the market. Still, being a music student, she was better off if she had heard that those studying computer science or chemistry were taught using PPTs from the 1990s, older than some middle schoolers. Move aside. While lost in thought, Chu Nianxing heard a woman's voice beside her. Realizing she was blocking the way, she quickly stepped back 2 paces. Thank you, boss. See you Saturday. Amidst the ongoing chat, Shin Yu and Shin Susu had arrived at the classroom door. The usually noisy classroom was now dead silent. Shun Yu's gaze sharpened as he saw Chun Yu and a few others bearing some stains burying their heads on the desks, their purpose unknown. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, are those shoe prints? Or am I mistaken? But Shun Yu didn't dwell on it. It wasn't Susu, so what did outsiders matter to him? A single extra glance was a waste of time. No sooner had he sat down than the class bell rang. The English teacher entered with a stern face, carrying the test paper in one hand, and without much preamble. Begin the exam. Separate the desks, don't let them touch, just like last semester. Hearing this, Shin Yu turned to look at Shin Susu, wondering would she need his help even for this. Feeling shy under Shun Yu's gaze, Shin Susu muttered softly, I can move it myself. Creak. As a series of scraping sounds filled the room, all the seats were once again split into individual rows. Yan Xiaoqing from the front, seeing the desks separated, then said, Lin Muan, you distribute the test papers. Hearing Yan Xiaoqing's words, Lin Muan rose to take the papers. When she reached Shun Yu, she paused slightly, silently thinking, all these months I've reviewed diligently every moment while you've been playing with Shin Susu. This time I will surpass you. Seeing Lin Muan standing still handing out test papers, already a few seconds had passed, and she hadn't moved. Shin Yu couldn't help but find it strange. Why was she staring at me? Just like Shin Susu. A few seconds later, Lin Muan suddenly snapped out of it, quickly pulled out a test paper, placed it in front of Shun Yu, and then hurriedly continued distributing them to the back. Shun Yu looked at the test paper in front of her, utterly speechless, wondering what had gotten into Lin Muan. After a moment, as the old tape recorder finished playing, the listening section came to an end. Only then did Shun Yu properly glance at the test paper. The earlier questions were extremely simple, nothing more than fill-in-the-blank vocabulary sentence rewriting, changing original sentences into interrogative or negative forms. Then Shun Yu directly flipped to the back to look at the composition topic, describe what you did last week. For a moment, she couldn't help but fall into thought. With such easy questions, just how terrible had her past self been to have such poor grades? On the podium, Yan Xiaoqing, who had been closely watching Shun Yu and Lin Muan, saw that the exam had already started a few minutes ago, yet Shun Yu still seemed lost in thought. He lightly tapped the podium with his lesson plan. Shun Yu, the exam has started. Pay attention to the time. Hearing Yan Xiaoqing's words, Shun Yu snapped out of her memories, picked up her pen, and began writing swiftly like a primary school student doing exercises. Now that she was studying university-level knowledge, junior high school English was practically insignificant to her. But to outsiders, she still appeared as just a student, so she had to go through the motions of this stage. Although the world wasn't short of prodigies, like a 13-year-old who had passed a master's interview at a prestigious industrial university, even if she performed exceptionally, it wouldn't be a problem. However, she didn't want to draw too much attention. Earning some money and living happily with her family and best friend would be enough. If she had money, investing in cutting-edge technology would be even better. But currently many resources lacked Chinese translations and were only available in English books. Looks like I need to buy some vocabulary and grammar books and memorize them all. Then my English should improve significantly, right? A few days of headaches are worth it. In the classroom, Yan Xiaoqing, having finished his rounds, came to stand beside Shun Yu, observing the test paper in front of her. He was greatly curious. In just over 10 minutes, Shun Yu had already completed 2 pages. Excluding the initial listening section, her speed rivaled his own grading pace. After all, he was an English education major who had studied English for 4 years in college. Junior high questions were a breeze for him. But Shun Yu was just a student. How could she be so fast? He then lingered beside her, watching her work. As time passed, Yan Xiaoqing grew increasingly astonished. She hadn't made a single mistake. Without a doubt, just a few minutes later, after finishing the composition, Shun Yu had filled the entire paper front and back with densely packed words. Seeing that she didn't bother to check, though it seemed unnecessary, Yan Xiaoqing couldn't wait to see how she had fared on the earlier sections and her total score. He then spoke up, Shun Yu, since you're done, you can hand it in early. After handing in, you're free to move around. At Yan Xiaoqing's words, Lin Muan, who was only 1 page into her test and a meter away, lifted her head, her small mouth slightly agape. Her clear eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at Shun Yu. How is that possible? She finished so quickly. I've been working so hard these past few months. Hearing Yan Xiaoqing, Shun Yu stood up. Before leaving the classroom, she turned to glance at Shin Susu behind her, who was still deep in thought. It seems Susu only has a talent for music. In other areas, she's just an ordinary person. According to her own ability, she could at most get into a second-tier university, perhaps even a private one. With her dream of music demanding her time, she had even less time for studying, and her grades would only drop further. And with such a sharp mind, Shin Yu was determined not to follow Shin Susu to a mere second-tier university. That would be wasting her rebirth. She had to find a way to pull Shin Susu up. Based on her past life memories, the current recommendation policy hadn't changed. If they participated in a national team competition and brought Shin Susu along, if they achieved a ranking through independent university recruitment, theoretically Shin Susu could be directly elevated. Besides, she was just an art student. With other achievements, exceptional admission wasn't impossible, the impact would be minimal. Before long, while strolling aimlessly on the school playground, Shin Yu opened her phone's QQ. The first thing she saw was her cousin Shun Wen's latest space update, filled with melodramatic angst. God, why are you doing this to me? Below was a picture of a torrential downpour exuding a melancholic aura. At that age, people would post space updates whenever something happened, whether happy or sad. Shin Yu had done the same in her past life. But as she grew older, she would be too embarrassed to look back at them on some night, deleting them one by one. Only later did she regret it. Those were memories of her youth, and after deleting them, there was nothing left to reminisce about. However, in her past life, she didn't know when her cousin had broken up with Zheng Xiao. Maybe he was just posting because of some other situation. If she went to him, she'd probably get scolded. So she opened the chat with her cousin Shin Shui. Did cousin break up with Zheng Xiao? Not long after, her Nokia phone vibrated again, with Shun Cuy's QQ avatar blinking incessantly. How do you know that? Far away in Rongqing, Shun Shui, working at McDonald's, looked at the message with confusion. For the past half year, she had been working during the day and attending night school, exhausting herself. She now deeply regretted not having this drive during her school days. She would have gotten into high school. She had only learned about Shun Wen's situation last night, when her mother mentioned it on the phone after night school. Unfortunately, she had no money, or she would have pooled funds to treat Zheng Xiao. She really liked that hardworking girl from Yangyu province. Seeing that Shin Shui didn't answer directly, but asked how she knew, Shin Yu quickly replied, "Oh, don't ask how I know, just tell me. Is it true?" Plus the phone vibrated again. "Yes, but our family has no money, so what can we do?" Seeing this, Shin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In her past life, she didn't own a phone at this time, and paid no attention to such matters, only caring about playing video games. Thus she had no idea when Shun Wen and Zheng Xiao broke up, but fortunately she had caught up this time. Without replying to her cousin Shin Shui, she immediately opened her cousin's QQ chat window. "I have a way to gather Zheng Xiao's medical expenses, but you'll have to quit your job at the construction site afterward. They'll find you another job, and you must follow my arrangements." In the provincial capital of Yangyu province, a devastated Shun Wen hadn't gone to work for half a month, drowning himself in alcohol every day, bitterly hating his own poverty and incompetence. He watched helplessly as the woman he loved most slipped away, knowing that soon she would, under her parents' arrangements, marry a wealthy man who could cure her illness. In a few years, they would have a happy family and several adorable children. The thought sent a heart-wrenching pain through Shun Wen's chest, so intense it stole his breath. Outside the wooden door, nearing noon, his second aunt Zhang Xiaoxian, who had returned early to prepare lunch, looked helplessly at her only son. She also knew that Zheng Xiao was a good girl, beautiful and diligent, but her illness was a burden their family simply couldn't bear. Over the past 20-plus years, raising their son and daughter had already drained all their savings. It was only in recent years, after the children grew up, that they managed to save a few tens of thousands. But at the beginning of the month, they had taken Zheng Xiao to the hospital. The doctor said her condition was severe, and if not treated promptly, the next episode could be life-threatening. To cure her would require surgery, medication, and follow-up care costing at least 100,000. Where could they possibly scrape together that much money? It wasn't that they were heartless, they simply had no choice. Zhang Xiaoxian silently washed rice and prepared the meal, occasionally glancing at Shun Wen, hoping he would soon move on. His phone beeped. Numbly, he pulled it from his pocket and saw a message from his cousin Shin Yu. Still drunk, Shin Wen slowly opened the message box where the words were clearly displayed, "I have a way to gather Zheng Xiao's medical expenses." He let out a scoff. No one knew what he had endured over the past 10 days. Now he was numb with pain. Shin Yu might be a better student, but she was still just a student. She had no idea what 100,000 meant. With a monthly salary of just over 1,000 after deducting living expenses, he could save at most 10,000 a year. It would take over a decade to accumulate 100,000, assuming no illness struck. And if it did, everything would be lost. He typed a single word, "Go to hell," and sent it. Shun Wen didn't believe Shin Yu had any solution. When he was a student, he too thought that after graduation he would achieve great things. Making money, he believed, was easy. But after half a year working in a factory tightening screws and enduring double shifts, all his heroic dreams shattered. Reality dealt him a harsh blow. Money was so hard to earn. On the school playground, Shin Yu looked at the single character on her phone screen, a faint twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her cousin's personality hadn't changed at all, direct and blunt in words and actions, never flattering anyone. Indeed, under normal circumstances, Shun Yu had no way to help. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with mere words. It would take real money to resolve the issue. She quickly typed and sent several messages. "Are you just going to give up like this? Have you forgotten the nights you and Zheng Xiao sneaked off to play games at the internet cafe, and how she used her meal money to buy you cigarettes when you were broke? If you want to make things right, send me your bank card number right away." In Yangyu province, his phone beeped repeatedly, with QQ messages irritating Shun Wen. Already depressed and miserable, his cousin was now mocking him. He took another gulp of liquor, picked up his phone, unlocked it, and squinted at the screen. His dazed eyes suddenly widened. How could he ever think of giving up? But he was powerless. Without money, he could only watch his beloved fall ill, unable to save her. Perhaps it was better to listen to his parents and let her find a good match. However, with this thought, Shun, when almost instinctively pulled out his wallet from his inner pocket, took out his bank card, and sent the card number to his cousin Shin Yu. What if there was hope? Shunwen stared at his phone screen with desperate anticipation, not even noticing the spilled erguo beside him. After a moment his phone rang again. I'm still at school. After 1230 go to the bank and check your account. With a clatter the transparent erguo bottle rolled off the crude wooden table and shattered on the ground. Shunwen's eyes widened as he stared at the message on the screen. Was this real? Did he truly have hope of winning back Ishio? He shifted his gaze to the top left of the screen, noting the time, 1031. He shot up, ignoring his groggy head, and shuffled in his slippers toward the nearest gathering spot for motorcycle taxis. His place was somewhat remote and the nearest bank was in the city. Shunwen, it's almost noon. Where are you going? Zhang Xiaoxian's voice came from behind. She knew her son had been in low spirits lately. He hadn't worked for half a month and drank every day, but she said nothing. After all, she was keeping an eye on him, and nothing serious would happen. I'm going to the city. Shunwen didn't elaborate, he was tired of explaining. On the playground, Shinyu looked at her phone screen with an expression that said, just as I expected. As long as I can get Zheng Xiu back, I'll quit this bricklaying job I've been learning for 2 years. It was better to leave construction work behind. In his past life, her cousin worked construction, but often couldn't get his wages on time, only receiving living expenses monthly. The rest was delayed until the end of the year, and even then only 60 or 70% was paid. The remainder was again deferred to the next year, and the cycle continued indefinitely. As long as he kept working for the same boss, it was manageable. But once he left, Shunwen couldn't afford to travel across provinces or cities every month to track him down. And even if he did, there was no guarantee he'd find him. If the boss claimed he had no money, Shunwen could do nothing. As a laborer, if he didn't work, he didn't eat, so he couldn't outlast the boss. Eventually, he gave up in frustration, quit construction, and started driving for ride-hailing services. With the bell signaling the end of the second period, Yin Xiaoqing, who had just finished grading Shinyu's exam paper in the classroom, gasped. As a recent graduate, he was familiar with internet slang. Seeing the calculated score, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. So impressive. Aside from the essay, which was subjective and hard to justify with full marks, all the questions with fixed answers were correct. Nationwide exam papers varied. Some regions had a total score of 120, others 150, and Yangon Township belonged to the latter. With a full score of 150-90 was the passing line. Shenyu's unit test this time was at least 145. The essay itself left little to criticize, already exceptional for a middle school student in her view. Still, she couldn't award full marks lest Shin Yu grow complacent. She needed further refinement. So on the 20-point essay, she wrote 18. After collecting the papers and leaving the classroom, Lin Muwen pursed her lips, turned to stare at Shan Yu's seat, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Even after checking 3 times, she couldn't shake her anxiety. Shin Yu had handed in her paper early, and the teacher hadn't scolded her, but let her leave. In the past, anyone who submitted early would be met with a rebuke. Time isn't up yet. What are you handing in? Do you think you can get full marks? Check it twice more. Even last year, when teachers from other towns proctored early submitters, had to sit tight and weren't allowed out to play. The more she thought, the heavier her unease grew. Agitated Lin Muwen didn't even preview the next lesson during break. She just stared blankly at the empty desk before her. Outside the classroom, Shin Susu pulled out her pink phone, ready to contact her best friend. Opening QQ, she saw several friend requests in the pending section. Tapping on them, all were from unfamiliar boys, some from neighboring Yun Province, Guang Province, and even a few from northern regions. A slight frown creased her small, delicate face. Her QQ account, created at the phone store the day she bought her phone, had only Shun Yu as a friend. She hadn't told anyone, so no one should have known it. At first she was puzzled, but curiosity led her to accept one request to ask how he found her. Before they exchanged 2 words, he asked if she wanted an online romance, scaring Shinsusu into deleting him immediately. She was still too young for such things. With her chubby little hand, she rejected all friend requests, then found Shin Yu's chat window. Yu, where are you? I'm coming to find you. She didn't call directly, because chatting on QQ allowed her to save the conversation printed out as photo stacks, and put them in an album. After the college entrance exam, she'd give them to Shun Yu as a keepsake. Hee. A faint smile spread across Shinsusu's face at the thought. But a moment later, her phone vibrated. Under the osmanthus tree by the innermost ping-pong table. Seeing the message, Shinsusu tucked her phone away and headed northwest across the school grounds. Yangon Township Elementary, a combined primary and middle school, had once been large with over 2,000 students. But due to the town's poverty, many had migrated for work, and those who prospered took their children to study elsewhere. Coupled with the fact that most families in Yangon Township had only one child, the school now had a mere 300 students. The vast campus couldn't even fill its classrooms. Northwest of the school near the cafeteria stood rows of stony instrument ping-pong tables, over 20 in all. As class ended, a swarm of elementary students clutching worn-out paddles rushed toward the tables with quick strides. Yu, what are you looking at? The osmanthus hasn't bloomed yet. Shin Yu didn't answer directly, but glanced behind Shinsusu. The tables on this side were poor, some pitted, others chipped, so no students came here. Even private conversations could be held without fear of being overheard. Remember the netizen comment suggesting we re-record our songs and improve the accompaniment. So I found an arranger online, and this morning she agreed. Barring any surprises, we'll go to a real recording studio this weekend to record as official singers. Shinsusu's grip on her skirt tightened, a mix of nervousness and delight in her eyes. Are we about to become big stars like Jay Cho and JJ Lin? Little Shinsusu uttered almost naive words. Shin Yu couldn't help feeling speechless. Just 2 songs, and she dreamed of rivaling music industry titans. It took Jay Cho 4 years from debut to winning the World Music Award for Best-Selling Chinese Artist. No one knew the effort and sweat behind those years. Moreover, female singers naturally had a smaller audience than male ones. Success demanded even more effort. Still, it wasn't impossible. Shinsusu was young, and those legends would eventually age while she was in her prime. Becoming a big star wasn't limited to singing. The film industry offered paths to even internet celebrities. Internet celebrities were still celebrities. Though Shin Yu had little interest in stardom, preferring to be a behind-the-scenes backer or boss. This was Shinsusu's dream. So Shin Yu didn't interrupt her, but offered support. Everyone needed a dream. What was the difference between that and a salted fish? Susu, it's still early. She reached out with her fair, slender hand clasping Shinsusu's small one and looked down steadily into her eyes, her tone brimming with encouragement. This is our first album, our first step. Feeling the cool touch, Shinsusu knew it was normal between close friends, yet the warmth of being cared for filled her with joy and happiness. Shinsusu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, letting out an almost inaudible sound. It's our first step. She stressed the word our. On the other side of the playground, a dejected Lin Muin, unusually skipping her review, strolled the track with Chinshinshio. Muin, you need to ease up on that competitive streak. As they passed a crescent-shaped flower bed, a solitary pine tree stood tall within it, reaching the height of 2 people. Chinshinshio glanced at the lone pine. It was just like Lin Muin, growing independently, without any friends. You're already very impressive. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. As Chinshinshio spoke, her eyes subtly flickered to the corner of the other's eyes. Even in the morning when spirits were at their peak, even for the naturally beautiful Lin Muin, up close one could clearly see faint dark circles beneath those lovely eyes, forming shallow bags. Hearing Chinshinshio's words, Lin Muin shook her head vehemently, denying them. No, I must be first. A surge of defiance welled up in her heart. Since childhood, I've always been first. How could I possibly settle for second now? This isn't just for myself, it's for Mom too. Then the two fell silent, walking side by side on the track, while Lin Muin's thoughts drifted to the past. She had once been surpassed by those city kids, but through her own efforts, she had the last laugh in the end. No, if she had questions, she had to ask. That way she could also find out how far Shin Yu had previewed. Only by knowing her progress could she catch up and surpass her. Then her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, looking at the green trees, trying to relieve the fatigue of these days. What's this? Before she could look twice, she turned her head, and through the waist-high lawn spotted Shin Yu and Shinsusu under the osmanthus tree on the right. What are those two up to again? Lin Muin couldn't help but feel puzzled. In elementary school, she often saw good friends holding hands on the way home. But as they grew older, such scenes gradually disappeared. Yet here they were still playing that game. It seemed that ever since their relationship improved, Shin Yu and Shinsusu's grades had gotten better. Although Shinsusu's ranking hadn't risen as dramatically as Shin Yu's, it had still improved a bit. Could this really make grades better? Lin Muin couldn't help but look down at Shinshio's hand. Nails cut short, the hand fair and clean. After just one glance, Lin Muin shook her head, fiercely tossing out the unrealistic thoughts from her mind. What am I even thinking about? Friends only slowed down my learning. The next 2 classes were math and geography. Both teachers were old hands who simply read from the textbooks without any elaboration. Even for the math unit test, Gong Lin didn't schedule an exam. Instead, he handed out the test papers for everyone to take home as weekend homework. Geography was the same. After reading through the book, they handed out the papers. Once completed, they didn't even collect or grade them, as if they had forgotten. After all, teaching well or poorly didn't affect their salaries. They had no ambition to climb higher, had job security, and couldn't be fired unless they made a mistake. Teachers come and go, but students flow like water. Time slipped by like a stream, and before they knew it, the last 2 classes were over. Lin Muin took out her math book again, hesitated for a long time, and prepared to ask Shin Yu about her progress. Shinsusu from the back desk came straight to the front row and proactively helped Shin Yu put the books on her desk into the drawer. Let's go. Lin Muin watched their retreating figures, and a feeling of being ignored welled up inside her. She was the class monitor, the former top student. As their figures disappeared beyond the classroom door, Lin Muin's arms hung limply at her sides. She had always pursued a clear goal, but now, without knowing Shin Yoyu's progress, everything she did felt like a lone boat on a vast ocean, never seeing the shore. Lost and helpless. On the path home, Shin Yoyu said to Shinsusu, without turning her head, "Susu, let's walk faster. There's still stuff to do at noon." Huffing and puffing, Shinsusu with her short legs looked at Shin Yoyu's school uniform, as if she could see through it, the long legs that were much longer than hers, her heart full of resentment. "Your legs are longer than mine. One step of yours is two of mine, so of course you're fast." But Shinsusu didn't say it aloud. Instead, her face showed a hint of happiness, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. "My best friend is the prettiest." Still, Shinsusu gazed at Shin Yoyu's lovely back. Though it was still thin, as if fragile, and unable to bear any weight, she knew Shin Yoyu was incredibly capable. Should she ask Yoyu to carry her? Huffing and puffing, after much deliberation, Shinsusu ultimately didn't say it, because she knew that unless there was a special reason, Shin Yoyu definitely wouldn't agree. Although Yoyu still owed her a favor, she decided not to use it on something so trivial. She would save it. The road that normally took over 20 minutes under their full effort took just over 10 minutes for each to return home. Su Yifang sat on the rattan chair at the door, her murky eyes looking strangely at Shun Yoyu at the top of the slope, then at the clock on the wall. Before, she usually got home around 12:20, but now it was only a little past 10. Why are you back so early today? The meal is ready in the pot. Wait a moment, I'll scoop it out for you." Shin Yoyu saw Su Yifang stand up to go inside. "Grandma, just leave it on the table to cool down. I'll eat it in a bit." With that, she pushed open her bedroom door, walked to the bed, quickly turned on the computer, and logged into the bank website. This era already had online banking, though it wasn't widespread. She opened her phone, looked at the chat history with Chu Nianxing, and directly transferred 100 yuan. "I've sent it. See you Saturday morning." In Shanning County, Chu Nianxing, pulling her suitcase and sitting in the park, stared blankly at the message on her phone. Unbidden thoughts arose in her mind. Originally, she had just wanted to wait a bit. Since she had no job anyway, if she met a boss who wasn't short on money, doing a side gig to earn some rent wouldn't be bad. Who would have thought it was real? And they even reimbursed travel expenses. Then Chu Nianxing thought of those news stories about girls being tricked into going to the mountains under the pretense of job hunting, only to vanish without a trace. For a moment, she felt inexplicably scared. Then she stomped her foot. Anyway, the agreement was to go to Hannan City to find a recording studio. She would only get on the bus to the city. If anything seemed off, she would scream for help. She was in. But first, she had to withdraw that 100 yuan. Today, she spent a few dollars on meals, and she still needed to find lodging. With only a little over 200 yuan left in her pocket, she couldn't keep sleeping at the internet cafe forever, as there was no place to bathe there. She had already planned out the next few days' sleep at the internet cafe for the first few nights. Cheaper to stay overnight, and on the last night, check into a hotel to freshen up properly and put on some makeup. For the interview, she needed to make a good impression on the boss. Dragging her suitcase, Chu Nianxing in her flat shoes walked toward the nearby bank. Meanwhile, Shin Yoyu, who had just transferred money to Chu Nianxing, took out a shield from the drawer and plugged it into her laptop. At this time, for large transfers, simply entering the password wouldn't suffice. The shield was required. She entered the password, the shield glowed with a faint blue light, and the computer displayed a successful verification. Then she opened the chat history with Shun1 and entered the bank account number and branch information. When it came to inputting the transfer amount, Shin Yoyu hesitated. She only knew that treating Zheng Xiu would cost over 100,000 yuan, but she wasn't sure of the exact amount. Money could be earned again, but if a person was gone, they were truly gone. As for her cousin Shun1's character, after experiencing so many years in her past life, she understood him thoroughly. He was the kind of honest, straightforward person who, if you showed him kindness, would remember your favor forever. Such people were rare in modern society. Moreover, at her current age, she wasn't comfortable using someone else's information to register a company, as the legal representative's power was too great. Saying the word loyalty to family might sound unpleasant, but in Shun Yu's view, using 200,000 yuan to secure two people who would work for her wholeheartedly was an extremely worthwhile deal. Besides, given their personalities, they would surely scrimp and save from their salaries to repay her. It was just an advance on a few years' wages. She pressed her index finger on the numeric keypad and entered 200,000 yuan. She clicked confirm. A few seconds later, the computer screen flickered. Transfer successful. She opened QQ on her phone and found Shun1's chat window. Her slender, fair hands typed quickly on the keys. "The money has been transferred. Don't ask me where it came from. You just need to know that you can win back the girlfriend you've been dating for years. You no longer have to watch helplessly as she marries someone else. After everything is done, I'll tell you where the money came from. Don't worry, it's clean. Use it with peace of mind, and remember to keep this confidential." Far away in Yangyu province, Shun Wen had long, unkempt hair that hadn't been trimmed in over 10 days, and his beard was unshaven. He sat alone on a flower bed outside the bank, his face full of sorrow as he chain-smoked. In front of him lay dozens of cigarette butts and an empty pack. Behind him at the bank entrance, 2 security guards stood with shields and batons watching Shun Wen warily. The reason? This guy wasn't withdrawing or depositing money, he just sat there at the bank entrance smoking endlessly, looking utterly despondent. It was just too strange. An old-fashioned domestic phone in his pocket vibrated. Shun Wen quickly pulled it out, his face filled with hope. Regardless of the outcome, he didn't want to lose Zheng Xiao. The money has been transferred. Seeing these words, Shun Wen's previously hopeless expression suddenly turned to joy, but it was quickly followed by deep worry. He feared that his cousin might have done something wrong. After all, over 100,000 yuan was an enormous sum for his family. When Zheng Xiao had first been diagnosed, he had wanted to take out a loan from the bank without telling his parents to cure her, so they could repay the debt together and strive for a future together. Unfortunately, he had no car, no house, no savings, no social security, and no salary history. The bank wouldn't lend to him. That was when he truly understood how hard it was to come by money. He scrolled up through the chat history. Use the money with confidence. Seeing this, the heavy stone in Shun Wen's heart finally lifted. Regardless of the process, he believed that his cousin wouldn't deceive him about something like this. Then he took out his wallet and walked to the ATM at the entrance. He inserted his card to verify how much had been transferred. As Shun Wen entered the small ATM booth, the 2 security guards at the bank entrance immediately tensed up. They exchanged a glance, their unspoken thoughts clear in their expressions. Acting on instinct, they quickly rushed toward the booth, shields and batons in hand. Just as the 2 guards started running, Shun Wen had already entered his password and was staring at the number on the screen. A full 200,000 yuan. 6 digits, 5 zeros. Shun Wen wasn't stunned, dazed, or shocked. At this moment, he was incredibly calm and expressionless. He quickly lit up his phone and dialed the familiar number he remembered. He had to tell Zheng Xiao the good news: I have money. I can cure your illness. He couldn't wait a single second. It was just like the catchphrase they used to say when they secretly went to the internet cafe together at night to play games. I win. I win. As everyone knows, those who truly want to win show no emotion on their faces. Meanwhile, the 2 bank guards had reached the door. Through the glass, they watched Shun Wen using the machine calmly and exchanged puzzled looks. Had they been overreacting? Then, seeing Shun Wen pull out his card and about to turn around, the 2 quickly pretended to be on guard duty, standing at the ATM entrance. Hello. A female voice came through the phone, but her tone was filled with helplessness and bitterness, and there seemed to be an argument going on in the background. I have money. I can afford your medical bills. Where are you? He'll come get you. He'll take you to see a doctor. Upon hearing the voice of the person he had been longing for day and night, Shun Wen could no longer contain himself and shouted excitedly and rapidly. On the other end of the line, perhaps because the words came too fast to be understood, or because she couldn't believe the truth of the statement, she asked again. What did you say? I have money. I can cure your illness. Hearing this, Zheng Xiao far away in the mountain village could no longer hold back her tears. They fell in large drops. On, is what you're saying true? It's true, absolutely true. Tell me quickly, where are you? Zheng Xiao suddenly sat up in bed, her gaze fixed on the wattle fence. Through the mottled holes, it was as if she could pierce through the layers of distance and see her parents' figures on the other side of the wall. Her parents couldn't come up with over 100,000 yuan either. Her family was even poorer than the Shin family. Besides herself, she had a younger sister and a younger brother, one in middle school, one in elementary school. I'm at home in the village. But you can't come to our house right now. 2 days ago, when she learned of her parents' decision, she was reluctant, but when her parents found out, they scolded her. Are you following that poor boy waiting to die? He can't even protect your life. That retort left her completely speechless. Zheng Xiao did not reveal the cruel truth. Her parents, in order to cure her illness, had arranged for her to marry a man who was 20 years her senior and had lost both legs. Only by marrying him would he provide the tens of thousands needed for her treatment. She had no way to refuse. If she did, the next time she fainted might be her last. Yet a glimmer of hope arose. She resolved that in the afternoon, while her parents went to negotiate with that family, she would slip away unnoticed. She would just wrap her scarf a few more times, covering her nose and mouth. Then, gazing at the door left slightly ajar, she whispered into her phone. He'll go to the county town. Meet me at the internet cafe we usually go to. A moment later, in the provincial city, Shun Wen hung up the phone, his expression brimming with excitement, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The feeling of having something lost and found again made him want to laugh out loud. But now was not the time for laughter. The most important thing was to pick up his girlfriend. He had to rush to the train station to buy tickets. As Shun Wen quickly walked away, the 2 security guards at the entrance exchanged glances. One of them suddenly realized, so that's it. I understand now. Back in the day when I was young, I had a girl like that too. Alas, what a pity. Shun Yuyu, who was about to turn off his phone after the transfer, glanced at the browser tab, and on a whim logged into the ringtone website he hadn't visited in ages. He had to check his earnings. He had been spending recklessly lately, originally having over $1 million, he was now down to just over 800,000. Opening his personal dashboard, he saw that A Little Sweet had a total subscription count of 2.41 million. Growth had stalled, almost reaching its peak. Most who wanted to hear it had already listened last month, with subsequent subscriptions increasing by only over 7.0, a growth rate of less than 50%. The Wind Rises fared even worse, gaining only 6.0, a mere one-third increase. Its total subscription count was a paltry 380,000. The top of the charts featured songs like Blue and White Porcelain, Above the Moon, Wait a Minute, and Autumn Never Returns. Looking at the giants on the leaderboard, Shin Yo-yu felt a bit dazed. J. Cho, Phoenix Legend. These were titans clashing, even a scrap of their success could crush him. His own dismal data had fallen out of the top 100. Only when users grew tired of their current ringtones and wanted a change did they subscribe to his. Otherwise it would be even worse. It was predictable that next month might not only see no growth, but possibly a decline. Indeed, making money required seizing every moment. In just a few days, everything had changed drastically. Fortunately, he had found an arranger online in advance. If nothing unexpected happened this week, he could upload 2 more songs. If managed well, he might even sell a few albums. That afternoon, walking along the dirt road, Shin Yo-yu turned to Shin Susu and asked, "Susu, what if one day I use up all your money?" Huh? Shin Susu tilted her head, her waist-length twin ponies swaying with the motion. "My money is your money, Yo-yu. Use it as you wish." After saying this, Shin Susu seemed to recall something and chuckled before continuing. "Anyway, our family has land. With your strength, Yo-yu, I'm sure you won't let me starve." Hearing this, Shin Yo-yu muttered under his breath, "What do you mean with my strength? I won't let you starve." Then he reached out and gently patted Shin Susu's head. "But I definitely won't let you go hungry." Feeling the cool touch on her head, Shin Susu, walking beside him, couldn't help but narrow her eyes. "Yu's hands are really cold." Shin Yo-yu paid no attention to this, merely thinking that Shin Susu was a good girl unlike other children. In his past life during the new year, he had encountered relatives' kids. Back then, as a high school junior, his father gave him 20 yuan as pocket money. That same day, he bought a large sundae from Mishua. The 5th grader from that family also wanted one. Generously, Shin Yo-yu even threw in an extra yuan to buy one for each of the 2 brothers. Later that evening, they paraded around his living room with a large bag of cookies, at least a pound or 2. Jokingly, he asked for one to share. To his surprise, they immediately said, "These are ours, we won't give you any," and then complained to their parents that he was trying to take their food. This infuriated him. When he argued with his own parents, they scolded him, saying, "Don't snatch things. Let your younger brothers have them." Lacking evidence, he proposed installing a surveillance camera at home the next day, but they refused. This truly upset the younger version of him. But Shin Susu was different. Back then, when a street vendor had only one guacamole stuffed with cold noodles, she let him buy and eat it. When there was only one lollipop, they shared it equally. She even let him use her money freely. Compared to Shin Susu, other people's children were simply unworthy. That afternoon, there were no major subjects, just biology, music, and history. Except for the music class, where Kong Yoichi cast a strange glance at Shin Yo-yu and Shin Susu a couple of times. The other classes were not core subjects. The teachers were seasoned veterans, so they simply read from the textbooks and wrapped up hastily. School ended early, just before 5 in the afternoon. As for evening self-study, there was none. Not just in Shin Yu's class, but throughout the entire middle school. Due to a past incident involving a student, the school had become cautious. Compared to the benefits of extra classes and improved grades, student safety was more important. Thus, evening self-study was canceled. They were to head home before dark. At the school gate, a crowd of students rushed straight across the street to the small shop run by Su Igwa and his wife. The reason was simple: Su Igwa taught both middle and elementary school. Students who frequently shopped at his store were often given leeway, even if they made mistakes, and punishments were lighter. Don't underestimate the kids, they may lack experience, but they aren't stupid. Plus, his shop was the closest and had the widest variety. So as soon as school let out, it was packed. Just as Shin Yo-yu was about to turn and head home, Shin Susu glanced at the shop, then looked down at him and asked, "Yo-yu, do you want anything to eat? They'll buy it for you." Shin Yu's gaze fell on the shop from his memory. On the long table outside hung various toys priced at 50 cents, while boxes by the door held snacks, also costing 50 cents each. In Yangon Township at that time, most snacks were 50 cents a pack. Things like One Scallion, Godly Chef Xiafugui, The Adventures of Little Carp, and similar packaged treats. There were also 1-cent items like a single large bubble gum or other small trinkets. In short, you got what you paid for. Then, with bright eyes slightly lowered, the little girl Shin Susu had already pulled a 50 yuan note from her pocket, holding it tightly, as if to say, "Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat, I won't let you go hungry." Unfortunately, in this life, he seemed unable to tolerate spicy food, rarely eating chili peppers, let alone spicy snacks. Shin Yo-yu said helplessly, "I don't want any. Go ahead and buy something, I'll wait for you." Looking at Shun Yu's expression, Shin Susu lowered her head with a trace of disappointment and replied with a soft, "Oh." Then she handed the school bag to the person before her. "Oh, go buy it then." With that she trotted off, squeezing through the crowd to purchase snacks. Standing alone, Shin Yu took out her phone and glanced at it. As usual, there were no messages, and Shun still hadn't replied. At this thought, a faint smile curved at the corner of her lips as she chuckled inwardly. This cousin of hers, it seemed, had gone off to chase after Zheng Xiao. As for the specifics, Shin Yu could only pray for his success. Zheng Xiao was truly a good girl. She tapped through various apps, but not a single red dot appeared, leaving her feeling an itch of restlessness. Back then, phone apps didn't have such red dots. In her past life, Shin Yu would wake up each morning and immediately open every app, checking for those little red notifications. Even a single comment or like could keep her entertained for half a day. But now there was nothing. After browsing a few web pages, Shin Yu dejectedly turned off her phone and slipped it back into her pocket. In just half a minute, Shin Susu had already pushed through the bustling crowd and successfully bought what she wanted. Shin Yu found it strange. How had that group of students let the frail short Susu cut in line? As if reading her confusion, Shin Susu, clutching the cola in both hands, explained, "I waved a 50 yuan bill and shouted for a large bottle of cola." Teacher Su just reached out his long arm, took the money with one hand and the cola with the other. Cash and goods exchanged cleanly. Shin Yu's usually cool expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Could it really be done that way? Was it because Susu was a big spender that she had a VIP lane? She then looked up at Su Igua, who was busy in the small shop constantly collecting red 5 mao notes with an occasional 1 yuan bill thrown in. 1 yuan bills even required giving change of 5 mao. No wonder. If it were me, I'd do the same. Who would turn down money? On the dirt path, Shin Susu was holding an 888 milliliter bottle of ice-cold Coca-Cola, gulping it down straight from the mouth. Ever since they had money, Shin Susu never touched those 5 mao small sodas again. They didn't taste good at all. Gulp, gulp, burp. With a slight roll of her fair throat, the little girl Shin Susu let out a long burp, then looked down at the bottle, seeing there was still a small half left. A thought flickered in her eyes. She pushed the cola bottle to the left, shoving it beside Shin Yu. Walking along, Shin Yu suddenly saw a pair of small hands appear before her, holding a half-drunk cola. Without thinking, she asked, "What's up?" "Yu, I can't finish it. Can you help me drink it?" Hearing Shin Susu's words, Shin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to stare at her. She couldn't believe such a foolish remark had come from Shin Susu's mouth. A series of thoughts raced through her mind. If you can't finish it, just throw it away. What do you mean, help me drink it? We're not short of a few bucks now. The daily interest on our savings alone is more than that. Shin Yu was utterly speechless. If she weren't holding her school bag in one hand and her phone in the other, she would have knocked Susu on the head. If you can't finish it, just throw it away. Hearing this, Shin Susu only let out an eh. The teacher said waste is shameful and thrift is honorable. With that, Susu lowered her head, kicking at the weeds on the ground as she muttered softly to herself. "Yu, are you teaching me to be wasteful?" Just as Shin Yu had finished rolling her eyes, she caught Susu's muttering and stopped in her tracks, a glimmer flashing in her eyes as she stared at the girl ahead. "What did you say? Yu, are you teaching me to be wasteful?" Shin Susu raised her voice, slightly lifting her head to gaze directly at Shin Yu. Shin Yu was at a loss for words. Though they were indeed well off now, Susu was still young and couldn't develop such a habit of extravagance. If she was taught well in childhood, as long as her nature was good, even if she grew up wealthy and wasted a little, it would be within limits and not spiral out of control. But if she started with small waste now, wouldn't she waste even more as an adult? Shin Susu, who might become a big star in the future, absolutely couldn't have such a bad habit. Becoming a big star was Shin Susu's wish, and becoming a normal beneficial star to society was their shared dream. Reluctantly, she took the half bottle of cola. Though it was called a small half since Susu had bought a large bottle, there was still at least 300 milliliters left. There was no way she could take it home to drink. She might explain it to Susu, but at her place it was absolutely inexplicable. In Su Yifeng's perception, she had never given her any pocket money. If she bought a drink, she would only suspect she had stolen it. Finding money wasn't that easy. She couldn't even get too close to the village. If neighbors saw her, they would tattletale and play the good guy. Shin Yu had experienced this in her past life. Later, like spitting out beans, she had to explain by revealing the wild herbs she had secretly dug up on the mountain. As expected, she got a beating and was lectured, "If you don't study well, you go messing with these crooked paths." Taking the cola, Shin Yu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes darted left and right, seeing no one in the fields. Under Shin Susu's expectant gaze, she unscrewed the cap, took a deep breath, and then tilted her fair neck back. Gulp, gulp. Her throat moved gently with each swallow. A few drops of cola spilled from the corner of her mouth, dripping onto her white short-sleeved shirt underneath. In a few gulps, Shin Yu finished the remaining cola. Before she could even screw the cap back on, a surge of air rose from her chest, and her mouth opened involuntarily. Burp. Huh. From ahead came the sound of Shin Susu covering her mouth with a quiet laugh. After the burp, Shen Yuyu shot a fierce glare at Susu, putting on a very stern expression. What are you laughing at? Susu, who had been bending over in secret laughter, immediately clamped her hand over her mouth, lowering her head to stare at the weeds on the ground, saying nothing, afraid that Yuyu would take her anger out on her. Shin family village had no trash cans, let alone garbage dumps. So Shen Yuyu tightened the bottle cap and casually tossed the bottle onto the ground in the most conspicuous spot. In the countryside, this wasn't really considered littering. After all, if an elderly person saw it, they would pick it up, store it at home, and wait for the recycling collector to come and sell it. But before they had even eaten, their stomachs were already filled with the bubbles from the cola. In the evening, before the sky had darkened, Shin Yuyu looked helplessly at the large bowl of noodles before her, topped with a perfectly round fried egg floating on the surface. At that moment, her stomach was filled with nothing but the carbonation from the cola she had drunk. Seeing Shin Yuyu hesitate to pick up her chopsticks, Su Yifang couldn't help but remind her, "Yua, eat more. Put on some weight." What could she say? That she was full from drinking cola and couldn't eat? Just then, from the corner of the courtyard, a voice clearly reached Shen Yu's ears. "I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I drank cola this afternoon and am full. I can't eat anymore." Then an elderly patient voice followed. "Susu, you'll be hungry again after the water settles. Have a little more." Listening to the distant voices, Shin Yuyu sighed. This Shin Susu. The next day, on a dirt road, Shin Yuyu stood deftly behind Shin Susu, pulling out the previous day's homework from her pink backpack. Since the day they made up, Shin Yuyu had never again written a single assignment for 7th grade. He understood that everyone's handwriting was different. The teachers could tell at a glance that it wasn't his work. Shin Yuyu now possessed two distinct handwriting styles, one from his past life, sharp and incisive, and one from his current life, delicate and petite. Shin Susu's handwriting, on the other hand, was round and square. With so few students in the class, it was naturally impossible for the teachers not to notice. However, since Shen Yu's grades now ranked at the top, they had no reason to nitpick over such trivial details. As long as he could maintain the top spot and secure their bonuses, that was all that mattered. Few people were born with a spirit of dedication. Those who acted for personal gain formed the majority. At 8:55 minutes before class, the two once again arrived at the classroom just in time. Shin Yuyu returned the backpack to Shin Susu, then slung his own Mickey Mouse backpack over one shoulder and headed to the center of the front row. Following behind, Shin Susu dropped her cute expression, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with seriousness as she scanned the third row, searching for any visible tangible clues. Let them see what happens when they bully Yuyu. Satisfied, she withdrew her gaze and followed Shen Yu's example, slinging the large backpack over one shoulder and heading toward her own seat. As soon as she lifted it, Shin Susu felt something was off. So heavy. The books she had brought home yesterday included not only homework, but also various reference materials. I should have asked Yuyu to take them and put them on my desk, since I sit right behind him anyway. But seeing the whole class in front of her, Shin Susu gritted her teeth and endured, trudging toward her seat. Since the Yangon Township Elementary School had never offered English classes, the students' performance was poor. Thus, English lessons took up the largest share of the weekly schedule. The school planned to compensate for time with intensity. Whether a bucket could be filled depended on the shortest plank. Though the analogy wasn't perfect, it accurately depicted the student's situation. Everyone had learned Chinese and math since elementary school, and most scored above the passing line. Raising a score of 140 by a few points was as difficult as reaching the heavens, while improving a score of 20 or 30 by several dozen points was effortless. So the first two classes were naturally Yin Xiaocheng's English lessons. Watching Yin Xiaocheng walk and carrying test papers and small gift, Shen Yuyu couldn't help but ponder. As expected of a fresh graduate, so ruthless. If it were the older teachers, they would all make excuses, not because they were unwilling, but because their bodies were old and couldn't handle it. I heard he even volunteered to take on extra classes. This scene was reminiscent of those workers who didn't ask for overtime pay and willingly worked extra hours purely out of dedication. However, Yin Xiaocheng could clearly see his future path. By being rated an excellent teacher, he could secure a permanent position, a raise, and better benefits. He might even have a chance to be transferred to the city, which was far better than those workers who toiled in vain outside. Ahem. Yin Xiaocheng cleared his throat, standing at the podium, looking down at Shen Yuyu and Lin Muan in the front row. After class yesterday, during the break, he had taken out Lin Muan's test paper and graded it early. As expected, Lin Muan had made significant progress. It was truly beyond his expectations. Although she had consistently ranked first in the class last year, her scores mostly hovered around 120. A score of 120-something seemed decent, 10 points ahead of the second-place student, but it was only good within the mountains. When compared to the top classes in the county, it was near the bottom. But after Shin Yuyu took the top spot, Lin Muan felt the pressure, and her scores jumped to 130, then 130-something, until now reaching 140. Although she might not match the students with strong foundations in the city, she could now rank among the top in the surrounding townships. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaoqing's perpetually tense face relaxed a little. It wasn't in vain that he had stayed up late grading papers yesterday. They'll hand out the papers. Come up when your name is called. Here it comes. The entire classroom fell silent. Unlike the students in the back rows worrying about punishment, Shun Yu's desk mate was anxious about whether she could get first place. She had been waking up at dawn every day to memorize words and grammar for this moment. Shin Yoyu 147. Hearing that the first name called wasn't hers, Lin Yuan's hopeful expression froze on her face. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Shun Yoyu as he stood up. It wasn't me. Lin Yuan 140. After calling once, Yan Xiaoqing saw that Lin Yuan hadn't moved, lost in thought, so he called again, Lin Yuan 140. At the second call, Lin Yuan snapped out of it, stood up, and walked forward to take the paper. Head bowed, eyes red, she sat back in her seat, staring at the red crosses on the paper. Shin Xinxiu 125. Shin Susu 104. Shin Yu 85. Wang Haonan 66. As Yan Xiaoqing distributed the papers from the podium, Shun Yuyu keenly heard faint sobbing beside him. He wondered who was crying in the classroom. Turning slightly, he saw Lin Yuan's shoulders trembling slightly, as if she was holding something back. No way. This girl, I clearly remember that in her past life her grades hovered around 120. In this life, she's jumped to 140, and she's still not satisfied. Although he sympathized with the crying girl, especially a pretty one, letting her win on purpose was absolutely out of the question. It was normal for a young girl to face setbacks. Otherwise, when she grew up and entered society, no one would indulge her. In fact, they would trample on her to climb up. Those people played rough. Thinking this, Shin Yoyu sighed. Too rigid and you break easily. As the bell rang, Yan Xiaoqing walked out of the classroom with his teaching materials and English textbook. At her seat, Shin Yoyu toyed with a pink rabbit hair clip, the prize for achieving first place. The top student could choose an item first, and this rabbit clip, soft pink and lovely, caught her eye. As for the second place winner, Shin Yoyu glanced curiously at her deskmate Lin Yuan, who had her arms crossed and her head buried on the desk, only her jet black high ponytail visible. She hadn't taken anything, and Yan Xiaoqing hadn't asked her to choose. Even the third place student had received something. Strange. At the door, Chen Xinxiu witnessed this scene and seemed to understand something, her eyes dimming slightly. Yuan. Then, as if grasping the truth, she turned and hurried up the stairs to the second floor. Yoyu, that clip is so pretty. Can I try it on? Shin Susu had just placed her books for the next class on the desk when she saw Shun Yoyu fiddling with the rabbit clip. She had hair clips too, but they were bought by her grandmother, black and ugly. Seeing Shun Susu leaning on the desk staring intently at the clip in her hand, Shin Yoyu felt a bit speechless. Yours are pretty enough, aren't they? Last time she shopped online, besides clothes, she also bought hairpins to match her hanfu. Don't think she hadn't noticed. Those items were far more beautiful than this plastic clip. Still, Shin Yoyu looked at the clip in her hand, then gently pinned it onto Shin Susu's twin-tailed hair. So cute. Hearing Shin Yu's words, Shin Susu's face lit up with joy. Yoyu praised me. She quickly pulled out her phone, opened the front camera, and checked her reflection. A pink little rabbit adorned her dark hair. Hee, it really looks good. Then she sat beside Shin Yoyu, stretching her right hand forward with the phone. Her left arm first wrapped around Shun Yu's slender waist, but realizing it wouldn't show in the photo, she moved it to Shun Yu's shoulder, forming a peace sign with a slight smirk. Just as she was about to press the shutter, she noticed Shin Yoyu wasn't paying attention, absorbed in her own incomprehensible book. She nudged closer. Yoyu, cooperate. Hearing the voice beside her, Shun Yoyu finally looked up. A trace of helplessness flickered across her cool features. She reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, displaced from reading, then turned her gaze to the camera. Seeing Shun Yoyu ready, Shin Susu quickly flashed a peace sign on her shoulder. Geez. Just as she pressed the shutter, the previously noisy classroom fell into dead silence. Shin Susu's heart skipped a beat. This feeling. It was like a teacher had arrived. She immediately turned to the door, saw Jiang Jinsong entering, panicked, and quickly put away her phone, pretending to study by looking down at Shin Yu's desk. But what is all this? I don't understand. Jiang Jinsong felt a bit surprised. Shin Susu had a phone at such a young age. Phones weren't cheap in this era. However, he didn't say much. She wasn't playing during class and her grades hadn't suffered. In fact, they'd improved slightly. He had more important matters now. He strode over to Lin Yuan, gently tapped her desk, and spoke softly. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Hearing the teacher's voice, Lin Yuan finally lifted her head. The bags under her eyes were heavier than before, clearly visible even in the early morning. Jiang Jinsong sighed inwardly. Come with me. As the two left the classroom, the calm room buzzed with noise again. No one paid attention to what had happened. The youths only cared about how to play during break. Shin Yoyu frowned at the empty desk, hoping this experience would soften Lin Yuan's temperament. The following classes were 2 math sessions and 1 Chinese. Unsurprisingly, after over a month, the first unit of every subject had been taught. Unit tests were about to begin, but instead of at school, blank papers were handed out for the weekend. Shin Yoyu found it a bit ridiculous. No wonder in her past life her classmates' grades had plummeted and few even made it to high school. It wasn't that fewer people attended high school, but the data was falsified. Those who truly passed could be counted on two hands. The rest bought their way into private schools. Private high schools counted as high school as long as they were admitted. In her past life, Shin Yoyu had also been short by a dozen points. Luckily, her family had money then, and she paid her way in. Behind her, Shin Susu's small face was full of worry as she stared at the stack of test papers on the desk plus other assignments, and then Yu's share. These 2 days, she probably wouldn't be able to play with Yoyu, and would have to stay up late. After a biology class, seeing another blank test paper on the desk, Shin Susu wore a look of utter despair, staring blankly at the blackboard ahead. It seemed the teachers had conspired to hand out all the first month's test papers for the weekend. Though besides the main subjects the others likely wouldn't be checked, the boys in the back rows never did them. But there were still Shin Yu's papers. Time passed to Friday. The last class in the morning was a rare physical education session. Instead of watching the boys play basketball, Shin Yoyu sat with Shin Susu on the lawn across from the cafeteria. The lawn was crescent-shaped, split in the middle by a winding cobblestone path. On the right, another group played a jumping game. One person bent over while others took turns vaulting over them. Whoever failed became the new prop. On the left, only Shin Yoyu and Shin Susu sat facing each other with a pair of little white shoes beside them. Susu, what will people think if they see this? Shin Susu in her socks stretched her legs out in front of her. After a lap of running and pee, she complained it was too hot and insisted on airing them out. Looking down at her own slender little legs, fair and tender though short, perfectly proportioned, Shin Yoyu thought they'd attract a crowd of admirers on Douyin a decade later. She shook her head, casting aside thoughts from her past life. Susu, remember to tell your family when you get home today that we're going out tomorrow. We need to go to the city. Shin Susu, who was busy scrolling through her phone, immediately lifted her head. Having not mentioned this matter for several days, she had nearly forgotten about it. In an instant her face was brimming with delight. She could go out and play with Yoyu again. How wonderful. But her joy lasted only a few seconds before she recalled the homework assigned by the teacher days ago, and her expression instantly stiffened. What about the homework? There was so much of it. Impossible to finish in just one day. The thought of not being able to go out with Shin Yoyu sent her little mind racing. Within moments, she suddenly recalled Lin Yuan, whom she had encountered last time, while delivering the Chinese homework, and her eyes sparkled with an idea. Yoyu, I'm going to the classroom. With that, she quickly got up and dashed toward the classroom. Watching Shin Susu hastily put on her shoes and sprint toward the classroom, Shin Yoyu promptly called out a reminder. Hey Susu, slow down, don't fall. Panting heavily, Shin Susu stood outside the door. She noticed that the bottommost layer of the glass was blocked by books which were used to shield against the sun. Being too short to see inside, she couldn't help but tiptoe. Sure enough, she was there. Everyone else in the class had gone out to play, leaving Lin Yuan alone, still studying. She still dreams of surpassing Yoyu. What a fantasy. My Yoyu is the best, strong, talented in singing, and excellent in her studies. Then with a thudding sound, she ran into the classroom and pulled out several test papers from her desk, covering all subjects except English. The tiny Shin Susu walked straight up to Lin Yuan. Slap. She slammed the stack of test papers onto Lin Yuan's desk. Lin Yuan, who had been solving problems in her draft notebook, was momentarily stunned by the scene, her mind struggling to catch up. What did this Shin Susu want? In just a few seconds, she snapped out of it, shot up from her seat, and slammed her pen heavily onto the table, her fair face flushed with fury. What was she trying to do? Was she going to imitate those delinquent students and bully her? Force her to do her homework? She should think again. She was so small and frail. Even if Lin Yuan gave her one hand, she wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing Lin Yuan stand up, her face contorted with anger, Shin Susu didn't say much. She tiptoed, barely reaching Lin Yuan's chin. Feeling a deep sense of inadequacy, she stopped looking at Lin Yuan and instead pointed at the test papers, speaking matter-of-factly, do these for me. Hearing Shin Susu actually utter such words, Lin Yuan, who had previously harbored a sliver of goodwill toward her, instantly cast aside any semblance of classmate camaraderie. She clenched her fair hands, her chest heaving violently. Clearly Shin Susu had infuriated her. Despite her diminutive stature, she deliberately put on an air of arrogance and ordered her around. If it were a boy, she could just report him to the teacher, but this short girl. Shin Susu. Lin Yuan lowered her gaze, biting her lower lip, her pale cheeks flushed crimson from suppressed rage. Her voice, though deliberately lowered, still carried the softness of a young girl, yet it was as cold as winter. Slap. Before Lin Yuan's anger could peak, Shin Susu quickly pulled a bright red object from her pocket and flung it onto Lin Yuan's desk, placing it right on the draft notebook she had been using for practice. For a moment Lin Yuan was stunned, her beautiful eyes fixed on the object covering the math problem, then she looked down at Shin Susu. The anger that had been simmering within her suddenly gave way to a dry sensation in her throat. She desperately needed money. Although before the new year she had forcibly taken her mother to the hospital, and the doctor had said she was fine, it was something she had always wanted to do, but never had the money for. It wasn't until the school issued a scholarship that she could take her mother for a checkup. Fortunately, everything was fine. But that didn't mean she no longer needed money. What if her mother fell ill again? Would she have to wait for another school scholarship? She couldn't wait that long. Slap. Shinsusu looked up at Lin Yuen, who stood motionless, and pulled another bright red object from her pocket, placing it on top of the previous one. Double the amount. Based on what she had overheard outside the office that day, Lin Yuen was in dire need of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked the English teacher to convert the reward into cash. Such a humiliating request was something Shinsusu could never bring herself to make. She knew a bit about Lin Yuen. She had been a class monitor since elementary school. On the surface, she treated her classmates politely and responded when spoken to, but Shinsusu understood that it was merely her duty as a monitor and a classmate. In reality, Lin Yuen harbored a certain pride. Like the imperial consort seen in TV dramas. Though the analogy might be a bit off, Shinsusu knew it was close enough. That Lin Yuen would utter such a shameful thing that day suggested something serious. Shinsusu didn't know what Lin Yuen was going through, but one thing was certain: she was desperate for money. Then she spoke. Lin Yuen, I know you need money badly. Do these for me, and I'll give it to you. There will be more later. With that, Shinsusu pulled another note from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yuen. Seeing the object in Shinsusu's hand, Lin Yuen's clear willow leaf-shaped eyes widened abruptly. She murmured, her lips parting unconsciously. Having spent her entire life focused only on studying, and her mother Lin Yuen scoured her mind for words, but found none to describe her current feelings. How could Shinsusu be so rich? It defied logic. What? Not willing. Shinsusu was a bit curious. Had she misjudged? He'll do it. Before Shinsusu could continue, Lin Yuen extended her fair right hand, grabbed the 2 notes from the draft notebook, and took the stack of test papers Shinsusu had given her. In her mind, she resolved to write sloppily, just making sure it didn't look like her own handwriting. As the class monitor who frequently collected homework, Lin Yuen knew well that the boys often did the same. The teachers just chose to overlook it. Lin Yuen, who had always been a model student, was doing something she considered the domain of delinquents for the first time, helping someone else with their homework. Was it the thrill of doing something wrong? The fear of being caught by the teacher? Or the fall from grace from a good student to a bad one? For a moment, Lin Yuen couldn't quite define her emotions. But she knew clearly that she needed money. What if her mother fell ill again in the future and she had no money to help? Besides, it wasn't such a terrible thing. Even if her mother found out, she wouldn't be too angry. Shinsusu observed Lin Yuen's exposed fingers. They were different from Shun Yu's. Though both were slender and well-proportioned, Lin Yuen's had a bit of plumpness with rounded nails, while Shun Yu's were longer and leaner with elongated nails. In any case, they were just a bit longer than Lin Yuen's. Besides, her strength was certainly no match for Shun Yu's. Alas, my arms are too short. Shinsusu sighed inwardly, stretching out her hand to examine it. It looked just like a child's. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she opened Shun Yu's desk and pulled out several identical test papers, placing them beside Lin Yuen's hand. Here, these are used too. Then Shinsusu handed the rest to Lin Yuen, as well stacking them into a small pile. Lin Yuen, who had already tucked 2 red banknotes into her pocket, did not refuse. She gave a slight nod and let out a soft sound. All right. After finishing all the arrangements, a joyful smile involuntarily bloomed on Shinsusu's little face. This was the second time she felt that money was a good thing. As for the first time, thinking of that matter, Shinsusu grew irritated. Let's not speak of it. After school in the afternoon, Shinyoyu rummaged through her wooden desk. Strange, where are my test papers? It's not odd that someone would take my finished papers without telling me to copy them, but mine were blank. Her deskmate behind her, Shinsusu, who had a pink school bag with a few books stuffed inside for show, saw Shinyoyu searching and felt a pang of alarm. She had forgotten to tell Shinyoyu. Immediately stepping forward, a cute smile on her face, she said, Yu, I've already organized your test papers and put them where they belong. Huh, is that so? Shinyoyu found it strange that Shinsusu hadn't mentioned it beforehand today. Seeing that Shinyoyu wanted to ask more, Shinsusu quickly grabbed her hand and changed the subject. Oh, let's hurry up and go, there's still things to do tomorrow. Pulled along by Shinsusu, Shinyoyu, carrying her Mickey Mouse backpack, stumbled toward the classroom door. Don't drag me like this. I can walk by myself. In the classroom, Lin Yuen, sitting in her seat, watched the 2 figures, and a look of envy flickered in her eyes. That kind of unique best friend is truly enviable. Meanwhile, Shinshinshio, standing by the door with her book bag, approached Lin Yuen and asked, Yuen, want to walk home together? Hearing this, Lin Yuen lowered her gaze slightly and replied flatly, I'm sure. Then she added in her heart, I also want a good friend, the kind that is unique, the kind you'd share life and death with, like Lu Guan and Zhang in the Peach Garden Oath. On a country path at Shunyu's strong insistence, Shinsusu didn't drink cola this time, but switched to a small bottle of orange juice so nothing would be wasted. Shinsusu hugged the orange juice with a worried expression, taking small sips. What crime had she committed? Shinsusu only saw that her best friend clearly didn't dislike drinks. They were so delicious. Yet she wouldn't drink. All she did was find a way to let her friend enjoy the taste. Soon Shinsusu had drained the entire bottle of orange juice. Patting her round little belly, even someone as clever as she couldn't think of a good solution for now. Just as they were about to reach the village, Shun Yu suddenly recalled. Could Shinsusu finish all those test papers in one day? Although the biology and geography teachers hadn't said they must be handed in by Monday, knowing Susu's character, she would definitely give them to her by Monday. And tomorrow, Saturday, they had to see Chu Nianxing and also go to the city, meaning Shinsusu only had one day to write them. If she were to do it herself, she might finish because she could see the answers in her mind at a glance. Unlike Shinsusu, who needed to think and flip through books. How could this possibly be a task that this little girl could complete? She stopped and turned around. Ouch! Shinsusu, walking behind, bumped into Shun Yu's front and let out a startled cry. Since Shinsusu was shorter, reaching just below Shun Yu's collarbone, she didn't feel much pain. Susu, with so many assignments from the teachers, can you finish them? Just recovering from the shock, Shinsusu tensed up at Shun Yu's question. She had already given all the homework to Lin Muin to do. From her upbringing, she knew this probably wasn't a good thing, but she didn't know how bad it was. But lying like a bad kid, she couldn't do that, especially in front of Yoyu. I. Hearing Shinsusu stammer, Shin Yoyu felt a pang of confusion. Was answering whether she could finish the homework such a simple question that it warranted this nervousness? Then she said gently, Susu, if there's really too much and you can't finish, bring the papers to my house on Sunday. We'll do them together and work hard. I can explain what you don't understand. Standing before Shun Yoyu, Shinsusu's beautiful peach blossom eyes welled up with a mist of tears. Yes, work hard together. Just like we promised under the osmanthus tree that day. But wah. The more she thought, the more she felt she had done wrong. Standing there, she burst into tears. Woo. Hey Susu, why are you crying? Seeing Shinsusu suddenly cry loudly, Shin Yoyu panicked. Bending down to meet her eyes, she quickly reached out to wipe away her tears. Don't cry. What's wrong? Shinsusu's twin ponies trembled slightly with her sobs. Her tear-soaked lashes were wet and her fingers gripping her clothes turned white, nails digging deep into her palms. Yoyu, I'm sorry. I was afraid I couldn't finish in one day, so I paid Lin Muin to do the homework for me. I really wanted to go. Hot tears fell heavily onto Shun Yu's hand, wetting the fair skin. This was supposed to be our thing. I shouldn't have done this. Hit me. Her voice dissolved into sobs as she collapsed against Shun Yu, her shoulders heaving with muffled cries, her whole body trembling. Hearing Shinsusu's explanation, Shin Yoyu didn't know what to say. Fortunately, she had asked, preventing Susu from persisting in her mistake. Since it had already happened, Shin Yoyu naturally wouldn't resort to scolding or hitting. That would be pointless. Admitting a mistake and correcting it was the best outcome. She reached out her right hand and gently patted Shinsusu's back. It's okay, Susu. Don't cry anymore. You told me, and at least you didn't lie to me about this. Making a mistake isn't a big deal. Knowing you're wrong, and then fixing it is what matters. Whoa. A moment later, Shinsusu finally lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red from crying, her face streaked with tears, her voice choked with sobs. I understand. Woo. I will change. Hick. Woo. Seeing Shinsusu crying uncontrollably, Shun Yoyu gently patted her back again and consoled her. Susu, you're still young and don't understand many things. If you feel something's wrong, you can tell me, and we'll figure it out together. Woo Yoyu, there's one more thing. As Shun Yoyu, who was patting Shinsusu's back, heard this, she stared at her in disbelief. You actually spent money on that kind of thing. Yoyu, I was wrong. I just couldn't stand them bullying you. I wanted to get back at you. Even the adults in the village would fight back when cursed, let alone you. I was just thinking of you. Shin Yoyu took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. The intention to defend her was fine, but the method was deeply flawed. Although Shinsusu's motive was for her sake, it didn't make it right. Fortunately, nothing irreversible had happened yet. She quickly grabbed Shinsusu's hand. Stop this immediately. Hurry, come with me to the street and tell them to quit. Then, taking advantage of the early school dismissal, and before dusk, the two cut across a field path and headed toward the street. At the billiard hall, besides the pool tables, there were machines glowing with fruit symbols which a few young men were playing on. As Shin Yoyu pulled Shinsusu in, and Shinsusu stated her request, the leader of the group said, "We don't do refunds." Seeing Shinsusu about to retort, Shin Yoyu quickly interrupted, "Just stop, and well, leave the rest aside." The men paused their games and billiards, looking at Shin Yoyu. One with tricolored hair shrugged. Whatever saves us time anyway. We can play more. Looking at these dyed hair youths, Shun Yoyu couldn't help recalling novels from her past life, where female leads were harassed by delinquents. Though these youths didn't seem vicious, she felt the need to set a warning to deter them from bothering Susu in the future. After all, Susu was young and had money. If anything truly happened, she would regret it for a lifetime. Glancing around, she spotted a discarded steel bar on the ground about 20 millimeters thick and 60 centimeters long, once used for a welding awning. Bending slightly, she extended her fair right hand and picked it up. The group of youths watched in confusion as the girl picked up a steel bar. What was she planning? Trying to get the money back? Ridiculous. How could that be possible? Moreover, they didn't believe 2 girls would attack 8 of them. Only a fool would think 2 against 8 could win. Before they could ponder further, they witnessed an unbelievable sight. Holy crap! Is this even human? The girl's pale arms exerted slight force, and the discarded steel bar was bent barehanded, then straightened again. Whoosh! As her fair knuckles turned pale, the silver bracelet on her wrist jingled faintly with the motion. She hurled it fiercely toward the ground, the steel bar whistling through the air as it left her hand. With a dull thud, the bar drove straight into the hard-packed yellow earth, leaving only half a foot of its tip quivering in the air. Shin Yu looked at the stunned youths, frozen motionless, and said nothing more. Her voice, like a Oriole's song, rang out, "This matter ends here. Bury it deep in your guts, and don't ever bother her again, or else." Then she pulled Shinsusu and walked out of the awning. Just as their figures vanished completely, a faint voice drifted back, "I'm still a minor. If anything really happens." On the path, seeing Shinsusu silent, all the way, Shin Yu comforted her. "Susu, it's okay. I'm not angry with you. Everyone makes mistakes, so what matters is being able to change." Just like the story of Zhou Chu eliminating the 3 evils from our elementary textbook. Zhou Chu was once a local scourge, but he later realized his mistakes and became a loyal minister and filial son, an upright man. Your mistake is clearly not as big as Zhou Chu's. Hearing Shun Yu's constant reassurance, Shinsusu's eyes reddened again, and her small frame leaned into Shun Yu's embrace. "Yu, you're so kind. You're my best friend." Scenes flashed through her mind as she silently pondered. "I like you always have. I want to be your best friend forever, never apart." In the twilight fields, 2 girls, one taller and one shorter, held each other quietly, like a beautiful painting witnessed only by a sparrow perched on a wire pole. That evening, under dim light, Shin Yu used her intermediate acting skills again. Although Su Yifang was a bit puzzled by her not coming home for lunch, she nodded and agreed. After all, both Shin Yu and Shinsusu had always been well-behaved children, never wandering off. Around 9 at night, just as Shun Yu was about to return to her room, she heard a voice behind her. "You will come here a moment." She paused and walked over to Su Yifang, who was lying in bed. "Grandma, is something the matter?" Seeing Shin Yu approach, Su Yifang extended a withered hand, offering 3 1-yuan bills. "Take this 3 yuan for lunch outside. Our family has already received too much kindness from Susu's family. We can't keep eating at their expense." Saying this, Su Yifang seemed lost in memory, murmuring to herself. "When your father was little, we had no money, so he thought of hatching ducklings to sell. But a heavy rain washed all his ducks away. It was Susu's grandfather who waded barefoot in the paddy fields all day to find half of them. And when your cousins were in elementary school, I went to sell eggs in town. They were afraid of the cold in winter, so they secretly lit a fire to keep warm while I was out. They fell asleep, and sparks set the cotton quilt on fire. They nearly burned to death. Their family broke down the door and dragged them both out." Thus, after listening to Su Yifang's incessant nagging for over half an hour, she finally fell silent, her sunken, aged eyes fixed intently on Shin Yu. "Outside, you must no longer accept favors from her family. Oh, I fear I will never be able to repay them in this lifetime." Shin Yu clutched the crumpled 3 yuan bill, a flicker of understanding passing through her almond-shaped eyes. So that was it. No wonder her family wasn't well off in the village, even qualifying for subsistence allowances. She recalled how Shinsusu had wanted to follow her to the county town for New Year's, and how Shinjun had adamantly refused to take her mother's money. Despite their modest incomes, Shunwon and Shinshui had generously given her 100 yuan to treat Shinsusu to a meal. At the time, she had been baffled. Her own family begrudged her even pocket money, yet they were so lavish with Shinsusu, as if she were their own daughter. So that was the truth. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that Shun Yu closed the wooden door of the main wing, and under the cover of night walked toward the adjacent room that was hers. Gazing up at the corner by Shinsusu's family's doorstep, she recalled Shinsusu's fate in her past life. Shun Yu's fair fingers curled slightly, producing a faint rustling sound, and she whispered, as if making a vow. "Susu, I will never let you be alone again." Meanwhile, in Bianan County, Chu Nianxing, who had been sleeping in internet cafes for days, used the travel money given by a kind stranger, the owner of one such cafe, to rent a cheap hotel room, planning to freshen up and apply makeup the next morning. An owner who gave out travel money like that, unless he was a fraud, must be a truly good person. After taking a thorough shower, Chu Nianxing wore only thin clothes-fitting clothes, her fair and shapely long legs radiating a youthful aura under the lamplight. Seeing the pristine single bed, she immediately threw herself onto it, savoring the soft mattress and quilt. Chu Nianxing couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, her eyes narrowing in comfort. She hadn't slept properly in days. Yet despite the comfort, she still picked up her phone from the table and set an alarm for 4 o'clock. Her appointment with the boss was set for 8 in the morning. Over the past few days, she had already scouted out the bus schedule from Bunnan County to Yangon Township. The first bus departed at 6. As an interviewee, she absolutely couldn't keep the boss waiting. Getting up at 4 to do her makeup, leaving at 5:30, and arriving in Yangon Township by a little past 7 would leave her at least half an hour to prepare. Whether it was to scope out the place in advance to guard against potential harm, or to be fully ready to make a good impression on the boss, this was of utmost importance. After all, she needed to earn money from this boss. With this in mind, Chu Nianxing opened QQ and studied the boss profile, hoping to glean clues about her preferences from the scant details. This trick was something her roommate far away in Guangdong province had shared in their group chat. A newly registered account. The name was very simple. There wasn't a single post on the timeline. Only a gender marker reading female sat alone on the profile page. A female boss. Whether the boss was male or female didn't bother her much, but as someone who had never been in a relationship, she secretly hoped it would be a female boss this time. This was because at her previous company she had been thoroughly disgusted by a pot-bellied male supervisor. That company was an outsourcing firm, and the supervisor often had to accompany clients for drinks. After every drinking session, he would make her drive him home. Sometimes, even when she was already asleep, he would call her to get up, and on occasion, he even tried to make advances. Once frightened by his actions, she nearly crashed into a large truck in her panic. After slamming on the brakes and sobering him up halfway, he began to give her a hard time constantly, even threatening her with her internship certificate. She endured it for a year, but in the end she still couldn't escape being fired. Male superiors were dangerous. Surely female superiors would be different. Chu Nianxing stared at the QQ profile on her phone, lost in thought for a moment. Was this boss tall or short, plump or slender, a formidable career woman in her 30s or 40s, or a gentle female CEO? Fresh out of college, she was at an age prone to daydreams. Her longing for the future hadn't yet been extinguished, and for a moment, Chu Nianxing found herself completely absorbed. Ding! At exactly 12 o'clock the bell from the hotel outside chimed on time. Seeing the time displayed on her phone, Chu Nianxing inwardly cursed her carelessness. She had been so lost in thought that it was already midnight. Time to sleep. At 7:10 in the morning, the alarm jolted Shin Yuyu out of her drowsiness as she sat up groggily. Before her eyes was a mosquito net. Beyond its thin white gauze, several mosquitoes kept ramming against it desperately, trying to break through and feast on her blood. Though mosquito coils existed in this era, in this small mountain village mosquito nets were more common. They had no smell, were cheap, and offered a one-time solution without recurring costs. But then again, mosquitoes were plentiful only in the countryside. In the cities, in apartment buildings 20 or 30 stories high, they were rare. Shooing away the mosquitoes, Shin Yuyu approached her wardrobe, her finely arched brows furrowing slightly. Just like in her past life, since she spent most of her time in school uniform, she had very few clothes of her own. She changed into a plain white t-shirt with a print, and pulled on a pair of jeans she hadn't worn in a long time. In this era, fashion was far from the diversity of later years. Men and women alike wore all sorts of jeans, the only difference being that men liked to hang keychains in front or behind, while women kept them in their bags. After a moment, following the hairstyle Shin Susu used to do for her, Shun Yu tied her hair into a simple village girl bun and stood before the pillar looking at herself in the mirror. If not for her still youthful face, she would already exude an air of maturity. The only drawback was her height. She was still a bit short. There were no measuring tools in the mountain village, but judging by sight, she had grown a few centimeters. Over the past half year, perhaps due to the daily egg or sufficient oil and sugar intake, Shin Yu's height seemed to have entered a growth spurt. Everything was developing. 2 nails were embedded in the pillar by the door. One had been used by the younger Shin Yu to hang the mirror, and the other was for the adults who returned home for New Year's as they were taller. Now the first nail was proving barely sufficient. Seeing this, Shun Yu couldn't help but think of a younger cousin from her past life, Shin Yuju. She too had started growing taller from the first year of middle school, reaching over 1.5 meters by the 3rd year. At the time, the whole family thought she would grow to be 1.7 or even 1.8 meters tall. In her past life, Shin Yu had been short and petite during her 3rd year of middle school, only just beginning to grow. By high school, after 3 full years of growth, she shot up to 1.70 meters. Yet in her freshman year of high school, she suddenly stopped growing altogether, as if her development had peaked, stalling at 1.60 meters, much to everyone's disappointment. 1.60 meters was rather short. Thinking of this, Shun Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. In her past life, she had no choice. Malnutrition had ultimately left her at 1.70 meters. In this life, now that she had money, she naturally had to make up for it vigorously. At the very least, she should aim for 1.75 meters or even 1.80 meters. One little lowly like Shin Susu was enough, who didn't love long legs. Although height was innate, Shin Yu had been 1.70 meters in her past life. Now with good food and drink, growing a bit more wasn't too much to ask, was it? She found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was because the food she had heard could promote height growth in her past life were nowhere to be found on the streets of Yangon Township. For instance, beef, mutton, fish, and shrimp were all unavailable. Even the most common fish in the ponds were only sold during the new year, ordinarily, there were none at all. Even genuine pure milk was rare, and most of what was available was yogurt. Yuyu, let's go. Just as Shin Yuyu was pondering how to grow taller, Shin Susu's voice came from behind. She turned to look. Shin Susu, dressed like the girl next door, was carrying a rabbit-shaped crossbody bag. That bag had been bought when the two of them had sneaked off to the county town earlier. It looked quite fitting on her. Soon after, the two set off from the path through the fields toward the main street. On the street, Chu Nianxing, who had gotten off the bus early, stood under the large banyan tree with her suitcase. Seeing that it was nearly 8 o'clock, she occasionally took out a small mirror from her pocket to check herself. Her delicate oval face was lightly made up and her hair was tied in a ponytail that reached her waist. Although this was just a part-time job, Chu Nianxing believed that any work deserved her full attention even if it didn't pay well. She had to be dedicated and give it 100%. Buzz, at that moment, Chu Nianxing's phone vibrated and a message appeared on QQ. Where are you? I've arrived. Seeing the message from her boss, Chu Nianxing quickly typed a reply on her phone. I'm under the large banyan tree on this slope, carrying a suitcase, wearing a beige coat and a black straight skirt. Shin Yuyu, who had just finished climbing the slope, glanced at the message on her phone, then led Shin Susu to the tree. At a glance, she spotted the woman standing under the large banyan tree. Her face looked like that of a young college student at most. The only truly striking feature was her long legs. Even in a long skirt that fell below her knees, it couldn't hide her most prominent characteristic. Chu Nianxing kept looking left and right. Nearby, aside from a few motorcycle taxi drivers, there were some vegetable-selling aunties and old men drinking tea in a distant tea house. Wait, no. There were also 2 girls, one big and one small, walking toward her. Huh. Where was her boss? Excuse me, are you Chu Nianxing? As she looked into the distance, trying to spot her employer, Chu Nianxing heard one of the 2 little girls in front of her asking if she was Chu Nianxing. How did she know her name? In an instant, alarm bells rang in Chu Nianxing's mind. She didn't know anyone here. Seeing the woman take a slight step back, Shin Yuyu quickly pulled up the chat history and raised her phone in front of her to prevent any further misunderstanding. Before Chu Nianxing could think much, she clearly saw the chat history between her and Shin Yuyu on the phone. She couldn't believe it, looking from the chat page to her own records. The chat records matched. Huh. So that meant the person hiring her was this little girl in front of her. Seeing Chu Nianxing's disbelief, Shin Yuyu was momentarily speechless, but she didn't explain. Because she knew there was a much more efficient and straightforward way to deal with such professionals or socialites. Susu, get the money out. That morning when they left, seeing that Shin Susu had a rabbit bag convenient for holding cash, Shin Yuyu had put her own 10,000 yuan in it. Actually, it was just over 9,000 left. Hearing Shin Yu's words, Shin Susu obediently counted out 1,000 yuan from the bag, exactly 10 bills. This is the initial advance payment. I plan to split it into 3 installments. After the accompaniment is recorded and am satisfied, I'll pay the second installment. Once everything is finished, I'll settle the final payment. In this era, college graduates were far less common than in later years and still held considerable value, especially a vocal music art student. In her past life, Shin Yuyu had known someone who graduated from the Sichuan Conservatory of Music. A regular lesson cost several hundred yuan, a professor's lesson over 1,000, and renowned experts were even more expensive. As for why it was so expensive, no matter how well you sing, it can't beat a teacher saying, "This is my student." So having spent so much money from a young age to learn, earning several thousand, or even tens of thousands a day for this work didn't seem outrageous to Shin Yuyu. If it were still a few hundred yuan a day, like an ordinary person, that would be strange. Plus, she was providing offline full-time accompaniment. Such hard work in later years would cost at least 10,000 or more. Shin Yuyu had already planned a price range of at least several thousand up to over 10,000. Chu Nianxing had originally wanted to say something, but when she saw Shin Susu pull out the money, all her words flew out of her mind. I came out to earn money, not to argue. As long as the boss pays me on time, what the boss looks like has nothing to do with me. She then took a slight step forward from her retreating position and said respectfully, "Boss, shall we set off now? As far as I know, the recording studio that opened 2 years ago doesn't operate overnight. And although Yangon Township is at the junction of Henan City, the bus only goes to the urban-rural fringe of the city. To get to the recording studio, we need to take other transportation. If it gets too late, even if we cooperate perfectly with the staff and make no mistakes, it will be hard to finish in a single day." Listening to Chu Nianxing, Shin Yuyu touched her hair on one side, a thoughtful expression on her face. Going to the county was fine. It was closed just 12 kilometers away, taking about 40 minutes. But going to the city was different. Although Yangon Township was at the border between the county and the city, it was over 40 kilometers from Henan City, almost 3 times the distance to the county. Moreover, transportation in Yangon Township was inconvenient. There were only motorcycles and buses, and the only bus that made extra trips had already left. Then looking at the empty bus parked on the slope beneath the banyan tree, she realized that waiting for it to go to the county and then taking another bus to the city would take too long. They didn't have the privilege of staying out overnight. If only we had a car. With a determined look, she knew that the elderly in Yangon Township rarely went to the county, and the bus probably wouldn't depart until it was half full in the afternoon. Turning to Shin Susu, she said, "Susu, let's charter the bus." Chu Nianxing, follow me. Tap tap tap. The three of them stepped onto the metal steps of the bus door, producing a piercing sound. The middle-aged driver with a crew cut, and estimated to be in his 30s, had tilted his seat back, legs propped on the wide steering wheel, smoking a cigarette and watching the pedestrians on the street to pass the time. Hearing the noise behind him, the driver didn't turn his head. He took a deep drag and exhaled smoke, saying, "Well, leave when there are enough people. You can take a stroll around the village and come back after lunch. Otherwise, I won't even cover the fuel cost." Shin Yu looked up at the driver's seat and asked, "We want to charter the bus to Henan City. Will you go?" The driver, who had just taken another deep drag, hadn't even exhaled when he heard the words behind him. "Who's this? So rich?" He was about to pull his legs off the steering wheel, but due to the reclined seat, he fell back and choked on the smoke halfway through exhaling. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing a dozen times, the middle-aged driver finally came to his senses and turned around to look at the people behind him. Two little girls and an adult woman. They don't look rich. Over the years, chartering the bus only happened during the new year when someone got married, and the groom would charter it to take the village elders to the county for the wedding feast, then charter it back. On ordinary days, it was only used for elementary school students taking the entrance exam, to junior high taking them to the neighboring town for the invigilated exam. And now they wanted to charter it all the way to Henan City. That was expensive. Seeing the driver had recovered, Shin Yu immediately asked, "To Henan City?" Then she turned to Chu Nianxing. "What's that recording studio called?" Seeing the boss inquire, though she was just a child boss, Chu Nianxing didn't act arrogantly because of her age, but replied respectfully, "Note Beat Music Studio." Shin Yu repeated the name, but the middle-aged driver looked confused. "I don't know where that is." Then he thought, on a regular day, Yangon Township didn't get many passengers, and here was someone willing to spend money to charter the bus. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Sending kids to school in the county was terribly expensive. He had to work hard to earn money. They'll give you an idea. It'll take you to the train station, and you can find a taxi driver there. They're the local experts, and will definitely know the place. Hearing the driver's suggestion, Shin Yu thought it over and realized it was a good idea. Indeed, local drivers would most likely know where it was. Unlike later years, taxi driving was now a very lucrative profession, and only local insiders could do it. It was a respectable job with a clean work environment and decent income, making even finding a wife much easier. At that time, most rural people who went out to work could only do dirty, hard labor. Construction sites, coal mines, factories, all filled with rural workers. A prosperous clan stays in its homeland, a poor family travels afar. This saying wasn't just empty words. Even if they didn't know the location, a single phone call would reveal it. The information about that recording studio Chu Nianxing had roughly introduced on the way, as she had learned from her. She had found out about it when she returned from Rongqing by train and received a flyer for the recording studio at the train station. In this era of underdeveloped internet, the studio couldn't be found online, so they had to visit in person. Without further hesitation, Shin Yu asked the driver, "How much to go to Henan City train station?" The driver found it strange that this younger girl seemed to be the one in charge among the three. But it was just a fleeting thought in the driver's mind. Why bother? It wasn't anything illegal, as long as he got paid. Head go. Flat rate 500. After saying this, the driver worried the price might scare them off, knowing that a person's monthly salary was only about 70 or 80 yuan. He quickly explained, "If I run a trip to the county with a full load, I make 70 or 80 yuan, and I can pick up people on the way back, so that's about 150 total. But going to Henan City is at least 3 times the distance, and I won't get any passengers on the return trip. I'll be empty. So you have to cover my empty return fare." All things considered, 500 is really not much. Shin Yu didn't waste time haggling with the driver. Although she wasn't one to waste money, what the driver said made sense, and most importantly, she had hundreds of thousands in her card, so she didn't want to waste time over a few hundred yuan. "Susu, pay him." Oh, hearing Shin Yu's words, Shin Susu immediately counted out 500 yuan bills from her little bunny bag and handed them to the bus driver. "We'll leave immediately for Henan City train station." As Shin Yu finished speaking and sat down, the driver held the bills, held them up to the sunlight to check, and confirmed they were genuine before replying, "All right." He fastened his seatbelt and started the engine. The bus had barely moved a few steps when a woman's voice came from outside. "Honey, what are you starting the car for?" The driver continued his actions without stopping. "Wife, you stay in the village for now. Tell brother-in-law to come back from the county early. I'm taking these people to the city." They chartered the bus. With that, he drove off in the opposite direction from the county. Creak, creak, the steel leaf springs of the bus let out soft groans as they left Yangon Township and got onto the asphalt road. The road to the city was in excellent condition, far better than the dirt road to the county. Shin Susu, sitting next to Shin Yuyu, wasn't playing with her phone. Her eyes were fixed on the window, as this was her first time going to the city. She had heard that the city was much more bustling than the county. Shin Yuyu turned to Chun Yinxing and asked, "Can you drive?" Chun Yinxing, who was intently listening to a cappella through earphones on Shun Yu's phone, snapped out of it. Her usually bright eyes now held a hint of shock. She had only heard of math prodigies from Sichuan University's School of Mathematics. Child prodigies skipping grades to graduate school gifted youth classes, and had always thought they were just legends. She never imagined it would happen to someone beside her. Sitting with a genius was truly terrifying. Chun Yinxing pressed the pause button, turned around, and replied, "I got my driver's license in my freshman year, so I can drive." Inwardly, however, she was grumbling incessantly. At her previous company, she was often made to drive at night, and even though she didn't own a car, she had become an experienced driver. "Oh, you can drive," Shin Yuyu mused, reflecting on their earlier conversation. She realized she had been mistaken. Finding a freelance arranger was somewhat useful, but their role overlapped with that of a recording studio. Once she found a recording studio, their usefulness would almost vanish. But after today's car ride, Shin Yuyu suddenly realized how inconvenient transportation was in the remote countryside. Thus a thought of buying a car sprang to her mind. Barring any unforeseen events, her trips to the recording studio would multiply, and having a car would make things much more convenient. Moreover, Shin Yuyu turned and glanced at Shin Susu, who was trailing behind her like a little shadow. More precisely, she was eyeing the bank card in Susu's bag, which still had over 800,000 yuan. The end of the month was approaching, and next month would bring in more ringtone royalty revenue. Buying a car didn't seem like such a big deal. "Chun Yinxing, I have a long-term job opportunity that I think suits you perfectly. The work aligns with your strengths. I'd like to ask, are you interested in working with me for the long haul?" Chun Yinxing, who had been wearing headphones, took them off again, this time both ears, and stared at Shun Yuyu with almond-shaped sparkling eyes. Even though there was an aisle between them, Chun Yinxing's eyes flickered with surprise as she placed her hands on her thighs. "This girl who looks like a middle schooler wants to hire me. This little brat wants to be my boss." That day, Chun Yinxing witnessed too many surreal events. First, the person hiring her wasn't a CEO or a big boss, but a middle school student. Second, this middle schooler had the audacity to offer her a long-term position with an expression that seemed utterly serious. Had the world become something she no longer recognized? Still, considering she was currently unemployed, and this little girl seemed quite wealthy and easy to get along with, working for her wasn't entirely out of the question. After all, earning money was earning money no matter where it came from. It was certainly better than those who wanted her to be a mistress. So, Chun Yinxing lowered her head slightly, her tone becoming more humble. "How much salary does the boss plan to give me?" But no matter how much she bowed, her height of 1.7 meters still towered over Shun Yuyu, and was even more pronounced compared to Shin Susu. Chun Yinxing recalled her internship days, earning only 800 yuan a month, which had to cover rent, meals, phone bills, and more. Every month was a struggle. Although she was unemployed now, she was still a working adult, not an intern anymore, right? Steeling herself, she looked at Shun Yuyu with anticipation. Her expectations weren't high, just something better than before. Hearing Chun Yinxing's question, Shin Susu, who had been staring out the window, also turned back curiously. After yesterday's events, she seemed to have matured overnight. Still, she loved the faint, pleasant scent on Yuyu. Shin Yuyu, for her part, wasn't sure about current salary levels. She only remembered that during the New Year, Shin Jun had told a fellow villager that he earned 80 yuan a day working in Yanyu province. Working the entire month without a day off, he could make 2,400 yuan. If someone like Shin Jun, who hadn't even finished elementary school, could earn over 2,000, then Chun Yinxing, a graduate from a prestigious university, should earn at least as much. "How about I pay you 3,000 a month? But you'll need to be on call, and the early stages will be quite demanding." Shin Yuyu emphasized the word demanding, since she had no company or office space yet. As for the company, she would wait until Shun, once matters were settled, have him bring his girlfriend to meet her, tell them about her and Susu's singing business, and then use his information to register the company. The young couple were the honest, quiet type, and Shin Yuyu felt she could trust them. As for Chun Yinxing, Shin Yuyu planned to buy a car and have her serve as a full-time driver, initially delegating all errands to her. Tasks like handling music copyrights and nationwide distribution were cumbersome. Registering copyrights currently required submitting paper documents in the provincial capital Rongqing, as there was no online channel. There was no way two young girls could handle that process. But adults could. When Chun Yinxing heard the salary Shun Yuyu mentioned, her pretty face froze momentarily, disbelief shining in her eyes. "What? 3,000? Yes, 3,000. Social insurance and housing fund will be paid retroactively later. For now, there's nothing." Upon hearing Shin Yu's words, Chun Yinxing's fair fingers tightly gripped the skirt on her thighs, crumpling it into folds. "There's social insurance and housing fund." Although she was a college graduate, her previous outsourcing company claimed she was on an internship and didn't provide either. Even if they did, it would only be social insurance. Housing fund. She dared not even dream of it. She quickly spoke up, afraid of missing this opportunity. Boss, I'm willing. I accept. Seeing Chu Niansheng's excited demeanor, Shin Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. She remembered being just as energetic when she first graduated. Back then she had gone to Rongqing to look for work, but found nothing. Eventually she settled for a job with a base salary that barely covered the minimum, relying entirely on commissions. In her first month, she worked like crazy and maxed out her commissions, earning only 5,000 yuan. That outsourcing company offered only social insurance, no housing fund, and claimed a 3-month probation period without contributions. It had disgusted her to no end, but during the pandemic she didn't dare quit, enduring that bitterness for years. Later she moved to Yu Province and, leveraging her work experience, joined a client company to finally improve her situation. However, Shin Yu looked at Chu Niansheng's delicate figure, slim but with slightly fleshy legs, decent height, but clearly unaccustomed to sun and wind, and said, "It will be very tough. Can you handle it?" "Boss, I can handle it." Chu Niansheng added in her mind, as long as the pay was right she could work 16 hours a day. She was truly fed up with this penniless existence, living in a cramped single room in an urban village, occasionally coming home after work to find a cockroach. When she went home for the new year, her father scolded her for being useless, saying she had spent so much of his money, yet couldn't even earn any. As for hardship, she had done farm work as a child, and even herded cattle. She believed that enduring a bit of suffering was nothing. Besides, since they were all girls, there was certainly no issue with their safety. Alright. Shin Yu noticed the insatiable greed for money in Chu Niansheng's eyes, and began plotting how to work her like a beast of burden. It turned out people didn't dislike being treated as beasts of burden, they disliked having only enough work for subsistence, while toiling more than the beasts themselves. Even beasts of burden slept at night, but factory workers endured double shifts. By the way, the term beast of burden probably hadn't been coined yet. Since that was the case, the plan needed to change. Plus, Susu didn't have homework for the next couple of days, leaving plenty of free time. As Shin Susu gazed at the scenery outside the window, Shin Yu stared at the ringtone backhand on her phone, while Chu Niansheng studied a pre-recorded a cappella track. An hour had passed. Because the road was asphalt, the bus driver sped up considerably. After passing over a dozen villages and 2 towns, they finally arrived at Henan City. At the urban-rural fringe, the empty bus rumbled along a bumpy dirt road, passing occasional tricycles that stirred up clouds of dust. The cacophony of hawkers' cries, crowds, and car horns was deafening. Thanks to the sparse traffic, the bus didn't encounter any jams. Soon it left the boundary between city and countryside and entered the true heart of the city. The city had only one train station located downtown, where the most shops and foot traffic converged. With a soft hiss of the brakes, the middle-aged driver up front pointed to a large sign on the right and reminded them, "That's the train station on the right. There are plenty of taxis at the entrance. Just ask any driver." As they got off, Shin Susu timidly clung to Shun Yu, gripping her right hand tightly for fear of being abducted like in the TV shows. She imagined having her limbs broken and being forced to beg for traffickers every day, beaten and starved if she didn't collect enough money. Shin Yu lifted her head, slightly glanced at the row of taxis parked in the western corner, and pulled Shin Susu along while calling to Chu Niansheng. "Let's go." Meanwhile, beneath a large tree near the station, 4 men dressed in gray as migrant workers exchanged glances. A woman and 2 children, no man in sight, dressed elegantly. They seemed like easy prey. Without a word, the men dropped their cigarettes and headed toward the trio. "Boss, for these 2 songs, should we use a stage name for the release?" Shin Yu, hearing the voice beside her, glanced down at Shin Susu. Most artists who used stage names in later generations ended up miserable, so many used their real names. "No, just use the real." Bang! A man's startled cry rang out, followed by the sound of a phone hitting the ground and shattering. Slap! The sudden noise cut off Shin Yu's words. She turned her gaze to the phone on the ground, its screen completely smashed. 2 men carrying snakeskin bags, dressed like migrant workers heading out of the province, pointed at Chu Niansheng and shouted, "Why aren't you watching where you're going? You knocked my phone out of my hand. What are you going to do about it?" The other man seized the opportunity to pile on. "This phone was just bought by my brother a few days ago, not even used for 2 days, and you've shattered it. Pay up." Hearing their relentless accusations, Chu Niansheng grew nervous. She had been talking to Shun Yu and hadn't noticed anyone approaching on her right. She murmured weakly, I didn't mean to. How much was the phone?" The man, seeing she was ready to pay, felt a surge of glee. 500. I bought it 2 days ago for 500. Hearing this, Chu Niansheng's face showed a pained expression. 500 was a sum she'd have to save for ages. But since she had bumped into him and damaged his property, she had to compensate. She reached into her pocket for the deposit Shin Susu had given her that morning. Seeing that Chu Niansheng had so much cash, all 100 yuan bills, the other man chimed in, "Brother, you forgot there's important data on the phone. What are we going to do now?" The man about to take the money paused, then quickly caught on. "I almost forgot. There's data on it. 500 isn't enough." Shin Yu, who had been observing, finally caught on. She recalled a scam she'd seen online in her past life and couldn't believe she was now facing one. She cursed inwardly, damn, trying to con me. Seeing Chun Yinxing about to pull out more money, Shin Yuyu grabbed her hand. Don't give it. Boss, that hurts. In an instant, Chu Niansheng's lightly made-up face twisted in pain, looking pitifully down at Shin Yuyu. Seeing they might not pay, the other two men who had been lingering nearby also approached, subtly encircling the trio, and spoke in a seemingly reasonable tone. Hey miss, that's not right. You broke someone's things. How can you refuse to pay? Yeah, that's right. In no time the men launched a fierce moral attack on Chun Yinxing. They were certain that a woman with children would want to settle things quietly. Besides, they were at the train station. She must be catching a train, and any delay would make her miss it. But the woman who looked to be in her 20s wasn't the mother or elder of the two children. She called her boss. That left the men baffled. Susu, call the police. Okay. Hearing Shen Yu's command, Shin Susu quickly pulled out her pink phone from her pocket. Luckily, she had fully charged it the night before. Hey, what are you doing? The man whose phone had been smashed seemed terrified of them calling the police and reached out to forcibly snatch the phone from Shin Susu. My. Shin Yu's eyes sharpened. She instantly grabbed the man's arm and applied pressure. Oh, let go, let go. My arm's breaking. The man howled in agony. The other man, pretending to be his brother, was stunned that a grown man could be writhing in pain from a little girl's grip. In desperation, the man threw caution to the wind and lunged his hand toward Shin Yu's arm. Shin Yu now realized that these men had encircled the three of them, ensuring that even if a minor scuffle or threatening shove occurred within, passers-by would see nothing. They were in collusion. She seized the first man's arm and flung him with a sudden jerk, sending him hurtling through the air before he crashed heavily onto the ground. With a thud before the men could utter another word, Shin Yu struck out in succession, using shoulder throws to gently slam each of them onto the ground. She exerted little force. Had she unleashed her full strength, the consequences, even as a minor, would have been dire. In an instant, the surrounding men collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. As the obstructing figures fell, passers-by in the square began to notice the disturbance. Yet at this time, those who had come out to work were cautious, burdened by families they could not afford to endanger. They dared not even glance at the scene, hurriedly clutching their luggage and rushing toward the train station's interior. The groaning men drew the attention of onlookers, vexing Shin Yu. What are you yelping for? I barely used any strength, she said, mimicking a tearing motion. With a rip, the shirt of the first man, who claimed she had broken his phone, was torn cleanly in two. Get lost now. The men's eyes widened in terror, utterly petrified. They scrambled to their feet and fled in panic toward the square's exit. As they vanished, the square returned to normal, with pedestrians hurrying along their way. To the left, Shin Susu, holding Shun Yu's hand, gazed at her with peach blossom eyes brimming with admiration. Beside them, Chun Yinxing stood agape, her cherry-like mouth wide open in disbelief at Shun Yu's slender arms. How could she possess such immense strength? Even Xiang Yu, who could uproot mountains, might not match this power. The notion of tearing a person in half was unimaginable even before the television series depicting such feats. Truly terrifying. Boss, you're truly incredible. After receiving Chu Niansheng's compliment, Shin Yu grew more determined to alter her plans. Owning a car would avert many such incidents, and with her plans for the latter half of the year, buying one was almost a certainty. On the way to the taxi, Shin Yu spotted a furtive figure hawking phones of dubious origin at low prices alongside a chess game, promising money for a win. She opened the taxi door, and she and Shin Susu settled into the back seat, while Chun Yinxing took the front. Initially, Shin Yu had wanted the front seat, but Shin Susu insisted on sitting together. Sharing the front would have meant Chun Yinxing on her lap, so the back seat offered more space. Driver to the Audi 4S store in Henan City. Right away, the driver promptly flipped down the vacant sign and pressed the accelerator, heading east. In the car, Shin Susu held Shun Yu's cool hand and whispered, Yo, aren't we going to the recording studio? She had heard of Audi on television, knowing it was a car, but the term 4S store was unfamiliar. Chun Yinxing, in the front seat, turned to Shin Yu with a puzzled expression, a foreboding feeling rising within her. Could this new boss be planning to make her the driver? Since the two girls were too young to drive, only she could handle it. The boss had even asked if she could drive on the bus earlier. Still, the salary was generous enough, driving wasn't out of the question. Susu, well, buy a car first and head to the recording studio this afternoon. The driver, overhearing this, struggled to suppress a grin. In those days, the notion that the customer was king still held sway. He wouldn't dare mock a customer. Buy a car. An Audi with its 4 rings. Ridiculous. A day's wages for a laborer were only a few dozen yuan. Unlike big cities like Rongqing, Henan City was an agricultural hub where most earned barely a few hundred yuan a month. Among its 6 million residents, fewer than 50,000 owned cars, mostly buses and taxis. Private vehicles were even scarcer. The driver, suppressing his laughter throughout the journey, finally reached the 4S store in the eastern suburbs. After dropping them off, he sped away, his chuckles echoing in the wind. Shin Susu, puzzled, asked Yu, what's wrong with that uncle? Maybe he's lost his mind. Let's ignore him. With that, she led Shinsusu into the store. Chun Yinxing, trailing behind with the luggage, remained silent, quietly following the two. In her view, Shin Yoyu was the big boss and Shun Susu the second boss. Both were her paymasters, leaving her no room to interject. As soon as Shun Yoyu entered, her eyes fell on the car at the center of the showroom, an Audi A6L. Before she could move, a young man in a suit and tie approached them. "Good morning, ladies. Which car would you like to see?" Noting the salesperson's respectful demeanor, Shin Yoyu mused inwardly. Why hadn't she encountered the snobbish salespeople from the novels of her past life? Whether with the taxi or here, everyone seemed perfectly normal. But Shin Yoyu didn't voice this foolish thought. Instead, she led Shinsusu to the car and said to the man, "Do you have the keys? Open it. I'd like to sit inside and try it out." The male salesperson's heart leaped. He had struck gold. This deal was as good as sealed. Yet he found it odd that the decision-maker wasn't the older woman, but this girl who looked like a middle schooler. Though puzzled, he wasn't about to stir trouble if it meant a sale. He straightened his posture, bowed slightly, and said deferentially, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. He'll fetch the keys." Little Shinsusu let go of Shun Yu's hand and circled the car, a pleased smile spreading across her face. Finally, I have some private time with Yoyu. On the bus earlier, there were so many people I couldn't do anything.